What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, March 20th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we'll talk some Texas Longhorn football. Day one of spring practice is in the books. We'll let you hear from Coach Sark. What did he have to say following the first day of spring ball for the Horns? Plus, the Texas men's basketball team now knows its first round opponent. We'll recap Colorado State's blowout win over Virginia and start to preview tomorrow night's matchup between the Longhorns and the Rams of CSU. Texas baseball picked up a dramatic win last night. Can it be a season saver for the Horns? We will debate. We've got some more tournament stuff to get into. We've got some NFL to talk about. Today is Texas Football Pro Day as well, so we'll discuss that. And perhaps the most disgusting thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. Oh, yeah, we've got a video for you people today.
Yeah, video. Yeah, man.
We are locked, we are loaded, and we are ready to roll until 10 o'clock this morning. What's going on, Buck?
It is another beautiful day. Get ready because there will be rain tomorrow. Yes, Thursday, there will be rain. Are you writing this down? Are you making sure that you're not outside playing in the garden tomorrow when the rain comes?
Well, I'll be in Sin City.
Oh, you'll be playing. It doesn't matter if it's raining. It doesn't matter there for sure. But I'm doing good, man. That was a nice, fun morning out at Circuit of the Americas yesterday. Coda, very nice. Very spacious.
Oh, yeah.
To say the least.
No kidding. Shout out to our friends at Circuit of the Americas. I've got the Coda hat on today. Of course,
Man.
they have been a sponsor of TSU since very early on. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Bucky and I did our show out there yesterday. Chaos Theory was out there yesterday as well. And we love our great friends at Circuit of the Americas. And, of course, NASCAR coming to Coda this weekend. You've got events going on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we'll get the rain out the way tomorrow.
Yes.
By the time the weekend is here, it should be cleared up. 2 races on Saturday, the big race on Sunday. Tons of great events, though, going on all 3 days out there at Circuit of the Americas. Just go to NASCAR@CODA.com. That's NASCAR@CODA.com to get your tickets, to find out more information, and to plan your weekend. It's going to be a hell of a time out there.
It certainly is. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Absolutely. Shout out to everybody commenting on the YouTube comment line. Of course, the Coda text line is open as well. Hope everyone is having a great week. Shout out to our guy, Ashish.
Yeah, man.
Our friend over at 7-Eleven. We tuned in via podcast today. Of course, if you don't have that TSU app, make sure you download that. Always appreciate y'all's love and support. We're getting closer to 8,000 subs, Buck. We're over 7,850, getting close to 8,000 subscribers on YouTube. So once again, much love to each and every one of you tuned in today.
Yeah, I've got some golf to give to folks when we hit 8,000 to Lake Cliff.
There you go.
Lake Cliff out in towards Marble Falls there is going to, they're going to run their clinics for kids this summer. We want to help them pump that up a little bit. And it's you've almost been to the clinics because the same guys who are at the Hills of Lakeway are now out at Lake Cliff teaching golf, and they'll be there this summer. And they are the very best. So we want to get some kids out to Lake Cliff. Out in Spicewood, it's a little bit of a ways, but if you can get rid of your kid for a couple, for a day to go, get some golf lessons, why not? Take the kid out there, right?
For a day. Leave them out there for a week.
leave them over. They're going to be out there for a week, but you can't leave them overnight. It's not sleep camp.
I'll drop you off on Monday morning, and I'll be back Friday afternoon, kid.
Well, that's what I used to get done to me. I used to go to a place called Camp Civitan when I was in North Carolina. That's where I learned how to swim because some dude pushed me in. I was standing on the end of the dock. Some kid pushed me in the deep end. That's where I learned exactly how to swim at Camp Civitan. That's when my bunk mates, I had a kid who slept with his eyes open. I don't know what that's called.
No way.
But his eyelids never shut down to sleep. And, dude, it was scary looking.
Oh my God. He was in the same room as you?
He was a top bunker.
No way. You were on the bottom bunk?
Yeah.
Oh my
Had his
God.
face
That is
turned towards the side, and I'm looking, putting my hands, and he's asleep. He said, "Well, that's the way I sleep. My eyes are open, but I don't see anything."
dude, that's unacceptable
I said, "That is unacceptable for a kid."
for
There's got
anyone. I
it's
mean,
gotta
you
be
have
called.
to you have to put I don't know if eye masks were around back then, back
No.
in the 1820s or whenever you were a kid, but
Jeez.
you gotta if you have that issue now, I mean, look, if you're by yourself, you don't need an eye mask, but if there's anybody else in the same room as you, you gotta cover the eyes. That is too creepy. Can't have
I don't
that.
know what that's called. It's gotta be called, so they gotta have some name for that.
Oh, I'm sure they do, but I call it
Crazy,
disgusting.
crazy eye,
Yeah,
crazy eye
crazy
killer,
eyes.
crazy eye,
Terrifying, horrifying school shooter. I think that's what they call it.
crazy eye killer. It has to be. It's just the
God.
weirdest thing. Every night, I'd have to go up there and peek, but he'd always sleep with his, face pointed towards the side of the bed. So all you had to do is look up, and those eyes would be open, but dude would be out.
How about this from our guy Ruse Goofy Growing? I have a niece that sleeps like that, eyes open. It's crazy.
Crazy eye killer.
Oh,
Oh,
keep me
yeah.
away from your niece, please.
Man, that is the weirdest thing. You swear, you're putting your hand in front of their face. Nothing. They're out.
Oh, that's two fantastic stories to start off a
Good
Wednesday
job, man.
show. I mean, you got
Yes.
pushed into a pool. That was your first time ever
Oh,
swimming?
I got
Was
pushed it was a pond. But this wasn't the YMCA camp. We didn't go to the Y. This was a pond with a wooden dock, and I'm standing there, and some kid pushes me in. I didn't know how to swim. That was deep end. It was all deep because it was over my head. And I think
God.
I went to the bottom, bounced back up, and grabbed a hold of the side of the boards and held on for life. This is a place and this was in Greensboro, North Carolina, but I think we went out to like Charlotte or someplace where this Camp Civitan was. And this was the one of those ponds that had, I mean, it had, water moccasins. There was snakes. I mean, there was snakes around the pond. I grew up in North Carolina in Greensboro. The little creek had water moccasins just bedded around that place, dude. And they are mean. They
Yeah.
come after you. They go out of their way to bite you. You don't have to fall on them. They will come across the water to get to you to bite you.
Mm.
They're vicious.
So
I think Texas has some water moccasins too.
I think we do. So you weren't really swimming. You just got pushed in
Oh,
and you
no,
grabbed.
I wasn't there for a swim. I was there for a swimming lesson.
But did you
I was
swim out or did you just grabbed onto something and
Oh, no, I went down,
yeah.
touched the bottom, pushed myself up, and then when I came up, I grabbed the side of, the wood underneath the deck there and just worked my way to the side. I didn't
Wow.
give a shit about any snakes. I was getting out of that water, man. I had lungs full of water, so, yeah, that was a quick lesson, and then I learned how to swim. From that point on, it was treading water for
Yeah.
days. That's how I did. I just doggy paddled for a while, and then I learned how to swim. Then I became a professional lifeguard at the Puerto Rican pool in Pennsylvania when I finally got.
What?
Yes,
You were
I
a
was
lifeguard?
I was a lifeguard, yes.
I don't know if I've ever heard you say that.
Really?
Yeah.
You never heard me talk about me being the lifeguard at Hellertown, at the Puerto Rican pool?
Were you the
Yes.
lifeguard at the poop deck on that spring break trip?
No, I was not. I was in Baywatch.
Just lathering dudes up with sunscreen on that
No,
gay beach?
no, dude, I was not. But at the Puerto Rican pool, it was crazy, man. It was nuts because there was a time when I had just got the story of me just getting a brand new pair of jeans. I mean, back in the day, I'll pay money for jeans. And I'm off duty as I'm walking out of the pool. There's a little Puerto Rican kid at the bottom of the pool.
Oh,
Kid. And that's when I walked by and I'm like, hold on for a second. I get him. I took my pants off, took my shoes off, my nice sneakers off, took my pants off, and I dove in. Somebody said, "You need to get in there now." I'm like, "With the jeans on? What are you, crazy? I just bought these jeans." And I'm like, that little kid had no business down here anyway. I got in there and he puked out all the water. I yelled at his mom. I said, "You know what? Are you kidding?" Somebody was like, "Great job, lifeguard. How about diving in with everything on, shoes?" I'm like, "What are you kidding me? I just bought these jeans."
yeah, you saved the kid's life. Why are they yelling
Yes.
at you?
No. They're yelling at me because I should have got in there sooner.
You're just taking the jeans off, like, slowly making sure not to crease anything, like,
Dude,
one leg at a
I had
time.
I had change in there. I had my wallet in my back. Hey, dude, I took my shoes off too, of course.
You
I'm
had to
taking
go
my big
hang up the jeans too. You had a hanger over
No,
there.
I just laid them to the side, dove in, snatched his little ass from the bottom, brought him up there, was mad. This kid is crying. I mean, he's down there sucking in water. He's crying. The mom's crying, and I'm pissed about my jeans. And I'm pissed that he's gurgling water all over my face. You know what I mean?
Oh, he was spitting in your face?
Oh, dude, you had to mouth, a little creature. I said, see that end down there? If you can't get up, you can't go over your head. Don't be down here. I don't know what he was doing down there. I don't know who brought him down there. Yes, this was that was special. That was at the time, BK, where in order to clean the pool, they didn't have self cleaners here. I had to put on the tank top thing, and they had the air up top. So it was like a scuba diver going down back in the old days with the big tank on the top and breathing through that thing. I went down there once to clean the pool with a vacuum down there clean. Now this was after Jaws had come out, because I was in college. And dude, I'm down there like boom, 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 boom. I'm looking all around in the pool thinking, what the hell? And this is where so up top, when the air was coming in, somebody took a joint and started blowing smoke into the tank top, to the top of the thing. When I'm down at the bottom cleaning the pool, I'm sucking in all of this. And I was not a marijuana smoker when I first got into college. I did not. I mean, I became a little bit of everything once I got to college, but this is my first year in college. So I'm down at the bottom of the pool. They're blowing in weed they're blowing that air into my helmet. This thing is filling up with smoke.
You got a hot box.
Looking like Larry Tunsil. Looking like Tunsil down there. I'm thinking of Jaws. I'm getting all high, vacuuming the pool, and I'm thinking of Jaws in a swimming pool. It was spooky, man. I couldn't wait to get out of that thing. But that's how we cleaned the pool. They didn't have the self cleaner that just rode around there at that time back in the 1800s. You know what I mean?
Dude, that could have killed you.
Well,
this was you?
That was me at the bottom trying to breathe in. I'm getting this smoke coming in. I'm like, what in the hell? What are they doing? I'm up there, and I'm just as high as a kite coming out of the water. I had a weight belt. You had to have a weight belt on to stay down below. It was awful.
I've done plenty of hot boxing in my time, but I don't think I've ever hot boxed at the bottom of a swimming pool. That is awesome.
Oh.
And then you're looking for sharks down there. Well, that's how high you were.
I'm like looking all around the place.
It's a chlorine public swimming pool, and you think there are sharks in there from Jaws?
The Jaws had just come out. I was a freshman. It just had come out. So I'd seen it and was horrified down in Martha's Vineyard. I lived, going to school in Boston. So I get back to Pennsylvania. Next thing I know, I'm looking in pools for that shark.
Oh my God. I
wasn't expecting to get the high treatment either. I was expecting some nice, fresh oxygen coming through there. not Cheech and Chong down the bottom of the pool with a weight belt on.
Oh my God. What a bit by the Puerto Ricans there.
Oh, they got me, boy. They got me. And that happened before I saved the little Puerto Rican kids. I don't know. He's probably senator or something. You know what I mean?
And he owes you something now. Have you ever tried one of these gas masks?
No, I've never done the gas mask thing.
Oh my God, it is ridiculous.
I've done everything. I've done the apple pipe. I've done everything, but I didn't like the mask. That's too restricting, all that stuff,
Yeah, it's out of control. I mean, I did that once or twice in college, and there's not enough Robitussin in the world to get you to stop coughing after just taking a hit from that thing. All the smoke is just literally right in this area.
It's everywhere.
Oh my God, dude. You were so high. You would take one hit of that thing and you were done. You couldn't go anywhere. The only thing you could do is eat like a half gallon of ice cream. And then that was nighty night.
Well, that's all you could do. You're at the bottom of the pool and that's all you get. You're looking for any kind of oxygen. So you're sucking it in, blowing that madness out, sucking it back in. I'm like, God.
You're wondering like, what the hell is going on here?
Oh, it's all, I'm already nervous enough being at the bottom with a vacuum, like a old-timey vacuum thing, cleaning the bottom of the pool. Next thing I know, this thing is all smoked up. I'm thinking of Jaws and trying to get out of the pool with the big weight belt. I had to walk all the way over to the shallow end to come up. I was so pissed. And everybody was just cracking up.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's a phenomenal bit by the Puerto Ricans back in the day. Yeah, they got you.
They got me. They got me.
They got you.
There was always something up at that pool. That was special. That was a special. I did that for 2 years. at the Puerto Rican pool. And
Just summer jobs after college or during college?
My best summer job was working in the Bethlehem Steel when I was in charge of the blast furnace, where I was in charge of. I made like $15, $16 an hour back in that day, and all I had to do was sit on a chair, and there was a little switch, like a little light switch, and nobody could come in. My job was to keep anybody from touching that switch. Because the guys were in there cleaning the blast furnace. If you hit that switch and that blast furnace turned on, they were going to be dead people. I mean, they were just going to instantly like evaporate. So one guy comes in there, and he's like a manager, like a foreman, and I'm like, what are you doing here? He goes, well, I'm just in here to chat. I'm like, you can't, you can't be in this room. I said, I'm the only one in this room. You can't come in here. You can't just like, you can't be in here. He goes, he's like the white hat guy. He's like, do you see this? I'm like, I don't care. You weren't the one who told me that nobody could come. And the guy said nobody could come in except for me when I come to tell you that you can go home. And I'm like, you can't be here. This is like one of the top guys. I said, you can't be in this room.
Yeah.
He goes, and he's pointing to his white hat. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm like, what the guy who told me, I said, this is a nice gig for like 16, 17 bucks an hour in college back in those days. I said, I'm not losing that deal because you're about to blow these 4 or 5 guys up that are cleaning in here by you maybe leaning on the switch. I'm like, out. He said, really? I'm like, yeah, really, you out. And so the other big boss comes in. He said, hey, Dad told me you wouldn't let him in. I said, you told me nobody else could come in. And he goes, good job.
Nice.
I kept that gig, boy. That was nice money back in the day.
It's the easiest job in the world. You're just standing there.
I had a chair.
Just sitting there, even better.
Yeah, just sit there. They had to clean that furnace out. They had to go in there and dig all the crap out of there from the still. But if you turned it on, dude, it was instant, like poof. They were like gone. I couldn't be responsible for people. So I was real responsible. Like, get away. That switch had a little thing on it where you couldn't, you'd have to really go out of your way. But nobody else could be in that room. You couldn't have conversations that if somebody slipped by you while you were conversing with somebody, that they hit the switch thing and maybe it's a light switch or something. Hell no.
That's some Heisenberg stuff right there, my friend.
Heisenberg. Yes, I was the man. I was beam yard buck when I got out of college. I worked in the beam yards at Bethlehem Steel, beaming up steel with steel, thousands of tons coming over the top of your head. See, at Bethlehem Steel, you didn't get pinched with gloves on. You'd lose a finger or you'd lose an arm if something happened. And if you had to go into the furnace when the steel came off and marked it, I was a marker one time with steel toe boots. I had to go out there when it rolled off, the I-beams rolled off. I would have to put this white mark with this long metal thing and a piece of chalk that would put a certain number on it. Dude, if you ever slipped on that thing and fell, say you know how I stumbled and fall out of my property?
Yeah.
If you slipped and fell on one of those beams, that was it. That was instant death.
God.
Your whole body would stick to that. You'd be gone.
Reason number 500,000, I never worked in a steel mill.
Yeah, well, I worked in there for 9 months, and I said, and that's when I went to say, I'm going to coach. I'm going to Dartmouth. I'm out of here.
Yeah, good move.
And my friends were making so much money. Their dads had done that. It was just the way of life in Bethlehem Steel. And so I'm like, am I going to do this shit for like the next 30, 40 years? I'm like, nah, I'm out. 9 months, I was out. I was done.
I don't blame you. That's 9 months longer than I would have made it right there.
Man.
All right, couple of quick questions before we move on to the play-in games from the NCAA tournament last night. CB512 says, did you find a Baby Ruth down there cleaning the pool, Buck?
Oh, they were shit in the pool all the time. We didn't, and by the way, we didn't let the water out. We didn't redo that. You just scooped that up with a net and threw it to the side somewhere.
Oh, nasty.
Let's move on. I mean, kids would puke. Kids would go in there and puke in the pool. The kid part of the pool was so nasty. It just was the way it was. Kids are going to piss in the pool. The adults are going to piss in the pool. Somebody was going to get some of that water down their throat and was going to throw up whatever they had for Cheerios or grits or whatever the hell they had for breakfast, tacos. Anything that they had down their belly was coming up that morning. But those kids would be down there. I mean, I love those kids. I mean, it had all kinds of grassy areas to play football, soccer, and everything else. Then you come diving in the pool just filled with grass and dirt. It was a way of life. It was better than going into the river where the steel mill dumped out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was a nice pool. I met a lot of good people there.
CB says no more TSU agents. Yeah, YouTube's acting up. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I don't know why the membership program is not working this morning. I got to look into that problem.
Was it the randomizer must have taken out the energy?
Oh, man. Well, shout out to the randomizer. Did give away a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card yesterday. Shout out to our winner. And shout out to Cabo Bob's as well. Was there for dinner last night. I got caught up in student night. I went to the one on Ben White, pretty close to St. Ed's. And I guess every Tuesday they do, like, if you wear a St. Edward's shirt or a hat, you get free chips and queso. And there was a long-ass line. I mean, to the door and then looping around. It was out of control.
You know, my daughter-in-law went to St. Ed's, and I always wanted to get something, you know, we can always go to Sue Patrick to get our gear and stuff.
Yeah.
Does St. Ed's have a bookstore, or do they have one there?
Yeah, every college has a bookstore, right?
Does St. Ed do they have gear?
Sure.
Hilltopper gear?
The Hilltops, baby.
Seriously, I got to go by there. I want to know where that bookstore is because I want to grab some stuff there.
What for?
Just for her, not for me. I'm not wearing that gear.
You think she's going to wear that gear now after she's years away from college or years removed from college?
Always good to bring an old sweatshirt that's new, up to date to somebody. Everybody likes a little hoodie or something.
There you go.
I just didn't know if they had a bookstore. Or is it just like one of those food trucks or something? Was it a food, you know?
They got more than a food truck, but there are plenty of food trucks right around the campus there.
Love it.
That's for sure. All right, Texas basketball now knows its first-round opponent in the NCAA Tournament. The Longhorns will take on the Rams of Colorado State after CSU just smacked Virginia 67-42, the final score from Dayton last night. And the game sucked. Virginia had 14 points at halftime. They didn't get to 20 points until there was 14 minutes left in the game.
We told you that they have a hard time scoring.
Yeah, people were asking me all week long, who would I rather play? Who would I rather play? And my answer was always Virginia because I thought Virginia sucked. And sure enough, we all found out last night that Virginia does, in fact, suck. They shot 25% from the floor. They were 3 of 17 from deep. I mean, the game was never close. Colorado State looked pretty good. You give them some credit. But sometimes, Buck, the people are right. And we talked about how Virginia was the worst team in the field of 68. They were the lowest ranked team on KenPom out of any of the at-large bids. And they looked
screwed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, St. John's got screwed. Oklahoma got screwed. Providence got screwed. Seton Hall. I mean, all the teams that just missed the cut.
Yes.
They have every right to be pissed after watching Virginia play last night.
Yeah, that was not – you're supposed to get the best teams you can get, and that was horrible. That was a horrible display. But for Colorado State, they've got some shooters. They got some athletes on their squad. And, you know, for Texas, they're going to have to defend. And they're going to have to – the guy I worry about is Asmus. I need him for scoring, but he's going to have to play some defense. I don't know if he can cover those dudes at guard. You know, that one dude you were talking about from Texas, that guy can ball.
That guy – didn't do that much last night. Isaiah Stevens, who's the leading scorer and assist man for Colorado State.
What did he end up with last night?
He had 5 points. He only took 5 shots. You're thinking of Joel Scott, the kid who balled out.
Yeah,
he had 23 points. Yeah, he's another starting guard on that CSU.
That's the one. I mean, somebody's going to have to guard those guys.
Yeah, well, that's the scary part about that game last night is, look, say what you will about Virginia. I mean, that team finished 3rd place in the ACC during the regular season. Now, the ACC was not as good as it usually is, but still, like, I mean, Virginia, they got a national championship winning head coach. That's a team that I think was 22-10 in the regular year, 23-10, excuse me, in the regular year. Like, should they have been in the tournament? No. But were they complete dog shit? No, of course not.
No, they can defend. They didn't defend last night at all.
No, they didn't do anything right last night. But that's the scary part is Colorado State beat a decent team by 25 points, and their best player, the guy who is the reason they're in the tournament, only scored 5. So it's like, okay, that guy's going to have a good game, you would think, on Thursday against Texas. Like, he's not going to have 2 no-show games in a row. But for CSU, once again, they didn't need him. They were still able to dominate Virginia for 40 minutes.
That's the guard play that, you know, you talk about when it comes to tournament time. If one isn't on, the other guy's on. I mean, if they're both on, that's a real problem, as I said, because Asmus is going to have to defend somebody.
Yeah.
And, you want him for scoring, but he can't not show it all to defend. And those guys can get their shots,
Yeah, they
They're really
can.
good athletes. They can go to the hole. They can pull up on you, and they don't hesitate to shoot. That's a group. Those two guards don't even hesitate. They don't blink. Once they come over half court, you got to be aware of them taking all kinds of crazy shots,
Yeah, they were pretty aggressive. They played downhill last night. They got to the rim seemingly at will. They just outmuscled Virginia. And you're right, Virginia is one of the best defensive teams in the country. They are every year. But, Colorado State, especially in the second half, they put up 40 in the second half against Virginia. You don't see that happen all that often. I mean, Virginia gives up like 59 points a game in the regular season, and Colorado State in one half put up a 40-piece.
Yeah, but it wasn't like Virginia didn't have the shots. They had guys missing it. They took some threes that just banged off the rim. If they leave Dessou open like that, they'll have a problem. If they just say, okay, here's another big man that can't shoot, then they'll have a problem. He'll burn them. I think he's going to have a great game against them.
Yeah,
because they're very aggressive. He's going to go to the line. He's going to use his body down low. And these guys they're good athletes, but there's some hackers down there too.
Yeah. I mean, Virginia's two best players combined to go 6 of 29 last night with Beekman and McNeely. So they know show, but give Colorado State credit. I mean, Colorado State is a top 40 team in offensive and defensive efficiency, according to KenPom. And you look at KenPom's projection right now for tomorrow's game between the Longhorns and the Rams. I mean, KenPom says Texas is going to win, but their final score projection, 73-72.
Yeah, I thought it would be a 4-point. I was thinking a 4-point line.
I don't know what the Vegas line is for this game yet. I'm not sure if it's come out yet, but if you're sitting here thinking that, this is going to be some sort of easy win, I think you're crazy. And I bring the stat up. Buck. I got to bring it up again. I have to bring it up again. And this is not to scare you, but this is to just make sure you're not automatically assuming the Longhorns are going to win tomorrow. The first 4 has been around for 12 years. In 11 of those 12 years, a team that played in the first 4 ended up advancing to the round of 32, which means they won a game in the first round of the actual NCAA tournament. So either Texas or Florida is in trouble. That's what history would tell you. So this will not be easy for the Longhorns. Apparently, Texas is a 2.5-point favorite. Thank you for that one, Scott. But I'm just saying, these first 4 teams, they use those games as a springboard to actual tournament success. And the way Colorado State played last night, Buck, you'd think they can carry some of that momentum into tomorrow's game.
Yeah, they've got a game under their belts now, and now they'll be ready to go. Like you said, the one dude that scored 5 is going to wake up, and if both those guards are awake, I don't know who covers. I mean, Mitchell has to cover somebody. I mean, one guy's small, but the other guy's not that small. I mean, he's stout enough to get to the rim, and he's athletic enough. They have really good athletes on Colorado State's team. Yeah. I just think this team, if Texas can understand, the ball has to go through Dessou. He's the guy. He's the guy in this basketball game. It can't be shooting jumpers from the outside. It can't be Cunningham coming in and firing balls. Once he first gets in, even you can go through Dessou, get to some of their bigger guys in foul trouble. Guard's going to be there, but you're going to have to defend the guards. That worries me for the little guy. It just does. If he has one of those nights where he scores 16, but the other guy scores 30, that scares me because it's not like they can't get their shots over Asmus. A lot of people, even some of the not so great players, can get their shots over him or take him. But there's a lot of times where he's not going to defend them because he knows he's more important on the offensive side of the ball. But he can't just let guys go.
Right. He tries defensively. He's not one of those guys who just intentionally takes plays off on defense. He's just a little smaller and a little weaker and a little slower than some of the guys he goes up against. So
these guards are good.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, my guess is, Isaiah Stevens, the kid out of Allen, he's Colorado State's best player, even though he only scored 5 last night. Right. I guess Tyrese Hunter will be matched up against Stevens.
Okay,
right.
That makes sense.
Hunter's your best perimeter defender. Stevens is their best perimeter offensive player. That's probably the move there. And then Joel Scott, the guy who was CSU's best player last night, he's 6'6", 6'7". Like you can put Dylan Mitchell on that guy. Maybe Brock Cunningham gets some run. But my guess is that's the second tallest player they have in their starting lineup. Dylan Mitchell is the second tallest player Texas usually starts behind Dylan Dessou. So my guess is, Dylan Mitchell is going to be tasked with guarding Joel Scott. and
They
you
move the
gotta
ball
do
around pretty well. So if you play some zone
yeah.
against them, they move the ball. They're good. They're all pretty good handling the ball.
It's a well-coached team and a lot of back screens last night. I mean,
Yes.
they were moving well without the ball. Like, it was a good offensive game plan to attack what once again was a top 10 defense in the country
Yeah,
from
Virginia's
UVA.
everything we thought they were, except for I thought they were even better than that defensively. They were not last night.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Colorado State would win. The cousin put in some money on
Oh, yeah.
Colorado State. I told y'all it was going to be a low scoring game and to take the under. I didn't think it'd be that though. I didn't think it'd be 67-42. I mean, are you kidding me? Like, what an embarrassing performance. Virginia still has not won an NCAA tournament game since they won the title in 2019.
Not one
And
game.
not one tournament game. No, they were a 4 seed last year and they choked to Furman in the first round. They lost a 13-4 game. But yeah, that style of play obviously worked really well last decade, and it got Virginia. They were a 1 seed a couple of times. One of those years they lost to UMBC in that first ever 16-1 upset. But then the following season, they came back and won the whole thing. It's not working anymore. That style of play is just not good enough. And I don't know what Virginia does. They're not going to fire their head coach. Tony Bennett's too good, but he's got to change up the way he goes about his business because that was unacceptable for them. And yeah, unfortunately for Texas, they've got to play the better team. Virginia would have been the easier draw. That's who you should have wanted to play. And I think that became pretty clear and obvious watching that game last night.
Yeah, but they can lose to Colorado State. You're right.
Sure. Look, I'd still pick Texas. Like, I'm going to have Texas in my bracket winning that matchup. But once again, I'm not I think it's going to come down to the wire. And if Texas doesn't play well, then they could easily lose. They won't lose by 25, but they could easily lose to CSU if they have one of those, Hyde type performances that we've seen way too often from them.
Well, if they get the open shots that Virginia got last night, Texas will make some of those shots. Those guys in Virginia, you just like, man.
Yeah. I mean, Virginia was in like the low 190s when it comes to offensive efficiency on KenPom. Texas is number 19 in offensive efficiency in the country. So there's a massive difference in skill and talent, especially on the offensive end of the floor between Virginia and Texas. So yeah, CSU, as good as they looked last night, they got to know that it's a pretty big step up in competition for them.
Sure.
And, they flew right after the game last night to Charlotte. So, Texas obviously has the rest advantage because the Longhorns haven't played since last Wednesday. So hopefully Texas can look like the fresher team. But once again, freshness hasn't always mattered with those first 4 winners.
That's true.
That is true. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. Of course, we will really preview that game more tomorrow. It's 5:50, the tip-off time tomorrow night. Texas and Colorado State live from Charlotte. We'll talk more about that game tomorrow. We've got the Bucks bracket we've got to show you people. We've got some Texas football we've got to get into. By the way, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will join us at 9:15 this morning to help you fill out your brackets. Make sure to join our bracket challenge as well. It's free to enter, and we're giving away some great prizes, including a 55-inch TV from our man Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations. Link to sign up is in the description or on our Twitter account at TS Unfiltered. All right, Buck, before we shift gears here, how about some love to some sponsors?
How about our friends over at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services? Folks, they're at Monterey Oaks and 290 out south, and of course, Pond Springs Road up north, and everything you need to have a healthy garden, and of course, the landscaping around your wonderful home, folks. They've got it all. They've got the contractors there. So if you don't want to do it, believe me, the folks at Leaf will get you to the right contractor. Also, if you decide to do it yourself, believe they've got the shrubs, the trees, they've got roses, they've got veggies there right now. I'm going over there because I'm almost ready to go. It's now after spring break. This is when I do my planning generally. I will say it's time to do it after the spring break is over with. That next weekend, I'm ready to rock and roll. So I got guys coming to finish up the garden. So I'll be ready to do it because it's going to be a quick tomato season. It really is. It's going to be, by the end of April, the tomatoes are going to be nice and red and ready to go, BK, because by May, I think it's going to be a hot one. Nothing will be hanging around in the month of May. But if there are things that you still want to grow, find out from the folks at Leaf. They've got it all. They got all the fertilizers. But more importantly, let them do it for you. Let them talk about the right soils, the right mixture that you need. They've got all the landscaping soil that you need there too. But if you want to do it yourself, talk to them first. Don't just start doing stuff like experimenting like the Buck used to do. There's no reason to waste your money in buying plants that are going to survive in the state of Texas. That's craziness. But then again, I am crazy. But you don't be crazy. You take care of your money. But you can do that with Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, 2 locations, Monterey Oaks and 290 out south, and of course, Pond Springs Road up north. Let Leaf do the work for you, and they will do the work for you. Because I'm going to start canning my vegetables this year, BK. How about that? How about myself and my wife canning tomatoes? I'm going to get into the squash. Yes, I don't want to eat squash, but I'm going to eat it. Zucchini, all of that stuff, cucumbers, and I may even pickle some of those cucumbers. That's right. I'm the regular green thumb guy now.
Are you going to sell this stuff?
No, I'm going to use it instead of going and getting, spaghetti. I go and buy my spaghetti and meatballs. Why not do that stuff here? Why not have your own spaghetti sauce? Why not have your own tomato sauce, tomato paste right here?
You're going to grow a spaghetti tree?
No, I'm going to have to buy that stuff. I'm going to have to go to Whole Foods and get the noodles and all that kind of crap. I'm not making my own. I'm not. This is not Green Acres. Green Acres is next door to me. Okay.
But you're going to make your own sauce with all the stuff you're growing in the garden.
Yes, absolutely. Canning tomatoes. There's a lot of folks that can tomatoes. I've missed out on the lettuce season. The old lettuce rancher didn't get it, and now it's too late. Too warm for the lettuce. But I'll be ready for I'll be ready for the winter months next year, and I'll be bringing you clumps of great lettuce, different types of lettuce. That's right.
And I will be bringing my trash can clumps of great lettuce after you bring them to me. Thank you very much to Leaf Landscape Supply. Also, shout out to SendTexTickets.com. Hey, the Texas women, their NCAA tournament run starts on Friday, and their first 2 games are here in Austin at the Moody Center. If you want to be in the building for the first and second round matchups for the Longhorns, go to SendTexTickets.com. Also, they've got tickets to the NASCAR races out at COTA this weekend, tickets to concerts and Broadway shows and every event coming to town. They've got seats for you right there online at SendTexTickets.com. Use your phone, use your computer. It doesn't matter. They have the seats for you. It's so easy to use, and you're supporting a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com.
This is the day. This is my golf day, so I'll have about 2 or 3 Ollipops today out there on the golf course out at Lake Cliff. This is generally the day when I get that thirst up there. I'm supposed to stay hydrated, but you can't stay hydrated if you're drinking Coca-Cola. That's not going to do it. That's not good. That sugar is just going to give you the quick buzz, and then you're going to go straight on down. But with the Ollipop, it's got all the ingredients that I need, and plus it tastes like soda. So I can pour that bad boy over ice out there while I'm playing today. When I'm shooting 67, it is on today. Scarecrow is ready to go. See, got my Puma cap on.
There you go.
Check out my Puma cap. Only thing about it, it's almost close to an Aggie color, but it's not quite there. So
you're going 67 on the front 9 today?
Yeah, it's happening today. After watching Scotty Scheffler, I'm ready to roll. I got a little Scotty in me. That's what I got. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to I got to watch how I say that too.
Gross.
I mean, his putter. I'm like, I got his putting stroke.
Oh, you got his putter inside of you.
Oh, no, I don't want to say that either around you.
You're saying his flat stick is inside of you.
No. It's just that I'm going to play very similar to the way he played this last weekend. How's that?
I'm sure you weren't.
Really?
Yeah. Shout out to Ollipop, though.
Most likely play like Jordan Spieth played. I'll be home before the weekend.
More likely. Yep. Ollipop, the classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin. Of course, they've got some other great flavors, the grape, the strawberry, vanilla, cream soda, tropical punch. I mean, it tastes so good, and it's good for you. You're supporting your digestive health every time you drink a can of Ollipop. Pick it up at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, all across the Austin area, all over the state of Texas. You can find Ollipop. It is a game changer.
It is
a game changer. All right, Buck, let's get into some Longhorn football here. Before we hear from Steve Sarkeesian and talk about day 1 of spring football, today is Texas Pro Day.
Yes.
Down on campus. So you had 11 Longhorns who were invited to the combine.
Wow, a lot of scouts.
And you'll have a bunch of scouts here in Austin today getting more insight and intel on all of these Longhorns who will be in the NFL draft coming up in April. By the way, Quinn Ewers will be throwing today. Obviously, Quinn Ewers coming back to Texas for another year, but he will be throwing passes to Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell and Jordan Whittington and Keelan Robinson and all of the other players, Jatavion Sanders in there as well. So that'll be pretty cool for Quinn Ewers to get to showcase his stuff early to NFL folk. But what are you looking out for today? Is there anything that has your eyes, your ears, your attention when it comes to Longhorn Pro Day down on the 40 acres?
I need Sanders to run a legitimate 4.6 in the low 4.6s today. He's at home now. He should be more comfortable. He understands the mark that he needs to set today. I don't expect him to shoot out. Now, somebody at home may have him timed at 4.5 something. Most likely not if he's the high 4.6 guy. But if he can get 4.6 flat, 4.61, 4.62, I'll be good with that as a big tight end. You know what? Because he's going to catch. He's going to lift well. He's going to drill out well. It'll be big for him. Once again, the big man, Sweat, they're going to stick him on the scale. They're going to want to put him on a scale.
Oh, yeah.
Today. And see how much he's lost in the last couple of weeks.
Can you fudge the scales? I know you can fudge the 40 times. Can you fudge what shows up on the scale?
No, especially if a pizza box happens to slide out of his back pocket or something, I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
That entire pizza box?
Yeah, if the entire pizza box comes out, I don't think so. It's hard to hide that. When you step on that scale in those gray shorts, it's just kind of he looks okay with that weight, but they don't want him to play it that way. They're just not going to want to. As I said, he's going to be writing a lot of checks to a team. If he's what if he's 355 today?
Would love that. And Zay actually made that prediction on Chip and Zay yesterday. By the way, you can hear Chip Brown and Zay Collier from 1 to 3 on Texas Sports Unfiltered. T'Vondre Sweat weighed in at 366 at the Combine. I mean, that was this month, right? That was just a couple of weeks ago. And Zay made the prediction that he's going to be 355 today. I think NFL teams would really like that. I don't know if that's realistic to shed that much weight over that little amount of time. And I think, look, T-Sweat, we don't know exactly what he was playing at this past season at Texas.
Over 370 probably.
I mean, he was listed at like 364.
Right.
And my thought was he was going to try to be like closer to 350, if not 345 by the time the Combine got there. And instead, he ended up showing up fatter, at least on paper, than what he was this past year. So I don't know. Like, part of me is like, okay, he had from January 1st, which was the date of that Sugar Bowl, to early March to shed some weight. Maybe he did. Maybe he was 370, 375. So he did lose some pounds, but I thought he would lose more, and he didn't over the span of 2 months. Now, over the span of 2 weeks, I'm expecting him to lose 11 pounds. I don't know if I see that happening.
No, I don't see that happening. He may lose maybe 4 or 5 pounds. He's not losing 11 pounds unless they find a way to fix the scale somehow.
If he's 360, that's okay, right? I mean, that shows that he's lost 6 pounds, and then maybe teams are like, okay, well, that means
he's trying. Yeah, he's trying. I mean, he's a good player, but once he gets, like I said, once they draft you and once you sign a contract with them, now they're going to ask for a certain weight and what we really think you should be. And every time they weigh you, and he may be one of those weekly guys, they're going to get a piece of money back from him, I got to believe, unless he just can get to a certain weight. He's just a big man. He just is. I got to believe he's coming in there today. He's not coming in there wearing a 2-piece today. That's not happening. He's still going to be in a 1-piece. So
a 1-piece? Well, he's wearing a swimsuit?
Yeah, he's not coming in there with a 2-piece on. He's not losing that much weight. You know what I'm saying? That he can 2-piece it yet. He's a onesie. He's coming in there in a onesie.
He's what, a couple 100 pounds away from a 2-piece.
Come on, man. You can still get in there. You can get in there with a 2-piece.
Why is he wearing a bikini anyways? What are we talking about?
Because if you come in there in a 2-piece, the guy's going to go, damn, he's lost a lot of weight. But if you come in there in that onesie and that thing is stretched out in all the different angles and stuff.
You want him to go like Zeke Elliott crop top on top and then.
Yeah. If he can show me that.
Oh, that crop top's going to be fighting for its life.
Yes, that thing's going. That onesie is going to be hurting it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Coming out from all the different angles, But that's right. If he can show that he can lose, 6 or 7 pounds, okay, we can live with that. Maybe we won't. Maybe our number won't be as low when you get here, because we know what you can do. But that's the main thing with him, because he's going to do everything else pretty well.
Yeah, I thought
going to tell him that you can do it even better at this weight. This is what We're the ones paying you. This is what we feel like you can do at this weight.
Yeah, I thought he was solid at the combine, right? I mean, the
Sure.
weight was a little bit of a downside for me, but I thought all of the drills were pretty good for T'Vondre Sweat. I thought he moved pretty well despite
Sure.
being 366. Maybe he triples down. Maybe he's just like, this is who I am. Love it or leave it. Like, I'm going to be around 360, 365 when I get drafted to your NFL team. And look,
I just have to pay the freight every week.
Well,
until you understand that I'm doing pretty daggum good, and you stop doing this to me.
Well, he's not going to have to pay if he plays like he did last year, right?
Right.
Like if he gets to camp, even if he's 365, but he starts throwing dudes around like he did all season long at Texas, then okay, you're good. Stay at that weight. We don't want you losing any weight because this is working. I think it only becomes an issue if he starts adding more weight, or I should say, or the production is not where it needs to be. But they're not gonna start finding him from the jump. Like, even if he is 365 today and 365,
they're gonna see what he can do at that weight.
Yeah, when he shows up to camp, in the summer, rookie mini camp, if he's like looking really good even at that weight, then they'll say, all right, just stay there, don't get any fatter. But if you keep playing like that, we're all good here.
That's true.
So, yeah, I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to today. I want to see Jordan Whittington do something, because he couldn't participate at the Senior Bowl because he was hurt. He couldn't do any of the drills at the Combine because he was hurt. I don't know. Like, the word on the street is that we think he's healthy enough to go today, but this is Jay Witt's only chance to impress NFL people to the point where he could get drafted at any point in April's draft. So, I mean, look, it's between 6th, 7th, and UDFA for Jordan Whittington.
Yes.
As of right now, because he hasn't done anything in front of NFL people, I would guess he's not going to get drafted.
Well, so, his history is not good for this.
Injury-wise?
Yes. I mean, they're going to look at that and they're going to go, man, this guy going to be hard to make the club in the tub, and this guy's in the tub an awful lot.
Sure. Yeah, he was healthier his last couple of years, but you're right.
Yes,
early on in his Texas career, he was dealing with all sorts of ailments. And yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get to participate today, I think there's a 0% chance he gets drafted. And I'm not sitting here telling you that if Jay Witt does get to run today, that he's a lock to get picked somewhere.
Because you don't know what he's going to run.
Yeah, and it's always a crapshoot, right? If you're like 6th, 7th round projection, then there's a damn good chance you're going to be a UDFA.
And most of the times you want to be that anyway, because you can go to the team you want to go to that may want you.
That's a good point. But yeah, can we see something from Jay Witt? Is that hamstring healthy enough for him to run, for him to do some of the on-field drills, for him to just do something besides talk, which that's all he's done at this point in the pre-draft process. So
you realize Priest Holmes was a free agent out of college? Priest Holmes never got drafted. And he and I talked, and he wanted desperately to go to the Dallas Cowboys.
I
talked to his running back coach, and I said, the Ravens want you so bad, dude. They want you. They want you in Baltimore, and from Baltimore to the Chiefs. They wanted him. There was 2 teams that really wanted him. The Cowboys did not want anything to do with him. But that's where he obviously, being from San Antonio, he wanted to play for the Cowboys. He was going to do anything he could to get out there and play. I said, dude, they don't want you.
Yeah, go somewhere. Don't just wait for the Cowboys. If they're not going to bring you in, you got to go to somebody who will.
Yes.
And yeah, Baltimore. I always forget. He spent his first 3 or 4 years with the Ravens.
Yes.
Had a really good season, right? One really good year
with the Ravens. Yes. And then when he got to Kansas City, he was on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, he almost became, you're talking about close. He had Hall of Fame numbers.
Yeah, he did.
First couple of years with Kansas City.
He was a 3-time first-team All-Pro. 3 years in a row, he was the first-team All-Pro running back, was also the Offensive Player of the Year one time in Kansas City. I think he won a Super Bowl with the Ravens, right? That was his last year in Baltimore.
Yep.
The year they beat the brakes off the Giants, and then Ray Lewis murdered somebody.
Allegedly, yeah.
Not
Congratulations, murderer.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Shooter McGavin. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, sometimes guys prefer to go undrafted versus being selected in the 7th round to some shitty team.
Yeah, if you told me Jonathan Brooks got drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs, I would be like, yeah, because Kansas City has had some really good luck with Longhorn running backs. Jamal Charles, Priest Holmes. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, players like Derek Johnson, forget it, just players that have come from University of Texas to Kansas City. They've had great players.
I'd be surprised if the Chiefs went running back with their first or second round pick. And for Jay Brooks, it's more than likely second round. The Chiefs have pick 64 overall. Of course, the last pick of the second round. Like that's about the range you're seeing Jonathan Brooks going in these mock drafts. But I don't think, they got Pacheco. Who's a 7th round young guy who they're not paying a whole lot of money to. So,
Look, have a really good, solid backup. And once again, that guy, that gives him a nice year to heal up. And then all of a sudden get in the rotation of that,
I think they're going to take a Longhorn. I think they're just going to take a receiver. Like I think they're going to take Mitchell or Worthy at 32. So they'll go to the Texas well again. Like you said, it's worked incredibly well for them. As Gabe says, Alex Okafor, Charles Omenihu, a couple of other guys. Yeah, no, the Chiefs, they love drafting Longhorns or just bringing Longhorns in. So I think, there's a really good chance at least one Texas player gets drafted by Kansas City. And my guess is it's one of those 2 receivers with that final pick of the first round. But if they go Worthy at 32 and then Brooks at 64, I already like the Chiefs. I'll like them even more after that. I think every Longhorn fan's going to like them even more.
Oh, for sure.
After that. Also, Jalen Ford, right? Jalen Ford didn't do a whole lot at the combine. Dealing with some sort of ailment. He just did 1 or 2 of the off-field drills. I think he did like a vertical jump and a broad jump, and that was it. He didn't run the 40. He didn't do any of the on-field activities. So he's in a much better spot than Jordan Whittington. Like Jalen Ford's going to get drafted. But if he has a really strong pro day, maybe he creeps into day 2 and could be a 3rd round pick. I think right now he's probably 4th, maybe 5th. But if he can showcase some stuff today, then he's a guy who could maybe make himself a little bit of money.
Yeah, there's a couple guys. I'm thinking the cornerback.
Oh, Watts?
Yeah, this is opportunity now. You're at home. They're expecting some really nice things from you. They want to see you move your hips, how you turn, how you run. He had some good times. He had things happen to him that were really, really good. But this is it. This is your optimal workout right here. You are there. You're at home. You should be comfortable. All the things that you've been practicing at your home base, that's what the scouts want to see today. They want to see you be real fluid in your movements because you're here. You're not under the real microscope of being in Indianapolis. You're home. So they expect you to do a good job here. If you get under the bench press and they're asking you to bench 225, 20, if you did it at the combine, you did it 16 times, they're expecting you to do it 20 times at home.
Mm-hmm.
They're not expecting you to be worse at home in anything.
No,
they expect you to be better.
Yeah, I thought Watts had a good performance in Indy. He's a day 3 draft pick right now, and he could be borderline UDFA. But you're right. Yeah, I think these pro days matter more to guys like that. Like Byron Murphy. Murphy can do no wrong. I don't know if Byron Murphy's going to do a whole lot today.
He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, like Xavier Worthy's not going to run a 40 today. That'd be the dumbest thing ever. He already set the combine record for a 40. He's not going to do that today. I don't think A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah, they're going to catch balls. That's about all they need to do.
Yeah, like certain guys are fine, but the Ryan Wattses, the Jalen Fords, the Keelan Robinsons,
Christian Jones,
maybe Christian Jones a little bit. Yeah, like the guys who aren't going to be 1st or early 2nd round picks. Those are the dudes that really need to impress today.
Yeah, Christian Jones can really solidify himself, in the draft today. Mm-hmm. This is big for him today. They can see him, at home, do some great things, some drills. They'll set up some drills, but I don't know. Maybe Coach Flutz is right there with him. They're going to have him right there to talk about this kid.
Sure.
And they'll be head coaches because of the 2 wide receivers, 2 first-round guys, and the defensive guy. They're not only going to be it's not going to be just about scouts. They're going to be coaches, and some head coaches will show up here.
Absolutely. Yep. Pro day today down on campus. Of course, spring ball started yesterday for the current team. The first.
Like you say, they're coming to look at Quinn Ewers too. They're all coming to look and see him at practice today. They're going to be at practice. They'll be watching him throw to guys today. They get a look. When you get a look at a quarterback who may be a high draft choice, you do it. They'll be looking at Arch Manning and see what the future is like. They can say, well, I saw him when he was a sophomore at UT. I've been following him ever since. I watched him up live and in person. they're going to want to watch practice too.
Well, they don't get to watch practice because there's not practice today. It's just the pro day
Okay.
today. So they'll practice again tomorrow, I believe, because the coaches are with the pro day guys, right? Like they can't run an actual practice because they're hanging out talking to NFL people and doing pro day, right?
So if there's no legitimate practice, they're off today. Then.
Yeah. I don't think Arch will be there, but it's smart, like you said, for Quinn. It's a good bit by him to get a early impression on these NFL folk. And look, they already know who Quinn Ewers is. They've been watching him play the last couple of years. This guy
They'll get a chance to talk to him. They'll get a chance to pull him over to the side, talk to him, see what kind of kid he is,
Yeah, no, I think it's a great move by Quinn to do it, and hopefully he plays pretty well today and is throwing. Look, it's underwear, but hopefully he is able to turn some heads with what he does. And you want the guys who are going pro right now to have good days, but you also want Quinn Ewers to have a really, really good showing today as well.
They're also going to look. Kelvin Banks will show his body around there somewhere today.
Oh yeah,
he's going to walk through there, and they're going to look at him and go, "Damn."
Yeah, can we draft that guy this year, please?
Yeah, that's the look, and they'll be talking to him. There'll be guys pulling him aside, teams pulling him aside, and talking about his future and asking him a bunch of questions. This is where you ask a lot of personal questions, which is good, and you get to get a kid on his campus, and he can tell you what he thinks. They'll ask him school questions. You hear that? They'll ask him about school. They'll ask him about why. I don't know. Is there an NFL school?
Why the hell do NFL teams care about school?
They do. They want to know about you personally. What's your personality? I mean, how coaches get to treat you, especially if an offensive line coach is from some team from Kansas City or the Giants or something, and he gets a chance to talk to you personally.
Hey,
they're going to ask you. They're going to put their arm around you if they get their arms up on that big dude.
You know this better than I do. If you can play, the NFL will take you. They got murderers, they got rapists, they got felons, they got all sorts of guys in the history of the NFL.
Of really nice people.
Yeah,
play in their league.
I'm not advocating. I'm not saying, hey, go do that stuff, Texas players. But if you can play, they'll forgive all that stuff.
They'll find a way. But they do like good people. There are a lot of good people who get paid a little bit extra than felons.
Yeah, Ray Lewis did great. Oh wait, no, he's a murderer.
Oh, that guy,
Aaron Hernandez.
Joe Mixon is.
Oh, Joe Mixon. Oh, Joe Mixon just got a new contract, and he's made tens of millions of dollars, even though he's a known piece of shit. Oh, what?
Yeah, yes, there's a lot of those there too.
Everyone knew about that guy not being a good person, and he was still drafted high, and he's had a long career. Like, yes, you should be a good person, but that doesn't make or break whether or not you can play in the NFL.
Okay, I would prefer to have a good person playing for me.
There you go.
I'd like to, if I had an opportunity to be close to him, I'd like to ask him what are some of his other interests. That's okay. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's important to guys. If the line coach goes back and tells the head coach or general manager, this is a nice young man, he's going to do the things we need him to do. No, he's not going to be throwing women off of balconies or punching them in the gut. He's a good guy. I got a chance to meet with him. That helps. It doesn't hurt you to be a good person.
Here's where you and I differ, right? And most people would agree with you and not with me. But if I ask a kid, what are your hobbies? And he starts talking about school and how much he loves class.
Yeah.
That's a red flag for me.
What?
That's an indictment. Yeah, I don't want that. I want the kid to say,
I love the weight room.
I don't go to class because I'm always lifting weights. I'm always getting extra work.
That's what you want, huh?
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's what I want my guy to say.
Did you get right back to class after spring break? You want the kid to go, hell no, I didn't. I'm still on spring break, bub. That's the guy you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, bub.
That's what I'm looking for. Bub. Oh,
yeah.
My God.
Thanks a lot, weather boy.
Oh, look who it is. I see our man a little early today, and we'll take him. We love our guy, Lee Sterling, who is a regular on Bucky and BK during football season, giving out advice and picks for your cousins all football season long. But of course, with the madness of March upon us, we had to bring him back to help y'all with your brackets. We go now to the unsponsored guest line here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Nice. Our man Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports and ParamountSports.com is joining us now. What's going on, Lee?
We need a sponsor.
yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll get that done.
Yeah, I like the hat, Bucky. Is that Puma?
Puma time.
Puma's Puma's making a comeback, huh?
Hey, I'm Puma shoes. I got to have those sneakers. I love Puma. I loved Puma when they first came out. Still love them. Puma.
Well,
I just have some ponies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, ponies. Go look at the videos. Dan Marino used to wear those when he started playing for the Dolphins. What's interesting about Puma and Adidas were very similar.
Yes.
They're low. I wear a lot of Adidas Gazelles. Remember the Gazelles?
Oh yeah, the Gazelles. Yes.
Yeah. So
that's for quarterback guys like you.
You don't wear the Gazelles?
No.
Brad?
I have no idea what y'all are talking about right now.
Go Google Adidas Gazelle. It is a sharp looking shoe. So
it was for wide receivers, BK. It was for specialists.
Right. Yeah. Not third string outside linebackers.
No. Only the best were those babies.
Oh, yeah. That is great.
You wouldn't wear Puma, Brad? Or Adidas?
I've got some Adidas for sure.
Pull it up. Pull up Adidas Gazelles.
Is this what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And like a black or a blue. That's sharp.
I had the blue ones.
Yeah.
Hey, Lee, this guy would wear anything. He would take money from the Live Tour. He doesn't believe in the PGA anymore. The PGA.
Oh my! Are you kidding me, Brad?
Well, Lee, we're just trying to get Live Golf as a sponsor for Texas Sports Unfiltered, so we can all retire within the next couple of years. So I'm making sure to praise that tour as much as I can.
Bucky, let's be honest. Brad's wardrobe, TJ Maxx.
No, Marshalls, dude. He's Marshall.
That's pretty much the same thing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'll get some socks from there. You know, there's once in a while you find a gem there.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
I mean, it's got to be in your repertoire, you know, of shopping for stuff, but it certainly can't be number one. If it's number one,
I've never been
a good sign.
I've never been in a TJ Maxx. I've never been in the store. No.
Yeah, it's like a kid. Did a running back ever call you Bub?
No, hell no.
That would have been the last time the running back ever talked to Bucky. If he
hey Lee, I know you got some stuff for us, but I was telling BK that the Kansas City Chiefs, boy, if they had some great luck with Longhorn players.
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness, as I said, Priest Holmes going from Baltimore to Kansas City. Derek Johnson, Charles Omenihu. Who else did they say? One of the Okafors, I guess, played.
Alex Okafor, yep.
They've had some really good luck with Longhorn players. And it's pro day at Texas today. And if you get into that, when teams get into that kind of deal, when they go to certain colleges, and I don't care if they haven't had guys drafted forever. If they get a 6th-round pick that becomes a star in the NFL, they go back to those places.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what a player. They just go back.
And they also it goes beyond that. Also the coach.
Yeah.
They can trust the coach to give them an honest opinion of what's going on. So they're like certain teams, they just keep making mistake after mistake. Right. They're not asking the right questions. You got to ask, does this kid, if he's a quarterback, if he's on his tablet, he's studying. Like Russell, when he went to the Raiders, I mean, they should have known there was a lot of red flags on the kid. So
right. Well, I mean, when you're looking, when you're looking at these guys, it's just the consistency is important to NFL scouts. And now we're talking about pro day and coming to your college. Their expectations are really, really high. Their expectations are you're going to be a little nervous in Indianapolis, obviously at the combine with all the eyes, the TVs on you. But when you come to your own camp, when they come to your campus, they expect you to be at your best. That's kind of almost your last opportunity with them.
Who were the top 2 or 3 teams you looked for, Bucky, when you were recruiting a running back at Texas?
I did a lot of stuff out of kids out of when I got Troy Stratford out of New Jersey. Right. So I would go back to his high school again and again because, like you said, the coach would give you the straight up: is this running back that's replacing him? Is he that good? And and high school coaches are very straight up. They don't give you that. Oh no, you'll get him. You'll make him better. He was a fumbler in high school, but when he gets to you, he won't fumble. They'll just tell you, no, dude fumbles too much. High school coaches are very upfront when it comes to that.
But what about when you were talking to a kid? When you talked to a kid, what were some of the 2 or 3 questions that you asked that you wanted to know?
Well, first of all, because I had to recruit for Boston College, so academically, kids had to be pretty good.
Right.
I as I always told the story of the kid in New York, up in New York, when I went to his house. Every time I came into the house, they had the TV on. I was coming there to spend about 1 hour with them. They would have their favorite show on every time I came to the house. And one time, I actually got up and turned the sound down on their TV because I told them how important it was that I was coming to recruit their son. I mean, they're all sitting there. I went over, I turned the TV down, and that's in somebody's house, dude. And you don't mess around, and that's their favorite show. I said, well, this is important. I'm trying to give your kid a bunch of money to come here, but it also is the same house that a kid said. His mom said, I want him to be an engineer, and I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen his grades for over the last whatever. I said, do you mean toot toot? I said, is that what you mean? He goes, no, I want him to study engineering. And I was like, toot. By the way, that kid, that was it. That was my last visit.
Yeah.
And I was fine with him. I didn't want him.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend who is an academic advisor for a Division I, a high level football school. And I asked this person, what's it like when you meet with the parents and the kid? And they said, believe it or not, used to be, 20, 30 years ago, the parents would be like, what kind of courses, what are his study halls, things like that. But now almost every Division I kid, the parents want to know, what can he take so that he can stay eligible?
Yeah,
not a good sign.
No,
it's not. All right, Lee. We got some NCAA tournament talk to get into today. Buck, we're going to go region by region with Lee at first, and then we'll get maybe some Final Four predictions and some best bets for the opening rounds of the tournament. But we'll start with the East region, Lee. Of course, the defending national champs, the number 1 overall seed, UConn Huskies, the 1 seed there. What do you think about UConn, and what do you think about how that region stacks up?
So I got to see them in person over Thanksgiving when they played Texas. And I liked them before that. When I saw them, I'm like, oh my, you know what? They are scary good. They hit threes. They actually run some plays, unlike college basketball with 90% of the teams just run the weave. They work the ball inside. They defend the three-point line. And they also have a 7'2" center who's probably the best rim protector in college basketball. Their only weakness is their coach has rabbit ears. He's always listening to what's being said around. I was sitting second row, and he was looking back. He had his head on a swivel. But they gave him a tough region. Auburn's going to be a pretty tough out.
Yep.
They also might have to face Illinois or Iowa State. But the determining factor why I think, and you're not going to, I'm going to predict 2 number 1s, and then I'm going to go with some long shots. But they gave them basically 2 home court advantages. So in Brooklyn and Boston, they'll have literally 75, 80% of the fans in the building. When they played Texas, I couldn't believe it. Texas had maybe 300 fans there. UConn had like 12, 13,000. So, yeah, they come from everywhere. So I like UConn. I think they're the team. A couple first-round upsets. Duquesne. I think Duquesne has a shot, especially with the points against BYU. BYU loves to shoot that 3 ball. They're not real hot right now. And then also Drake. Drake is one of those teams that, they try to set up these storylines where they might play Iowa State in the second round. I think Drake can take out Washington State, who might just be happy being there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, Lee, what about the we go region to region. Now we go to Houston's region, the South, the top right portion of the bracket. Houston looked as good as anybody in college basketball until that Big 12 tournament final where they just got steamrolled by Iowa State. Does that change your opinion on the Cougs this year? How do you see this region shaping up?
Well, I was hoping it wouldn't happen so I could maybe get some better odds on them losing, but they just have too many games every year when it's important where they go not 5 or 6 minutes. They'll go like 8, 10, or 12 minutes where they don't have a basket, and you can't do that. So I think that they have the toughest – you talk about the top of a region. If Texas A&M beats Nebraska, They got to play Texas A&M again, and Texas A&M already played them down to the wire without 2 starters and lost by 3. I think it helps to play them again a second time in the season after you've seen their defense. And then right below that is Wisconsin, a 5, and Duke, a 4. So you talk about a Saturday-Sunday matchup. That should be some great games there. I'm going to step out. I'm going to say Texas A&M is going to go to the Final Four.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, BK and I have been talking about this A&M team. They're playing some of the best basketball in the country. Houston looks a little tired, Lee. Their coach can wear on you a little bit with, I mean, he's in their ear all the time. You know, they play that crazy defense, and they've been playing it now. All of a sudden, they come out of where they played before and now play in the Big 12, and they don't stop playing hard. They just play defense the entire basketball game. They look tired to me right now.
I agree. That conference schedule might have done too much to them playing all the conference games. How about this? So A&M beat Iowa State without 3 starters. They took Houston down to the wire, lost by 3 without 2 starters, beat 2 number 2 seeds, and also beat Kentucky twice. I know they don't shoot the 3 ball well. They are a dangerous team, and another team. This line is off. I'm telling you, this might be my biggest first-round bet here. North Carolina State, plus 5.5 against Texas Tech. NC State is rolling right now. They're playing with house money here. They're thinking, what do we got to lose here? So I'm not going against a really hot team here. And people don't want to see teams like Texas Tech. They don't want to see, Michigan State with 14 losses in the tournament. Indiana State should have been in. They won their conference. They won their conference regular season and lost in the final game. How about South Florida, which blitzed Central Florida last night? South Florida won their conference, the AAC. They won it by 2 games and lost in the final game. They should have been in. Both those teams were red hot during the regular season.
South Florida had a bunch of wins in a row too, didn't they?
Yeah.
They have a big winning streak.
They have 3 losses since January 1st. Are you kidding me? So we'll go with NC State there. Plus the 5.5 points. They should be the favorite and also money line.
There we go. All right, Lee, down to the Midwest region where Purdue is the number 1 seed. Of course, they lost as a 1 seed last year to Fairleigh Dickinson. What's your confidence level in the Boilermakers, and who do you like coming out of the Midwest?
All right, so Purdue, if you gave them a glass of milk and it was like half full, you told them just to walk across the house and they get a prize, they would find a way to spill the milk. So they can't shoot free throws in the last 2 minutes. And Tennessee with Rick Barnes, I can't trust them either. Sometimes it's where you were placed in a bracket. I'm going to go with number 3 Creighton there. I think Texas has a shot against. I think they're going to take out. They obviously would have loved to have played Virginia, but you couldn't get that gift. I mean, Virginia scored 8 points and a half.
I think they had 14 in the first half. It felt
14, I'm sorry.
It felt like -8 though. I mean, you're not far off, Lee.
Right. And so I'm going to predict Texas wins the first 2 rounds and then loses to Creighton, who wins the Midwest. I like Creighton as the number 3 seed.
Okay. And then on to the 4th and final region of the men's bracket. We go out west. North Carolina, the 1 seed. Arizona, the 2. Of course, the Final Four is in Glendale this year. They're hoping for that home court advantage. This one, to me, could have some chaos, Lee. How do you see this thing shaping up?
It could, but I think maybe the only team that can take out North Carolina is Alabama. And Alabama can only play one way. That's run up and down the court. They don't play a stick of defense. So all 5 of their starters love to play gym basketball. So you probably know what that's all about, Brad, right? No setting picks or anything like that.
Nope.
Just wave your hand. I'm open all the time. 1-on-1. Come on. That's the new generation, right, Brad?
It is. It is, sadly. Yep. And
they come to my house. These young kids come to my house in their 20s. It's like they've never seen a pick. They don't want to set a pick. They don't know how to defend a pick and roll, nothing. So
Lee is picking guys in the driveway. They setting that tough screen in the driveway. Come on, kids.
Hey, when you're a backup guard that averaged like 2.5 points per game, I knew how to play the game, just couldn't shoot. So
there you go.
I like North Carolina. I think they'll take out Alabama in a high-scoring game. Also think Dayton could do some damage. Arizona, I can't trust it. Pac-12 was terrible. Yeah. I mean, outside of Pac-12 football, Pac-12 basketball was atrocious this year. They didn't play enough quad one teams here. So I'm going to say Dayton knocks off Arizona. You want my first round shocker? I'm going to go with New Mexico. I think they blow out Clemson. New Mexico with those three kids in the backcourt, Jalen House, Jamal Mashburn Jr., both those kids their fathers played in the NBA, and Donovan Dent, scary good. And they got a first-year player, JT Toppin, really good also. They're red hot here. I think they take out Clemson, which should not be a 6 seed. The line's telling you something. Clemson opened as a favorite. New Mexico's the favorite now. So don't wait any longer. New Mexico in the first round, and they might even take out Baylor. But I think North Carolina cuts down the nets. I think it's going to be UConn and North Carolina, left side of the bracket, and Texas A&M, and also Creighton on the right side. UConn, Creighton, and a UConn back-to-back repeat.
There you go.
About that, Texas A&M making it to the Final Four, and hey, we've seen a lot of lower seeded teams making it to the Final Four in recent years. So I like the bold call right there. I just don't like that you're going with A&M, and I hope they lose to Nebraska. No offense, Lee.
Yeah. And they can't. By the way, Nebraska's pretty good too, Lee, aren't they?
They are. But I think they're going to need to play with a lead. They're going to need to hit some 3 balls and pack it down. Just make A&M shoot from the outside.
That is great. All right, Lee, you might have already given your best bets for Thursday and Friday, but any other March Madness advice you've got for our listeners and viewers today?
People love the 5-12 seeds. So the 5 seeds have won, I think they're 53-99 since the tournament was expanded to 64 more teams. That's almost 35%. So if you played the money line, made a lot of money. Did not win last year for the first time in a long, long time. But I like Grand Canyon with Bryce Drew's third appearance in the tournament there. They're not just an online commuter school anymore. Grand Canyon got some money behind the program, got some really good transfer kids, and James Madison against Wisconsin. A lot of times you play 4 straight days like Wisconsin did in the last 2 against Purdue and also Illinois. They might be played out. So 12-5s, 11-6, always fun games. Anyone wants to get involved? How about this? We've only had 2 losing weeks in basketball since basketball started in mid-October. You want to hop on last year, it was $397 for the tournament, $197 for 3 weeks of action, just one place. And also we do baseball. Started off baseball with a win. It was on this morning. Always nice to have that in the background. I'm sure you were watching, right, Brad?
Oh, yeah. I didn't sleep last night. I was locked into the Sewell series going on. I love that stuff.
Yeah. So we had a first 5 innings play there, and we had a big season last year. All the specials were up on the website, ParamountSports.com.
Awesome. ParamountSports.com, the place to go to get all of your March Madness picks, your baseball picks, UFC, every sport all year long. Lee, you are the man. Always great to see you, my friend, and look forward to the next time.
Lee, be safe out there, buddy.
You too, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And, of course, the Lee Sterling segment is brought to you by our friends at Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, downtown Austin, 6th and Congress, the best jewelry store that you can find. And, well, I get it. There are a lot of jewelers out there, a lot of places you can shop for nice engagement rings and necklaces and pendants and earrings and all of that fine jewelry. But what separates Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers? It's the people. You walk in there, they're going to greet you with a smile. They're going to treat you like family. Bill Cohen, the 4th generation jeweler of the Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers family. That place has been around for more than 140 years here in Austin. Bill, the 4th generation owner of the shop. He knows everything there is to know about jewelry. But once again, he is going to treat you like a family member. Not one of those family members you hate too, like the family member that you're excited to go see.
Yes.
Bill, the entire team there. Buck, you can speak to it. You've been a customer at Cohen & Son for a long time.
They're a big part of the Mullet Open. You know, they do things for the Mullet Open, but when it's time for Christmas, when it's trying to get something special for my wife, that's where I head to every time.
Every single time. Free parking in downtown Austin.
And now you can get around because all these South by South people are gone.
The South by Southwest crowd is over.
Yes.
Thankfully. But yeah, free parking, 6th and Congress, right in the heart of downtown Austin, Texas, USA, America. Go see our friends Joe Cohen & Son Jewelers, and they will take care of you if you tell them you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. How about that? The Aggies in the Final Four. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, that makes me nervous because I got the Aggies, of course, beating Nebraska, but versus Houston, I said Houston is tired. That looks like a tired group versus an Aggie group that's got a lot of energy. They're playing a lot of energy, but I still took Houston. It's too hard for me to think that Houston team has been sitting there at number one for quite a while now, even though they're tired, can't beat Texas A&M. I just can't do it. I can't pull the trigger on that one.
I can't either. And
I'm pulling the trigger on NC State, though, to get to the Final Four. I like the way they're playing right now, and they got that left tackle playing center who is just a beast right now.
I'm sorry. You have NC State going to the Final Four?
Yeah.
Did I hear that? Okay. The 11 seed?
Yes. NC State is playing some of the best basketball in the country right now.
Oh, my God. All right.
Man, they don't have – who do they have to beat? They got to beat Texas Tech. Is that tough? No.
They got Texas Tech in round one. So if chalk happens in that South region, they'll have to beat Tech. They'll have to beat Kentucky. They'll have to beat Marquette. And then they'll have to beat Houston.
Yeah, I got them beating Marquette.
Oh,
I've got them, but I don't have Houston. I don't have Houston going to the – I don't have Houston. I have Duke beating Houston. Like I said, if they've got – if somebody can run with Houston and run them and make them move a lot, they're going to play great defense. But do they have enough firepower with their guards right now? Their guards have been so because I said they look tired. And when they look tired, that team looks tired. They've been defending like mad all season long. And they're going to have a hard time with the – you're right. Lee's right with the Aggies. They're going to have a hard time defending the Aggies right now. They're feeling pretty confident,
Yeah, that point guard, Wade Taylor IV, really good. The potential matchup between him and Jamal Shedd, the Big 12 Player of the Year, the first-team All-American, of course, from Manor. That could be a fun one if we get that in round two.
Shedd's been in foul trouble a lot lately at the end. He's been really aggressive.
I think I'm going to pick Nebraska to beat A&M, so that shows how much
in that deal right away.
Agree with Lee right there. We will show the people your bracket tomorrow morning. Of course, you've got until tomorrow morning to submit your brackets on our ESPN Texas Sports Unfiltered March Madness Tournament Challenge. But you sent me your bracket. I'm going to fill it out for you tonight online, and we'll show the people pick by pick what you have going on in your tournament. But, yeah, the biggest surprise, NC State going to the Final Four. I was going to have NC State beating Texas Tech, but I feel like everyone else has that happening. And there's too many people picking NC State, and I'm going to pick Texas Tech, I think, because –
don't even waste your time, your mark. Go ahead, take them.
Your mark you, because the NCAA tournament runs through Lubbock. Don't forget that.
Shot. You're going to give that group that shot.
I know.
Over that big left tackle.
I know.
Down low.
I know. I don't think Tech's going to win, but because everyone and their mother is picking NC State to beat Tech, then it's not going to happen. It's too popular of an upset pick. I don't like it.
And I like St. Mary's too, by the way. Lee likes he likes Crayola Crayon there, Grand Canyon or whatever it is. I like St. Mary's there.
Okay. Yep. St. Mary's had a really good year. They ended Gonzaga's ridiculously long streak of regular season West Coast Conference championships.
I think we got them roll tide too.
Oh, you got the Gales all the way to the Sweet 16? Do you have them getting past Carolina?
I have Carolina winning that game. But you know who I got who's playing okay right now is the Baylor Bears.
Yeah, you've got Baylor in your Final Four too, don't you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Very good. Very good. Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. The real madness gets going tomorrow. I know we had games last night, but shit, calling what we saw from Virginia a tournament game feels like an atrocity. That was painful to watch. I feel like I deserve hazard pay for sitting through that game last night. That one absolutely sucked. But, yep, the real fun gets going tomorrow. And yeah, shout out to Lee Sterling for joining us and giving y'all some picks to make some money.
I think what's tough is, BK, that for college basketball fans to see a not so healthy Kansas team play, I would have them going a lot further right now. But dude, they can only win. They may be able to win one game, and that's about it.
Yeah,
if they can win. But that's just weird for basketball fans because I think they were set into a pretty good bracket there. Even as good as South Carolina and Creighton's been playing, you know, I like where they would be because I think a healthy Kansas team would even be able to beat Purdue, Tennessee, anybody.
Yeah.
But right now, no way.
Well, they got the news yesterday that Kevin McCullough Jr. is being shut down. So one of the best players in the Big 12 all season long will not play in the NCAA tournament. And it doesn't seem like it's, if Kansas makes it to the second weekend, then they'll get McCullough back. No, he's done. So, yeah, I mean, there were already people picking Samford and Son to beat Kansas in the first round anyways. I think more people are going to pick that right now. I would still probably lean KU in round one, but if they do end up playing Gonzaga in the second round, like Gonzaga this year, not that great, but
still good enough to beat Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, Kansas has really struggled lately, and without McCullough, I mean, it's really a two-man show in Lawrence, and one of those men is not going to play. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of faith. Like, I'd be thrilled as a Texas and Kansas fan. I'd be thrilled if one of those teams makes it to the second weekend this year. I'm a little nervous that neither will. I honestly think Texas might have a better shot than Kansas does because Texas gets to potentially play Rick Barnes in round two, and regular season Rick has that moniker for a reason. But yeah, I think for me personally, it's going to be a pretty frustrating, short-lived tournament run.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong. All right, before we get back into some spring football, we got to mention the baseball team as well, and we still have the most disgusting video. We might do that next.
It's that disgusting?
I mean, it has to do with an airplane.
Of course.
And I am flying tonight, and if this happens on my flight, I am going to...
Please do not say you're asking to turn the flight around.
Well, I think they're going to have to turn the flight around because I'm going to be projectile vomiting all over the place.
That's fine. They got a barf bag. And just ask to borrow the barf bag beside you. That's all.
Yeah, I might need a few rows worth of barf bags if.
Well, here's what you got. You got carry-on. Pull the carry-on down. Tell them to pass it over to you and barf into your clothes.
No.
Wash them once you get there.
I'm not. You can't wash yak out of clothes.
Sure you can. No, it's harder to get ass out of jeans, but you can wash yak out of anything.
Man,
yak
I think
is easy.
Like back in college, I'm sure I threw up on clothes and washed them, but now I'm not throwing up as much anymore. Now, if I throw up on something,
it's gone.
Unless it's like super valuable. I mean, if it's like a nice ass suit that I have from K&G, because that's where I do my suit shopping. Respect. If it's one of those, then I'll keep it. But anything else,
gone.
Can't have it. Can't have it. It's like you stepping in shit when you're on the golf course.
No, shoes are gone. No, I'm not washing it off. They're going.
Goodness.
They're left in the golf cart where I stepped in the shit.
Yeah, right, exactly. Before we get to, we'll do the video next, actually, and then get back into some sports. Before that, though, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, 68 years in the business. We've had numerous people call us up and tell us they've called on Woods to come and fix their air conditioning. Now Woods does plumbing. And, folks, you're going to need that air conditioner coming up here soon. Believe me, the month of April is going to be a warm one. So get ready. If you've got problems with your air conditioning, Woods Comfort Systems, these are the folks that you want to call. I don't know if the heat's going to come back on anymore, BK. I think that time has probably almost come to an end. But we know damn sure that the air conditioner for about the next 6 months from here on in is going to be popping on a lot. And you want to make sure that if you've got a contract with Woods, that they'll come out once or twice a year to check everything before those seasons starts. Call them now. Get it done now before it kicks on and stays on. So Woods Comfort Systems, let those folks know that you heard all about Woods Comfort Systems through us. Believe me, they do appreciate it.
Yep, 512-842-5066. Once again, 512-842-5066. Check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com. And Michael C., one of our best listeners, a guy who's always tuned in, I know he reached out to Woods Comfort Systems a couple of weeks ago and had a good experience. So, Michael, favor to ask if you could mention that in a comment again. I'm going to send over some love to Woods Comfort Systems and try to hook you up as well. But yeah, make sure y'all mention when you do reach out to our sponsors, or when you do go visit our sponsors, make sure y'all tell them you heard about it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. They might hook you up, and obviously it helps us continue to grow as well. Love our great friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Also, check out the Autograph app in the YouTube description below. It's a free app. Just search Autograph in the App Store or the Google Play Store. You download it, and boom, you're going to get rewarded for listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Autograph is a great concept. All of your favorite Longhorn content can be found in one place, including all of our Texas Sports Unfiltered podcasts. And once again, you will get rewards and discounted tickets to certain Longhorn games just by downloading that free app to your phone. Make sure you use the promo code TSU when you download. But yeah, the free Autograph app makes it so easy to fan. And once again, you are getting gifted for just rooting on your favorite teams. It's that easy.
I got a chance to talk to our good friend Brandon Mars yesterday at Top Gun, and his stores are doing well. The new store down south is doing fantastic. The old favorite up north is wonderful also. And when we talk about Leaf, that almost goes hand in hand with what Brandon Mars does. He's got stuff that if you have a tiller that you want to do it yourself, they've got that. If you got a Bobcat, work for a Bobcat, they've got that for you. They also have anything else you need, whether it's to rent it or to buy it. Go to Top Gun, go to those two locations, and Brandon Mars will hook you up. He's got something special for the Mullet Open. Everybody needs that chainsaw now.
Yeah, baby. Yep.
Everybody.
Our friends, topgun.net.
Except for me. I'm not allowed to handle those anymore.
I don't want you anywhere near a chainsaw.
No.
And I sure as hell don't want to be anywhere near you if you are around a chainsaw. That is a scary thought for sure. And how about now a word from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you there, Dan. You've got to tell me about the baseball game last night.
Oh, my God. All right, we'll do that, and then we'll get to the nasty airplane video.
Yeah, give me the baseball. Give me the baseball deets of what happened last night for Texas. They're on a winning streak. They have a winning streak going.
They have now won 2 games in a row.
Yep.
Do we call that a streak?
Yeah, 2 in a row is good.
It doesn't need to be 3 to be considered a streak.
No, I'm streaking at 2.
You're streaking.
Yeah, if I get a little something 2 nights in a row, I'm on a streak. That's not just that's a streak for me.
So because Texas baseball won 2 games in a row, you are now going to go streaking through your neighborhood.
If I have to, yes.
Whatever it takes.
2 in a row? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, well, for this team, that does feel like an accomplishment considering how rocky this start has been to the year.
They need today.
Well, they needed that one last night, and it was scary. Texas gets the win 6-5 in 10 innings, but the Longhorns were down 5-3 in the 9th inning. And on a full count with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, Jalen Flores, who has come up huge for Texas a couple of times in the clutch this season, hit a game-tying 2-run home run to deep left center field. That tied the game at 5. The Longhorns were able to win the game. Shout out to D. Kennedy. He hit the walk-off single in the bottom of the 10th to avoid what would have been another catastrophic, might be too strong of a word, but another disheartening loss for Texas baseball. Yeah, down 2 runs, down to their final 2 outs. Jalen Flores came up huge in the 9th, and then D. Kennedy got the job done in the 10th inning. And Texas, hey, a win is a win is a win. In
Absolutely.
The standings, it looks the same as 16-0. So Texas found a way to come back with their backs against the wall. And the hope is that, that can be a turning point of the season. Like a win like that, hopefully rallies the troops, no pun intended, considering you were playing a military academy. And Texas can go on a little bit of a run here. But, man, that could have been real bad, and thankfully it wasn't.
Well, the pitching had to hold them in that last inning. That's a good deal. They needed that. They needed somebody to come in and stop, stop the bloodletting. They've got to do better on the back end of that pitching staff right now. or it's still going to be a long season. But got it done last night. Like you said, a win is a win. Maybe I'll get another one today. That'll be 3 in a row.
Yeah.
And what do they go into this weekend? Who do they play going into the weekend?
They've got Baylor coming to town this weekend.
Baylor's no good in baseball anymore, are they?
No, they were picked to be one of the.
After they start scalping cats, that was it, right?
They had a couple of good years since then, but they've never been a consistent contender in the Big 12. So, yeah, I mean, it's a series that you would like to think Texas can win this weekend, but, you know, I mean, I thought Texas was going to be able to beat Washington in a series last weekend, and they
Not
couldn't.
really. You didn't know. You knew they weren't going to beat Washington. That's Washington.
Yeah, well, it was dumb by me to think that we could beat Washington in any sport. I know softball. Someone texted in that softball beat Washington in a regional in 2022, but things have changed.
It's not the same anymore.
It ain't the same. We can't beat Washington in anything anymore. Ever since that Alamo Bowl at the end of 2022, they have had our number. To answer your question on Baylor, Baylor picked to finish 11th in the Big 12. There are 13 Big 12 programs. Of course, there's no college baseball program at Iowa State.
Win the series.
So you got them at home. Yeah, you'd like to win the series, but that's this weekend. Win tonight. Don't split a 2-game midweek set against Air Force, please. I know you're paying your respects to the troops. Well, I can't remember who it was, but it's kind of a dirty slide by an Air Force player trying to break up a double play when Texas was on defense. And a Texas player was like chirping at the Air Force player and chirping towards the dugout. I'm like, dude, those are heroes. Let it go. Let it go.
I've played against military football teams. They do anything to win. They're winners. You don't want them to be losers.
Don't be talking shit. That guy's going to save our lives here in a couple of years.
That guy, the next time you're near him, is going to spike you no matter where you are. That's how they play. They play for keeps.
They do play for keeps. I say it all the time. I hate playing the academies, man. I'm always going to root for Texas, but I got to root against the Air Force. On salute to Service Day at the ballpark. What are we doing here?
I was asked by the head coach of West Point to come there and coach when I became a graduate assistant, and then he told me what it entailed of what I had to do and when I had to get up and what I had to do before practices. And I was like, "No, Coach Smith." It was Homer Smith. He was there. He said, "Bucky, we would love for you to come and coach at West Point." And I was like, there's something else that goes along. That's just not like going to Dartmouth or somewhere to coach.
No,
there's some things that you have to do while you're here. And then he listed off about just 3 of the 100 things that you had to do in the morning. And I was like, Coach, I'm probably not going to be able to. I don't have that kind of discipline right now or ever.
Yeah, or ever. You'd rather work at the steel mill than coach at a place like that, because I'm sure it's rewarding and very fulfilling, but being a coach is hard enough as it is, right? That's a massive time commitment, but to be a coach at an academy like that, especially back then when you were coaching, when the money wasn't all that great.
Oh, no. I decided to just go up to Dartmouth and coach at Dartmouth, and get that Ivy League education, be a grad assistant. Those Ivy League courses that I had to take were a little rough. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man. How about our guy Doak tuning in from Ketchum, Idaho this morning?
Yes.
You ever been out there, Buck?
I haven't been to that part. My wife's from Livingston.
Okay. I knew she was from Idaho.
Livingston.
I don't know if that was
down along the Columbia River.
There we go. Columbia, the country or the
Columbia River, the river.
Where's that go?
It flows through.
Goes all the way from South Carolina to Idaho?
No, it is huge. Lewis and Clark, they made their adventure through there.
Who?
Lewis and Clark.
Ray Lewis and Dallas Clark?
No, not Dallas Clark or Ray Lewis. No, you got to read up on them. That was a tough venture there, in like kayaks and shit like that. What is wrong with those guys? Thank you for the exploration. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis and Clark. Lewis Hamilton and Clark Kellogg.
Yeah, they were good enough to bring all the disease to the Native Americans at that time.
Now we're talking. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Good job there, guys.
Wow.
Thanks for giving us those casinos.
Really? Oh, man.
God. All right, let's get to this video here, because I've been teasing this all morning long. There's no sound to this, so
no sound needed.
We could talk. Well, the sound, I found this on the website twitter.com. It's kind of new. it was just some really bass boosted, annoying music that was not pleasant to listen to at all. So we got rid of the sound. But you don't need the sound to be able to see what's going on here. And obviously, if you're listening on the free TSU app, we'll explain this as it goes. But this is a real video shot by some guy who was aboard some flight very recently.
Delta. Let's just call it Delta.
And he goes into the lavatory, as they call it. I don't know why there's a different name for an airplane bathroom versus every other bathroom in the world.
Just a toilet.
He goes into the tiny ass airplane bathroom, and think about that. I'm a little bit of a germaphobe, right? I could not tell you the last time I have used the bathroom on an airplane. And I'm not talking about just taking a crap. I'm talking about in general. Like, I don't even want to go in there in that small confided area. I think that is disgusting, and all the germs in there. Like, I don't want any part of that area.
I flush while I'm in there on purpose to see if it will suck me through there and really out the airplane. Like, I hear all these weird stories.
You jump in the toilet?
I just want to see if it actually will suck you in there, if the air will suck you through. So I just sit on it on purpose, just sit on it and flush it to see if my ass cheeks will get sucked through.
Okay, that's a huge reason why I'm not trying to go in there ever. I mean, I don't like public bathrooms in general, but yeah, the airplane one, no, thank you.
Okay.
So this guy goes into an airplane bathroom, and of course, it's not just the toilet, right? They've got the sink.
Oh, the little sink. Yeah, the little mini sink.
The little tiny sink. I'm sure that doesn't get cleaned very much. And here's what this guy does. Takes the barf bag. He's got some food. He goes into the bathroom. He's got this portable battery set that he plugs in. And he's got shrimp and mashed potatoes. He puts water.
Oh, this is great.
Dude, he pulls up the drain plug so the water, is getting stopped. So there's standing water in the airplane sink, and he is cooking shrimp and mashed potatoes in the airplane sink. And then after he cooks them, he puts them back into the barf bag. He leaves the bathroom, goes back to his seat, and he starts eating a meal of shrimp and mashed potatoes.
Dude, that is the best. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Dude, that is the grossest thing. I'm going to show it again.
He's eating with his hands.
He grabs the barf bag from a Delta flight. Good call. It was a Delta flight.
Of course it was a Delta flight.
Somehow he's able to boil some water in this lavatory on an airplane. And yeah, he's got Great Value shrimp. That's the Walmart brand. He's got seasoning in there. Then he drops in some butter, some garlic, cooks up the shrimp in the sink. And then he's done with the shrimp. He puts them on some of the paper towels from that bathroom to rest. Then he drops in the garlic mashed potatoes and cooks those in the water. And then he puts all of that stuff back in the barf bag, goes back to his seat, and then consumes that meal. This Jack Black looking ass over here.
Man, oh, you gotta be kidding me. That guy, we're not stopping the flight for sure. You can't stop the flight for that. No.
This guy, okay, you don't have to stop that flight. No. This guy should never be allowed to fly again. Like that is a no-fly list. That is a permanent ban, not just from Delta, but from any airline. That guy should not be allowed to travel in the air ever again.
Dude, that guy's MacGyver. And you're getting on MacGyver. MacGyver wants a meal.
Dude, the flight, it's a Delta flight. It can't be that long. You got to cook up shrimp and mashed potatoes in the bathroom sink.
Once again, it's Delta. You've got to be an explorer when you go on Delta. So you've got to think of, that's a great, that's great. That's being inventive right there. I like that. I like that in a guy.
You like that? Are you kidding me, Kirk Cousins? You like that?
Yeah, I like the way he smashes it with his hands.
Yeah, he's not using a spoon, or he has no kitchenware at all. He's doing all of this with his hands. By the way, he didn't even wash his hands at the start of the video. So I doubt his hands are clean. Not that would make this thing a whole heck of a lot better. And he's just raw dogging the shrimp. He's eating mashed potatoes with his hands.
Mashed potatoes and shrimp. That's a nasty mixture.
I mean, you can eat shrimp with your hands. Like, that's a normal thing. But mashed taters?
No, this
guy's eating shrimp. He's cooking. Dude, you hate the person in the office who cooks up food. This guy's on an airplane cooking up shrimp in the bathroom.
And he sits beside you with a bag of shrimp and mashed potatoes.
I'd rather have somebody. Oh, I'm swiping that
I
shit
love
out.
American ingenuity. That's what this country was built on. Guys like that right there.
That is why
Guys
people
like that
hate
make America great right there.
That is why people hate our country right there.
Dude,
That is why you should hate our country.
if they found him in there with that battery, they would think he was he was making a bomb. He would be banned just on that alone.
Yeah,
That
how
would-
did he get that in there? Is that legal?
No, that's not legal. You can electrocute the pilots.
Okay, so then this guy should be banned just for that alone. Like that's the safety risk right there. But
No, that guy could come up behind a pilot and zap him on the neck, and we could all go down. He can't get back on a flight. He thinks he's funny, but bringing that battery pack is not. I don't think you can do that
no, I don't think you can either.
unless you can zap somebody with your phone.
Although I don't know. Like, is it just considered like a portable charger? Like, I mean, you can bring a laptop and a laptop charger on board. You obviously have to separate that at the TSA counter, but you can bring like battery stuff on
How the hell
board.
did he get a big old battery like that on that plane?
I don't know.
You know why? Because it's Delta. That's why. Remember, pieces fall off.
Yep. We had another one of those stories from, I think it was a United flight where literally a side panel, it wasn't as dramatic as the Delta one, but when they landed, they saw like a panel on the airplane was no
Missing?
longer attached to the plane. Yep. Safe
Was it
flight
Idaho somewhere? It fell off in Idaho?
has not been found. I don't think it ever will be found. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of airplane shenanigans going on right now. And
Yeah, have a good flight. What are you on tonight? Southwest?
Southwest. Yeah.
They take pretty good, the cattle cars, they take pretty good care of those.
Dude, if I see this guy, now I know what this guy looks like, and apparently this is not a one-off. Like, this guy has been on other flights and cooked up other meals in the airplane bathroom. If I see that guy on my flight, I'm causing a scene.
Bobby Flav ought to get in touch with this guy because this guy can get it done with he doesn't need a lot. You know what I'm saying? Is it Bobby Flav? Is that the guy?
Bobby Flay?
Yeah, Bobby Flay. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
why doesn't he call up this guy? This guy can make things happen.
Would you eat that? I feel like the guys who go on Beat Bobby Flay are pretty good chefs. And they go on the show because they have a chance to actually outduel a really talented chef.
I bet you his stuff tastes pretty good.
Oh my God. You would eat that? You would eat airplane bathroom sink shrimp and mashed potatoes?
Better than the peanuts they give you. They don't even give you
No,
nuts
it's not.
anymore.
They give you pretzels.
And they give you that
And,
little what's that little biscuit thing they give you? What is that piece of crap that I get? I like those for my coffee.
I guess it depends on what airline you fly on, but yeah, some of them have a biscuit, some of them have a little cookie, some of them have pretzels.
Why isn't that we
Graham
can't have the
crackers.
What about the Girl Scout? What about the troops? Why don't they give up some of their cookies for the airlines for people flying?
Because
I'm pretty sure they'd like some of their Thin Mints.
someone's allergic to something.
Oh, that's right. You just can't give out shit anymore.
Yeah, chocolate. I mean, yeah, you got to be
Nuts.
careful.
You can't give out these nuts.
Yeah, you can't ever give out these nuts in public.
These nuts.
We know that.
Dude, that guy can't get on the flight. You're right. He's going to get banned for that battery, doing that battery deal.
He's got to get banned. I mean, it's not the battery that's the issue. If you want to use that as the reason to ban him, I don't care if a guy brings a battery on the plane. Like, don't do that. Don't cook shrimp in a concealed area like that. I mean, that bathroom reeks now. Like, for the rest of the flight, that's worse than someone just releasing some airport Taco Bell into the sky. Like that, you can't get the smell out of fish.
Oh my God. Shrimp in the bathroom?
And garlic and all that. Dude, that's nasty. Yeah.
I'm not getting on a Delta flight trying to get sucked through the toilet anymore now after seeing that.
Oh, that's what's going to stop you from trying to get sucked through the toilet and released
I
out
just
into
want
the
to show my
sky.
strength. I'm not going down that tube. It's not going to happen. And neither are one of my butt cheeks. It's just not going to happen. Why does stuff have to happen on a plane? What is wrong with people? How long are you flying for that you need those mashed potatoes and shrimp?
It's just a bit, man. I'm a bits guy. I'm all about a bit, but that's a bad bit. There are good bits and there are bad bits, and that's a bad one. Simple as that. Can't accept that.
Smashing it in that nasty ass sink with his hands.
Oh,
You know how nasty that sink is?
yeah, exactly. Like I'm gonna throw up, dude.
People will brush their teeth. They'll take their before they land. They'll come in there with their toothbrush, brush, and then spit in that sink. And then they won't even put any water on it. Just let it go.
I'm going to throw up, man. All right. Before we get to some Texas football to end today's show, I owe this guy a call, a word from our man, Tom McKay of Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Thank you, Tom. And our good friends at Texas Orthopedics, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Now, their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Say hello to Dr. Christopher Danny and Chris Stockton, both dedicated orthopedic surgeons. Their goal is to get you back into good health and a great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, when you're starting to hurt, call txortho.com.
Call txortho.com.
Or for more information, go to txortho.com.
There it is.
Don't know. Call them.
I don't know how that would work right there.
No.
Hey, to increase your quality of life, how about some Altstat beer?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, my gosh. The tournament. It really starts tomorrow. You need a great beer to accompany your college basketball watching all month long. You got to make it Altstat beer. My fridge is stocked with Altstat. I'm not sad I'm going to Vegas for the next 4 days, but I'm sad I won't have Altstat beer because I don't have it out there. I might try to sneak some on the flight just so I can have my
MacIver.
Altstat. Yeah, I'm not going to cook up any shrimp with my Altstat on the plane, but I do love Altstat, and y'all will too. Just one sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. Brewed in Fredericksburg, it's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you are going to find in the great state of Texas. Buck, it's a German beer so good, even a Jew is willing to talk about it. I don't know if they want me to use that as a slogan, but too late. Love Altstat beer. Pick it up at H-E-B, Specs, 34 Wine and Spirits, Twin Liquors, all your favorite joints. They've got Altstat beer. Like I always say, one sip. I know I've already said it. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And thanks to our good friends over at Sue Patrick. Say hello to Jay and Sue Patrick this morning. 5222 Burnett Road. All of your Longhorn items that you're looking for and more at Sue Patrick's. $49 or more, they're going to give you free shipping. Always parking spaces available at Sue Patrick's. And the Jelly Cats going big. Got them on my fence, all lined up, ready to go.
You're going to do target practice on the Jelly Cats?
No, too expensive to do that. These are collectibles. My wife is about to get her next Jelly Cat coming up. I don't know what it's going to be. I already got her the bunny rabbit with the tulip, not the yellow rose. I didn't get it. It's not a yellow rose. It's a tulip. And then now she's got the carrot. So I'm thinking, what next? She doesn't want any of the sports things. She doesn't want the soccer ball or the football. She needs something else. I think like a cat, like a panther, everything is called Jelly Cats, but they're not. She's getting the turtle.
Turtle?
The turtle with the frown, yeah.
That's her next choice?
Yes.
Y'all are going to have.
For her. I'm the one buying these. She don't get the choice. I get to buy them. She just gets to sit them up on a shelf because that's what you do with Jelly Cats. Unless you're sleeping with them, putting them by your face and all that stuff.
She's married to you. I hope she's not sleeping with any of those things.
Mr. Jelly Cat?
Yeah, the stuffed animals.
No, the dog comes into bed. The little schnauzer sleeps with her.
The dog sleeps with the Jelly Cats or sleeps with the wife?
Sleeps with the wife. That's her warmer.
I was It's like the dog is just humping the jelly cats every night before. God, little Zach.
Socks on his paws. That's all. Everything's
There you go. All right, let's let you hear something from Steve Sarkeesian. We'll play more of this audio throughout the day on TSU, and the Buck and I will give you more of this tomorrow. But of course, day one of Texas spring practice is in the books. Steve Sarkeesian had his first media availability of the spring yesterday after practice. And we'll start with this cut from Coach Sark. What do you look for this early in spring ball?
The details in those routes of the landmarks on where the receivers are supposed to be, the timing of those throws, because that's how you develop trust. And then that subtle communication between a quarterback and receiver that will grow over time as we continue to move through it. But again, I'm just looking for guys that can do what we're asking of them, do it to the best of their ability, because we're a very talented group, but doing it to the best of their ability, and then the quarterbacks trusting those guys that they're going to be where they're supposed to be. And so that's going to be a bit of a process as we go. But like I said, today was a good start to it. I thought there were some high-level plays that got made. Again, I think there were some things that we're going to have to go and correct off this tape. But as we grow, hopefully the rapport with Quinn and Arch and those guys continues to move in a positive direction as we go throughout spring.
Yeah, I think he feels pretty confident about all the other positions on offense. That wide receiver group, he knows the kind of guys that he just lost. And he's talking about that needs to be fixed first of all.
Yeah.
The rapport with the quarterback and the new receivers in this offense, they're going to be on that. And that's his expertise, and he's on it from day one.
Yep.
He wants it to get straight. He doesn't want to be going through, the second part of spring ball, the 15 practices. He doesn't want it to get – he wants it to look better at the end, but he doesn't want to still be struggling with it at the end of spring. He wants to have that stuff down. He wants to know who's going to step up, who's going to make plays for him. I mean, because the first thing I would have said is, I'm looking forward to seeing what my first paycheck looks like now.
Oh.
After the bump, I want to see what that looks like, that direct deposit. That'd have been my first thing. And then I said, we'll talk about football later. But I do look forward to seeing what my first paycheck, the first deposit slip, what that looks like.
How funny would that have been?
Huh?
How funny would that have been if that's how he started his press conference yesterday?
That would have been great.
He actually did start his presser by shouting out the Texas basketball teams, right? Gave some love to the women's team for getting the number 1 seed in the women's tournament, and then talked about the men's team being the 7th seed. So he opened up with some Texas basketball talk, showing some love to some of the spring sports that are going on right now. And then, yeah, he got into the football stuff. But you're right. I mean, the wide receiver position is very important for the success of this Texas team. And they need similar production, if not even better production from the passing game in 2024 than what they had in 2023. And yeah, you're losing 2 potential first-round picks at wide receiver. You're losing a do-it-all veteran who was one of your team leaders in Jordan Whittington. You're losing Jatavion Sanders, who's probably a second-round pick at tight end. Those guys won't be easy to replace. But the good news is, Buck, Texas, they knew they had to replace those guys. So what do they do? Right. They got the top receiver in the portal in Isaiah Bond from Alabama. They got another one of the top receivers in the portal from Houston and Matthew Golden. Silas Bolden from Oregon State is not here yet, but he will be here this fall. He was Oregon State's leading receiver last year. That was a pretty good Beaver team. And then you've got Jonte Cook, you've got DeAndre Moore, you've got Ryan Wing. I mean, there's talent in that room. So we haven't seen it here at Texas. Right. So, of course, there's a little bit of wait and see that I think every Longhorn fan is going to have with that group. But you cannot be having questions about your passing game going to Michigan in week 2 and also going into your first year against SEC defenses.
No, he understands that's the number 1 fix for him right now, is to make sure with a talented quarterback, you have talented wide receivers and that they're all on the same page. And like I said, better to talk about that first, because you still don't want to be talking about it later on saying practice 15. Well, we're still just trying to get it together. It really won't matter until they play the games anyway, what it's like for him. But that's his first fix. He knows that's a major fix for him. He can't do anything about the defensive line. You know what I'm saying? They just got to figure that part out. They just got to plug and play guys, make sure that they're aggressive enough and do what they have to do. It's more like sick 'em on defense. On offense, there's some intricacies that he wants to have done when spring is over with. And the first thing he talks about is that, and I'm glad he did.
And Quinn Ewers should be this offense's best player, right?
Sure.
And you don't know what you're going to get from the running back room with Jonathan Brooks going off to the NFL. Like I think Baxter and Blue are very good. I think Jarrett Gibson's going to come in here and be very good as well. But your passing game is probably going to be your best part of the offense, and you've got to find go-to receivers. I mean, I don't know who's the number two. Like, if you're talking about focal point, if you're talking about the identity, if you're talking about maybe the biggest name on this Texas offense, like Quinn Ewers is obviously number one. I don't know who number two is. Like last year, like, is it Brooks? Is it Worthy? Is it Mitchell? Is it Sanders? You had all these guys. It's like, okay, no, we know that these guys are the guys for this offense. I don't know who it is.
Take your entire offensive line and categorize them as one player. That's your second best player, is that entire group as a group. Just a big, huge player. They have to be good. They have to be good as a group. Individually, you can have some weak points in there, but Texas has found a way when, they've grown depth. So they have somebody to take somebody's place if they go down. We used to worry about that. Oh, what if this guy goes down? Now what are we going to do? We've seen them. They're capable of doing that, even when they're missing players. But as a group, that has to be your second best player is your offensive line. And then your wide receivers. And then we know what they expect from – we don't expect anything less than what we saw out of the running backs. These guys are going to be good. They've got a fantastic coach. And if your line is that second best player, then that next group is going to be your running backs are going to be strong. It's the wide receiver group that has to really come along, I believe. Because it's just a little bit different with those guys and where they should be, the right routes. Do you understand what the quarterback's looking for? Do you see do you both see the picture the same way? That's going to, as he said, that's going to take time, but it can't take all that time, BK. It can't be in a week 3 in the football season.
Agreed, 100%. All right, before we bring on Wags and Double R, quick shout out to our friends at El Patio. Got some friends at that place. They asked us to help promote their 70th anniversary party. Nice. That's right. The historic El Patio down there on the drag, celebrating 70 years this Saturday from 12 to 6. It's a free event. There's going to be live music open to the public. Go out and see them. They've got some TVs too, so you can watch some basketball. Once again, live music, great food, and great times had by all at the historic El Patio, Buck.
Most when I was born. Look at that, 1954. Following year, the Buck was born.
No,
Buck was born.
I
love that place.
1855.
I was going to say, that didn't say 1854. That said 19, Buck.
Yes.
Man.
Guys, just to piggyback off of what you guys were talking about, and we'll get into recapping the first day of spring training as well. But yeah, Buck BK, you guys are all over this, man. I think the number 2 people, or the number 2 offensive unit, or the number 2 offensive weapon coming back, returning, is the offensive line, right? Oh, yeah. We do know what the hell the running back room is going to look like. I'm big on blue. I'm a blue guy here, man. A lot of people big on Baxter. They have tremendous expectations for Baxter. I get it. He was highly recruited, but I loved what blue gave us towards the latter part of the season. But yeah, the number one question, guys, is what you were talking about. It's the wide receiver room, right? We're piecing together everybody like Voltron, man. And if it can come together, man, we're going to knock the hell out of this thing.
Rodney, anytime you lose the quality of wide receivers that they lose, those dudes are hard to replace. I can't say that they're going to be better than what they had last year, because that's hard to be better than the 2 guys that played for them last year. But they can't take a significant drop, because you're going to have maybe a first rounder and a second rounder leave your wide receiver group. You can't then start trying to piece things back together again and start from step 1. That can't be.
And I think that's the beauty of it now, Buck, to where now you can go out and find people to plug in. You're not reliant on the youngsters coming in or folks that have been in the depth chart. I mean, you can go and fill those holes, and I think they've done a really good job with that. I mean, and that just goes to show that people want to come here, and you fill that well. Hey, right quick, guys, with El Patio. So BK, the day of your party, Tracy and I left your party and we went to El Patio. And dude, oh my God, I love that food. Holy shit. That's one of those only. There used to be a place on South Congress called El Gallo, and that was one to me that was like really good. There was a Casa Ramirez over there. Mm-hmm. That was authentic. And to me, El Patio is still the one where it's like go to. That is where I'm going.
Rodney was in rare form when we left the party. When we left, I can't even remember where the hell we were at, but Rodney was in rare form when we left. I'm shocked that he made it to El Patio.
Well, I wasn't driving. Are you kidding?
I mean, how did he get in the door?
That was Tracy's like, what do you want to eat? And I'm like, I don't care. And so
we had just eaten.
I look up and we're at El Patio, and I'm
nice.
The chips and salsa. I mean, all the food there is ridiculous, but the chips and salsa, next level.
Well, you can make your food in the plane as BK when he heads off to Vegas. He's going to be making food in the air.
Dude,
what is going on in Vegas?
That's sick.
Did you see this?
You've ever seen?
Oh my God,
the smells.
I can't even imagine this. You ever had that coworker, if you worked in an office, that would go in there and like microwave fish or shrimp?
Oh yeah, there's always one person that brings in seafood or scallops.
Oh God,
MacGyver.
Look at this guy.
He's putting in mashed potatoes with his hands. Oh,
how long that took?
Bathroom.
That take.
He just went through an airport. He's on a airplane and he's using his hands to stir the batter as we should. Oh, that's so gross.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Can you imagine the smell?
I hope there wasn't some kid out there with the red thing on, trying to get in there, had to take a piss or take a shit, and that dude's in there making a gourmet meal. Bucky, that's how they make your fillet of fish. When I talk about Mainer, there it is, right there.
That's
how they do it, man.
That's just nasty. But you know what? You don't turn the flight around. You just keep on going. Keep on going in direct. We don't turn flights around.
We don't do that. No, we're deadheading. We're going right there.
If that guy comes out, somebody in the plane smacked the shit out of him, but we're not turning the plane back. Hey, Air Marshal, even though he's got a battery and could blow the plane up, tell the Air Marshal we'll let him off at the next stop, but we're not turning it around because the guy's got a battery.
How do you get on the plane with that?
That's what I want to know. How do you get past? What are they called? TSA? How do you get past TSA?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They beat me for everything. My knee goes off when I go through the damn thing.
I got felt up pretty damn good, and I saw the dude feel Katie up. So there's Oh yeah. I was like, I said, my guy, nothing went off in that metal detector.
He just wanted a quick feel.
He just wanted to feel her up. Yeah, I'm serious. Like literally nothing went off on the metal detector as she walked through, and I was just like, why did you have to pat her down? It's just standard.
I just thought she looked good, and I think I needed just to get a little something.
Your wife's got a nice ass and tits, sir. We just wanted to feel her real quick, man.
let me get a quick feeling. All right, boys, have a good one.
Later, boys.
See you guys.
Yeah, it's our privilege to feel your wife when they go through TSA, guys. Yeah, that's usually like disgusting. When we're out in public, like people are gonna look at people do look at my wife. Like I don't. That's one thing, and one, it's my wife's fucking body. You know what I mean? Like, but you just don't touch anybody, let alone my wife.
Well, people look at me and it's like, why is that woman married to you?
Yeah,
and then the more that people get to know us, all the years that we've been married, they're like, why has that woman stayed married to you? It's kind of the question that I get all the time, and it's like, talk about out kicking your coverage, and now it's like she's working out and doing all these things, and I ain't working out. I sit on my ass all day,
Dude, so it's like as soon as it happened, like she looked right over at me, and I saw him just like man, I get mad, man. Whew.
Well, I got to tell you, there was one time that I was going through TSA, and so I go rolling through the little metal detector thing, and they stop me, and it was a great looking lady right there, and she's like, "Okay, I need to pat you down," and I'm like, "All right," and I think what it was. It was because I had my watch on, and luckily I had long sleeves on, and she's like feeling me up and everything, and I'm like, man, this is pretty good. And she's like, do you have a watch on? I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to show you that. I have that on too. So yeah,
like Michelle's a good looking girl too, man. You did very well yourself there, sir.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing.
Anyways, hopefully everybody's doing fantastic here on this. Is it a Wednesday already?
It is Wednesday, brother.
I have failed you, ladies and gentlemen. I have failed you.
Well,
or I should say mostly the gentlemen.
I think the problem was that yesterday we were thrown off because we were like remote. We're not used to. Yesterday I was all thrown off. By the time I got home, I was like, oh shit. Then I had to do all these different things. I had to make a couple of stops getting back. I mean, I love being remote, like you talk about.
Oh, same, yeah.
I love being with the people, but it's like I was still, even this morning, I was thrown off thinking it was Tuesday. So anyway, we'll figure out what to do with that.
My entire day was jacked up at my other job too. I was just like, what the hell's going on, man? I don't even know.
How was the traffic? So did you go?
I took 183 back. I took a little short hiccup before you get to the airport. You know what I mean? But once you get past the airport or whatnot, you're in the landing strip or what have you. That iconic gentleman's club that's in every football movie, so to speak, from Texas. Yeah, once you get past there, man, it just, like you said, it opens up. You take 183 stays, toll 183.
They fixed that nice, right? It's nice and wide.
It's pretty. It's wide, enough room to get through that to get through the canals there, man.
Canals. The canals. I love that. That's the northern in you coming out.
The canals.
That's
the canals there.
That's a bridge.
How do you say it?
Yeah, no.
How the hell do you say it?
Yeah, we just say it's a bridge. It's a bridge.
Oh, yeah.
It's a
the
river.
Canals, the bridges.
I love the canal. I love that. I love that. I'm going to sound smart the next time that I say, "Hey, lovely canal right here."
I'll
do that when I'm around smart.
Yeah, it's in my vernacular. Yeah. Anyways, man, did you have a good day? A good night's sleep?
It was. I sat there and I watched Virginia last night, and it's like,
what a debacle that was, man. I felt so like that was just not a Tony Bennett team.
Yeah,
or I mean, hell, it was. It just didn't. The identity of they just weren't there. A lot of unforced errors, a lot of turnovers. Hell, they were forcing Colorado State into turning the damn ball over, but they couldn't make anything happen off of it.
Yeah, that was the thing. I mean, it seemed like they did a good thing, try stopping the main scorer for Colorado State. But Wags, I felt so bad for St. John's, for Pittsburgh, even a little part of me for fucking OU, where it's like they're all sitting at home and there's 14 points in the first half.
That's tough. That's tough to watch. Dude, and if you're questioning the committee, right, or you're questioning the selection board and the selection process, you got to know that the Sooners could put up at least 25, maybe 30 points. You know what I mean, against Colorado State, or you would like to think so. But also, like, Colorado State was firing on. If it wasn't their main guy knocking it down, it was all the other cogs knocking it down. I mean, it felt like in the first half they couldn't miss a shot, and they carried over, jumping out into the second half as well. So,
67-42, the final on that one, and it wasn't even that close.
No, and I thought that Virginia was going to beat Colorado State. I thought that Virginia was going to be able to represent the ACC and going up against us in Texas. As a matter of fact, they even penciled in Virginia over Texas, but it's going to be Colorado State being penciled in over Texas.
Well,
guys, I don't got us getting out of the first round, and I don't think I have to apologize to anybody. I think that's just the reality that we've come to deal with here, and especially if Colorado State shoots like they shot last night.
Yeah,
Texas won't win.
Well, and I think what Colorado State is going to try to do is exactly what we just saw, Virginia attempt to do. I mean, they're going to go in there. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty fucking bad, right? I mean, 14 points at the half. It's like, my God. And seriously, all the other teams sitting at home thinking about this, and teams so Wags, let me ask you this before we dive into Texas and Colorado State. And
we're going to get into Texas football too, man.
Yeah, got to talk about
Football's
that.
Back. Football's back.
Pro Day coming up today, and I think that's going to be pretty cool. So what's your thought on, we joke around in here all the time about the NIT, because Texas has two NITs. So these teams that are like, rejecting the offer to go play in the NIT, and I've heard the back and forth and everything, where it's a matter of getting the kids on the court, letting the coaches coach, trying to improve your program that way. But what do you think about all the fallout with all that? Because you got a lot of people up in arms about teams and programs saying, I'm not going to the NIT.
Why?
Especially after watching Virginia, I
can't fault people for wanting to accept a participation tournament. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if your standards are, why are we getting on institutions and schools if their standards are higher and they don't want to be in a second tier tournament, a tournament that is it's basically known and associated with losers. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, man.
Down. It
not
starts
invited, not invited tournament. It's just the cliches stick there, man. We all know those adages and everything. Hell, I'm not making it up. Like, no, if I got invited to the NIT, I'm like, nah, man, I'll go on break. You know what I mean? It's been a long season, dude. We're okay.
Yeah. It's like it's so funny to where it's
what's the incentive for going to the NIT? What do institutions? What do organizations get?
The argument that I keep seeing is that you continue to play. Your kids get to play because in the sense with a lot of schools,
okay, so it's for the seniors.
For the seniors, yeah,
okay.
to where maybe they're done. They're not gonna get to play in the G League. They're not gonna go to the NBA or whatever the case is. They just get to keep on playing. But
if you're doing it for the seniors so that they get more game film, but I mean, Rodney, if you're to that point already and there's not enough game film on that senior, you're probably not going to get it out of the NIT, and you're not going to be going up against the competition in the NIT that's going to be like, oh, this guy can shine at the NBA level. It might be, it just might be irrelevant.
Well, and the other part, I heard the argument there on ESPN where I forget who it was. Actually, somebody that had turned down an NIT bid a few years back was actually talking about for coaches, where it's like, you get out there and you get to coach some more. And I'm like, well, if you can't get in the big dance, you may not need to be coaching anymore this year. You might want
to pack it in and work on what your shortcomings were for the regular season.
You might need to go re-rack because you're obviously not doing something right.
Now, of course, there's caveats to that, right? Like, what happens if your main scorer or a couple of your key guys were injured along the regular season? You know what I mean? And now you got everybody back together, all piston firing on all cylinders and whatnot. So maybe that's when you roll it out. I don't know, or all pistons are firing.
Well, and then
I don't know. I don't even watch the NIT.
I was actually watching a highlight last night.
Did you watch the NIT when Texas was in it?
I did.
I struggled to watch it. The only reason I watched it is because we had to talk about it the next day.
Yeah. I was actually watching a highlight last night from the NIT, and I couldn't tell you who the players were or who was even playing, but it was like,
I can tell you who's in.
It was like a dude right outside the paint, just beyond the free throw line with the ball. He takes about like 5 steps, dude. He's like walking backwards 3 times, and then he kind of pivots over to the left side. They need nothing called. I'm like, okay, I think even the referees have given up at this point. So,
did the students? So what's everybody up in arms about? Like, who all rejected it or is rejecting the tournament? Which institutions are rejecting the tournament that are throwing the national pundits up in arms?
Dude, I couldn't tell you who rejected, but it's a bunch of them. Did
Oklahoma accept the bid? Is Oklahoma in the NIT? Did they take it?
They're in the NIT.
I would not think that. I mean, hell, if Texas took a bid a few years ago, put it this way: just don't hang it from the damn rafters. If you're gonna go in there and compete, keep it in the locker room. Don't put it in the rafters, man, or put it in the practice locker. That's what you do. You put it in the practice gym. So everybody's like, hey, remember that shitty year when we had to go there? Yeah. Let's you use it as motivation.
Well, and the whole thing is, I mean, kind of the sad part about it is that.
Thank you, St. Charles. Because
I think Texas won the NIT in 1977, and in the NIT at that point, the NIT actually meant something. I mean, the National Invitational.
Yeah, but that's like when Bradley was
way back.
You know what I mean? That's like when Bradley was one of the best college basketball programs in the nation and shit.
Right. That was in like the Abe Lemons days. That was like the early conceptions of the super drum that's now getting torn down, and that tells you.
Sal, everybody stop with the Red Storm here. You're gonna get Sal on one. All right, we got to keep Sal at bay here. All right.
Oh, man.
Welcome from Gotham, Sal.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that kind of only added fuel to the fire with the whole NIT stuff, all the NIT bullshit. When you see Virginia go in there and get boat raced, and it's like, oh my God, and all these teams sitting at home, and it's like, oh my Lord, this is ridiculous. But hey,
so
just something else.
We are not. I am not a fan of the NIT. You are not a fan of the NIT. I doubt most people are fans of the NIT, Rodney. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that people are rejecting the bid. Like, I don't think it's relevant. I don't think many people think it's relevant. So, again, good on Oklahoma for turning it down. They did a lot better than we did. I mean, that's probably why they did turn it down. It's like, who are we, Texas? Who are we? We don't do that stuff. We don't sacrifice our standards for mediocre or for mediocrity.
part of that may have been like if OU would have accepted the bid and then got beat and not been able to win the NIT, then that would have been one more thing we
that's
had.
That's even a bigger stain. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you go into the NIT, you better win the damn NIT.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
But sorry to sidetrack there, but with Texas coming up tomorrow, 550, 550, I think is when that contest is. Colorado State, man, don't be sneezing at this team.
So we saw that like this team. I don't now look. Take that for what it may. Like that was a short body of work that I saw going up against Virginia, and I'd be lying if I sat here and said that I've studied, Colorado State.
Yeah, I don't want you that.
All damn season long. I haven't. I have not seen that. That last night was the only game I've really seen of Colorado State. So
I watched the first.
Take that for what it may. If they do shoot like they shot last night, we're in for a world of hurt. You're gonna have to. I do think that Texas can win the boards. Like I know that's an anomaly, but after what I saw last night, I think that Texas can actually get a little bit of an advantage in the front court there and battle and win the rebound war, if you want to call it that. Perimeter play, I think perimeter play is on us, but again, it's all going to come down to our facilitators. If Hunter and Weaver can be active and aggressive and get to the cup, the Longhorns should be able to win. But if Colorado State comes out shooting like they did last night, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
it's just not.
Yeah, you're going to need Tyrese Hunter. He's going to be the key. And I love. I was checking out Horns.
Why are we throwing shade at the Alan Parsons project? Why are we throwing shade at that?
What does that have to do with anything? Come on now. Come on,
it's
Sal.
the Bull. All right, we're talking about the Bulls. I saw the Bulls. The Bulls.
Hey, man, I like that tune.
Are you talking about like the theme song for
the intro? I like that song before it was ever their intro.
And now from North Carolina, 6'6", Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Man, that's all I hear is that song. Is
some of those PA announcers drive me crazy, man. It's like, the other day at the NASCAR race at Bristol, I know we were at COTA yesterday, and don't forget we've got a full weekend coming up over there.
Oh yeah,
you go to the Bristol.
Sign up for all that stuff. I still hadn't signed any of my links or anything like that.
They had a what's his name? Let's get ready to rumble. They had that dude,
the Buffer dude.
Buffer dude. Yeah,
is he out there?
He was at Bristol.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that he's going to be at COTA. They're going to have somebody else. Actually, the driver introductions are going to be done by our friend at Fox 7, Tierra Newbaum.
Oh,
so that's pretty cool. She might be joining us on Friday as well.
Nice.
So
nice.
yeah. But I love the piece this morning, or I think it was maybe last night. I don't know when it was. Our man Chip Brown, who you will hear here, Chip and Zay, coming up a little bit later on this afternoon from 1 to 3 on Horns 247. I mean, he pretty much put a piece together that, in a nutshell, Dylan Dessou has got to stay on the floor. If that dude gets in foul trouble early against his Colorado State team, anyone for crying out loud, it's going to be Katie bar the door. I mean, you're in trouble if that happens because you don't know what you're going to get from Tyrese Hunter. Max Abrams is going to be a catalyst. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But if you get Dessou, I mean, we've seen what happens, Wags, in the last couple of weeks.
We need Mitchell to show up, honestly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be the key. I mean, we're going to know real early on. I mean, if you get Dessou in foul trouble, this could be a very long evening for Texas and a very early exit like you're talking about.
Yeah, 100%. Like I think we talk about it every week. You only have two knowns that you're going to get buckets from, so to speak. So those knowns better hit. And if they don't hit, it's a world of shit. That's all that came to my mind right there. But so now I got you. All right, Sal. Now I'm tracking. I got you. All right, you are a Knicks fan. I forgot. There was that long stint in the '90s where the Knicks couldn't get over the damn Bulls. Man, I get you, man. Sal, I'm not a New York basketball guy. I'm a Maryland basketball guy. So I'm in misery too right now, Sal, with the Wizards, man. I'm watching, and we've been in purgatory for years, and now I wouldn't say years. We've been in purgatory since the John Wall, Bradley Beal signings, right? Like after John Wall got hurt, that's when it started good because it was looking great. Like John Wall's contract, everybody's just like, man, that is why the hell would you give John Wall a contract? People don't realize how good John Wall was before John Wall got in. Like John Wall was just a walking bucket, and he learned how to control pace and develop a mid-range jumper, like in the pros. Like John Wall was out of this world. If he could get it, there's no way in hell that he gets anything back to the way he was. But before injuries, man, John Wall was fantastic. Top 3 point guard. I will say that top 3 point guard. That tandem with he and Bradley Beal was fierce. But when you get hurt, that's why you can't invest that much money in people, man. You break down, the wheels don't work, and just don't pan out the way that you want it to. But yeah, but people wonder why John Wall was touted as having that contract or whatnot. He was absolutely filthy, man. But yeah, it's been a lot of purgatory for the Wizards since then, Sal. So misery loves company. Somebody pull me off the edge, man. Somebody help the Wizards get back to winning ways. How the hell we get on the Wizards? Oh, we started talking about the Knicks, started talking about Jordan and the Bulls.
And it's funny when you talk about that like with the Knicks and the Bulls and all that. I mean, when you look at San Antonio, you look at, you talk to a lot of people and they're like, okay, the biggest rival for San Antonio is the Lakers. And again, right now, San Antonio sucks. The Lakers are kind of right there.
Are the Lakers still the biggest rival?
That seems to be the biggest rival. That's kind of always
wouldn't be the Rockets.
No, or Dallas, to be honest with you. If you really go back to it, for me, before San Antonio could get over the hump, because it really was. I mean, the early '80s into the early 90s.
You also you had the Kobe years of
the
Lakers.
To me,
where San Antonio was beating.
The Achilles heel for San Antonio was 2 teams. Phoenix, with some loaded Phoenix Suns teams, it would be maybe them that would knock them out. But honestly, it was Karl Malone, John Stockton, and it was that Utah Jazz. I mean, I remember during the time before San Antonio could really get over the hump, me as a Spurs fan, I was always like, okay, our opponent is the Jazz. I hate the fucking Jazz, because I knew that when it came down to it, it was going to be Stockton making some kind of shot, or Karl Malone doing, some out of this world ball game that he would have that would eliminate San Antonio and knock them right out of the mix. San Antonio finally got over the hump, ironically beating the Knicks in the 1999 strike shortened season. But that's the thing. But as everything developed, then it did become the Lakers were the rival, because that became the team that you were always going to find in the playoffs and find in the finals.
I just remember Steve Nash destroying team. Like that's all. I remember Steve Nash destroying the West. Like that's all I remember from back in the 90s, like early 90s or late 90s rather. In the early odds was just Steve Nash just going on tour. You talk about Stockton, but when you mentioned Stockton, like as soon as you mentioned Stockton, Nash is the guy that just came to light. And then Derrick Rose. My God, Derrick Rose before Derrick Rose got hurt. But you want to talk about how much of a baller John Wall was? Derrick Rose was untouchable before he got hurt. So,
yeah.
A lot of good hoopers, man. A lot of good hoopers. And I saw Derrick Rose is did I see this correctly, guys? He's officially retired. That was that what last week, 2 weeks ago?
I don't know if I've seen that.
But I had already thought that he had retired and hung him up a long time ago, man. I might just be spitting bullshit here. I have no clue.
Well, it might be one of those
I remember yesterday. So,
might be like Leighton Vander Esch, where it's like you're medically not able to perform anymore.
You just can't do it anymore. And I feel bad for Vander Esch too, man. Like the dude is he is a guaranteed tackle in the open field because of just how great he was at playing 8-man football or they might have played 6-man football up there. But we call it, I think it was 8-man football, as a matter of fact, where he came from, because I think Texas is the only only state that does 6-man football. But anyways, like Vander Esch was an automatic tackle. He just couldn't stay hurt, he just couldn't stay healthy, man. Just injury prone. So we got that to talk about. How about we didn't get to this yesterday, man? The Jets poaching from the Cowboys here, taken from the offensive line. Johnson going out to the Big Apple there. Dallas losing up a little bit of security in their front line there for Dak Prescott. Rodney, what's that do for you, my guy?
Well, Tyron Smith, I thought all along was
Excuse me,
going to be.
Smith. Thank you very much. I
Yeah,
said Johnson.
I thought it was going to be super important to get him locked back in. And I mean, I know he's got some tread on the tires and all that, but at this point, I mean, it's like you're obviously not going out and finding something new. I mean, you're going to rely on the draft, but I mean, it's like it would be good to lock that dude back in. I mean, because it's that or nothing else. And that's what we're seeing with the Cowboys. I mean, with Tyron Smith going to the Jets for a 1-year deal, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, shit, well, there you go. And now, and these teams are making moves. I mean, the Jets just signed Mike Williams.
Right,
so now they've gotten somebody else over there. And here are the Cowboys. But I mean, I think it's a great move for the Jets.
I mean, Mike Williams wouldn't do much for your wide receiver room, would he? Like, the focal piece is CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, in Dallas?
You really can't use Mike Williams and CeeDee Lamb in the same wide. They basically do the same type of setting, right? I can't say it's the same type of skill set because CeeDee Lamb is apparently way better than Mike Williams, but they play out of the slot. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, kind of the same thing right there. But no, I think it's a great move for the Jets. I mean, because you're giving Aaron Rodgers some pieces and outlets right there. And I think the Tyron Smith signing, even if it is for just a year, I mean, you just need a year. I mean, I think the Jets.
That's what the Jets are trying to put this thing together within 1 to 2 years. Their window is very small. Everybody knows this.
Right.
You're basically only on the lifespan of Aaron Rodgers and hoping that you can squeeze another MVP run out of Aaron Rodgers' body.
Right.
You only got 4 snaps last season, so.
And I think part of me, Wags, is like that's where the Cowboys need to be thinking as well. I mean, I know that you got to figure out what you're going to do with Dak, and you got just do the deal at this point. Just fucking do the deal. I mean, that's going to be your guy. You're not moving on. I keep going back to, and look, I'm not the biggest Dak defender of them all, but look, if you're not going to sign this guy, who are you going to go get? I mean, you're going to put Trey Lance in there. Are you going to roll with him? Or are you going to do that? I mean,
they're going to sign. They're going to get a deal done with Dak. You absolutely have to know that they're going to get a deal done with Dak. Jerry Jones will not. If they let Tony Romo stay as long as they did, there's no way in hell that Jerry Jones is letting Dak Prescott out of the building.
No,
it's not going to happen.
No, there's no doubt about it. They're gonna get the deal done. But I mean, all of this is doing is just causing further limbo over here. And like we're talking about, we just talked about Tyron Smith now being gone. You're losing people.
You're right. Yeah, you're missing out on your opportunity. What is it? The opportunity, the time for opportunity, the time to sign is going wayside as we talk.
And the whole thing is, for me, dude. So what are the Cowboys doing? When I heard at the end of the week that they didn't even call Derrick Henry, it would be one thing.
It's all, they're all in for the draft. They're all in for rebuild through what, cheap money, if you want to call it that.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. I mean,
they got some paychecks coming up that they're gonna have to sign, Rodney. So they got to think about that.
Yeah. Well, and the linebacker thing really concerns me. I mean, you get Kendricks. I mean, you make that deal. Overshown, if you're able to get him back off of the injury, that's going to be a great thing. I think
Kendricks is a good piece. I think so too. I think that shores up a lot of the middle vulnerabilities for you guys at the linebacker spot. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's as fast as Van Der Esch, but I mean, I think it's a good little stop piece there.
Yeah. And this is where, and back to Van Der Esch right quick, Wags. Man, that dude's been hurt so many times like you're talking about. I think the last 2 injuries that he's had, I'm like, oh my God, one more hit and he's done. He just keeps coming back. It's like the $6 million man. It's like, we can rebuild him. And they keep putting him out. And it's one thing, it's one thing if it's a elbow or an ankle or something, but man, when you start jagging around with your neck and head and all that shit,
that's when it starts. When you start messing with the sciatic nerves and the lumbar and all the spinal injuries and the neck, you're done, man. That's your nervous system or your movement system, I guess, if you want to call it that, my guy. What's up, Grant? How we doing, man?
Yeah. So, but yeah, you gotta work on that. I mean, hell, then you gotta get a pass rusher. You've missed out on that as well. So anyway, that we'll see what happens right there, but they just need to get the Dak deal done. And I think that'll hopefully get things pushing in the right direction. But free agency continues. That Williams signing, I mean, I think that's great for the Jets. So there you go. I mean, and still, I'm still baffled by the Fields to Pittsburgh thing. I'm still trying to figure all that
Oh
out.
yeah, we'll break that. We'll have plenty of time to break that down. We got to get into some Texas football though, but before we do, Rodney, let's tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Whether you are watching college football or trying to keep up with the news of college football, keeping up with Sarkeesian's new payday and seeing what he's going to spend with that new paycheck that he's got, or if you're just looking to see what Isaiah Bond's going to do when he gets in here, pay attention to the Longhorn Network. And hell, you want to watch some hockey, you want to watch some NBA, some March Madness that's upon us right now. It's all deadly with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Go to that website right now. If you are clueless about what you want to put up in your house, if you don't want like the 2 screens that I have or the arcade units or the 4 screens that BK has, maybe you look at the website and see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years as they've been setting the standard in the Austin, Central Texas area for audio visual automation. So give them a call or look them up on the website, get an idea for yourselves. It's avconsultations.com. It's all deadly.
Absolutely. And of course, one of our benchmark sponsors right here on TSU, of course, of Chaos Theory, great supporters of the network and of this program. It is our friends at Covert BK. How about a word from our great friend?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Covert BK since 1909. The Covert family serving generations of Central Texans and beyond. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now. Sure as hell, not ever. CovertBK.com.
That's what I'm talking about, my guy. All right, man. So we want to talk about, so we heard the guys talking about it a little bit, flirting with it. Talking about some of our biggest concerns for spring ball, right? And one of that was obviously you had so much talent leaving the wide receiver room. Potentially 2 first-round picks from your wide receivers with Worthy and Mitchell, and then you also have a potential second-round pick with Sanders, your tight end that you got to supplement somehow, some way. The guy that was basically, I look, everybody says that Worthy was the X-Man. The X factor was Sanders. We talked about that just because he could do so much. He was just so versatile and big, fast, and strong. He, just one of those guys that almost like a Vernon Davis is the comp that I gave him from Maryland like almost 2 decades ago, man. Just a tight end that could do it all. You got to find a way to replace that. And you guys know how I feel about Jay Witt, man. Jay Witt was, a guy that never took a down off, did all the little things right that accumulated to the big things and pretty much added up to get us, those little things added up to get us, big victories. It's going to be a hard wide receiver room to supplement. That's pretty much my main concern. But again, we'll probably see that wide receiver room come together and get a little bit more continuity and gel with the quarterback room after a couple weeks, right? We'll hear from Sarkeesian in a couple of minutes here. He's got some sound on, just what your expectations are and trying to get the chemistry up to speed and trying to get everybody on the same page after the first day. And it's going to be tough because, it's like we talked about, man, it's people coming from different pieces of programs or whatnot. And, not everybody has congealed together yet.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge. I don't really want to say concern, but that's a huge piece that's going to be fun to watch.
I have too many concerns just yet, Rodney.
Yeah, no, isn't it nice? Like we said yesterday, it's kind of nice to be going into spring ball and we're not like over fuckingly concerned about, well, who's going to fill this or who's going to do that. But I think kind of the key right here is Quinn Ewers. I mean, when we talk about the wide receiver room with players that are coming in via the transfer portal, whatever it is, you've got a 2-year starter right now that today's a big day for Quinn Ewers, man, with pro day coming up for all these guys that are leaving. Quinn Ewers is going to be out there slinging that ball. And don't you think that this isn't something where Quinn Ewers camp is like, look, you get out there because they're going to be watching you as well, because depending what you do with this wide receiver room in this team next year, you could be the one You could be the 1-1. But I like if we didn't have the pieces that had been in place. I mean, you talk about Isaiah Bond and you talk about the different spots right there. I'd be a little more concerned if you were having to go completely green. That's when you tend to have some issues right there. I mean, seriously, the with Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat, it's like, man. But we talked yesterday. You've got some pieces there where we've seen guys that have been able to fill in those spots,
right,
and been able to carry that load. But now, here's maybe, I guess, if you want to, not really a concern, but a question is the guys that are going to be on the defensive front, that are going to be on the edge, are they going to be able to sustain? And then this is where I go back to depth, what you need to build in spring football. How are you going to build that depth? You got to have that depth, because if you don't have that,
what do you build off of it? Yep.
Exactly. You can have the best. You can have the best in those spots, but if there's no depth, you're in trouble, because it gets awful hot around here in summertime.
No, I feel you there. All right, let's hear from Sarkeesian. This is Sark on what to expect in early days of spring training for. No, it's not. I thought it was going to be a long statement, but it's not a long statement.
The details in those routes of the landmarks on where the receivers are supposed to be, the timing of those throws, because that's how you develop trust. And then that subtle communication between a quarterback and receiver that will grow over time as we continue to move through it. But again, I'm just looking for guys that can do what we're asking of them, do it to the best of their ability, because we're a very talented group, but doing it to the best of their ability, and then the quarterbacks trusting those guys that they're going to be where they're supposed to be. And so that's going to be a bit of a process as we go. But like I said, today was a good start to it. I thought there were some high-level plays that got made. Again, I think there were some things that we're going to have to go and correct off this tape. But as we grow, hopefully the rapport with Quinn and Arch and those guys continues to move in a positive direction as we go throughout spring.
And that's what I was talking. I was alluding to that a couple of minutes ago, right? With the new pieces coming in, the challenges coming in for the wide receiver room, and for Arch and Quinn to be up to speed. We heard from Jordan too yesterday, right? And he was talking about just the tier of talent from where the rest of the quarterback room is to where Arch and Quinn are. And if Arch and Quinn are struggling to get on the same page and the same rhythm with these wide receivers coming in, you got to expect that it's somewhat of a challenge, right? And we talk about, we'll also hear from Sark in a couple minutes just on the rest of the challenges that are coming in, looming from last season and trying to replace the wide receivers that we lost from last year too. Matter of fact, here is that sound based on 25 newcomers coming in to the Burnt 40.
Just getting them to go the right way. You go out to practice the first time, and you just hope guys are where they're supposed to be. We've got a lot of moving parts when we practice. I'm not one where I like guys standing around, and so generally when we're working one drill over here, we've got 3 other drills going on at the same time, and a lot of times a new face can get lost and be at the wrong place at the wrong time. And then he's not getting those reps to do what he needs to do. But that goes back to when they first get here in school. You just try to get them going in the right direction, taking the necessary steps, being where they're supposed to be off the field, and then trying to get them to be where they're supposed to be on the field. And then that'll kind of lends itself into their play, being where they're supposed to be from play to play to play, and doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
I mean, Sark said it best, man. You just got to get people into the flow. And it's tough when you're moving down the street, right? Or for me, we moved like a block over a couple of years ago or 4 or 5 years ago. And that was just a difficult movement. Like, we had to hire professional trucks. Moving is tough regardless of where you're going. And these kids are coming from out of state or whatnot. So again, it's going to take a couple of days to get everybody in the continuity flowing again, and then to get everybody on the same page, Rodney. But again, we talked a little bit about concerns coming in. I don't have too many concerns. I think we're in a pretty good spot.
I totally agree, and I think it's a lot. I think the word that we should probably be using is intriguing rather than concern, because we can look at the running back room like we're talking about, along the D line, who's going to step up, who's going to become the leader there, talking about linebackers. Secondary, I guess if there was somewhat of a concern, it would be the secondary, but hell, I was concerned about that last year, so I don't know where that's going to go. But I think it really comes down to like with the wide receiver room, and that's going to be so imperative. And I think where Texas is so far ahead of the curve right now is that when you look at the running back, the run helps open up the pass. You got two dudes right there that are going to be battling for carries back there. And I think that's going to be, fascinating to watch and see, whether it's Blue or Baxter that's going to come out of that and be the opening day starter. That's way down the road. But
if I had to take a vote on it right now, based off of what we saw last season, I'm going with Jaden Blue.
Yeah, I would go with Jaden Blue as well.
I think he gives you so much coming out of the backfield too, in terms of the passing attack.
Yeah. But kind of what I'm thinking about is, and that's where I think like when we talked about Saquon Barkley going over to Philadelphia, I think that's something that's going to be massive for the Eagles because Barkley gives that to Jalen Hurts. But back to Texas, when it comes to the wide receivers that have come over, and I love the way that Sark's talking about it right there, because I really look at that whole relationship. It very much is like a marriage. I mean, you have to get on the same page, or a significant other. You have to know the tendencies. And it gets to be the quarterback has to think like the wide receiver. And that's where you really start to see all these evolve. Like where you saw CD and Dak last year, you saw Dak starting to think like CD until it really counted. But that's where I have no question whatsoever that Ewers is going to be able to mentor this group and put them into roles to where, yes, you're going to lose. I mean, when you lose what you're losing, what is in pro day today here in Austin, when you lose those guys, it's going to be a little bit of a step back. But here's the other part, Wags. What we're starting to see at Texas, thank goodness, finally, is we're seeing these positions develop. And I think that's what we continue to see through the spring as we get into the fall.
All right, my guy, we got a little bit more sound. So a little bit of concern came in yesterday. We heard Jordan flirt a little bit with this too. Mitchell and Red came in a little bit, I wouldn't say plump, but they definitely, mom's cooking was a little bit maybe too much in the off season.
A lot of El Patio.
Not an El Patio. No, exactly. But here's Sarkeesian addressing the weights on Mitchell and Red.
Probably all three of them a little heavier than we would like. But, we're in March, right? And we're not playing a game until September. I guess it's August 31st this year. And one thing I know, some of that weight will naturally come off through spring practice. The other thing I know, when we start running in June and July in DKR at about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that weight comes off a little easier then too. But again, I'm not overly concerned. I would like that weight to get down for all three of those guys. I think they'll be better players when that weight's down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's just ever walked around Austin. You don't even have to run around Austin. Just walk from your car to wherever you're going, and you'll probably shed about 3, maybe 4 pounds.
Yeah,
just water weight right then and there. Yeah, I saw this too. I wasn't too bad, especially taking consideration of the time of year. It's spring training. Of course, you might have goals or whatnot, and like I'm a bigger guy too, man. But I can shed weight. I can shape my body just as well as anybody. Hell, any wrestler, if anybody wrestled growing up in high school, damn well how to fast and how to lose 10 pounds. Probably not the best way to lose 10 pounds. And I'm sure that Sarkeesian in the training facility or the training staff here for the Longhorns will get them on a good program to make sure that it's a healthy way to reduce the weight and drop the weight. But yeah, man, it's hell. You walk around like a week in Austin after April, and you're gonna sweat. You know what I mean? You're gonna get back down in shape. I can guarantee you that.
Wags, it's like listening to that cut right there from Sarkeesian. I'm having flashbacks to a month ago being at my doctor's office where he's like, "I'd like to see that weight come off," and I'm like, "Just hold on, just hold on. Let's wait until spring training and spring football, and then maybe that'll happen." But look, man, hey, Savion Red, maybe keep him. There were some red zone issues at some point. Maybe keep him bulked up. They like to run the wild Longhorn, the wild red, whatever the hell it was, maybe a little bit bulked up shit. No, hey, whatever. So, it's very
sometimes,
early.
again, we're losing a lot. We're losing a backfield of ass. Remember how big that backfield was when Brooks was in there, man? Need a lot of ass back there, man.
Yeah.
Especially on the goal line, dude.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But that's the good thing about it. Just listening to all of this, it just tells us the position that the program is in. We're a little concerned about some weight right there, a little bit concerned about some new, really good wide receiver prospects coming in, working on continuity with your senior quarterback that should be in the Heisman conversation, trying to figure out which running back that are both extremely good. And by the way, there's some good ones behind them. Who's going to take the mantle right there? Talking about guys along the defensive front that have shown the potential to be able to be starters, but have been role players at this point. Dude, I love having these conversations because this is and here's the best part about it. Now going into the SEC, like we were talking about yesterday at Coda Wags, I firmly put Texas in the hunt for the SEC right now. Georgia, probably the one. But when you look at all this and you hear day one and you hear the conversations and everything coming from within the program, I think Texas is sitting in a damn good spot, and it's about fucking time. It's about fucking time when it comes to spring football.
I am with you, my guy. Look, we got a couple more sounders from Sarkeesian here. Here's one. Sark on obsession. We'll get to that. But this is what I was big on yesterday, right? Like I was talking about how you were going to replace stalwarts like Murphy and Sweat, right? And hopefully, you rely on Colin, your seniors, your veteran leaders like Alfred Collins, and hopefully you take the potential of an Alfred Collins and you're able to build like you've been talking about, right? Here is Sarkeesian on how to replace talents, if you can even supplement talents of Sweat and Murphy.
We have probably a little bit more experience than maybe people will want to give us credit for. Alfred is a very talented player who has matured from one year to the next. And I think that he's if he continues on the progression that he's on, he's poised to have a great year. I think Vernon Broughton, again, another one of those guys that they gave us a lot of quality reps the last 2 seasons, and I think now more than ever they're poised to step into that role. And Tia Savea, he's played a lot of football at Arizona. So to have that experience of those 3 guys is helpful. And then we've got some young, talented players. I think Jere Bledsoe is an extremely talented young player who's going into year 3 now. I think Aaron Bryant is another guy that's going to now start to give us some of those reps that Alfred and Vernon gave us the last couple of years that they can give us. I think a first glance, Alex January is a guy who has been impressive early on in off-season workouts and conditioning and things. And so I think we've got a really good mix of older veteran players who are ready for their time, similar to Sweat and similar to Murphy. When Morrow and Coburn left, they stepped into that role. And so now it's that next phase, and it's that natural progression of guys moving through the program.
What do you think about that?
I love that. That's what you want. What that's called? That's just called restocking. That's
natural succession.
That's exactly right. When you talk about, Nick Saban's years at Alabama and what Kirby Smart, has done, and even with Dabo there at Clemson at one point where they would just reload. And that's exactly what's happening right here. And you have guys that are conditioned that have kind of sat and waited, and now it's their time. And what does that do? That just makes you hungrier. And then you look at other stuff. Jeff can talk about this, I'm sure, when he's on.
Is this legit? I don't know. Guys, if you put Gullible on the wall, I'm going to believe that it's up there. Are you for real, LB? Stop messing with me, dog. There's no damn way that they got Whataburger cards. Stop messing with me.
But
I'm sorry, Rodney. What were you talking?
I'm sure Jeff will touch on this, but I mean, like when you look at tight end, I mean, Jatavion Sanders, I mean, that had become kind of the when you talk about the X-Man, you kind of mentioned that kind of was the guy. I mean, coming into this, you're thinking, you know, Gunnar Helm, Nye Black, these are going to be the guys that are going to be the ones to fill that hole. But Jeff wrote yesterday on 247 that Jordan Washington seemed to be the one that was kind of, and again, this is day one. This is day one, no practice today, but that's where when you have a lot of pieces, it's like, God, man, you're just like, you're just playing Yahtzee, dude.
So it is like when you have a lot of toys, and I'll tell you, as a guy that has toys, you really struggle at what you're going to play with next. Like you got to make a schedule or make up a list of, hey, I think I'll play with him today, or I think I'll play with this item today. I don't know if you're Quinn Ewers, you're probably thinking, or that type of psychology's got to be going through your head. Like, man, this guy's so good. How do I get this guy the ball? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I got to get him more involved in the game every time. Honestly, that's just got to come down to Sarkeesian. And from what I'm hearing, man, and from what we're seeing, guys, Sarkeesian is just one of the best schemers in all of college football. And no matter on finding who that hot guy is that week, Sarkeesian's going to find the right toy for Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. And the nice part about this is what this does when you talk about depth and when you talk about competition and camaraderie and all this. It's like you can't take a day off. You can't take a day off because somebody's waiting to fill your spot. Somebody's waiting to jump in there. And I saw that Jeff had also written, you know, with the running backs, it looked like those two guys were 1A and 1B. Hot damn, how good is that? How good is that right there when you got that going on? And it really is. It's going to be Quinn. Quinn is going to be the straw that stirs the drink. And I think now with the experience, with the confidence, with more time, so many of these players now with more time in the Sarkeesian system and on the defensive system. I think that's where we're going to continue to watch throughout the spring where they have 14 practices left. They're just going to continue to get better and better. And I think what I really forecast seeing here as we continue to go through the spring, Wags, is names are going to start popping up. It's going to be so-and-so had a tremendous day and so-and-so had a great workout. And man, that dude, depth, all about depth. And you're going to need it playing in the best conference of college.
100%. Yeah. And like we talked about yesterday, I flirted with it. I got Texas as number 2 right now going into the SEC behind Georgia. It's kind of hard to not see Texas like that, especially if you're drinking burnt orange Kool-Aid like we do every morning. But still, that's just, again, very early prediction of where we're at. Hey, before we get out of here, man, let's tell them about Autograph real quick.
Yeah, I got to tell you about Autograph. If you want to be rewarded for listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered, which thank you all, by the way. I mean, we continue to see we're getting close to 8,000. We're getting close to 8,000. Lots of cool things coming up then, even bigger at 9 and then really big at 10. But if you want to be rewarded for listening to us, not only the great content that you get here live local every day from 8 to 5, our friends at Autograph, co-founded by Senator Tom Brady.
Congressman
Tom Brady are redefining the fan experience by letting users earn points for acts of fandom they take every day, like listening to us all day long. The Autograph app gives you access to your favorite Longhorn content in one place and offers you cool rewards like tickets, exclusive merchandise, all kinds of cool stuff. You're already listening to us here at TSU. Now you might as well earn points and be rewarded for it. Head over to the App Store, whether you're on Google, whether you're on Apple, whatever, type in Autograph. Pretty easy. Autograph like the song, Autograph like what you get this weekend at NASCAR from those drivers. Download it free today and use the referral code TSU. That's Texas Sports Unfiltered, TSU, the referral code. You can also drop down below us right here in the YouTube description. Boom. That'll get you there and get rewarded for listening to Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is our friends over at Autograph.
Have you guys put your picks in yet? Does everybody have their picks in? Have you seen the post on Twitter from Texas Sports Unfiltered to make sure that you're entering our March Madness tournament?
You need to dive into that, guys. I want to take a look here. I had that.
Who do you have right now? Right.
We're at 48.
No, who did you pick? I don't care how many contestants are
to win.
Here. I want to know who you picked.
Texas.
Oh, you're just giving the fans an easy. I know we're not allowed to win, but you still got to make it a valiant effort. You got to make it look good, Rodney.
All the listeners are like,
That's what I'm talking about. CB's in. Hey, it's real easy, guys. All you got to do is just go to our Twitter post. I'm sure you'll see a few more real quick before this thing actually gets picked. Tipped off and going at it, and the madness actually gets chaotic.
You know how I do mine? I found this cool little gadget, and I just started making all my picks with this Magic 8-Ball. It's like Magic 8-Ball. Is Texas going to win their opener against Colorado State? Let's see what it says.
You joke about that, but I used the Magic 8-Ball to tell the future of my teenage years, and it worked out very well. Hey, we would be remiss. It is Wednesday. It's hump day. We would be remiss if we did not give you our athlete of the week.
It's decidedly so. Texas is going to win against Colorado State.
I'll bet that 8-Ball's wrong again.
Mama's wrong
again, boys. Mama's wrong again. All right, so our athlete of the week comes from the Lynx, the land of the Lynx. That's right. Golf. We're going to golf. Can you guys guess who it's going to be? One, can we see guesses of our candidate for athlete of the week? I guarantee nobody's going to get this.
It ain't me. I got my golf club, but it ain't me.
She is absolutely beautiful, smoking hot. Oh no, that's not LB. I thought you were giving me a prediction for athlete of the week. All right, that's a prediction there.
Dottie Pepper.
No,
gotta be.
RSC. No, it is not Dottie Pepper. Comes from the land of the Lynx. A family member of a very renowned golfer.
Annika Sorenstam.
Nope.
Kelly Keeney.
Nope.
Digging way back there.
It is Cheyenne Woods, the niece of Tiger Woods. Look at her lovely brown eyes, and man, she can probably hit it about 250 yards. She has 2 professional wins on the golf scene. No, not Paige Spiranak. Is Spiranak an actual golfer, or is she just does she just give tips?
I think her and Grace Charis just sit there and let their tits hang out and make videos.
I think this lady, Cheyenne Woods, actually has 2 professional wins on the tour. So she is a professional golfer. I do not know if Spiranak is a professional golfer. We will definitely put Spiranak up here. Her 4th stroke is better than damn near almost anybody, man. Boy. She's pretty damn good. But yeah, this goes out. Our shout out for athlete of the week goes out to one Cheyenne Woods.
Boy,
from the daughter of Tiger Woods here.
Here's my thought with her.
And it will be going all in on different people than you've done in the past.
I'm in.
There you go. 100%. Didn't realize Tiger had any siblings in order to have a niece. Neither did I. This comes from the Athletic. That's where I got the actual the picture from it. So that is my source.
That's his niece.
The Athletic. That's the niece of one Tiger Woods.
Wow. Well done, Tiger. Well done, Tiger.
Very nice looking, but how's the rear shot? I don't know. I didn't see the follow through. I only saw one picture, and that was while Rodney was talking about the offensive line or whatnot. So I was scrambling to get you an athlete of the week this year.
I'm over here worried about fat dudes, and Wags is over there finding that, man. Come on.
Hey, man. I mean, sometimes you can't deny the magic that I do behind the scenes.
Hey, that's how we do it around here, man. That's why it's
any other concerns from the first day? You know what? We didn't hear from Sarko and Quinn. We should hear that real quick before we get
yeah.
So it's only an hour. Here is Sarkeesian with a little bit more sounder from yesterday on Quinn Ewers and where he's at coming into spring training.
I think Quinn looks good. His body, we went from where he was a couple years ago to slimming himself all the way down last season to, if you look at him, he looks a little broader now this year. And I'm hopeful we can maybe get 3 to 5 more pounds of just strengthening him up that way. I thought Quinn played really confident today, and had good command. And, a little different for us, for Quinn and I this year, is my ability to talk to him through the mic. And we started practicing that today. And I think having 2 years of experience of working together and now having that dialogue through the headset, I think is going to be beneficial for us.
Yeah, now that I'm glad that Sark actually spoke to that, because now after 2 years, Quinn's eyes should be like just a replicant eye, or a replicant eyesight of what Sarkeesian's seeing from the sideline, right? They should be on the same damn page, or you would think that they would be on the same damn page, being in the same system for 2 years now, and especially with Sarkeesian being able, to be in his ear. All right, you see this, basically able to convey exactly what's going on through Sarkeesian's mind. Now you're going to see the robber coming up here on, make sure you're checking this off, or don't stare down your first progression. Make sure you're checking that off, and then going down to the third as well. So there's a lot of things that Sark could throw out there into Ewer's ear right before pre-snap. Look, man, I'm excited.
No, it's awesome.
It's really like we've only got a couple of maybe minutes on what we've seen from Ewer's throw since coming into camp. Maybe an hour or two, if you want to say that, but not much film so far on the new 2024 Quinn Ewers. I'm glad that he talked about Quinn putting a little bit of weight on. I'm kind of against that. I want to see Ewers as light as possible, or as light as he was last year. I love that him being able to come back last year, being a little bit light in weight, was able. I thought it paid dividends, and was able to pay to his escape route and being able to extend the play. I don't think 4 or 5 more pounds is going to be able to take away from that. And if Quinn's coming back in the camp, broader and whatnot, and thicker and leaner, then that's all well and everything too. I don't think anything's going to take away from his throwing mechanics, or take away from it being able to throw the damn ball 70 yards or however long he can throw the damn ball. Look, a lot of people put a lot of stock into the first week of spring training, especially with with Red and Mitchell being a little bit heavier coming in the camp or whatnot. We talked about this, guys. It's going to shed. It's all going to come off. And for those of you guys that got concerns on that, or maybe that the Longhorns are just a little bit not where they should be, let's walk that back, guys. Come on, man. Yep. It's only week 1. Let's not have the pessimistics out here just yet. We're going into the SEC, and we need to keep the standard up. We know that, but it's going to be a pretty damn good season, guys.
Yeah, a little bigger, but stronger and agile also usually factors in when you're dealing with somebody like that. Let's bring in Jeff Howe. Talked about him earlier. They're from Horns 247, so he had a first-hand view of everything. Well, I guess what y'all get, Jeff? Like 15 minutes or so?
First and foremost, Jeff, can you expand on the tight end situation? Because I love what you wrote on 24/7 yesterday.
Hang on just a sec, Wags. Before we do that, are people actually concerned about this football team after one practice?
One practice.
It's a fool's errand to draw any conclusions one way or the other.
This is a well-oiled machine.
Knee-jerk reactions. What
is the complaint?
Just concerns. If we'll be able to get back, or if the wide receiver room as well, being able to get everybody firing on all cylinders and whatnot.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you're talking about more big picture concerns for the team, not like somebody. And
of course, there's little
clip of a video. It's like, oh, we're screwed.
Yeah, no.
I feel better. About humanity.
No, hell is not frozen over already, man. Just concerns.
No, the tight end position, Wags, is really interesting because you got Gunnar Helm, who's I would describe Gunnar Helm as kind of a solid hand at this point, just a good hand. And that's not knocking him. It just kind of is what he is. The floor is high. I don't think the ceiling is tremendously high for Gunnar Helm. Could be wrong, but whatever. Juan Davis is still in that room. Amari Nyblack is there, the transfer from Bama, who, he's not Jaleel Billingsley in terms of, being able to stay focused. But, can you kind of get him through this acclimation period where some of the stuff might be a little boring, a little repetitive, and get him to the point where, okay, now you're scrimmaging and now he's locked in. But the guy that jumped off the page, man, and really what you're looking at, look, I said my first rodeo, I've done enough of these underwear Olympics practices. Right. You're just kind of looking at freshman guys that you haven't seen because they're early enrollees, or guys that might have been on the practice squad last year, redshirting, that you didn't really pay too much attention to during the season. And Jordan Washington, as a spring enrollee, he's 240 pounds. Jordan and I were talking about yesterday. He's got a basketball background,
right?
Uber athlete. High school team wasn't all that successful. You look at him, man, and I watched him just go through some stuff with the O-line, and he just looked natural, just his movement, just the functional athleticism.
So he's probably going to be about 235 maybe when it's all said and done with Jeff.
Oh, I think he's going to be more like a 245.
Oh, okay.
Well,
he's got a chance. His body looks more in line with a complete tight end as opposed to one of those wide receivers that you would have to kind of spin down a little bit. Man, I thought just guys on the hoof that I'm like, okay, he's watching him move, looking at the body type, he's got a chance among the young guys. And I didn't see hardly any of the guys on defense. So if I don't mention Colin Simmons, it's like, oh, what do you mention Colin Simmons? So Jordan Washington, definitely. Trevor Gooseby, who redshirted last year, good Lord, man, 6'7", 313. He's what you draw to borrow from a phrase from Sark. You go into a lab and make you a left tackle. That's what they're supposed to look like.
Yeah. And I like what you said, Jeff, talking about Washington, because this was like Jeff Banks had pretty good praise for this dude as well. Prior.
Yeah.
He saw that in him
through drills. Yeah. And I think we've seen Jeff Banks, the work that he's done. Texas really hasn't needed to recruit tight ends. They've allocated scholarships to other places, but man, you look at he went the long way with Jatavian Sanders. That freshman year, JT didn't hardly play any offense. He's like, no, you're going to be a complete tight end before we turn you loose. And Jatavian Sanders, the leap he made from his freshman year to his sophomore year was unreal. Jordan Washington, they won't need him this year, but if you see him playing, it's just going to be because he might just be that good of an option.
Kind of be like that Gunnar Helm last year, to where it's kind of pop him in there.
The other guy that really stood out to me, the two freshman running backs, man, Jarrett Gibson and Christian Clark. Christian Clark's 210 pounds, but from the waist down, you look at his thighs, his calves. This dude's got a grown man lower half. Like, dude, what did you just hit the Stairmaster really hard? Like, or are you doing just calf raises? What are you doing in that weight room, son? But Christian Clark is that guy. Jarrett Gibson. The thing I like about Jarrett Gibson, Wags, in fantasy, when you got a running back in their prime, man, you just those guys get rode hard and put up wet, man. You just run them break them. And a lot of guys, typically a lot of elite backs, they were high volume carry guys in high school, high volume carry guys in college, and that's why they have a short shelf life in the NFL. Jarrett Gibson, he never had a 1,000-yard season at IMG because he didn't have to, because he's in a backfield with 5-6 guys that are going to play Division I football. So he's got a lot of tread left on the tires. I'm really excited about this running back.
How's his hands?
Didn't get to see a ton of
guys. I got to jump. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Let a double R. Be good, man.
Yeah, didn't get to see him. I didn't get to see a ton of him catching the ball yesterday, but he's more of a. I'll tell you this: if Sark evaluated him, he's got that a little bit, even if he's not. I view Sark recruiting running backs as receivers the same way Bill Self recruits shooters. He's not looking at production. It's more of the mechanics. Like if if I can tell you can look the ball in and you can have functional movement and you've got movement skills, going, tracking the ball, then you'll be a good receiver out of the backfield. So I think Gibson, though, is more of kind of he's almost a vis-a-vis replacement for Jonathan Brooks, Wags, just a guy that is just a nasty, violent between the tackles runner. Just not a lot of flash, just kind of a see it, stick a foot in the ground and get vertical.
Go. One cut and go. Gotcha.
Yeah. Whereas CJ Baxter and even Jaden Blue's violent, but he doesn't really need to be at times. I think Jaden Blue needs to make. We talked about this last year. At times, I thought he was moving too fast. Not letting his blocks develop. And then you saw him pop the big runs last year once he got some patience.
Right. That's a tough skill to be able to hone in, right? Like, you feel that damn energy in the back saying go, but you don't have the block set up for it yet. And hell, you probably get 3 yards when you could, if you wait just a little bit, you could probably spring for about 14, maybe 20, and then turn it into pay dirt.
There was a run early in the season. I want to say it was maybe the Baylor game
where he ran outside the block instead of taking it.
Well, and there was one where he just ran up Kelvin Banks's back, and I'm like, yeah, you gained 14 yards. If you slow down a half step and let Banks get on his man, that's a 60-yard touchdown instead of a 14-yard run.
Right.
And he kind of got that. And CJ Baxter, I think, was the opposite last year. I think he was waiting too long for it to develop, trying to hit the big run where it's like, hey man, sometimes the best play is just, put your head down and
go and get 4 yards.
Yeah.
No. So you mentioned you saw a little bit of Simmons yesterday from the defensive line. Now, of course, some of the concerns is replacing the stalwarts of Murphy and Sweat, right? And of course, some of the news that we got, from last year is that we're going to have returning bodies like one Alfred Collins. That's a ton of potential. And you as well as anybody knows, like when you have natural size on the whether it's O-line or defensive line, when you have natural size, Jeff, that's just coachable weight that you can move. And it also keeps your linebackers clean. It keeps your linebackers fresh so that they can scrape easily and make tackles cleanly. If you got a body like Alfred Collins, man, what is the actual reality that this dude comes into his own and just starts dominating a defensive line?
I'll believe it when I see it. And that's nothing against Alfred, but we've been waiting for, this is year 4 now. And when he flashes, I think Alfred has been in the same position that like Jere Bledsoe is in right now, at least from what the coaches will say. Like Jere Bledsoe in scrimmage situations, dude, when he flashes, they're wow plays.
Right.
But
is it just taking downs off?
You'll take a couple fewer of the wow. Well, I think it's just, and Jere Bledsoe's a different deal, which we can get into that. But like with Alfred Collins, I think it's just understanding that there's a certain level, and I'm not saying he's lazy or anything like that, but there is a certain, like you're deep enough in your D-line rotation. I think he slowly started to get to this point by the end of the year because we saw a better, more consistent Alfred Collins. That, hey, go as hard as you can every snap, because if you get subbed out for, Keandre Coburn told me this about kind of how, and we'll see how Kenny Baker does it, but basically how PK and Bo Davis view D-line play. Like if you get subbed out because it's a bad play, you may not get back in the game. And if you do, it may not be for a while. So go as hard as you can, balls to the wall, every snap you're in there. And if they see you need a breath, then they'll won't have a problem rotating somebody else in there. So basically lean on your depth, trust your ability to do what you do, be disruptive. And I think that's all it amounts to. I think it's just getting that mentality of go as hard as you can. And the coaches will be able to know when to roll somebody else in there.
Right on, man. I see Jordan in the background there. I'm going to bring him in there. Mr. Scruggs, how you doing today, sir?
Man, not too bad at all. Got hopefully y'all can hear me all right. I don't know how well my service will be and everything, but I'm running off my hotspot from on top the Manor garage. So
hey now.
We'll see.
Look at you, man. Looking over your kingdom. All right, guys, I got to get out of here, man. You guys have a great day. Hopefully everybody has a wonderful hump day, man. And we'll talk to you guys tomorrow, man. Be good.
All right. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. It's going to be tight for me because I got to get over to where Jordan is right now on campus for pro day, which is going to get started 12:45-ish, right around 1 o'clock. Jordan, I think Mike Garafolo, tweeted it out from the NFL Network. Quinn Ewers is going to throw today.
As I was driving over here, I saw, did you see who Nebraska's going to have throw at theirs?
Scott Frost.
Hell no. Dylan Raiola.
So, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is I think this is good for quarterbacks. It kind of get, and man, look, I can't think of a quarterback that's ever had like a bad like pro day. Like, like when I realized things had kind of jumped the shark was when Colt had his pro day. And man, he completed 63 of 65 balls and everything was effortless. I'm like, Well, he drew it up like you're drawing up your own route tree and everything. Like, I hope, and you're against air, I hope you would be able to complete a high percentage. So take that for whatever it's worth. But it's good for Quinn to get out there. This is the baby step toward kind of what I've been talking about, Jordan, where I wish you had more tools underclassmen could use to be able to just get honest feedback from the NFL. You know, like if I'm a rising true junior, I'm going into a draft eligible year, for and Quinn's not going to get that kind of feedback, at least, from talking to scouts or whatever. But just for somebody to be able to tell you, like, yeah, hey, if you have a good enough year, you can go pro. Or some guys may need to hear, like, from a scout or a player personnel guy or a GM, like, dude, don't even think about coming out after next year. Just think about getting better because you're not anywhere near ready. So the more honest feedback you can give guys, the better.
Yeah, I mean, we're having this conversation here about who's throwing the ball. More important, who's snapping it today at Pro Day?
Oh, just, somebody will just kind of throw it, flip it back to the quarterback.
Oh yeah.
It's it's the position that I enjoyed, Jordan. It's the 7-on-7 center.
Yeah, well, they've replaced you at most tournaments with a T that now beeps after 4 seconds. So
what? You don't even
they got these,
man.
Well, some of them will, but the nice tournaments, they'll have like these stools that the ball rests on, and there's like this little, I don't know how to describe it, like little plastic tick that pushes down, and then when you pick up the ball, it goes off after 4 seconds, and that way people can't bitch and moan about refs or whatever. But half the time the stools are broken, so. But yeah, so do we have the full Pro Day roster for today?
Yeah, Texas tweeted it out. By the way, my experience of the reason why I was a 7-on-7 center, Jordan, you'll appreciate this. At that point, I was one of the guys that had a reliable vehicle, and I use that term very loosely. But basically, I could load up like 3 or 4 people in my car and be like, "Hey, help us get to, Lago Vista or wherever we're playing 7-on-7 this week." It's pretty much going to be the same guys.
Worthy, JT Sanders, AD Mitchell, Ryan Watts, Keelan Robinson, Jordan Whittington, Jonathan Brooks, Ryan Sanborn, Jalen Ford, Jet Bush, Christian Jones, Byron Murphy, Devondre Sweat.
Pretty much the combine guys with the addition of Jet Bush.
Sanborn.
Yeah. Well, no, Sanborn actually did go to the combine. It's just they don't televise the specialists. They kind of do their own thing. But you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm I posted I was here where I was doing the show, and I'm at one part of the garage, so anybody driving over here is getting looked at for sure.
Yeah. What just let me know something. Let me know something pops off though.
Oh, hey, I got tents. It's super bright outside. You can't see anything behind me, but he looked like he runs track because you can get over to the stadium from this garage.
Yeah,
well, if you're media, that's how you get. Fun fact: to get into the press box for whatever the name is of the stadium behind me, you got to go through Manor Garage. But here, I'll give y'all a look of what beautiful downtown Austin.
The track locker room is also.
Yeah, I don't know how much this will
attached to Manor Garage,
but yeah, that's what I'm looking at right there, the stadium. So, yep. Yeah, no. So if y'all see me, see me looking out all weird, it's because there's probably a car. But if someone wants to come do something to me on a live stream, I beg them, dare them to. So,
Jordan, I'm sorry I keep cutting you off, man. It's just
you're good.
It's worse. It's been worse the last 2 days with the delay. So, but it's fine. I just want to apologize to you on the air, and in case anybody wondered, Jeff, why you keep cutting Jordan off? It's not intentional. It's accident. But with Pro Day, the participation, every year it seemed like there would be like. And I know this sounds like a bad term, but like some randos would show up like unannounced. Like I remember, a couple years ago because he didn't get his pro day because of.
We see Ramonce Taylor working out today.
I don't think
I was just trying to think who would be the funniest guys.
I know DJ had like 3 pro days. DJ had like 3 different pro days. who was I just thinking about? I was thinking about DJ. There was somebody. Oh, Chris Brown. Chris Brown did pro day twice, and there's been a couple guys. Pretty much, it's been like an open invitation to guys. Like if you're, a free agent, it's a really good way to, there's a lot of scouts here. At least all 32 teams are going to be represented in some way, shape, or form. So might as well come get a workout in. But CB mentioned in the chat, the bad thing about Quinn Throne today is I guess we can now retire David Ash as the all-time pro day quarterback.
Yeah.
It's a damn shame, man.
Yeah, how dare they take David Ash away from us? I wonder what David Ash is doing nowadays.
David Ash, I believe he's in. Oh man, I think he does. I believe he does some work. Last I checked, he did some work with a church, I believe, in Dripping Springs. He's also into real estate.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say like he's doing work with younger quarterbacks or something. I'm like, well, I'm not.
No,
yeah,
David Ash. I'm still Facebook friends with David Ash because that's what us olds use. Jordan is Facebook, and the only photos I see from David Ash, he loves to fish. He loves to fish. So the only Facebook interaction I see from David Ash is like if he, went to his favorite fishing hole and like caught a big catfish that day. I'm like, man, look at David Ash getting after with some fishing. So he's kind of enjoying life.
Man, I mean, he's belting, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Baron Sorrell looked actually really good yesterday. I mean, we didn't, cover him just because I don't know. He's not one of the new freshmen or transfers. That's who everyone always wants to talk about day one. But I mean, physically, looks better. Not that he was ever out of shape, but I mean, like, I don't know. We didn't talk about him. Just going through all the photos yesterday gives you like a longer look at everyone.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, but I want to stay on the Sorrell point because one of the big topics that's going to it's going to reverberate throughout this spring, the summer, and into camp is, man, you brought Trey Moore and Colin Simmons in for a reason, and there should be no greater motivation. I mean, look, one of two things is going to happen: either Trey Moore and Colin Simmons, their play in practice is going to demand more reps in the game. Or what you can also hope for is that those guys bring it and demand reps, yet Baron Sorrell and Ethan Burke kind of take the attitude of like, all right, you want our jobs? Come take them. And, hopefully what you end up with is 4 bad dudes that on any down can get after the quarterback. That's ideally what you kind of hope for. And if you get another one of, if you get if a Colton Vosick or DeCelia Kana or somebody else in that edge rotation ends up earning reps, hopefully your edge rotation can be deep, but you'd like for that's where I'm at with this roster, Jordan. We recorded our Longhorn Blitz podcast yesterday, and I had a chance to think about it last night, and I was thinking about what position groups on this team have talented depth, where my definition of talented depth is, can you go from the starter to the backup with very little to no drop off? Like, I think at this point, running back is a position group that has talented depth. I think the offensive line is a position group that has talented depth. I think tight end right now is a position group with talented depth. Receiver is another position like that. Because, I mean, look, when Matthew Golden, like, let's just say Texas played a game today based on what the depth chart looked like yesterday. Like, if Matthew Golden is running with your twos, you got a pretty salty receiver group. And edge is one of those positions where I know you've got 2 guys that are pretty good frontline guys with Baron Sorrell and Ethan Burke. But do you have talented depth? In other words, if Baron Sorrell and Ethan Burke continue to get on an upward trajectory and continue to improve themselves, yet Trey Moore and Colin Simmons are capable of whenever you need to sub one of those guys out or both of them out, you could put the backups in and there's little to no drop off. That's where, and Texas is there at some positions. They're not there at every position. That's where you're talking about being in the same group with like a Georgia or an Ohio State, or it's a very small list of programs that can have that kind of depth. And Texas they're on the cusp of being there, and they've actually got it at a few position groups, I think.
Yeah, agreed with everything you said, and I mean, I think linebacker will be there soon.
I was going to say linebacker, but I didn't know if I wanted to go there yet. But man, Kendrick Blackshire, you, I know Hank watched him yesterday, man, and like we said, Steve Edmonds, the last 260-pound linebacker I can remember at Texas, and that's been a decade.
Yeah, man. I mean, a linebacker, they're going to lose Blackshire after this year. They're going to lose Benda. Maurice Blackwell, will he be out of eligibility?
Mo Blackwell will, and that makes me sad because I'm president of the Mo Blackwell fan club. I love me some Mo Blackwell.
One of the best high school players, actually I've ever seen. Was really, really strong at Martin, and actually saw him twice because Hank Carter and the old Arlington Martin coach that everyone hates were like best friends.
Coach Bob Wager.
Yeah. So Lake Travis would always play him. I'd always see him. But yeah, so you're going to lose those 3 linebackers. So that means next year you're going to return Ant Hill. This is obviously, assuming these guys, no one leaves via the portal. But Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, Samaje Burrell, Darian Gillette, Ty Anthony Smith.
Then whatever your recruiting class looks like.
Yeah, and right now they have Deuce Williams committed. That's a little bit of a whole nother story, but Deuce Williams is committed for now. And then they're also, I strongly believe that Riley Pettijohn and Elijah Barnes will eventually end up in the 2025 recruiting class. So that'd give you 3 linebackers. That might not be the final number. Final numbers are still being worked on. But for now, I think 3 is a really safe number for total takes. Could also see them maybe going in the portal if they don't like what they sign, if they don't like what they get, if they want something else. Because again, I mean, you're gonna have a lot of guys returning next year that have never played, and a lot of guys that I'm talking about that will be returning next year that have never played are getting like actual contributing snaps for the first time this season. So the linebacker group, it's going to be really interesting to see, who kind of from that 23 group emerges that isn't Anthony Hill, because obviously, he's already established himself.
Yeah.
But, Leonga Lafau is definitely the safe pick out of him, Samaje Burrell, and Darian Gillette.
Yeah.
But, I'm really interested how Darian Gillette and Samaje Burrell are going to continue developing. And also, a guy I had completely forgotten about until I went to go edit his photo, Tassili Akana. Because he's listed as an edge. He lined up at edge yesterday with like the 3rd group, but like he still doesn't look remotely close to being playable in a power conference, much less the SEC at the edge position. But we're only ever seeing him at edge, and when we do, it's for like a snap because he's 3rd string. Yeah. So we don't know if he could ever move well enough to be a linebacker. I highly doubt it because I figured they would have done it by now. But yeah, so linebacker, I think, will be there shortly. I think those guys just, got to get some growing pains and get through the spring this fall, and, who's going to emerge from that group that isn't Ant or Leonga. And then at DB, at safety, Mookie Taff and Derek Williams are the 2 starters, the 2 ones. After that, I think it was Drew Makuba and Phil. I saw Phil Simi, but Drew Makuba was the other safety, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then at corner.
Well, no, you're talking about with the ones yesterday. No, because Chip watched that group. It was Makuba and Derek Williams, Phil Simi, and Mookie Taff.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. But I just thought it was interesting though that you kind of overhaul the safety position in the offseason, and you come out the first day of spring ball with your 1s, your 2s, and 3s. There's a newcomer within each of those groups, and Makuba with the 1s, Phil Simi with the 2s, and JJR with the 3s.
Oh yeah, and with corner too, man. Like, I mean, I remember talking about it in January, and I don't want to pat myself on the back too much, but was the first to report Jahdae Barron is most likely not playing nickel, or he's going to spend the majority of his time at either corner or safety next season. He's settled in at corner. That's where he's going to spend most of his time, and as a non-nickel corner. So And really weird seeing him wearing number 7 and not 23. Like there are a few times, like while I'm at practice, my thing is I'm literally taking a photo of any scholarship player that like I see. And going back, I'm like 7. Oh shit, this is John A. You know, like I don't know. It didn't click for me. But you got him, Malik Muhammad, Terrence Brooks. Man, Gavin Holmes is still there. A lot of people forget about Gavin Holmes. You know, he had 3 years of experience under his belt at Wake Forest.
And I didn't think it was bad last year. It's just it was hard for him to get on the field. You know, you were in front of 3 really good players. We'll see Ryan Watts today going through the pro day. Terrence Brooks is going to have a chance to play in the NFL. Manny Muhammad looks like I think Manny Muhammad's kind of the blueprint of what the staff wants at corner, or at least it should be. Just a dude that he's long and just tremendous instincts in man coverage, really understands how to play the ball, really understands how to put himself in a position to make a play on the ball. Just a good natural cover guy. And, you know, that takes me to something else that we talked about on the Blitz podcast yesterday. And I've been trying to CB mentioned Xavier Filson is wearing 21. It's my man Rod Baber's number. But I've been trying to find a way to describe it because I've been seeing the trend. And Jordan, you tell me if I'm off because you got a better idea of what this staff does on a day-to-day basis in recruiting than I do. It feels like this staff has really gotten in the mindset of we need to recruit the things we can't coach. We need to recruit size inside. We need to recruit speed outside. We need to recruit length. We need to recruit natural cover skills. We need to recruit natural guys that can naturally bend the edge and get after the quarterback in pass rush situations. Like if they've got great track times or whatever, that's a plus. But above all else, you've got to have dudes that are instinctive and just have those innate abilities to either cover or rush or block or whatever it is at a really, really high level. And have the physical tools to go with it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what so much recruiting is. Like, all kids do is bitch and moan to me about how they're better than other players. And I'm like, yeah, you are much better than him. You have much better stats than him, but you're slow. You run an 11.2. That dude runs a 10.5. Like, get in line. You know what I mean? That's all recruiting is. You got to, you know, these athletes don't grow on trees. Lance Jackson, he's getting a lot of hype about him because he just went and shut down Under Armour Houston, was one of, if not the best D lineman there. Lance Jackson doesn't grow on trees. 6'6", 263 that can throw 95 off the mound. That's not normal. There's only like 3 guys like that each cycle, if that, right? So, yeah, that's what recruiting is. That's how Georgia, it's the same schools, the same programs that actually have legitimate shots to win the national championship each year. I mean, it's the same thing I said when I was down at Under Armour Atlanta. There are athletes at that camp that don't exist in the state of Texas. They just don't, right? And on the flip side, there are athletes down here in Texas that won't ever exist over there in Georgia. Right? And it's all about making sure you get enough from each region because you need those guys to win the national championship.
Man,
look at all the national championship winners for like the last 16 years. They're all in one place except for Ohio State. They're all in one place in the Southeast, and they all recruit the same exact athletes, the same kids from the same area. It's not rocket science at all, man. It's so. That's why, like, I find it so laughable whenever G5 programs will be like, we'll just build from the port, like Spav at Texas State. That's a joke. You know, you're never gonna win doing anything like that. You know, you gotta be able to develop, and you know, it's way easier to develop if the player runs a 10.5, not 11.1. So,
yeah, I do think you can't get too focused on traits that you lose sight of.
Is he actually a football player?
Can he play? It just feels like this Sark staff has done a really good job of it. I still feel like, though, you know, and maybe just because I'm not making myself a Louisiana recruiting expert, but, you know, the time I've spent in New Orleans and, you know, seeing Louisiana guys at various camps over the years, that's one area, man, where, look, LSU can't take them all. And if you know what you're doing, you know, I like the way the Texas staff has it right now, where Terry Joseph still has some pretty strong ties in Metro New Orleans. And I think we forget, man, Brandon Harris is from kind of that Shreveport, Monroe area, kind of up northern Louisiana. Between those two guys and other guys on the staff, you can mine Louisiana for some gems, man. I mean, we were talking about Baron Sorrell earlier. Malcolm Roach was one of those guys that LSU didn't really want, and Texas got him. He's a really good player at Texas and just signed a free agent contract with the Broncos. You can find some really good prospects in Louisiana. I know we're kind of getting away from team stuff and practice, but
no, what you said is perfect, because I want to talk about Louisiana as well, because Corey Raymond's back at LSU, and that is just such a humongous effect on the landscape of college football. You might be like, what do you mean? How is one coach going to change? I'll tell you what, that dude makes a difference. He makes a big difference, right? So I'm going to go through and read you the top 10 players from the state of Louisiana and where they signed in the class of 2023. Arch Manning, Texas. Lance Hurd, LSU. He's now transferred to Tennessee. Derek Williams, Texas. Shelton Sampson, LSU. I think he might have portaled as well, not sure. Tackett Curtis, USC. Ended up portaling to Wisconsin. Eli Holstein, Alabama. He portaled somewhere.
I forget where, but yeah, he portaled.
Caleb Jackson, running back, LSU. Kylan Jackson, safety, LSU. Quarterback, Ricky Collins, LSU. And then Jordan Matthews, cornerback, Tennessee, who committed to Tennessee over Texas last minute, if y'all remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So LSU signed 5 of the top 10 that year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's look at 2024. And keep in mind, Texas got 2 of those. They got the number 1 Arch and the number 3 Derek Williams.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now let me read you the top 10 from 2024. Don McKinley, LSU. Trades Green, LSU. Deshaun McBride, LSU. Kylan Billiott, LSU. Tylen Singleton, LSU. Michael Turner, LSU. Wardell Mack, who's the number 7, Texas. Jawan Johnson, LSU. Kalaj Cobbins, LSU. Joel Rogers, LSU. Corey Raymond was a humongous part of cleaning that up at the end, but also the fact that they had a Heisman winner and actually had a good season helped as well. Or not good, but better than average. I bring all this up to say the fact that Texas went and got the number 1 and 3 player, not only the fact that it's Arch Manning, but the fact that they went and got those guys out of Louisiana is going to be a bigger boost than I think anyone will ever realize.
Yeah.
Because what you could say, goddamn, what you could say about
who's staring at you? Who's distracting you right now?
Nick Harris has pulled up on me.
The great Nick Harris.
Yeah, the great Nick Harris.
Working for the Dallas Football Cowboys.
Yeah, but no, I guess he's not. But Arch and Derek Williams, that's gonna help him so much going forward, man. And like that doesn't happen in other years, is what I'm trying to say. That's why I brought it up. You got LSU in a down year in a transition with BK year 1. And LSU had a bad season. That's not normal.
You picked a bad year to lose, for Corey Raymond to go back to LSU, and for Bo Davis to take a job on that staff.
Exactly.
Doesn't help.
So I bring all that up to say, like, you need to get kids from Louisiana to win, and it just got a lot harder to get kids from Louisiana. So the fact that Texas went and got the number 1 and 3 in 22, and then or in 23, and then in 24 they went out and got Wardell Mack, the number 7. Like you got to get at least 1 top 10 player each year, I think. So, yeah.
Hold on. I've been hanging on to that sneeze for about 30 seconds, man. Oh, that felt better. Anyway, no, it's Louisiana. Like I said, it's one of those. I just remember going around that state the first time I did it, 10 years ago, and just looking at guys. I'm like, man, if you put half of these guys at Texas high schools where they can actually have, weight rooms and practice facilities and coaches that aren't like, driving a UPS truck for, the morning and early afternoon before they go open the gates for practice. Like it'd be amazing what some of those guys could be. But I've Let me throw you this about Louisiana before we get back to talking team stuff. With Kalen DeBoer taking over at Bama and A&M kind of in this transition with Mike Elko, could Texas be kind of that next school that kids might look at? Like because some kids may just, they're good enough to play at LSU. LSU wants them, but it's like, man, I don't want to stay at home. I want to go somewhere else. And, typically that's Alabama where kids end up going. I mean, Texas might be that option now for guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, not having Nick Saban at Alabama helps Texas and like every other school in America so much. Because now it's like, okay, we're back to mostly competing with just the regional guys. And then Ohio State or USC when they want to be annoying and piss us off, just like Saban used to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's huge that Saban isn't there anymore because, like, dude, if Nick Saban doesn't exist, like, Jalen Hale's at Texas right now. You know what I mean?
Right.
Jamari Miller's at Texas. Like, a lot of shit is changed, obviously, right? So that's going to help with A&M being down and kind of in a transition. That's helping as well. But at the same time, more than A&M being in a down year transition, Texas is getting a boost because they actually did what they were going. They're doing what they said they were going to do for the first time in a long time, right? Yeah. And I mean, you even see that in talking to coaches and visiting high schools, man, because it's like, well, coach, I know Texas was like his 32nd offer, and he'd been getting recruited for 2 years before then. Like, that doesn't. He's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, what I just said.
Yeah.
It's Texas. Like, they can afford to wait now. They made it to the playoff. They did all this. And I don't know about affording to wait. I don't think, you obviously want to be proactive, not reactive with anything. So, Texas can't get too lazy or whatnot, but, that coach was right. Texas has a lot more flexibility and leeway with how they want to recruit kids. And, the drawback that they get, a lot of it is a lot more quiet than it will ever be because winning is all that matters. So,
yeah, for sure. I do want to get back to team stuff. But from a recruiting standpoint, I know Hank did the update with on Dia Bell that's up on the site right now. Raja Bell's son, who's one of the top quarterbacks in the country in the class of 2026, got the offer. Jordan, what have you had a chance to look at these 26 quarterbacks yet and figure out which one, if you had a choice, which one you'd take or how you'd rank them? Or is it still too early?
I'll be completely honest with you all. I have not watched a single play of film from either of the three quarterbacks with offers, which is Jared Curtis from Nashville, Troy Hoon or Hun, I'm pretty sure it's Hun from California, and then Dia Bell from American Heritage in Florida. So at some point, when the spring slows down a little bit, we're in the heat of showcase season, camp season. I'm traveling around every weekend. Once that slows down and, they're looking more into 2026, they're going to start offering more 2026 guys in May, once coaches get out on the road and are evaluating guys at spring ball practices. So once that happens, I'll probably look into them. But if I'm being honest, I couldn't tell you much about the 26 quarterbacks and what type of play style and what they bring to the table.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, not a football note, but a women's basketball note. How about Madison Booker, second team AP All-American as a freshman?
Oh, yeah. Where's Madison Booker from? What high school did she go to?
Believe she's from Mississippi.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, because what I said, athletes from that part of the country, man, you need them.
Yeah.
You need them.
Props to her. Jordan, I know you don't watch much Texas baseball, but, man, props to David Pierce. And that Texas baseball team got down to Air Force, had to have a ninth inning rally, big 2-run bomb by Jalen Flores, and then D. Kennedy walked it off in the 10th inning. So I like that Texas does the double midweek with Air Force. Doesn't really help you at all from an RPI standpoint. As a matter of fact, if you lose that game, it can kill you from an RPI standpoint. But for whatever reason, those games have been really competitive, especially a couple of years ago when Air Force came in. Texas played. I think they ended up playing Air Force 4 times, 2 in the regular season and 2 in the regional, including one of those when Paul Skeens was pitching for Air Force. So, the game 2 of that's going to be today. So nice little double midweek for the baseball team getting back on the horse. That's the redeeming quality of the team, Jordan. I know it sounds like coach speak and it sounds corny, but man, when you go through some stuff and you still got the ability to and the intestinal fortitude to put together a 9th inning rally and not just because baseball is one of those games where you can just start swinging out of your shoes and taking non-competitive at bats, but to be willing to do the right thing, to compete every at bat, protect the plate with 2 strikes, try to play good defense, try to pound the strike zone, guys out of the bullpen when your margin for error is non-existent. There's something about a team that you can appreciate when they're that competitive.
Yeah. I mean, that's what gets the fans going too. So last about 10 minutes here, you want to wrap it up with some football like you were saying?
Yeah, I think we've gone through.
Can we talk about the Kaden Proctor shit? Have you saw that, right?
I thought it was a joke.
Yeah, me too.
Kirk Ferentz got Brew McCoy.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the memes are hilarious. They're like, this motherfucker just wanted to go watch Caitlin Clark drop 40 every night.
But honestly, I know. Look, man, I know now people are gonna say, "Well, Bama tampered with him." Okay, Iowa tampered with him in the first place, and he pretty much admitted that on the record. There is no honor among thieves in the first place, as the late great Dusty Rhodes once said.
Also, like Iowa, like you've been wedgied by this dude before. Like he was committed for like a year before flipping on signing day to Bama.
Yeah,
like, but I wonder if they even took photos of him in like an Iowa uniform, like for this upcoming season yet, if they've done it yet.
Yeah, you had to update the website for spring ball.
Yeah. Jet Walker, the 26. I've heard of him, and I know he follows me on Twitter. I actually went to look into him because I was thinking about maybe sending him a tryout invite for Juice, but his track times, man, like really, really productive. But if I remember correctly, is not good track times at all. And I mean, I'll be honest, if you're a white running back from Land Passes, it's going to be pretty hard to get recruited as well. So that's and then LSU, the LSU 25 class that CB was talking about, they have Bryce Underwood's commitment. He's the number 1 quarterback, I believe, our number 1 overall player as well. DeCorian Moore, who's like number 4 overall, number 1 receiver in the country. I strongly agree with those two in their rankings. On the other hand, the interior offensive lineman, I believe he's only ranked number 1 by On3. So, yeah. And also interior offensive line, like rankings and just rankings in general. Like they're going to fluctuate a lot between now and when they finalize next February. But guys like DeCorian Moore, Bryce Underwood, where we have as advanced and as deep of a profile of data that we do, those guys are going to stay around the same ranking pretty much no matter what. On the other hand, the interior offensive lineman, can't say that for him. And then the running back, Harlem Berry. A Kylan Deere from Mississippi, we like him as our number 1 running back, so we made him our number 1 running back. He was like, I think, weighed in at 6 foot, 216, 212, and he ran like a 4.47 at Under Armour Atlanta. So that got him the number 1 bump. But so yeah, LSU holds 2 commitments from 2 number 1 players per 24/7. But still, I mean, it's a ridiculous class, especially. I mean, the fact that we're in March and they have all those commitments is pretty wild. But, I mean, at the same time, LSU, they're always going to have a bunch of commitments around this time of the year, especially more than any other school in the region. And it's because, like, kids from Louisiana go to LSU. There's not – like, LSU is able to basically I don't know, strong arm these kids into committing. Because it's like, if you don't do it now, you won't have a spot. The kid's from Louisiana, he's dreamed of going to LSU his whole life. He's, of course, going to commit then. And if you're curious what happened with Kalaj Cobbins, who was a 2024 4-star edge who ended up signing with LSU, He was down to LSU and Texas, was wanting to commit in June. It was like January, February. LSU found out he was going to either LSU or Texas, and they were like, all right, you can't commit here unless you commit in the next week. And then the next day he posted the LSU graphic. But, Texas, they very much had a shot at him. And even then, they had it set up when he committed. He was going to come by for visits, but LSU basically hit him with the same plan where they're, if you show up to another school's campus, you're not in this class anymore. So,
yeah. Can I say one more thing on the Kaden Proctor deal? This is what, and look, I'm projecting here. There's a lot of conjecture by me, what I'm about to say, but I think this is why. And you look at how the roster disintegrated, the 2022 class at A&M disintegrated, man. If guys are making a decision strictly based on how big the bag is that they're getting, it's probably not going to work out. And I'm not saying that Kaden Proctor did or didn't, but maybe he had an honest moment, Jordan, where he kind of asked himself, like, am I really happy here? Am I really happy at Iowa, or would I rather be happy at Alabama? I mean, at the end of the day, recruiting is still about relationships. It's still about asking yourself questions like, man, if I got injured tomorrow and could never play football again, is this a place that I would want to be for 4 years? Like, you still have. So I just think let all the stuff. I know guys that are getting recruited, they hear about dollar figures and NIL valuations and all this other stuff. And maybe they might even know somebody that got a nice NIL deal. But man, it's still about looking out for yourself, because the money, I mean, you can always make more money, but a college decision, it's tougher to get a do-over on that one.
Oh yeah. And I mean, a lot of people had a lot of problems with what Nick Saban said this past week. And I just think it's funny that, like, no one's talking about how in the clip he's next to Ted Cruz. But anyways, I get what Saban said, and I get the people who are like, well, if it's not about money, you've made this much career earnings, go coach. Like, shut up. Shut up. You get what Saban's trying to say. Don't take it there. But the fact that what Saban is complaining about and says needs to get changed, because it does need to get changed, just happened at Alabama. They just got Proctor. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So that's the problem, is we have people saying things need to get changed, but they're not changing themselves because it would only hurt them. Right? And it all starts at the top with the NCAA. It doesn't start with Nick Saban. It starts with the NCAA and them doing their jobs and enforcing things. So
my only piece of advice, Jordan, to the casual college football fan out there, or even the diehard, man, everybody's living in glass houses. So if you want to throw stones, you go ahead. But as I said earlier, man, there is no honor among thieves. Everybody's playing by the same rules, which is to say there are no rules.
Yeah, and I think I've said it before. I said it around portal time in December, but, like, dude, the way this is going, I think the only way something really is going to get changed is if we see, like, a G5 coach. Excuse me. If we see, like, a G5 coach show up to a press conference and go, Steve Sarkeesian, Texas, they've been tampering with my all-conference receiver for 2.5 months. Now, I'm obviously using Texas as an example, but that's going to happen someday. It will. Will it ever happen at the Power 5 level? Fuck no, because all of those coaches have blood on their hands. Yeah, G5 doesn't. They don't have money in bags to tamper with and steal players like that. It happens to them, right? Yeah. So I think that's eventually how it's going to happen, or a G5 coach is going to go sit down with Pete Thamel or Marcelo or someone.
Bruce Feldman, yeah.
Basically just be a whistleblower about everything that went down at their school or whatever, they keep it anonymous or not. Yeah. I just think that with how the NCAA operates and with how unorganized all of this is, like, it's going to have to be almost a call to action, like such a large public event such a large call to action for the NCAA that they're not going to be able to ignore it.
No, I think we're way past the point of the NCAA. I don't, for big time college football, this is no longer an NCAA issue. It's way past the point. There's nothing they can do at this point. Because what are you going to do? You're going to retroactively go back and just start putting sanctions on everybody? You can't do that. You basically have to. This run that college football is going through right now, it's going to kind of be like the steroid era in baseball, where you're just going to have to look at it and be like, okay, technically, none of y'all were really guilty because nobody tested positive for the stuff, but there were no charges brought up, but you're kind of guilty by association, right? So,
and none of y'all were going to fucking class either.
But nothing changed. Nothing changed with baseball until you got the Mitchell report. Until what happened? Until the federal government got involved, right? Nothing's going to happen to big time college football until the federal government steps in and decides what's going on. I don't like that. I don't think anybody else likes that. I wish my elected officials were worried about other stuff other than NIL and pay for playing college football. But it is what it is. The states aren't going to do anything. You think Greg Abbott or anybody that's got any kind of pull in the state of Texas is going to be like, yeah, I think we need to redo these NIL laws. Man, you would have Sark and Mike Elko and Sonny Dykes and any other college football coach in the state haul their ass to the Capitol so fast, man. Nobody in Austin would know what hit them. So the states aren't going to do anything about it. It's going to take the federal government to put some kind of restrictions or something on it, attach something to it, give some kind of parameters before anything changes. But at some point it's got to happen, man, because you just can't be the wild, wild west forever.
Oh yeah. And I'm pretty sure we talked about it on the show. I know we've talked about it off, but every single NIL source I have in person in the NIL world I know is so confident that in the next 5 to 10 years, players are going to be employees of the school.
Yeah.
Like, so not if it happens, it is when it happens. So that's going to be really interesting. Obviously you can't pay everyone the same. It's called communism. And then also, you're going to like the Saban clip that went viral doesn't even include like the most important part of what he's saying. The most important part of what he's saying, the most broken part of college football, is that you have players like, let's use Connor Stroh as an example. Totally an example, right? Totally an example. Connor Stroh's third string at guard, right? There are players like Connor Stroh who have never played a meaningful snap in their career in the 1 year in Austin he's been here, who probably won't play a meaningful snap till year 3 or year 4 if he stays that long. Those guys are going to their head coach and saying, I need $250K a year.
Yeah.
Like, I know what the majority of the 2024 class Texas signed, what they're getting in their first year for NIL. There may be 4 to 6 2024 players that are going to make over $250K in their first year at Texas. Just off of roster value from the collective. That's not marketing money, just roster value. So that's what's messing up college football is all these players think everyone's going to get the same. So I'm interested to see how are they going to break it down. Are they going to do it kind of like the NFL where, it's quarterback, left tackle, edge, and, it's a pay scale that goes down. So it's a lot of stuff to figure out.
Almost like the franchise tag structure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Trey BK, I love the banter, but I got to finish up some stuff here and get ready to get down to campus for pro day. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good show, fellas. Jordan, I'll see you here in a little bit.
Yes, sir. See y'all.
Jordan, are you about to? Oh, he left. Gonna see if he was about to storm the Capitol.
Oh, because he was in his car.
That's right. The trend continues. Started by my own stupid ass last week. Oh, here he is.
My bad.
You're not allowed to take to the Capitol, are you?
No, I'm not. But you can actually see the Capitol. Hold on.
There you go. What garage are you in, Jordan?
Shit, I'm on top of Manor. That's the stadium right there.
Nice.
Yeah. Yep, and now about to move my car, so people, obviously I'm about to walk over to Pro Day, and I'm going to go hide it somewhere else in the garage. I don't know. I'm always extra cautious about stuff like that, but
did you?
Then after that, I'm going to walk over to the bubble and probably sit around, watch a bunch of standing around for like 3 hours, and then after that's done, I'm going to leave early to drive to Dallas because I'll do anything except get caught in the I-35 rush hour traffic in Austin and or Dallas. So you're going to try to time it up where I'm like, where 35 is forking at 5:30 or whatever. So
yeah, that is a terrible position to be in, is to get caught in rush hour traffic in both places. Did you go to the top of the garage for optimal cell signal?
Yes, and lighting, and also because the majority of this garage is full. So,
well, regardless, veteran fucking moves right there, my friend.
Yes, sir.
All right, now get out of here. Thank you for coming back on.
Yes, sir. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Later.
All right. Yep. Busy day for Jordan. Busy day for a lot of the Texas Sports Unfiltered team with Texas Football Pro Day going on campus. I think they'll get started about 12:45, but tons of important NFL executives and scouts and coaches are here in Austin, Texas, taking a look at the numerous Longhorns who will be in the NFL draft next month. And Trey, it's a big day for some. I think guys like Byron Murphy, guys like Xavier Worthy, guys like Adonai Mitchell, they've probably done enough. Now, I'm sure those guys will do something today, but they know there's a damn good chance they're going to be first-round picks, and if not first-round picks, very early in the second round. But for guys like Jordan Whittington, guys like Jalen Ford, guys like Ryan Watts, some of the lesser heralded prospects for this Texas team, today is a pretty big day for those dudes.
I want to see Tavondre Sweat and Christian Jones do the bench press. Like, I know it's not the end of the world if you don't have a great bench press, but it was curious that both guys skipped out on that in Indianapolis. What does Tavondre Sweat weigh in at? Zay was predicting a 10-plus pound loss yesterday. I hope that's the case for him. I hope that he put some of those questions to bed, even if certain scouts were saying the weight is not that big of an issue. Like, it's fine to hear that sort of lip service, but the reality is that he was a guy who had to take more breaks than a lot of his fellow defensive linemen, even with those regular rotations that were happening along that defensive line too. So I can't wait to hear the results. I'd like to think that everybody is going to outperform what those expectations are, getting to do all of that work on the home track. And Jordan Whittington, by the way, gets to catch passes from Quinn Ewers too, assuming that he's healthy enough to go through everything. We know that those guys had a great connection over these last few seasons.
Yeah, today's a huge day for Jordan Whittington because he couldn't practice at the Senior Bowl and he couldn't do anything at the Combine. So this is his first and only chance to impress NFL folks. Now, he's met with some teams and talked to some people, and you got a hunch that he would do a great job in those conversations, but that's not what gets you drafted into the NFL. You got to showcase that you can play. And unfortunately for Jay Witt, we know how injuries have marred his Texas career. Was dealing with an injury at the worst possible time for the start of his NFL career. So, yeah, hopefully he can participate in everything today. Hopefully he can run the 40. Hopefully he can catch those passes from Quinn like you're talking about. I think today's a massive day for Jay Witt. And look, every Texas fan, I think, roots for every Texas player, Trey, but it feels like more Longhorn fans root for Jordan Whittington because of just what he meant to this team and the type of heart and hustle that he showed. So this is a big day for him, and I hope he in particular goes out there and takes care of his business.
We root for 99.9% of our fellow Longhorns, and Jordan is a guy who's in that top tier of people that we all want to see succeed because we saw the blood, sweat, and tears that he gave for this school, and doing so in a variety of roles also. That's one of the most impressive things in thinking back on his career, especially with the expectations that he had coming out of high school after being so phenomenal in that state championship game.
Yeah, and back to Tavondre Sweat, I have no faith that he's going to be 11 pounds lighter. I mean, the guy had from January 1st to the start of March, that's 2 months to shed some weight after the season. And maybe he did, right? Maybe the Texas roster was wrong in listing Tavondre Sweat at 365 or 364, whatever it was. Maybe he was playing closer to 370, 375. We don't know. But we do know he was 366 at the Combine. So he had 2 months to shed a bunch of weight. Doesn't seem like he did. Trey, the Combine was 2 weeks ago. You're telling me in the last 2 weeks, I mean, I hope Zay's right. I hope that inclination is there because I do think it would help his draft stock if he did shed a few LBs. But, man, I don't have much faith that in that short – you're more of a health guy than I am. You tell me if it's even possible to shed that type of weight at that size in that short of a time span.
Oh, it's definitely possible, but you are shifting to something pretty strict. So something like the ketogenic diet, going carnivore, doing something like, hate to say a straight up water fast, but eating very little food. I mean, weight and weight gain and weight loss has a little bit to do with types of calories, but more to do with quantity than quality, especially when you're talking about losing that much weight. And the issue with that, assuming that he is trying to do some of the strength tests today, and I don't know how many of those he is trying to do, maybe it is as simple as just getting on that scale and showing that he can be down a little bit, is that when you do that sort of crash dieting, your strength often goes with it as well. Now, the carnivore may be an exception because it is still so high protein, and protein is arguably the most important building block for muscle growth and strength gains and things like that. But I would also be shocked if he were to have lost anything more than 4 or 5 pounds, let's say.
Yeah, I think he's going to triple down. I mean, he already doubled down at the combine by not losing a bunch of weight. And I think it's a take it or leave it situation. Like, this is what I played at last year when I was the Outland Trophy winner and was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. I know I can play incredibly well at this size. This is what you're going to get. And if my weight scares you, okay, that's fine. It's not going to scare all 32 teams. So I got a hunch that that's just what T'Vondre Sweat is going to try. And if the production is anywhere close to what it was in college, then I don't think the NFL team that drafts him is going to have much of an issue with it.
We saw him in some workout videos a month or two ago, and it did look like he was down weight, but for whatever reason, either that didn't hold or he regained it, or it was a little bit deceptive, or the scouting combine cameras are adding 15 pounds because he looked like he was at the same weight that he was during the season. And ultimately, he probably has a point. But if you're not going to lose any weight, you need to do the bench press. You need to show how much of a freak you are strength-wise up top, because even though bench press isn't necessarily a tell-all for every position group, offensive and defensive line, it is an important drill to see these guys participate in. Now, again, we see guys at times, Orlando Brown is a great example, who was pretty pathetic in that regard as an offensive line trying to bench press, but he turned out to be a pretty darn good offensive line offensive lineman regardless. So it isn't necessarily the end of the world, but if he has it in him, I would like to see him do that, because at this point, I think he's a middling 3rd round draft pick right now would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would still say late 2nd, but obviously there's a chance that turns into the 3rd, right? If you're in that mid to late 2nd conversation, then that could easily turn into early to mid round 3. So, yeah, which is crazy, just considering how good he was. And God, for most of the year, it felt like he was a more highly touted prospect than Byron Murphy. And Byron Murphy is like a top 20 lock in this draft. And we're talking about T'Vondre Sweat maybe slipping to round 3. So it's crazy. So much of the draft is about potential, and Byron Murphy, I think his potential is crazy. I think T'Vondre Sweat has a chance to be a very, very good pro too, but it's just wild to see how much of almost a 180 those two guys have taken in the eyes of NFL folk over the course of really November on.
I don't remember what T'Vondre Sweat did down the stretch, like how good he was. Everybody was good against Texas Tech, but how good he was, well, I guess everybody was good against Oklahoma State too. But how did he perform in those last 3 games? Because it was a down game for him against Washington, whereas Byron Murphy really did come on strong at the end of the season. And so part of it is also just riding that hot streak. And these guys watching a ton of Texas football over the last month or so, with the hype that had been built up, and seeing more out of Byron Murphy on tape than T'Vondre Sweat over that time.
Yeah, Sweat caught that touchdown against Oklahoma State in the Big 12 title game. So if anyone's looking for a receiver, hey, come on now. But yeah, I mean, Murphy was Texas's best player against Washington. So if you're just looking at the Sugar Bowl in a vacuum, like, yeah, Byron Murphy made himself some money. We talked about that being a game where a lot of Texas players could have made themselves some money. And I don't know how many of them did besides Byron Murphy. I don't know how many of them like cost themselves a bunch of money, but Murphy was like the one NFL guy that I think like played out of his mind. And I think that's a big part of why, he's more than likely the first Longhorn off the board next month. I don't think Sweat was that bad, but I don't remember him just like completely standing out and making that massive, massive impact. Now, he was great against the run, like he always is, because Washington couldn't run worth the shit. But, you look at the overall numbers that UW was able to put up against that Texas defense. Most of that had to do with the secondary just not doing great. Not ideal. So I think he was fine, but Byron Murphy, the freakier performance of those two in that last game, I think.
Not to completely turn away from Texas Pro Day, but how about the weird route Marvin Harrison Jr. has taken this offseason where he's just refusing to do anything for anyone? Dude, you still got to show up and do some things. We realize that you're probably going to be a great wide receiver at the next level, but this is a weird sort of flex by you to say, no, I'm actually that good. You guys select me where you want to.
The thing is, I don't think he does have to do anything. Like, I'm with you. It's a weird flex and it's annoying. And I hope this is not the start of some sort of trend where like top 10 locks are just not going to do anything at the combine or anything at their pro day. But I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. is still the first wide receiver I'm taking. Like, I don't think he's going to fall outside of the top 5 because of this. So I'm annoyed. I want to see him work out, like, selfishly as a fan. I know how good he was on the field during games, but to see him run a 40, to see him go through some of those drills, it would have been great. But Trey, I don't, maybe there are a couple of teams that are annoyed by this, but I don't think this is going to hamper Maserati Marv's stock really at all.
Ultimately, I'm with you. He's the first wide receiver I'm taking, but we're starting to see mock drafts now that have neighbors going ahead of him in this upcoming draft. So is that just guys trying to keep it fresh in mock drafts and create talking points or conversation points because they're doing something a little bit different? Maybe, but I could also understand how if a team who is potentially drafting in the top 5 isn't able to talk to him and see him move around a little bit, how there could be some hesitation there.
Sure. Yeah. I would think Marvin Harrison Jr. is smart enough to at least meet with teams.
Yeah.
Right. Like, even if he's not doing any of the on-field stuff, and maybe his excuse is he doesn't want to get hurt. I mean, the odds he gets hurt in a pro day or the combine are very slim, but it's greater than 0. And you're way more likely to get hurt actually doing those drills than if you're just standing on the sideline in street clothes talking to folks. So maybe that's the low-hanging fruit excuse he's going to go with. But hell, Caleb Williams is kind of doing the same thing. I mean, he's been a pain in the ass throughout this pre-draft process, and that guy's going 1-1. So if you could play, the NFL will overlook stuff like that. But there's no disagreeing with your sentiment of it's annoying and it's a bad look. But that stuff usually doesn't impact where you end up getting drafted. If you can play, someone will take you.
I do get it with Williams at 1 at quarterback more than I do Harrison, but I guess ultimately you understand with Harrison too, because that hype train has been all over him all season long, and nothing happened throughout the course of the year to dissuade that. If anything, it just secured the fact that he may arguably be the most physically talented player in this draft, even if he goes after a couple of quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, last thing for me on the pro day conversation, obviously, if you have more, fire away. You brought up Quinn Ewers' name earlier. Good move by Quinn, right? To even though he's not actually going pro this year, to get out there in front of some NFL people 1 year in advance of when he will be in the NFL draft.
Free advertising.
That's it. Yeah, and he gets to throw to Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell and Jordan Whittington. I mean, guys who helped him look good all season long. He gets to showcase his stuff with guys that he's very comfortable with. Obviously has great rapport with all 3 of those dudes from what happened this past season. And Quinn Ewers has a chance to be 1-1. Now, today's pro day is not going to make or break that, but he's got a chance to, if he has a really, really good season and a good pre-draft process next year, he could be the first pick in the 2025 NFL draft. And getting out, showing your stuff, also meeting with some of these NFL teams this far in advance, I'm with you. Free marketing, the right move for him. Hopefully he plays well too.
Yeah, hopefully he does fine today, but hopefully he plays well when it actually matters.
Yeah, a little tougher when, they're going to make Quinn Ewers look good today because it's a total script, and it's like, okay, here are throws that you're good at, Quinn. We're going to have you do all of these throws, and we're going to leave out the shit that you struggle with. Like, it is incredibly, if a quarterback ever looks bad during a pro day, That's a problem because it can't get any easier than that. There's no defense. They know all of the plays. They know all of the guys that they're throwing to. Like, it's at their field. It should be as easy as it gets. If a guy struggles, it's a problem. Most guys generally perform really well. And I think Quinn Ewers will, I guess, have 2 pro days in a sense. I think he's going to dominate both of them.
Yeah, I want to see him consistently stepping into throws. He was doing a better job of that last year. At times, he reverted to that old habit, especially when he came back from that injury. But ultimately, he did seem to take some major steps forward in that regard. And that's one of the few knocks on his game, is not always setting his feet, because he has the arm to make all the throws. But when you're throwing off your back foot, things get a little bit sloppy and less accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm getting a potential spam call here. Don't they know that we're on the air? No chance.
Not a spam text, but I have been setting up the midday show for the next 2 days because you are going to be DJing it up in Vegas, hopefully having a blast, watching college basketball. Even me, as somebody who doesn't care much for college basketball anymore, I would take weekend 1 in Vegas. That just seems like a fun time, rife with losing way too much money betting on these shitty ass teams.
Yeah.
But my co-host on Friday is going to be the great Tom McKay. I am so excited about this.
Oh my God. I talked to Tom on the phone a little bit earlier today. That is going to be one of the most entertaining hours we've ever had on TSU.
Tom and I did some radio with his daughter Camilla over the summer for my ESPN show, and those were legitimately some of my favorite shows to have done on the radio side of things. So just going to be Tom and me on Friday. But, Tom shoots from the hip. Unfortunately, I don't have a dump button ready. But then again, it is Texas Sports Unfiltered, so anything goes, I guess.
I'm going to be pissed drunk. That'll be 10 a.m. Vegas time. I'm going to be hammered.
At 10 a.m.?
Yeah, degenerately betting on games and tuning in to you and Tom on Friday. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, that's right. The games start at 9 a.m. Vegas time. So you're going to be like 5 shots deep by the time we get to 10 o'clock Vegas time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bucky and I are doing the morning show tomorrow, 6 to 8 local time out there. And then, the games start like an hour after. So we'll be hitting the ground running tomorrow. And I'm just letting you know I'm going to be sick next week. I'll be doing the shows. I'm just brace yourself. I can't hang. Even before I turned 30, I was telling you stories about how I would just get physically ill from drinking. I'm lucky I don't get bad hangovers, but if I drink 3 days in a row or something like that, then I'm just guaranteed to get sick. It's going to happen next week for sure.
Dude, just what I went through with South by last week, and I didn't really drink that much or anything, but you're getting less sleep than normal. Like, I've been fighting, I think it's allergies because oak is high right now, and oak always trips me up. But my body is wanting really badly to get sick right now. So I'm doing everything I can to stave that bullshit off.
I got to ask you. I'll ask you on the air, but also off the air. Last year, I went to Vegas around this time. It was actually the second weekend of March Madness. I was there for the ESPN job in Houston, and I texted you. I'm like, yo, any bets you want me to make while I'm here? And you put $100 on the Texas Rangers to win the World Series. It was plus 7,000. And of course, the Rangers won the World Series. So you won $7,000 off of that deal. And all I got was a lousy dinner.
A good Israeli spot in town. And no, that wasn't deliberate.
It was a very good dinner. Yeah, absolutely worth it. But you cashed in, taking me up on that offer last year. I'm going to make that same offer to you and a bunch of other TSU hosts and other friends too while I'm out there. You got anything? It could be baseball, could be Super Bowl, could be college football, it could be Masters.
So college football futures bets can be made right now.
They can. Yep. NFL and college football. You can do conference champs and you can do national champs, Heisman. I think all that shit is available right now.
I'm going to give it some thought. I will definitely get to you by Friday. I will let you know by Friday and Venmo you the necessary money. But the Rangers was obviously a lot of luck at 70-1, but there was something I felt weirdly good about that team with the star power they had acquired, and they lost some of those arms too, by the way. It's so fluky. But most importantly, the Bruce Bochy effect. And I don't know if something like that exists this year. I will still find a way to burn $100 or $200 on a couple of different bets. Probably won't be 70-1 odds though.
Hey, you got 70 years worth of $100 bets you can make in Vegas after cashing in last year, my man.
Not after a month and a half of having that money in my pocket.
Mama needed a new couch or something, didn't she?
Mama didn't even get the new couch. We did some things as a family. We had a nice Christmas. Let's just say that.
There you go. That is awesome. All right. Yeah, AV consultations. We'll mix in the live read with that. Of course, 512-255-8678. Our man Tom McKay, he's one of our best friends. He's hooked us up tons of times over the years, and he can hook you up as well. He's hooked up thousands of Central Texans with the home TV setups of their dreams, and he can do the same for you indoors or outdoors. If you want the multi-screen man cave or woman cave setup like I've got, if you want the giant home theater room, if you want the big living room screen with the surround sound setup, doesn't matter. Indoors, outdoors, AV consultations can turn those dreams into reality. 512-255-8678 or go find them online at avconsultations.com. And a quick shout out to Altstat Beer as well, the best beer that you could find in the history of the known universe. Pick it up, HEB Specs, 34 Wine and Spirits, Total Wine. Wherever you go to find your six-packs, you can find Altstat Beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And, of course, the tournament's coming up. You need a great beer to accompany your college basketball watching all month long. Make that Altstat Beer if you're watching at home, if you're working at the office while watching, if you're going to the sports bars, the restaurants, whatever, however you're consuming your college hoops, make sure you've got a nice cold Altstat beer or a few by your side. It's Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. Okay, Trey, did you, we'll get into some of what Sark had to say at spring ball yesterday. Also, I hope I'm not stealing your where we at in society story, but I saw the most disgusting thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life yesterday, and it happened on an airplane. And I showed the Buck this video this morning, and I want to get your thoughts on it as well.
More disgusting than someone having shat all over the cabin?
Yeah.
Up and down the carpeting leading to and from the porta pot in the sky and in their seat and down the back of their pants. Grosser than that.
I think so.
Oh, my God. Okay. Well, I'm bracing myself. That was not what I was going to do for where we at.
Okay. I'll show you right now then. I don't want to make the people wait, and I don't want to make you wait. So you're familiar with the lavatory on board the aircrafts, correct?
Yeah. The porta pot in the sky,
as you like to call it. Yes. Are you, I don't know if anyone's a fan of that, but are you like me? Like I could not tell you the last time I've used an airplane bathroom. I'm not talking about number 2. I'm talking about anything. Like I will be late to the flight to ensure that I can take a leak on land before having to do it in sky, whatever.
Sadly and embarrassingly, now I'm prefacing that by saying I used to be in your category. I would do everything in my power to avoid that because it's disgusting. It is truly vile. I mean, the same look on my face when I have to walk into a porta pot, which is very rare. That's the same look when I have to step into the airplane porta pot. But sadly, as you get older, holding it becomes more difficult. And sometimes you get those IBS-like flare-ups. And not only have I had to number 1 in airplanes more over the last 5 years, I've actually had to do that business also.
Oh, if that's what the future holds for me, I'm going to take a Pepto before every single flight just so I can avoid having to do that.
Well, it's extra disgusting. You don't realize the value of water when you're shitting until you're shitting into this silver steel-like receptacle where there is no water. And you just watch it drop and just smash on there. And it's kind of smearing all over the place too. Or if it's less solid, it's just creating this soupy mess. I mean, look, the courtesy wave should always be in full effect whenever you're having to do that in public. But in that bathroom in particular, you're going to stink yourself out if you're not flushing every time you drop a Lincoln log down there.
Yeah, I mean, you can flush, right? There is a flush button in there. And what does that do? Does that just release all of the stuff in the toilet into the sky like your Dave Matthews Band in Chicago?
Oof. Yeah, that was less into the sky and more down onto an architecture cruise on the Chicago River that, let's just say, gave a car wash to a bunch of old people and children. And I guess those children's mothers, too. Still one of the greatest days in the history of that disgusting / beautiful city. No, remember from Joe Dirt where he thought he had found a meteor, but it was really just the airplane flushing its commode contents. I think that's what happens. Just it's this blue ball of waste that gets dropped into the desert every time they fly through in Arizona, Nevada, Utah, something like that.
I forgot. Yeah, Joe Dirt, based on a true story. That's on me to remember that. Well,
I love how many people are disgusted right now. We're just having a conversation here, ATX Hunter. Back, please.
It's pretty gross. And I'm sure some of these folks saw the video this morning too. So they're like, oh shit, I got to watch this again. So in said bathroom, of course, you got the toilet, and that's the grossest part, but there's also a sink in there, right?
Yeah, there is.
And can't imagine that is cleaned very often.
But it's cleaner than the toilet.
It's cleaner than the toilet. Well, you tell me, Trey, if it's clean enough to do what this guy did. So I found this, really, this found me on twitter.com yesterday. Oh, no. And this guy was on board a Delta flight. Don't know who he is. Don't know where the flight was going. Don't know where it took off from. But here's what this guy decided to do on board a flight in the airplane lavatory. There's no sound, so we can kind of describe through it. He grabs the barf bags from the back of his seat, goes into the bathroom, has some sort of battery-powered heater that he puts into the sink, and he is cooking shrimp in the bathroom sink.
Wow.
Not only is he cooking shrimp, in goes the garlic mashed potatoes, and he is fondling the mashed potatoes with his hands. He puts the mashed potatoes and the shrimp back into the barf bag, leaves the bathroom, goes back to his seat, and then with his bare hands just downs the shrimp and mashed potatoes.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Dude, that is, I know it's not really an airplane story, but out of all of the airplane headlines / storylines we've had in the last 6 months, I think that is my least favorite. That is disgusting.
So here's why it is an airplane story, because we've talked about this really since the start of COVID. People have lost their fucking minds with how they conduct themselves on airplanes, dude. I see way too many people that are barefooted in the airplane, and it's not like they're wearing flip-flops and the flip-flops are off. Like they're taking their socks and shoes off and they're on the carpet, or they're putting their feet up on the seat, or they're putting, they're going cross-legged to where one foot is up. It's so fucking disgusting that I guess this is a logical next step is cooking. That meal doesn't even look that good, by the way.
Oh, shrimp
potatoes.
Right.
He's fucking doing gross. Have a little bit of self-respect, dude.
He's doing it all with his hands too. Like he just is eating mashed potatoes with his hands at the end of this video right here. That is nasty. He's cooking it in the bathroom, in the sink.
My Forte says former Boy Scout. Yeah, maybe a former Boy Scout who got molested by his troop leader and has just gone off the fucking deep end since then.
So a former Boy Scout.
I guess so.
Yeah, we usually just leave the rest of that part out, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that is, dude, I almost threw up the first time I saw that. And I still feel like I'm close to vomiting, even though I've watched that video like 15 times now.
No, it's disgusting. And shrimp is such an unstable food too already. Like eating shrimp can just be problematic, even if you prepare it properly. So I hope that guy actually got sick, albeit not on the flight. Like when he got off the flight, his system did not treat him too kindly and forced him to the toilet for hours on end.
How does he get that battery on board too? Is that legal? That I don't even know what that was. It almost looked like a car jump starter kit that he had connected to some portable battery.
Yeah, I think they have devices that allow you to heat up and cool water that look like that. So I'm guessing that's what it was. And he may have just had it packed in a manner where TSA didn't question him too much about it. He said, "Oh, this is for this or something," and he explained it away, and was able to get away with cooking shrimp and potatoes in a porta pot in the sky sink.
That's got to smell worse than any actual bathroom stuff, too, right?
That's the other problem. That is a disgusting smelling meal. The shrimp alone, but the shrimp and potatoes, it's just not a good combination. Sorry,
No.
It's not.
That guy needs to be banned, not just from Delta Airlines, but from all flights.
Get him away from everything but fast food buffets in this country. He's not allowed to attend anything else in public.
Looks like Jack Black too, that guy. Oh my God. Yeah, I think I'd rather die than do that. Like I think if those are my two options, like recreate that video or just be dead, I would get my affairs in order and say I love you to everybody, and that would be it.
Seems a little bit drastic, but okay.
Dude, yeah. How much would it take you? Okay, I won't put your life on the line because you got a lot of cool things to live for and a family and kids, whatever. Money wise, how much would it take you to do that and then post it on the internet? So like everybody knows that you did that. It's not like just behind the scenes you do it and you only have to tell like me and a couple of other people. No, like everybody knows you post that video of you cooking shrimp and mashed potatoes, and you got to eat the whole thing in that airplane bathroom.
Oh man, every little qualifier there, you just made the amount go up because like the amount was going to go up just having to out myself or doing something like that, but to have to eat it too.
Yeah.
$100,000.
6 figs.
Yeah, maybe more than that also, because I don't know what I dread more, outing myself for doing it or having to eat that slop.
Yeah. Oh, gross. And he didn't even wash his hands at the start of the video. Not that that would have made the rest of it much better, but that is just nasty.
Well, that's the other thing. Like you can do things to try and sanitize that sink first.
Right. Doesn't look like he did. I can't imagine that was like some director's cut that you had to have Twitter blue for. That I think was the whole video right there. And that's my airplane story of the day. Nasty.
All right. Have another airplane story for us today, thankfully. I will spare you before you take your flight here in a little bit. What are you leaving at like 4 or 5?
No, my flight's not till 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
So
you get 2 hours back, so that's not the end of the world in Vegas.
Yeah, I think I land at 10. So I'll have 8 hours between then and the start of the show tomorrow. That's plenty of time to lose some money. That'll be great. All right. Did you catch any of the first 4 last night? More specifically, the Colorado State-Virginia game.
So it's time that Virginia fans have a hard conversation about Tony Bennett. I don't know if you need to flat out get rid of him this year, but something has to change next season or it's time for a changing of the guard. You'll always be indebted to him for helping you win that national championship a few years ago, but they haven't won a tournament game since then, and they looked fucking awful last night. That was embarrassing. They didn't belong in the NIT, much less the NCAA tournament with that sort of performance on offense.
Disaster. An absolute disaster. They scored 14 points in the first half. Colorado State gets the win 67-42, the final score. And you're right. Like, I don't think Tony Bennett's going to lose his job. I don't think he should lose his job. But I think he said it after the game that, Virginia's got to take a look at their system and figure out what needs to change. And it sure as hell feels like something needs to change because that style, yeah, look, it worked, led them to a national championship, but they also had a bunch of NBA guys, and you're not going to be able to recruit NBA-like talent on that with NIL and transfer portal and, other more fun places to go play college basketball where you can actually offense for a little bit. Virginia's gone downhill in a big, big way, and everybody was right. I mean, Virginia, to me, was the most questionable team to make it to the NCAA tournament. They were Ken Palm's lowest at-large team. I thought Colorado State was going to win. I didn't think they'd win by 25, but I felt very good that they were going to win. And I was telling everybody who asked that Virginia would have been a better matchup for Texas because Virginia is ass. Yeah. And we found that out. So I really felt for like St. John's and Providence and Seton Hall and Oklahoma, like all to hell with Oklahoma, but all the other teams that just missed the NCAA tournament. Like, you really put Virginia in over them. Maybe Colorado State beats all those teams. Colorado State was probably underseeded. They probably shouldn't have been in the first 4, but Virginia clearly, Trey, had no business being there, and that program is in seemingly a bit of a tailspin right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it may be as simple as just speeding up that pace of play on offense. They slow play things on offense, and that can cause your own team to fall asleep at times, as I think we've seen a lot over these last several years now. I mean, even going back before that national championship season, they were the first 1 seed to lose to a 16 because they were just so inept on offense. And that was with better guys on that roster, guys who would eventually be earning minutes at the NBA level.
Trey, Virginia, I mean, we've seen some rough droughts for Texas basketball, right? End of Rick, the entirety of the Shaka Smart era, even a little bit under Chris Beard and some under Rodney Terry, where Texas would go like 4 or 5 minutes without a point, and it's like, this is brutal. Like, you can't overcome this. And sometimes it would get to like 6 or 7 minutes without a field goal, and it's like, shit. Virginia went 13 minutes and 53 seconds of game time without a point. Like, they scored their last points in the first half with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left. They didn't score again until there was 16:37 in the second half. So if you include like the halftime, Virginia went 59 minutes of real time without a point in an NCAA tournament game. That is, isn't there a Bill of Rights against cruel and unusual punishment? That is cruel and unusual punishment, making all of us, but especially UVA fans, have to sit through that.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good. It set college basketball back by 15 seconds last night, us having to watch that game, BK.
Yeah. What about Colorado State? Now we know who Texas will play tomorrow. Colorado State, I'm looking at KenPom right now. KenPom only has this as a 1-point win for Texas. Vegas line opened up as the Longhorns -2.5. So no surprise, Texas, the higher seeded team, they are favored here. But we talk about first 4 teams and how much success that they've been able to have over the years in the first round of the NCAA tournament. I feel like last night had more to do with Virginia just not being good, but you still got to credit the other team. I mean, Colorado State beat an NCAA tournament team by 25 points. And oh, by the way, their best player only took 5 shots. Like, they didn't need Isaiah Stevens to really do anything. So anything you saw from Colorado State concern you in regards to Texas's game against them tomorrow night?
Yeah, their flex guys, Clifford and Scott, I think it was. Those guys really impressed me. They're not the biggest dudes, but they are really savvy at going after rebounds. And that could be problematic for a Texas team that has struggled to protect the glass at times this year. I think this should be a tight game, but I also do feel confident that this is a game that Texas can win too.
I do too. I'm going to pick Texas in the bracket to find this win tomorrow, but you're right. I mean, Colorado State's a well-coached team. They're pretty balanced on offense and defense. They're smart. Give them credit. I mean, 67 points, that's not a lot in a college basketball game, but against a top 10 defense in the country like Virginia had, they got a lot of what they wanted last night. They shot over 50% from the floor, so their offensive execution was really good. A lot of back screens, a lot of off-ball movement. It was working well for Colorado State. So Texas has to be buttoned up defensively against them. But the good news for Texas, I mean, even though this bunch has struggled at times on offense, Trey, I mean, Texas, according to KenPom, is the 19th best offense in college basketball. Virginia was in like the 190s. So you won't see those offensive struggles from Texas like you saw from Virginia. It's going to be a much tougher test for Colorado State because they're obviously going up against a much better team in Texas. So, yeah, look, if the Longhorns have one of those Hyde performances, they'll lose tomorrow. Like, if you didn't respect Colorado State before yesterday, I think you should at least have their attention right now. If you play like you did against K-State last week, sorry, you're going home. But if you play like you did against Oklahoma and on the road at Texas Tech and some of the other games that you were in down the stretch, then, yeah, you'll find a way to win because you're the higher seed. You're the more talented team. But, man, that was tough to watch, like you said, last night. I don't know if you saw, there was a guy, so funny, a guy in the stands in Dayton last night who said Virginia basketball, or it was a shirt that said Virginia basketball equals Iowa football. And I'm like, number one, who is this guy? Like, is he rooting for Colorado State or did he just show up to talk shit about Virginia and or Iowa? And number two, fantastic shirt. Number three, absolutely correct.
Yeah, great shirt. I don't care who is rooting for. Thank you for sharing that wonderful nugget with the world, sir.
Yeah.
You're the anti-guy who's cooking shrimp and potatoes on an airplane, even if you kind of looked a little bit like him.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he actually kind of did. Well done, True TV, too. I don't give True TV a lot of props, but for them to find that guy in the stands, I'm glad that thing got its due.
Way to make it to the airwaves, True TV.
They did it. And guess what was on after the games last night?
Impractical Jokers.
That's the only show that they have. So yes, it was Impractical Joker.
I
Who
did not
watches
know
that
either. That was an educated guess.
I mean, I couldn't tell you another show that is on that network.
Don't they do like Cops or something? I feel like they do follow the police show, even if it's not called Cops.
That feels like a True TV type of show, like something along those lines. But I don't know. I couldn't tell you the name of it if it's not Cops. Like what? Oh my God. I mean, disaster. Who watches that show? Like, to me, that's like Big Bang Theory, where it's like, the show is clearly popular because it's been on forever. And I think Big Bang Theory is way bigger than Impractical Jokers because that's on network TV and not True TV. But like, who the hell watches Impractical Jokers, man?
My guess is it's a younger audience. Then again, you're 30 and you don't know who watches that show. I'll tune in occasionally. There have been a couple of things that I've seen, not really memes, but I guess clips of online on Instagram and on Twitter where it's like a hilarious bit. And so I'm like, I want to see the entire thing because those guys do a great job of fucking with one another.
They do. Yeah.
I feel like you and I or this channel could have some fun in situations like that, but they've started adding like guest jokers to the fray. And like Steve Byrne, who's a really funny comedian, he did something with them in this most recent season, I believe, that was funny. So, but yeah, I do not watch it nearly as closely as I'm guessing a lot do with this show having as many seasons as it does now and just continuing to live on.
It's just, it's not that funny. They do have some good bits, but also it's like an annoying laugh track. And it's not a laugh track. It's just them like cackling over each other the entire time. It's like, number one, it's not that funny. Number two, I can't hear what's going on because you guys won't shut the hell up. And that's my Impractical Jokers take.
Yeah. No, I look, I will laugh at times, but I'm not seeking that show out either. It's just that mindless thing that I think in all of our lives we've had it, especially for younger kids, where you just put it on and it's kind of on in the background as you're half paying attention and on your phone, and maybe you're playing a video game on another television. It's just that show is perfect for that sort of setup.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We got a Big Bang Theory fan in the house today.
There are a lot of them out there. That was never my show. Never totally got it. Haven't watched a ton of it, if I'm being completely honest. But, man, I am in the minority because that was far and away the most popular show on television for like 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and now I know one person who watched it. I can't say I know no people who watch it anymore because we got at least one.
I think Chad Hastings watched it too, if I'm remembering correctly.
That sounds about right. We love Chad, but that sounds about right. That feels like that show is targeted towards the Chads of the world.
Dad was a science teacher in high school. I think that tracks.
Very true. Very true. All right, quick word before we hear from Steve Sarkeesian and get to where we at in society today. How about some love to our friends at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Much love to the Covert Auto Group. Also, shout out to Olipop as well. Great tasting soda that is actually good for you. Pick some up wherever you buy your groceries. Tons of great flavors. And every single time you drink Olipop, you are helping to support your digestive health. Drinkolipop.com for more info. Trey, if you're a canned cocktail guy, if you're trying to indulge a little bit over these next few days of NCAA tournament action, I know you've got the right spot to send the people.
That's right. Cocktails in a can. That's what Big Hat Spirits does. They weren't the originator of this great concept, but they do it the best, using real alcohol, real kombucha, while also being low in bullshit. You see the cans right there. So many different great flavors. Scroll all the way down. You see for yourself on this website. They don't do added sugars. They have no syrups, no gluten. They're non-GMO, BPA-free, 100% natural, real spirits with flavors like that margarita mocktail. It's non-alcohol, of course. It's the one non-alcohol option. Other than that, the Texas Mule, that blackberry smoke, prickly pear Paloma, the mojito mocktail, excuse me. They've added since the last time I checked this. So 2 non-alcohol options now, plus the margarita, that jalapeno ranch water, and the regular ranch water. You see me on the website right now at bighatspirits.com. Lots of great info on this website. Most important piece of info is that Central Texas map near the top of the page. You see all those Big Hat logos right there. Click on the logo closest to you, and that's the closest store where you can find those Big Hat Spirits cocktails in a can.
Yes, indeed. Love our friends at bighatspirits.com. All right, we got Where Are We At in Society in a couple of minutes, so maybe we'll refrain from hearing from Steve Sarkeesian. But Inside Texas is reporting that Cincinnati Bengals head coach Zach Taylor, Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, Indianapolis head coach Shane Steichen, they've all been spotted at UT Pro Day. And I don't know if all 32 teams are represented today in Austin, but it feels like the vast majority of NFL franchises have sent at least somebody, whether it's a coach or a member of the front office or a scout, somebody's here in Austin. So this is a big day inside the bubble with Texas Pro Day getting started right now. And that's really cool. I mean, this is huge for the future of Texas football, Trey. It goes without saying that 2023 can't be a one-off, but you think about all the stuff people have used to negatively recruit against Texas, the lack of development, the lack of sending guys to the pros, you're not playing in the SEC. I mean, all that shit is now going by the wayside. And Texas, I had 11 guys at the combine a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, they might have 9 or 10 players drafted here in a couple of weeks. Like things are really looking up. And there were pro days where it felt like nobody was here in Austin. And now you've got NFL head coaches. It's a big deal if the actual head coach shows up to one of these, because these things are going on all over the country right now. It's a big deal if you get the head man of an NFL team to come to your place to watch your players. It's a great sign, and it just shows you how healthy this Texas football program is at the moment.
I'd be surprised if Sean McVay wasn't there too, considering that he is the featured speaker for the coaches clinic in town this weekend.
Yeah. How about this from Matt Miller, who works for ESPN? He's one of their lead draft guys. He says, per a source, 96 NFL scouts, coaches, and GMs in attendance. 96. There are 32 teams. Once again, I don't know if all 32 teams have somebody there, but I mean, you've got a lot of folks in the building for UT Pro Day today, getting a glimpse of that bubble.
Every team should have somebody at the Texas Combine, because it's not like they have one guy going top 5. So only those 5 teams need to send someone. There are guys, numerous guys, who could be selected in the first round, second round, third round, really all the way through the draft. And then some potential undrafted free agent rookies that may be worth taking a flyer on once the draft is over with.
Yeah, and our guy Big Crit Fan texted in on the Coda text line earlier. By the way, 512-222-9328. Big shout out to our friends at Coda for having us out yesterday. He asked if Jonathan Brooks was going to be going through stuff. No, he's still recovering from that ACL injury, but he is in the building. Texas football actually tweeted out a little video of Jonathan Brooks, and he was just checking in, giving some love to the fans. So, yeah, Jonathan Brooks still recovering from that ACL injury he suffered late in the year, but he will be there, and obviously we'll have the chance to interact with some of the 96 NFL people who are at the bubble right now. Awesome. Big time.
Oh, gosh. Mike McDaniel, never change, please. Have you seen this picture just yet? I'm going to show it to the people right now watching on YouTube.
Now, is this what he's wearing today or something like that?
Yes.
Oh, yep. He rocks
He's wearing joggers that are pulled up from the leg holes all the way to the mid to upper calf. He looks like he's very comfortable, but he also does not look at all like an NFL head coach. Never change, Mike McDaniel. Never change.
He looks like just some guy in Hollywood who's trying to be a DJ and an actor and has no chance of making it as either. I mean,
or a Bitcoin bro, something like that.
And yet he is like, one of the best head coaches in the NFL right now. Yeah, the Capri jogger look. That's a weird bit, but he rocks it on the sideline.
Yeah.
You like Jack Del Rio wearing a suit and tie, and then I go see what Mike McDaniel is wearing, and hilarious to me. Dress for the job, I don't know what the expression is, but it doesn't apply here, I don't think.
Who would be the best fit amongst the draft-eligible Longhorns on the Dolphins?
Who would be the best fit amongst the draft eligible Longhorns on the Dolphins?
Probably Murphy.
Yeah, they got to go defense. I mean, they're good at receiver with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. I mean, shit, you throw either Worthy or Mitchell in there as your number 3, then of course that'd be awesome. They drafted A-Chain at running back last year, and Mostert had a really good year, so they're probably out of the Jonathan Brooks conversation. Yeah, I mean, Murphy, Sweat would be my guess, just based on watching them last year. It feels like their offense is pretty good, but Tua's, I guess, still a little bit of a question because in big games, that guy hasn't shown that he can do it yet. And then, yeah, that defense, that's got to improve for sure. All right. Before we get to where are we at in society today, Trey, you want to go live or recorded with Pest Wranglers this afternoon?
Let's go live with Pest Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. So many great reasons to get in touch with Pest Wranglers. Of course, if you're having some of those general pest problems around your home or place of business, Pest Wranglers is for you, pestwranglers.com. But the best reason right now might be that we are on the verge of mosquito season. Yeah, it cooled off over these last couple of days. It is going to warm back up before too long. And with that warmth comes those goddamn mosquitoes. And Pest Wranglers would love to knock that problem down before it ever gets out of hand with an eco-friendly treatment that doesn't target bees or butterflies and is non-toxic to birds and mammals. That means your dog sniffing around the backyard. It's effective for up to a month and field validated with a ton of scientific research that is so proven that it's been used in Africa for malaria control. If you need something done a little bit quicker, maybe you have a backyard party coming up in the next weekend or two, they offer more of that conventional mist treatment as well for faster knockdown. That's good for up to 21 days. No horrible odors from either treatment. Both are wallet friendly in most cases, $100 or less per month. No contracts because they are big believers in their customer service. Go to pestwranglers.com to find out more info and to get yourself on that schedule with a company that is the proud sponsor of.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is time for your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. And today is another tale of me as Larry David in my own.
Oh, let's go.
This actually happened last week, but I was so sleep deprived and my brain was such mush. I wanted to wait until this week to start telling this story. I mentioned it to Kevin yesterday, but because you are normally the first recipient of these sorts of stories, I thought I would share with you to get your input on things. Now, I have to warn you, much like we warned people to not go full Aggie, go partial Aggie at most, if at all. I didn't go full Larry David here, but the potential was there. And perhaps in retrospect, I'm glad I didn't make a public scene over something that's probably not as big of a deal that I'm making it out to be, but it's still a big fucking deal to me. So tell me what you think.
Okay.
Was standing in line for a movie premiere last week at the or going into the IMAX theater at the Bob Bullock Museum. And because the museum was closed, it was like a 2-step process to get your ID checked initially and then to go wait in line on the inside to get your reserved ticket for the IMAX theater. Well, the line is around 10 to 15 people long. And once a few people go through, they'll send more people in. And at one point, I've been waiting in this 10-minute line, let's say, for about 5 minutes. So I'm about halfway up the line to actually get my ticket to then walk into the theater. And I see this man and woman walk through the doors, and the guy is walking normally, but the woman has a boot on one of her feet that looks like it is an ankle sprain issue or perhaps a broken foot issue. And she's also wheeling herself in with one of those things that looks kind of like I don't want to say it's a modified cane, like a modified walker that gives you a place to kneel down on it.
Yeah.
Where you're not having to use crutches. You can use that instead, and you're still hopping on one leg, but I guess that gives you a little bit more support than the crutches do.
Didn't have a wheel? Like a knee scooter thing?
Knee scooter, that's what it is. Thank you. Yeah. That's the term. Justine said that term, and I just couldn't remember it. Knee scooter, that's what it is. Thank you. So they walk inside, and they look at the line. They see the line. They're like, ooh, should we use this? Like I hear them say, ooh, should we do this? Like, should we see if we can get in because of your injury? And I'm like, oh, hell fucking no. Well, initially they go to the back of the line, but then they wheel or they walk / hop / wheel to the front of the line to this table where these tickets are being passed out, and they go kind of behind a pillar. And I look back at somebody, I'm like, are these people really about to exploit this to not have to stand in this line? And I look back and they're gone. So clearly they did. Oh. There was an elevator apparently right behind this table, and they snuck into the elevator and up to the non-abled section of the IMAX theater, I guess. And so I was really annoyed. Like, I don't know if you're disabled enough to utilize that. There's a good chance you did that to yourself, that you were clumsy and you sprained an ankle or broke an ankle or broke your foot because you were stepping on a lacrosse ball too hard at night as you were trying to massage your own foot. And now you're getting to take advantage of this loophole, this sympathy loophole that people have to not sit in a 5 to 10 minute line to wait for your fucking tickets like everybody else.
So, okay, they were going to get in, right? This wasn't a case of if they were too far back in line, they weren't going to make it into the theater. They just literally wanted to avoid having to wait in line to get in the building.
Yeah, they were 100% in already, so that was not a concern.
So I guess in the time where you turned around to talk to somebody, they convinced a security guard or whoever was by the elevator to let them in the elevator. Like, somebody approved this, right? They didn't just sneak in there.
Yeah, they walked up to the table where they were handing out the tickets and said, "Hey, she's in a knee scooter. Can we go ahead and get our tickets and go up so she's not having to suffer this anguish anymore?" And then the elevator was right there next to the table, so they immediately got to take the elevator. And apparently the best seats in the house at an IMAX theater are at the very top. So they also got to sit at the top too, which they would have gotten anyhow because of her situation. I just don't know if it was deserving of getting to skip to the front of the line as a result. Man. That's my question. And that's where I wanted to ask, excuse me, this doesn't seem like a permanent injury. What happened here that led to this foot / ankle injury?
Yeah, it's okay. So she wasn't normally handicapped, right? This was just clearly like a temporary thing. She got hurt doing something, and she was only going to have to wear that boot for a couple of weeks, if that.
It was a temp cap situation. Situation.
And you said nothing, just to the guy behind you. You only talked.
Time to, which probably is for the best because I was in more of a professional setting versus just me walking around.
I'm on her side here. I'm on their side.
God damn it. This is the part of your brain that gets that front parking spot at HEB and waits people to bring your groceries out to you, isn't it? That's that part of the brain that you're rationalizing with right now.
There's also handicapped spots too. I don't take one of those. All right. I show some respect in that regard. So hold on here. Maybe she wasn't hurt at all. Maybe it was just a bit. She's like, if I show up here on crutches or on this knee wheelchair or knee stroller or knee shit. Now I forgot it. What was it called? Knee carts. I just said it.
It's I don't remember either. It's an impossible term for me to remember. I don't know why. Knee scooter.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe she was faking the whole thing, but if you're willing to go through all of that just to try to get a little bit of extra access at South by and just to avoid a few lines at South by, then I'm for it. I respect the bit, and I respect that they schemed it up too. They should have done a better job of not doing that right in front of you. Right? If you're going to like come up with this plot to skip the line, like do that at home. Don't do it out in public to where people clearly see and hear you coming up with some conniving plan here. But I got no problem with them doing this. Like if it cost you your spot in the theater, bullshit, of course. Like you had every right to be pissed. But, them doing that didn't ultimately affect you at the end of the day at all. And
it made me have to wait an extra person, that's an extra 45 seconds out of my life.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because they had to talk to the person at the front who would have been able to help somebody else instead of them. So, all right, in that regard. But you still got there in time for the movie. Like it was either you're sitting in a movie chair, which gives you more time to fall asleep, which means you could have missed the movie, or you're just standing in line for those extra 45 seconds.
Coach 420 asks if they were my people, Mexicans. Is this Moses? Is that who Coach 420 is? Regardless, no, they were not Mexican. They were middle-aged rednecks.
Yeah, that feels like a white person bit. Sorry to go reverse racist there.
I think that every ethnic makeup is capable of that one. I think there are dishonest people in every ethnic subcategory.
Very true. Very true. If I was putting Vegas odds on that thing, I would go with white people as the favorite, but it wouldn't be a ridiculous line or anything like that. It wouldn't be like, Houston versus Longwood in the 116 type of spread. It'd be pretty close, but the whites are at the top for me.
The group that I would give the best / worst odds. Boy, this is a stupid thing to say out loud, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Native Americans. And I would actually be understanding of that too. It's like, yeah, we fucked y'all pretty hard. I don't blame you at all for trying to find ways to get us back.
That's fair. Yeah. We didn't give them enough with the casinos. Is that what you're saying?
Look, with the casinos came the rampant drug and alcohol issues and gambling addictions, and limited plots of land. So the payback is not complete just yet.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That is fair. All right, I see. Well, that's hilarious. Good for you for not. I mean, I always wish that you would say something, because that makes these already great stories even better. But good for you from a moral standpoint. Knowing you, I figured you would have gotten in that elevator and met them at the top of the theater and said something right to them before going to find your seat.
I briefly looked before letting it go.
There you go. Well done. That's an upgrade for you. Here's Zay Collier in the building. What's up, Zay?
What's up, fellas? How y'all living?
Good.
Fucking Cooter. BK's people would be the odds-on favorite. Ouch. Shots fired there, BK.
We would just be looking for a discount on the price of tickets. And if the tickets were free, we'd be looking for some free popcorn or free drinks to go along with it. That would be our bit there.
And my people would be looking for kids to kidnap, to donate to the traveling circus. So there you go. Couldn't be Indians.
Yeah, that's. I'll take my people's problems over those problems. I think
you're lost.
I think so. All right, so no Chip today. He's at Texas Pro Day, so it'll be Trey and Zay for hour one, and then I'll pop back on in about an hour. I will see you guys in a bit.
Sounds good, buddy. Good job.
Appreciate you, BK. Ronald, what's up, man?
Not a lot. How you doing today?
I'm good, man. I'm good. After watching that atrocious playing game yesterday to see who the men's Longhorn basketball team will have to play tomorrow. I'm doing a lot better than Tony Bennett in that Virginia squad. I'll tell you that. Good grief, man. That game scares the crap out of me now. And I was one to say yesterday, I'd rather have Colorado State. But after that showing, I don't know if it's Colorado State playing great basketball right now or Virginia is that damn bad. I'm trying to wrap my head around it still, even though we're on air now. But what up, Coach 420? Gumbro Show.
Gumbro Show. I like the ring of that one. So with Tony Bennett in Virginia, there's hard conversations that need to happen this offseason because, yes, they do have that national championship, but they haven't won a tournament game since then. And the offense has remained the problem. Offense was the problem the year before they won the championship. They got knocked out by a 16 seed. And for me, it seems as simple, assuming Tony Bennett isn't going anywhere. And I think this will be a come to Jesus offseason for him with that program. It's as simple as speeding things up a little bit on offense. Like, one, you're going to have a hard time recruiting guys if you're playing that slowly and trying to put every ounce of effort in the defensive end. But two, just for the sake of having more opportunities to score baskets, which they didn't do a good job, obviously, over an absurd stretch last night in the first and into the second half of making any points, much less actually getting the ball in the bucket, whether you're talking about free throws or not. But they just need to speed up on offense. It's that simple. And hopefully for Tony Bennett, the talent will follow.
Yeah, it's crazy, how far they have come. I mean, you win a national championship, and you think about the guys on that team. Kyle Guy, he had a little cup of coffee in the NBA before he ended up going overseas. And Ty Jerome, I don't know where he is right now. I assume he's overseas too. But those guys had a bag. Like those guys could create off the dribble and do certain things that gave them opportunities after college basketball. And then when you have a kind of do-it-all player like DeAndre Hunter, who's I think just injured right now, but he's still in the association, like I guess you could get away with a certain pace. And that team, like you mentioned, the year before, losing in the first round, that team had a lot to play for and a lot of motivation. So this style of play now, it does look a little bit dated. And again, I want to give, Medved credit. Like he had his guys prepared. We all know the best player on that team is Isaiah Stevens. So Tony Bennett took him out of the game, but Nick Clifford, Joel Smith, those guys, they were tough. They were real tough. You know what I'm saying? Like, or Joel Scott, excuse me. Those guys, they were tough last night, like getting to the rim, and they provide a mismatch problem for the Horns. They do. One thing that I've talked about a lot, Chip's talked about a lot, I've talked about it with BK, etc. Rodney Terry and just his faith in Dylan Mitchell and IT Horton might get them screwed, Trey. I look at this matchup with Colorado State. Your best defender on that starting lineup with Dessou, Mitchell, IT Horton for some reason now, Hunter, and A. Smith, your best defender for a big is Dylan Dessou. So you need Dylan Dessou offensively. You can't afford him to get into foul trouble. If he guards a Joel Scott, I like Dylan Dessou overall, but that's the type of dude that could get you into foul trouble because he's so physical. He's only 6'7", but he was killing those dudes inside. Just a lot of mass, and he does a great job using this body. He was a former D2 player, was the player of the year in D2, so him jumping to D1, being an older, experienced player in the graduate season, he showed why the Rams were ranked in 13th at one point of this season. So I don't like that matchup. If Dylan Mitchell has to guard him, I don't like that at all. That's why it's important to start off hot, because I don't get why you wouldn't start Brock Cunningham. For Brock Cunningham, I don't think he would stop Smith, but if you have a Kendall Weaver or a Hunter in there guarding Stevens and then guarding Neek Clifford, then you're better off than what you have with IT Horton and Dylan Mitchell. I could really see the Horns starting off slow. Obviously, Brock Cunningham and Kendall Weaver will come in the game a little bit later, but just looking at how confident Colorado State was yesterday, and they're going to ride that momentum. People are still hating on them now. You know what I'm saying? People are talking, as you just said, you were talking about Tony Bennett and how bad he was. If I'm Medved, I'm looking at my team like, y'all are being disrespected. We just beat the brakes off these guys by 25 points, and people are out here talking about how bad Tony Bennett was. No, we made them look bad. So they're going to come into this Texas game, which we all seen the statistics on the first four teams winning the next game in the first round, just that momentum they ride, a la Shaka Smart. But it's you don't want to play into their hands by making it easy for them due to bad matchups. And I kind of understand trying to get IT Horton started offensively, but it seems like RT might have a little bit too much faith in IT Horton and Dylan Mitchell, which you're going to need those guys, yes, but you don't have to start them.
Yeah, that experiment needs to come to an end. IT Horton is not good enough in too many other areas for him to be missing shots and not doing a whole lot else. I really do feel like Brock Cunningham, depending on how the game is called and how tightly things are called on him, could be an effective contributor in this game, because I think his defensive skill set plays nicely. And even though this isn't a great matchup for Dylan Mitchell in terms of the physicality of those tweeners who do a great job down low, I do feel like his height can serve as a sort of advantage that does neutralize that matchup or render him much more valuable piece on the defensive end than he might be otherwise. I think it's size that ultimately trips this Texas team up. As gritty as Colorado State is, they don't exactly have a ton of size down low, which I do think works to the Longhorns' advantage.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing with Dylan Mitchell, which one are you going to get? Are we going to get the Dylan Mitchell that's locked in and, on point defensively and not losing sight of his matchups and getting beat back door or biting on weak-ass pump fakes? Or are we going to get the Dylan Mitchell, The good Dylan Mitchell. That's the one you're banking on. That's the one I'm banking on. And you're right. He has the athleticism. He has the measurements to make guys like, Cordier and Scott make life difficult for them because they aren't the biggest guys, 6'8", 6'7". They're not the tallest guys, but they're very skilled. They're very fundamentally sound. And Nick Clifford, man, he showed me some yesterday. Like that dude, he was taking guys off the dribble. He's 6'6". He leads the team in rebounding. Like that's going to be a tough matchup for Texas no matter what, even if you put Kendall Weaver on him because he has Kendall Weaver by a smooth 4 inches. So he was going into the paint, and then when he realized there wasn't going to be any help, he backed down this man and just shoot right over the top. He could do that to Kendall Weaver. Now, the difference is Kendall Weaver is such a junkyard dog. Will he let him get to those points? I don't think he'll let him get to those points a lot, but again, this team's rolling with a lot of confidence. They're feeling good about themselves. They beat the brakes off those boys yesterday. Like, Virginia's not that bad. I get Tony Bennett. The product looks bad. It's boring, whatever. They're not a 25% shooting team. I don't think they deserve to be in the tournament. Oklahoma, Indiana State, maybe Pitt might have deserved to be in over them. But look, they got guys that were first team all defense in Ryan and Beekman. And those dudes, they just got swept under the rug last night. It was ugly. So, yeah, the Horns, they better be, heading on a swivel because this Colorado State team, plus Isaiah Stevens, didn't even do much yesterday. He is their best player. Yeah. You got to lock in on him. Like, that's why Kendall Weaver being in there, it's huge. I don't know if Tyrese Hunter, that's his matchup probably with the starting 5. Who's going to guard Clifford? There's a lot of things that Coach Terry's going to have to go to the drawing board and figure out because – yeah, Medved, he does a hell of a job. And the stuff that they were running yesterday, it was some good offensive stuff.
I like it. I like mixing it up between Weaver and Hunter on Stevens. I think that's a good combination right there. And great thought by Coach 422. Shedrick could be a nice addition to this game on both ends of the floor. But for sure. He does have that height advantage, which maybe makes up for some strength and some leverage that those other guys are working with, especially when they put the ball on the floor and try and get inside.
Yeah, I would take that. I would throw Caden Shedrick and Dylan Dessou in at the same time to negate what Cordier and Scott do down low because none of those guys could guard Dylan Dessou. Nobody on that Colorado State team could guard Dylan Dessou. They might even have to try to put Clifford on him, which that would be a crazy mismatch also. But they don't have anybody with the skill set, the size, the athleticism to guard D. Dessou. This is a big reason why he was first team all Big 12. Like he was giving those bigs works. And look, I like Scott. I like Cordier offensively. Defensively, I don't think they got it. In Virginia, they don't have bigs like that could score. So even Max Asmus, you're going at Stevens. Yeah. I don't know, they put him on Hunter. If you're Hunter, you got to go at Stevens. He's a solid player overall, but he's so focused on his offense, kind of like Max Asmus is. You got to attack him and make life difficult for him. So when he gets the ball offensively, he might be a little winded or might not be able to focus as much due to his defense responsibilities. So, yeah, I still think it's definitely a winnable game for the Horns. They should win it. But it scares you knowing the stats of the first 4 teams that ride the momentum like this. I mean, it's not one thing that Colorado State did bad yesterday. Not one thing. They were basically a perfect team. They got everything they wanted. It was a little bit too easy. They went on a little bit of a drought with Virginia in like the first 8 minutes or so. But once Clifford started hitting shots and creating, everything opened up. And yeah, you just got to be ready. Will Coach Terry throw a zone at them? I still think they need to put that in the playbook somewhere. They threw it at times, but they don't do it long enough. And when they do it, it's more of a matchup zone that it starts as a zone tray, and then like a man will cut, and then they'll break off into man-to-man.
When they face good teams down low, they do need to go with more zone. Typically, I like more man defenses, so I tend to align with Rodney Terry on that. And I like matchup zones too, but when you're outmatched down low, yeah, you have to commit extra bodies to the dudes that the opposition is sending down there. I don't necessarily know if they need to do it a ton in this game, but buckle up. You're probably going to want to do at least a little bit of it against Tennessee. And if you make it past there, the quality of big man is likely only going to improve.
Yeah, you can't do it for a whole game. Like, that's absurd. Like, the fact that Jim Boeheim won a national championship, like, that just kind of goes to show how good Carmelo Anthony was. But, yeah, I wouldn't advise anybody play a zone for a full game at this level. You could play it in spurts and different possessions coming out of timeouts, or, maybe the last, part of a minute or so and a half. But you want to at least have it in your bag. If you go back to that Kansas State game where they were going on that roll and just getting the Horns in the foul trouble, that was the perfect time to go zone.
Yeah, that's a good
perfect time to go zone. Slow the game down. Make them switch up their mindset on how they have to attack you, because they know how to attack you in man at this point, especially with how the officials are calling it. So how about you negate that a little bit by going to zone, slowing the game down, and make them try to hit more outside shots. Find where Tyler Perry is. Okay, because he's their best shooter, talking about Kansas State, and everybody else, hey, if you knock down that three, we'll adjust to that. But you got to slow the game down at times. And it's kind of like Rodney Terry. He just says, you know what, let's just let it roll. Let's just let it play out. We'll keep on doing the same thing, and we'll see what happens. And that's just not realistic. You got to be able to adjust. Baylor, he had the opportunity to do it. It was the same thing. Second half, Horns up by 14. Second half, Bears just start attacking, getting them in the foul troubles and stuff. Go zone. Go zone. Just for a little bit. Not long. Put the right personnel in the game that could play a zone, and then see what happens. But, yeah, you got to be able to change the game up, especially when the opposing team starts to figure you out, like we saw in the last two losses for the Horns in Baylor and Kansas State.
Yes, indeed. What else is on your mind today?
Man, you know what? Pro Day, Texas Longhorns Pro Day, the guys that are participating, the guys that could up their stock and see what, think about guys like Jalen Ford, Ryan Watts, who was terrific at the NFL Combine. I mean, Ryan Watts really surprised me. Some of the drills that he did, and this 40 time at his size is really impressive. So you kind of just think about, is it just the X's and O's with Ryan Watts? Because game time, Ryan Watts was good, but then Ryan Watts had his moments where you're like, dude, what are you doing? Which again, with his measurements, this is a guy that should be first round, second round pick. But he's not going to be that due to his play being so inconsistent, and you got to worry about his health. Like, this last 2 years at Texas, he didn't play as many games as, the NFL probably would have liked him to play. So guys like that up in their stock, again, Jordan Whittington, what is he going to be able to do? Because he needs this. Like, he really didn't test in anything at the Combine besides bench press and a couple of other things. So you think about Jay Witt and just, we know he's capable. You look at him, you're like, dog, you were an NFL player, but then you're like, do you have enough film on? And then kind of going back to what I said about Ryan Watts, your injury history, that has to scare the hell out of teams. Like, hell, you were injured. That's why you couldn't do the Combine, do all the drills that you could at the Combine. So wherever he is, hopefully he's healthy enough to do some of the drills that these front office guys in the National Football League want him to do. But, yeah, I want to see what Pro Day's like. I appreciate Quinn Ewers for participating. That definitely doesn't hurt him at all, because Quinn Ewers is, I guess, one of the best, as Sark says, underwear guys you could find, just seeing that pretty release and pretty ball fly through the air. But, yeah, let's see where the guys land in Pro Day and who participates in what and who improves their stock or not.
Based on the numbers that I'm seeing so far from Inside Texas on the broad jump and vertical jump, and then also bench press too, which is less of an issue with Whittington, I don't know if he's out there doing those drills today because his name is not being listed anywhere. So if that's the case, it's a bummer. He'll definitely get an opportunity as an undrafted free agent rookie. So maybe that's the focus right now, is not trying to push it with an injury that could linger for more months on end, and just instead going in and continuing to interview well and doing some light things here or there, but just get ready to pick a team that fits your skill set the best for once the draft comes and goes, and you do have more of a selection that you can make. Now, it's not every team necessarily, but there may be multiple teams that come calling that want you a part of the training camp roster, if nothing else. And if you get that opportunity for Jordan Whittington, you can take that and run with it, because he is willing to do so many different little things. He knows he's not going to be a part of that too deep at receiver, but he can be valuable on special teams in a variety of areas. And once you get in there, then watch out, because Jordan Whittington, I guarantee you, will work his way into that wide receiver room before it's too long.
Yeah, he could definitely have a Julian Edelman type of career. I mean, why not? You know what I'm saying? If he gets healthy and gets right, that's why it's so important that Jeff Banks, his role with the Longhorns on special teams and, you know, just getting guys right there and making them invested, knowing that, hey, sometimes when you're on that bubble of 1 foot in the league and 1 foot out, special teams might get you over the hump. You know, doing all the dirty stuff that a lot of guys aren't willing to do. A lot of guys are too prideful to do. Like, are you willing to do that grimy stuff and have a 10-year career out of it? And I think Jordan Whittington, he's definitely one of those dudes that would sacrifice anything just to stick around in the league. And I'm right there with you. Like, once you see him doing those special teams things, and then you see him running routes and, you know, his 40 time and all that stuff, like I could see him not testing as well as certain other guys, but his football speed with pads on and game time speed, like, and just, you know, change of direction and just IQ, I think is going to put him over the hump. And, you know, Jordan Whittington was a leader this past season. I mean, we're going to get into spring football in a little bit, but when you hear about Sark saying, hey, this year we don't necessarily have a leader, like a leader that just came out and said, you know, I'm that guy that's going to be the voice of a team, like Jordan Whittington. Like, he was that. So for your locker room, you're not going to have to worry about him. As a coach, they always talk about it being 3 a.m. and you being nervous on getting that call about which player's in the pen locked up right now. You ain't going to have to worry about that with Jay Witt at all. You know, he's a football guy, and yeah, I think he's going to end up at the right spot, and it might have to be a free agent situation, but hey, he's going to put his hard hat on and he's going to go to work, because that's the type of dude he is.
We may be seeing the precipitous decline of Jatavian Sanders' draft stock today.
No.
Guys who bench pressed today included Keelan Robinson, Jalen Ford, Ryan Watts, and JT. Keelan Robinson actually did the most bench press at 20. Jalen Ford had 18. Ryan Watts 9. Sanders pushed 225 up 8 times.
Huh.
That is shocking. Can't help but to wonder if there was an injury there or something that stopped him from completing that workout.
Does he have like Kevin Durant arms or something? Where it's just too long of a push and he'll get fatigued? I don't know. What did he do at the combine?
Great question.
Yeah, because that's interesting. That might have to be a Marvin Harrison Jr. type of situation, saying I ain't doing it, because that's very interesting. I couldn't even give you an explanation for why he could struggle that way if it's not an injury.
All right, let's see. Top performers, tight ends, bench press. I don't see him anywhere there. Hold on a second. This is not the best.
Okay.
This.
Coach 420, does Coach Collier do a bracket? If so, who's he got winning it all? I haven't asked Coach yet. He's one of those that keeps it close to the chest on. He ain't going to really say much until the first game starts and you could actually see what he's picked. But yeah, I can see Coach picking Houston since he's a Houston area kid. And they got a good chance this year, Kelvin Sampson's crew. Everybody's picking UConn, including myself. I don't see any weakness with them, which, you know, I don't have all chalk or anything. But when it comes to Dan Hurley's team, I just don't see any weaknesses. It's going to be hard to get those guys out, especially with the experience that they have from last year.
So JT Sanders did not do bench press in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And maybe that explains why.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just not his thing, you know. Again, go to Kevin Durant and somebody who struggled during that NBA bench press. Completely different sports. Obviously, you need the physicality and the strength in the NFL to be successful to a certain extent. But yeah, that's shocking. That's pretty shocking.
Yeah, well, he is more of a receiving threat than an inline blocker. He is going to have to do some of the blocking. We saw him do a better job of blocking this last year here in Austin. A lot of that, as Bucky has pointed out, was contingent on him getting involved in the offense early on. So he has some capability there, but you're not necessarily drafting him for his ability to push the guy in front of him. You know, he is a dynamic route runner, pass catcher, and does a great job of running to the open field too.
Yeah, I thought his IQ this year was terrific. I mean, when Quinn Ewers got out of pocket at times, he hit JT Sanders on the move where your route's kind of broken up. And we saw just the hands that he has, like those hands over 10 inches. That's absolutely ridiculous. Like those are basically baseball gloves. So he's going to catch the ball when it's in his area. I know Longhorn fans, the one that he didn't catch in the OU game, which led to the interception, and he got popped. I blame Steve Sarkeesian for that, for keeping them in the game. He had a bump freaking ankle, played Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm earned that, but digress a little bit. JT Sanders, I think, is going to be a terrific pass catcher in the league. And, yeah, hopefully he's in a system to where they focus on the tight ends and give him those opportunities to make plays. And he doesn't have to necessarily be in that three-point stance. He could be one of the wide receivers depending on the matchup, kind of like you see with guys, Travis Kelce and different guys like that. You know, Travis Kelce's always going to be the standard at this point. You know, like that's the greatest tight end of all time. You know, I don't care. Antonio Gates and guys like Tony Gonzalez and stuff. Like Travis Kelce, we've seen him do it at the highest level, winning Super Bowls. And yeah, Patrick Mahomes helps, but Kelce will always be the standard from here on out. And you just think about how you use these athletic guys that play that position. I think JT Sanders fits that mold, but yeah, his stock could drop a little bit with this bench press coming out.
What do you think of Marvin Harrison Jr. once again spurning any inclinations that he is going to do anything physical for prospective teams?
I think he's a genius businessman. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not his fault everybody praises him the way that he does, which my guy Chip Brown's not 100% sold on Marvin Harrison Jr. He would take Rome Odunze from Washington over Marvin Harrison Jr. And
I don't know, man. I've also seen some Neighbors calls ahead of Harrison now too. And
I have too. Yeah, I've seen Neighbors calls also, which I see why people are a little bit afraid of Neighbors also, because you have the Heisman Trophy winner as your quarterback. Like, come on now, that dude is absolutely special. But yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. Again, all the hype that he's gotten, why would you want to hurt that in any way? Like, it can only get worse for him. I don't think it could get better at this point. You know, you don't like the, I guess, non-competitive nature, which somebody on the text line's going at me saying I should have thrown Gronk in there for being better than Travis Kelce. Yeah, you have something to say about that. But Marvin Harrison Jr., I think he's smart for not doing it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. We'll see where he ends up. I still think he's going to be a top 5 pick and the first wide receiver taken off the board. But yeah, again, he's hyped up for a reason. Everybody's calling him special for a reason, putting them in that Terrell Owens, Randy Moss, Jerry Rice category already. Obviously, he has the genes of a Hall of Fame wide receiver with his pops. So it makes sense, but that's a lot to ride on, 21-year-old.
Yeah, it's tough also putting such GOAT labels on a guy like that too. That so often backfires, and it's nothing against the individual. It's just that those other individuals were able to accomplish greatness for reasons that went well beyond whatever physical skill set that they had or what they had shown at the college level. And sometimes the college level isn't the tell-all either, by the way. Pat Mahomes is a great example of that. He was putting up great numbers his last year in Lubbock, but he went through his ebbs and flows as a guy who was starting games at quarterback in Lubbock going all the way back to his freshman year when he got knocked the fuck out by Quandre Diggs in that Texas game.
Yep. You live and you learn. And I mean, I remember when Sammy Watkins was coming out of Clemson. Do you remember the hype that Sammy Watkins got?
Yeah.
And he was decent, but he bounced around a lot. He never lived up to that expectation. I want to say Marvin Harrison Jr. is getting more hype than that. You know what I'm saying? So it's so hard. You never know who your coach is going to be. You never know what that lifestyle is going to bring you. Like a lot of guys, they don't play for the love of the game. They play for what the game brings them. They love that. They love the, flashy cars and the women and, boat parties and just all the crap that goes into it instead of really grinding and loving the game of football. You know what I'm saying? So how do you know which is which? You try to figure it out with the combine and asking all those questions and making them take all those tests and going back and hitting up their second grade teacher and asking them how it was as a student and their first girlfriend and shit like that. They try. They really do. They really try. But you still never know. Like that's why I could never be a GM of anything. That's too stressful. It's just, come on. There's always going to be that Sam Bowie of the world that got picked over Jordan. There's always going to be that. So how do you separate? Not everybody nails it with Victor Wembanyama. Like that's easy. But how do you separate and figure out, okay, this guy, we're going to be able to rely on him for the next 15 years.
And by the way, Victor Wembanyama, considering how good he is, and I probably just butchered that pronunciation, he's also a really tall dude. And we've seen times, speaking of Ralph Sampson, where guys are almost too long for their own good. And it leads to injury issues early in the career that renders them ineffective and doesn't allow them to play in the league for 10, 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
There are a lot more examples of that than there are guys who are that tall and lean and make it a decade plus.
For sure. And, with where medicine's at and just different science on, how to protect these guys and avoid ACL injuries and different foot injuries, especially for those big guys. Like you see Victor Wembanyama's training is for those reasons because he's seen guys like the Yao Mings of the world and Ralph Sampson who has had foot injuries that are 7'2" plus. Like, hey, now we're going to try to avoid those with every workout that we do on a daily basis. Like your workouts are going to be different than majority of the Spurs. You know what I'm saying? Just because we got to protect you and you're an investment. But yeah, Victor Wembanyama, he was here last week when the Spurs were in the ATX at the Mood and he put on the show. No, I didn't go. I should have, but with March Madness going on, I'm peeking in at the NBA, but not really because college basketball, like that's my life right now. That's what I got to focus on, which is it hard to believe that the women's Final Four are selling out more tickets than the men's Final Four?
No, because there are more interesting storylines in the women's game right now than there are men's, on top of it being a more consistent level of play, even if that level is significantly below the bucket versus what the men's game is capable of.
Come on, man. Below the bucket, they playing some good ball. Juju Watkins, she's a star. Madison Booker, Caitlin Clark. Come on.
You just made all those names up, didn't you?
Madison Booker plays for Texas. What's the matter with you?
I don't believe you. I remember.
Oh my God.
You're fucking with me right now.
Yo, Vic Schaefer's team has a legitimate chance to win it all this year. It's going to be tough. If they make it to the Final Four, they're most likely going to have to play South Carolina. But That team.
Next you're going to tell me the UT softball team is number 1 in the country. Come on now.
Not anymore. I think Oklahoma jumped back there, but
see that now you're telling me some truths here. Oklahoma number 1 in softball. No, look, that's what I mean. Like even here in Austin, the women's team is eliciting much more excitement and passion than the men's team is right now. The men's team has been very up and down this season. There are a lot of valid questions being asked just about the composition of this roster and whether Rodney Terry can be the long-term guy right now. And it's a bit of a mixed enthusiasm with regards to the men's team. That's not to say that an overwhelming majority of us don't want to see the men's team make some noise in the next couple of days, but nobody knows what the hell is going to happen because this team has been so up and down this year versus the women's team, which is not only won consistently, they've gained that 1 seed, but Vic Schaefer's just a character that you can't help but to like that old school coaching style, even if you wonder it's a little bit much at times. The women's team having more people who are looking forward to that game versus the men's game is completely understandable. And I think a version of that is happening across the women's sport versus the men's sport right now too. And even though the transfer portal is a part of the women's game, it's not as prevalent as it is at the men's game. It doesn't feel like you're having to learn nearly as many new names each and every offseason now, like with the men, which was already at a certain level. Now it's that times 4 or 5 on top of the quality of play having taken a pretty great hit over the last 15 to 20 years now too.
Yeah, I mean, think about the men's game. They've tried so many different things. I think they need to go to 4 quarters in men's basketball.
Agreed. That may not fix things, but that's just, like, why are you doing that differently versus every other level of basketball, including the women's college game too?
Yeah. They're just trying to be different. That's it. They're just trying to separate themselves from everybody else and the nostalgia feel of playing 2 halves and stuff, whatever. Like, it works with women's. It works great. And I think another reason why they're selling out more in women's basketball for the Final Four and stuff, like, you're going to get more chalk. Like, you kind of already know that South Carolina is going to be there. You know that Texas or Stanford, they're going to be there. You're not going to get those upsets like you see in men's. So a lot of people know they're going to get, a good product. Like, you get it in men's, but sometimes, like FAU last year, like, come on. San Diego State making it to the championship game, like, come on. It was still solid basketball, but it doesn't have that same feel that it did when Duke was winning it back in the Krzyzewski days or Gary Williams and all those guys, Calhoun. Like, it doesn't have that anymore. And it sucks because I love college basketball still, but I feel it in the NBA too. Like, there's something about basketball right now. It just doesn't have that same feeling that it used to. I don't know if I'm old guy, get off my lawn, if I'm becoming that. Like, again, I still, just me being the basketball nut that I am, I still find things that I definitely love and I'm going to be locked into for the rest of my life. That will never change. I was born with a basketball in my hand. My first 2 names were after Zeke Thomas and Michael Jordan. But there's just things that need to be tweaked, I feel. And there's no like blaming Steph Curry or anything for the way the 3-ball looks nowadays or the way they're getting rid of big, burly, big men that were physical like they'd had in the 90s. It's not necessarily that. It's just, I don't know. It might just be football's just that much better, to be honest. It might just be like football is just getting better. It seems like guys are getting faster and the game is just getting more exciting there, where it's making basketball kind of seem like an afterthought, even for the lovers like myself.
I think those are 2 great sports to compare to see why one is so healthy and why one is struggling so mightily right now. It is as simple, especially when you're talking about the transition to the pro game, with basketball screwing up its feeder system. Back when they started drafting younger guys, and yeah, there were some guys who were capable of competing in the league early on, but the NBA started to have to draft too much based on potential. When they started allowing high school guys in, and then they rolled it back to where you had to go to at least a year of college or play professionally elsewhere. They're trying to get that back to healthy with things like the G League, but they're still not there just yet. You see them drafting too much on potential still. I looked at an NBA prospects ranking earlier today from ESPN.com just to see where Dylan Dessou was. Because I think Dylan Dessou, yeah, he has injury struggles. Dylan Dessou is going to be a productive player at the NBA level. Mark my words with that. You know who wasn't on that top 50 prospects in March Madness list? Dylan Dessou. You know who was? Dylan Mitchell. Dylan fucking Mitchell. The guy can't be consistent at the college level. What are you looking at other than as his athletic ability that suggests that he's going to be anything other than a G League player throughout the duration of his rookie contract if he actually gets selected in the first or second round? But they're actually talking about him as a guy with first round potential.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
And by the way, that right there came from somebody who used to consider basketball his favorite sport. And I hate the fact that I can't anymore because I've watched this sport eat itself. And you mentioned Steph Curry. No, it's not all on Steph Curry. Everybody loves to blame Steph Curry. It's on the fucking stats nerds who say that you're better off shooting nothing but threes and shots right around the basket and completely ignoring the mid-range game. To completely ignore what is, I don't know, makes up 60 to 70% of the floor on the offensive end inside the three-point line is ignorant. I'm sorry. Is it as effective as a layup or a dunk? No, but it still can be a high percentage shot, especially when you're talking about teams. Yeah, if you get to that 38.5% clip from three-point land, it's like you're shooting 50% from two-point range. But if you're shooting 30%, 31, 32%, you need to tell me that you're not better off dribbling in sometimes if you've got a little bit of room and taking a mid-range jumper from 10 to 15 feet. I just refuse to buy that. And I watch teams at times that actually do utilize the mid-range game effectively, and it is a valuable part of that offense. It's another tool in that box as you're trying to find ways to get buckets.
A reason why Vic Schaefer's team is so good is because he allows Madison Booker to be a mid-range magician.
Love
that. The fact that he says, okay, this is what you do best. We're going to do it at a high rate. Fuck the analytics.
Yeah.
Fuck every part of analytics. We're going to play good defense. We're going to have shooters on the outside and Shea Holly, which I think needs to take a lot more shots, and Shaylee Gonzalez. They can take outside shots, but Madison Booker, which I still think she does need to get a three-point game, but that doesn't mean she needs to completely dismiss her mid-range game. I'm not saying that at all. That's always going to be her focal point of her offense. But the fact that he allows that, because that's what wins ball games. Like, you can take away the three. You know, only person you can't take it away from Steph Curry, but the rules favor Steph Curry. There ain't no hand checking. You can't really touch nobody. Steph's a smaller guy, so if you barely bump him, he'll go flying, and you have to call it. And now he has that respect level where he's the face of the league, so you have to protect him, like they were doing Mike back in the day and all those other greats. Like, again, stick to what's true to you. Don't look at these analytics and then try to get, out of yourself from doing that. Like, again, Texas men's basketball, they get caught up in that sometimes where they just start taking too many threes. And you're like, okay, can we get somebody that could work on a jump hook? Again, you mentioned Dylan Mitchell. Why doesn't Dylan Mitchell have the jump hook in his game? That should be unstoppable. Unstoppable.
He showed an offensive skill set earlier in the year that for whatever reason vanished. I don't get it. I don't know if it's because those touches are going to Dylan Dessou now, but he somehow regressed offensively. And you're right. Part of it is him just not being locked in enough, and it's up to the coaches to figure out how to get through to him to make sure he's focused from the tip off on. But part of it's on Dylan Mitchell too, by the way. And if Dylan Mitchell can actually be engaged early in each of these games, it improves Texas' chances of winning any of these games exponentially. Same goes for Tyrese Hunter, by the way. Not to say that Hunter is as disengaged offensively or defensively as Dylan Mitchell is, but Tyrese Hunter, he needs to figure out how to be locked in terms of making shots on offense. He's going to be a good defensive presence for you. He'll do a good job of taking care of the basketball most times, I say. Now, sometimes I do wonder about that as well. But if you can figure out a way to get him hitting consistently and doing it for more than once every 3 or 4 games, then all of a sudden you found your third scorer right there. And it's going to take a lot of pressure off of both Dylan Dessou and Max Abmas, who needs somebody to help free him up just to get a little room to take those shots on offense. We've seen teams do a good job of clamping down on Max Abmas over the last month now, And when he doesn't have room to work, it is much more difficult for him because he's already one of the smaller guys on the floor.
Yeah, and as much as Tyrese Hunter has struggled at times this season, I'll give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. It's difficult for a guy that's used to the ball in their hands all the time as a point to switch to an off-ball combo guard like he has to, with Max Abmas being the primary ball handler as of late, which I've said that Rodney Terry sometimes has to go back to Tyrese Hunter being the lead ball guy and have Max Abmas purely as a scorer coming off different types of screens where he could get into his shot. Like, that's what makes Texas scary. If Coach Terry could mix it up and do those things where, okay, Max Abmas, you got possessions where you're bringing the ball down the court. This is what we're going to run. And then a couple of possessions later, now you got Tyrese bringing it up and Max Abmas is coming off screens and getting into different action with Dylan Dessou. Like, they have a lot of ways they can mix it up. But again, so for some guys, it's difficult to go back and forth and have that mindset of, all right, now I'm focused on passing. Now I'm focused on scoring. The ball's not in my hands. What do I need to do on different cuts? Because you'll see when Max Abmas is cooking and working, Tyrese Hunter will be on the perimeter just standing there waiting for the ball. And you're like, move. I'm looking at the TV. I'm like, y'all got to move. There's times where, yes, you stand and wait for the pass. But if you do that for 15 seconds, while Dylan Dessou and Max Abmas are doing dribble handoffs and different types of pick and roll action, that makes you easy to guard, and that makes the person guarding those Tyrese Hunters, which Kendall Weaver, he does a great job at cutting at the right times. He's really good at that. Tyrese Hunter needs more of that. He needs more of those cutting moments, and you can't all cut at the same time. That would get things pretty clustered, obviously. But you have to pick your moments. If Kendall Weaver cuts and doesn't get the ball, Tyrese Hunter, you cut right after that. You know, you just sometimes they'll just be standing there, or Dylan Mitchell will be at the baseline waiting for that guy to make a move and create for him instead of moving along the baseline and giving guys space. Like, that dude, that's just some of the frustrations that I'll see with this team when they'll go in those droughts, when they just rely on Dessou and Abmas to create for everybody, when you could do so much more with your movement and with your spacing if you just cut and made the defense not just look at the ball because you're easy to guard.
It's one thing I loved about Chris Beard's offense is it did have those Bob Knight motion principles, and Rodney Terry does less of that. This team did a great job last year after Terry took over of not settling for threes too often. I think there was actually a noticeable difference from when Beard was there versus Terry. He was forcing them to go through that offense more and find better shots, and it benefited that team greatly. But you're absolutely right. There have been times this year it's just like these guys are just settling for three-pointers. It's like they don't know what else they could possibly do right now. It would serve Rodney Terry well to go into the notes from the last two seasons. You can't do it right now, of course, but this offseason, put more of a motion offense into play, because clearly these guys don't have that feel for it on their own. Because I'm with you. I've watched too many times this year where guys are just standing around either on the baseline or outside the three-point line waiting for the ball to come to them versus being aggressive. Sports can be complicated, but sports are also very simple. The more aggressive player tends to find more success, and that's with or without the ball in your hands on offense. Now, that can get you in foul trouble on defense, of course, but as an offensive player, in order to help your team, you have to move. You have to move around, and you have to find those angles where your teammates can find you for easy passes that possibly set you up for pretty easy shots too, whether it's an open three or something where you're cutting to the bucket like what Kendall Weaver does so well, to your point.
Yeah, and that team last year, who they were still running motion type stuff just because Coach Terry didn't want to change too much.
Exactly.
But the players, the personnel that he had fit with the motion better. Like Marcus Carr and Serge Jabari Rice were so good coming off screens, getting into their shot or reading the screens. Yeah. Max Abmas is good at it, but Tyrese Hunter isn't.
The funny thing is Tyrese knew what offense he was transferring into.
Yeah.
With Beard after his 1 year at Iowa State, like he was a part of that team last year as well. But I was also saying the same thing last year with him. Right. I thought they were making a mistake allowing Marcus Carr to dribble the ball at the floor as much as they were. Tyrese Hunter is most comfortable with that basketball in his hands, bringing it up. Even if he's passing it off, you see a guy who's got a little bit more pep in his step as he does pass the ball off and actually does go through whatever motions, and I'm not saying the motion offense, whatever motions the offense that they're running this year allows.
Yeah, and I think that's a situation of Tyrese Hunter banking on himself, understanding how good of a coach Chris Beard is, and the fact that, guys, they especially when you're that age, like you understand when you get to the NBA and stuff, and you've had a lot of experience, basketball wise, and okay, I'm better in this system than I am that system. But Tyrese Hunter, he's coming in thinking, I'm going to be able to adapt. Like, basketball's basketball, you know what I'm saying? And that's not necessarily the case. For certain guys, it is. You could throw Kevin Durant in any offense. He's going to thrive. He will be fine because the skill will translate. Certain guys, it takes them a little while, especially with what the other 4 players are doing. Like, if Dylan Mitchell had a 3-point shot in this game, Tyrese Hunter would be a better player. You know what I'm saying? Because that would allow more spacing for Tyrese Hunter to do what he does best, and that's slash and get to the lane and create. But things get clogged up when Kendall Weaver's in there, who's not going to shoot many threes. And I just said Dylan Mitchell, you know what I'm saying? Like, so much matters in every sport about what makes a guy success and what's around him, from coaching, front office, his teammates, etc. And I think Tyrese Hunter, he struggled with adjusting to just different styles that Coach Terry has put out there. But again, when he's great, like, he's the X factor for this team. It's not even close. Like, they need that third guy to play well, especially with all the focus and attention that Dylan Dessou and Max Abmas are going to get from game to game if they do advance. So Tyrese Hunter, he has to give you some production offensively. And when he's not at the Moody Center, he doesn't do very well. You know what I'm saying? Like, he loves playing at home. His best games this year have all came at home. So now you're playing in Charlotte. I'm sure they're at the Time Warner Arena, or Spectrum Arena, where the Hornets play. And hopefully the depth perception shooting-wise is good. But, yeah, man, somebody going at me on our Coda text line about overpraising Colorado State. The score of the first time out was 4-2 Virginia. Then Virginia went into the tank. It got to 18-14 with 9 minutes to go. And CSU only scored 9 points in the last 9 minutes. Yeah, I watched the game last night. Like, this is the tournament. Like, anything could happen. This Texas team being as inconsistent as they are, yes, you have every right to be nervous, especially with the way Colorado State played yesterday. Like, again, Tony Bennett, yes, there's some questions that he's going to have to answer this offseason, like you said earlier, Trey, but the dude's still a national championship coach. Like, I still will take him over a lot of coaches in the nation. He just probably should get a better offensive guy in there. Like, we talk about it with Steve Sarkeesian. We talk about it with football, every sport that in Texas athletics, when you have success, some of those guys that help get that success, that are assistants, they go off and they become head coaches. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he doesn't have that exact same squad that he did in 2019 when they hoisted up the national championship. So he hasn't gotten those Kyle Guys, Ty Jerome, DeAndre Hunter type players either. But that team beat some pretty good teams in the ACC this year. And Colorado State, Medved, that dude who kind of came from the Tony Bennett coaching tree because he knew Tony Bennett's father real close with him. That dude knows what he's doing. Like, Rodney Terry at times struggles with feeling out the game. We see that his starting lineup. I don't agree with it at all. 2 of the players in the starting lineup should be coming off the bench. You know what I'm saying?
I still can't understand IT Horton. Like, I know you tried to get him going for a couple of games. Like, that fucking experiment needs to be over. It needed to be over before the Big 12 tournament. It needed to be over before that Oklahoma game. Stop. It's not working. Stop it.
I don't get it either. I mean, at this point, I you don't need him that much.
No.
I'd be good Kendall Weaver getting 30 minutes a game, but Kendall Weaver plays so hard. You think he's going to get fatigued eventually.
Well, and foul trouble has become a problem for him too these last few games. And yeah, you could say that the Kansas State game was a problem for anybody wearing a Longhorn jersey. It did seem a little bit one-sided, but the reputation started to get out on him that he plays hard and he plays physical too. So it's not the Brock Cunningham degree necessarily, but I'm glad we're leaving this conference for a lot of reasons, including a chance for him to maybe hit a little bit of a reset versus the refs going with whistle happy on him.
Yeah, that, and again, that's on RT. Like, if guys are getting into foul trouble, you got to tell them to play off just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, there's certain things that you could avoid that you get called fouls on when it comes to reaching or trying to get your hand in a cookie jar and that thing's absolutely empty. Like, guys are talented out here. You can't reach. You got to be very disciplined. When you got Dylan Dessou, your best player, with 3 fouls, diving on a guy's legs trying to get the ball, that's dumb as hell.
Yeah.
Like, those things need to be a point of emphasis when you go into your game plan, because you can't beat yourselves. Yes, the Big 12 refs were a little suspect this year, but still, you can't beat yourselves. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I think you got to be able to trust Kendall Weaver. BK talked about it on our Selection Sunday show. Sometimes RT takes guys out when they get in the foul trouble at 2 fouls instead of trusting them and leaving them in the game. No, RT, leave them in the game and switch up your defense so they don't get in those situations. If Dylan Dessou has 2 fouls but 5 minutes left in the second or in the first half, and he gets somebody like Joel Scott gets the ball down low, double team, so he's not there one-on-one trying to block shots and stuff. Like, there's things that you could do to get out of those situations that make your team a liability. You know what I'm saying? Besides putting guys on the bench and then just throwing somebody else in there because you're afraid of them getting their 3rd foul. Like,
his substitution patterns have been puzzling at times this year, including taking guys out, starters out early in games and leaving them on the bench for several minutes. Seen that happen with Tyrese Hunter a couple of times. All right, real quick, because BK is taking over at 2. I have a question for you because I just saw something on Instagram and maybe you can help me out here.
All right.
Share my screen now. For those of you just listening, it is an Instagram post from J Girl. She is verified. And it's a picture. And above the picture, it says, "You ain't black if you never ate this." I see a prawn on there. I see some broccoli. I can't tell what some of that other stuff is to the right, but what the fuck is that on the left? Can you help me out? Because it looks like the arm of a Marvel bad guy or something.
Yeah, I thought it was Thanos. Thanos' arm, something like that. I don't know what this is. Yeah, that's why you can't speak for all black people here, because I don't know what homegirls.
That's the guy who apparently. I have no. Can somebody please help us out with what that is? I mean, it looks like it could be fish, maybe.
Gator arm. Our guy Gringo Horn 65 says.
Gator arm? Oh, now I'm intrigued. Now I'm going to try it. So it is an actual arm then. Good. I'm glad that I was able to guess that much.
Yeah, I that's not a black thing. That's not.
That's a Cajun thing. Come on.
Yeah, that's a Cajun thing. I don't know what that is, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, some oxtails, you throw that up there, cool. Some Kool-Aid, cool. That, I don't know. You ain't black, you never eaten gator arm. I'm midnight dark. I never had gator arm in my life. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just wow.
And with that, another hour with the Gum Bros comes to an end as BK joins us.
I guess Zay's not really black.
Oh, well.
For that person made a ridiculous generalization that is ignorant.
And do we trust a guy named Gringo to let us know what that food was, considering the caption of the post?
Gringo Horn 69, I would probably believe a little bit more, but I'll still give Gringo Horn 65 the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. He's got white in his name, so I don't know.
Yeah, but it's the Spanish version of white, right?
Yeah.
Is Gringo a little bit rednecky too? I've always taken that as a slightly rednecky term.
I feel like gringo is just slang that Latinos use to describe white people. So
super white people.
Oh, it's like Spanish for honky. Is that what you guys are saying?
It's a little extreme.
Okay.
How would you describe a honky, Trey?
Oh gosh. Somebody who knows what gator arm is just by seeing a picture of it on Instagram.
What professional athlete, past or present, would you consider honky?
Oh, that's a great way to think about that. Let me look up Urban Dictionary for honky for about a player.
This is your own word.
I don't have a good definition for it. Fucking Braves AI summarizer is hilarious. It's a racial slur used to refer to a Caucasian or white person. I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, it's definitely offensive.
Is it?
Yes. If I went and called somebody a honky right now, it's nothing positive about that. See, Coach 420, Larry Bird, I don't think that's it. I love Larry Bird. Larry Bird's almost black, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with that mustache. A honky is a racial slur referring to a Caucasian or white person. This is from Urban Dictionary. The term actually originated in the South during the times of slavery. The white slave master would honk a horn when it was time for the slaves to work in the fields. The slaves would then call the slave master a honky. Similar roots for the term cracker, too, where it had to do with the crack of a whip. So I have been educated today. And when I use honky in the future, I'll know that it's got a little bit of a racist tinge to it. But we also don't get to call racism when we get called honkies or crackers.
So whenever someone does crack, they're a cracker. And whenever someone honks their horn, they're a honky.
That's it.
Okay.
So Lawrence Taylor's a cracker then.
I guess so.
No, he's nope, never mind.
Just say it. You're already leaving. You might as well go out with a bang.
He's a cracker.
Thank you for that one. God.
Oh, I appreciate you, Trey.
Hey.
Oh my gosh. BK, what up, man? Appreciate you.
I don't even know what to do about that. I'm not entirely sure what just happened there. God bless. I'm good, man. I'm good. Just started packing up, flying out to Vegas tonight.
Oh, yes, sir.
We'll get to experience 3 of the first 4 days of the NCAA tournament out in Sin City. And Zay, I'm such a college basketball crackhead that I am flying back from Vegas at 6:30 in the morning on Sunday so I can get back for the opening tip of the first game of the round of 32. Like, I do not want to be midair. I'll probably stay up. I probably won't go to bed Saturday night. I'll probably stay out at the casino until I've got to leave for the airport at like 5 o'clock, and I would just head straight to the airport. I do not want to be in the air for any of the NCAA tournament, so I am doing the dreaded super early morning, damn near red-eye flight back to the ATX.
That's risky business when it comes to Vegas. A lot of people have missed that flight for obvious reasons. And hey, Vegas, I've been there almost 10 times, man. One of my favorite places. It makes sense, man. It makes sense. The Strip, even old school Vegas, like downtown with the Golden Nugget and the Fitzgerald. Older crowd, but if you want to play some cheaper tables and stuff like that, and spend a little bit more paper because, some of us ain't high rollers, it's a good place to be. But yeah, man, where you staying?
I think I'm staying at an Airbnb, which is something I've never done before, right? I'm always at a hotel on the Strip or an old downtown. Stayed at Circa a lot recently. Circa is the newest casino resort sports book. It is on Fremont, so in Old Vegas. And yeah, I've never actually not stayed in one of the hotels before. So trying something, going for a bachelor party. I'm along for the ride. I didn't plan the trip. I'm going wherever they tell me to go. But yeah, I think we're a little ways away from the action, which is potentially for the best.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be. But yeah, you gotta catch a show or something. I mean, I know basketball will be going on, but Circus Olay, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if U2's still there.
No, they're not. Like the Sphere's going to be open, but they're in sort of an in-between period. So like the Grateful Dead, or I guess Dead and Company, will start a residency in a couple of weeks. But U2 just finished up its residency. So they've got like this Sphere experience. I think it's just some like badass light sound show that I'm sure looks absolutely insane in a place like that. But no concert. So I don't know. Like I feel like I should still find a way to go, but because there's no concert there, I don't know if it's like top priority for us while we're there, you know?
Yeah. You know what would be dope if they somehow could play games there.
Oh,
like show games on whatever that screen is in the background, man. Oh, that'd be legendary shit.
Dude,
right
I would pay buku amounts of money to be able to just sit in the Sphere and watch. You know, like one part of the Sphere has one game, the other part has the other game. You got all 4 games going on at the same time. You basically just turn your head and you get to pick which one you're watching. Now that is
crackhead shit. that's some crackhead shit.
I am a cracker, so it checks out, you know?
Yeah.
That's it. And it maybe like, I wonder if they probably don't have the ability to do this, but obviously when they do those shots on TV and they show the outside of the Sphere,
right?
There's all sorts of graphics. Can they show a game on the outside of the Sphere?
Yo, when they had that Patrick Mahomes commercial thing going on during the Super Bowl and stuff for Adidas, I'm sure they could do something.
Yeah.
I'm sure they could do something. Hell, if Roger Goodell could have that animated Nickelodeon bullshit for the Super Bowl and stuff like that, then they could put a real game on the Sphere. Dadgummit.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Technology's come a long way. I believe it.
They've got the technology. There's no doubt. But is the NCAA going to be a stickler about this and say like, nah, like TV rights, broadcast rights, like we can't show this kind of thing? I think it'd be dumb if they did, because that's more exposure for them. Like people walking by, they get to see the NCAA tournaments going on. It's like, oh shit. I don't know who forgets that the tournament is happening, but there's your reminder that you've got games going on. But yeah, I don't know. Like so the guy who's getting married, it's my buddy. I've known him forever, and he's a huge sports fan. Like not a huge partier. Like may want to hit the strip club once, but he's not the type of guy who wants to go out to the clubs till 4 or 5 in the morning. He likes to get high and he likes to watch sports. So I think a big part of what we're doing is going to be getting high, drinking, and trying to post up somewhere to watch as much of the basketball as we can, and obviously bet on as much of the basketball as we can too.
Hell yeah, man. That sounds like a good time. Tell my man congratulations, because it's a blessing taking that next step, jumping the broom, as they say. But
did you do a bachelor party?
No. So we were kind of in the midst of COVID and stuff, and the homies who were supposed to plan it just got lost. So, oh man, never got to do it. I still hold it over my guys' heads, and I'm sure the next trip they try to take, I ain't paying for shit, because I'm going to say this is what the bachelor party should have been. You know what I'm saying? Or anytime I go out with one of them, they're going to have to pay, because I'm like, yo, where's the bachelor party? We ain't celebrate nothing. You know what I'm saying? My last time as a single man didn't get to celebrate that. And yeah, it was a joke, because I would have done it out. Would have had big strippers, former Magic City employees, retired. You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to pay the big buck right now. I need to retire. If you 45, got the C-section scar, it don't matter. If you can shake that rump like Uncle Luke was talking about back in those 2 Live Crew days, hey, I'm with it. Especially if the price is what it's supposed to be. But yeah, man, my dudes, they screw me on that one. I'm always gonna hold it over their head.
Dude, they owe you one. Like, I know you're already married right now, and the post-wedding bachelor party is probably not a wife's dream, but they still owe you one. They owe you a trip, you know? You're not going to do anything that bad. You're like, come on.
Right, and I'm not even trying to go to the strip club. I'm trying to bring the stripper to us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Very classy, you know? Have appetizers and hors d'oeuvres for her and stuff like that. Like, it was a good time. You know, send her on her way. I'm not even going to go into the filthy strip club, you know, and have that stank on me from cinnamon and stuff like that. It's not even going to be nothing like that. So my wife, she can't say nothing, you know, but yeah, my dudes owe me and I'll always hold it over their head. Hell
yeah, they absolutely do. But yeah, should be a good time. And I need your bets, man. I heard y'all talking a bunch of Texas basketball, but this is the last show that you will get to do before the actual tournament starts. So your bracket's due before you get on air tomorrow. Man, give me Final Four, some upsets. Like what? You're a huge college basketball junkie. We know that. You care about and watch every team. What's maybe some of the surprises you have, and who do you think is going to make a deep run over these next few weeks?
I really like Samford over Kansas. As you saw, I'm sure Kevin McCullough out for the whole tournament. That's huge. Like Kansas hasn't been playing good basketball, and Samford, they're physical. They'll shoot the three. They got solid guards. They ran through that SoCon, so they're playing with a lot of confidence. And there's just something psychologically when you know the best players out and you know all the craziness that happens this time of the year. If you're Samford, how could you not beat a Kansas team that has been bounced out the first round before under Bill Self? So now you're putting a lot on DeJuan Harris. You're putting a lot on Austin Westlake alum KJ Adams, Hunter Dickerson, which we know you need guards in this tournament, but you need guards that can create their own shot specifically. Like DeJuan Harris, he's solid, but he's not that dude that's going to get you 25 points or when the shot clock's going down, going to create like a James Harden type of player. And that could hurt you. That could really hurt you. So Kansas, I could easily see them getting got. And then I talked about McNeese State beating Gonzaga. You know, this Gonzaga team, they don't have Drew Timme. They don't have a guy like Chet Holmgren. They don't have a guy like Jalen Suggs. You know, they got Nembhard, who transferred from Creighton, and older brother Nembhard played for Mark Few a couple of years ago. Now he's playing in the association, but they're a gettable team. And Will Wade's squad, Will Wade doing all his dirty things that he did back at LSU, he went right up the road to Lake Charles and has a really good ball club in McNeese that I think could do a ton in this tournament. So those are my two big upsets. I got New Mexico beating Clemson. Just because I like the names in that game. There's no really specific reason they won the Mountain West, which, hey, the Mountain West, talk about Colorado State. They feel like they've gotten hosed with some of their seedings, but they put 6 teams in, and all 6 of those teams, I wouldn't be surprised if they advance to the round of 32, like New Mexico, who, again, I got against Clemson, Jalen House, Jamal Mashburn Jr. They got some dudes that grew up loving the game of basketball due to their NBA playing fathers. So, yeah, man, just a couple of upsets. You don't try not to go too overboard. I don't have chalk in my Final Four. I couldn't do it. I felt like it was very easy to put Purdue, Houston, North Carolina, and UConn there, but I got UConn making it to the Final Four, and then Baylor, I got them playing in the Final Four, Houston and Creighton. So don't feel great about it. You know, I could easily see Creighton losing early just because Doug McDermott, he never gotten to that point to the Final Four, but they are a solid team. I like Shireman. I like Colt Brenner. And then I could see Baylor losing early just because, you know, they got some guys. Jacoby Walter, can he be, you know, not a freshman in the tournament? Are we going to see that freshman Jacoby Walter, or are we going to see that lottery pick Jacoby Walter? I don't know. I think he's one of those guys that has a question mark on him, even though he's technically their best scorer, but you just always get nervous with freshmen being your best player. Ray J. Dennis is good. You know, Scott Drew's a championship level coach, but I think Baylor is capable of going to the Final Four, but yeah, I couldn't do chalk. I couldn't be like some of these guys out here. No number 1 seeds in last year's Final Four. I Don't think it's going to be that this year, but I can't put all 4 of those number 1 seeds in the regions in there.
All right. I like that. 2 1s and 2 3s. Now, I want to go back to something you said earlier. Yeah, I'm worried about Kansas. I don't have much faith in them getting by Samford. Hell, I think that was a pretty popular upset pick even before it was announced that Kevin McCullough wasn't going to be able to play. And now that he's out, I don't think that's shocking at all. Bill Self's done a pretty good job. Like, early in his Kansas tenure, he lost some tournament games in the first round to like double-digit seeds. It's been a while since that has happened to Kansas, but the way that Jayhawks team played down the stretch, it sure feels like they could lose to just about anybody in this field right now. And like you said, Samford's got a deep team, and they can make threes, and that's the recipe to pull off an upset over a power conference team. I like your McNeese State pick. I was with you on that because Gonzaga's overseeded, and it's already like been announced that Gonzaga should have been a 6 and BYU should have been a 5. But because of the TV schedule, I don't know if you heard this.
No, what the hell?
That region where Gonzaga is the 5, it's the Midwest region. Gonzaga plays Friday and Sunday. BYU can't play on Sunday because they're Mormon. So they actually had to drop BYU a spot to 6, and Gonzaga benefited from that, and they are a 5 now. So that's why everyone's like, oh, Gonzaga's overseeded. Like, I think Gonzaga probably could have been a 7. Even a 6 might be a little too high for them. But, they are the beneficiary of Mormon religion. So congrats to the Zags for that.
Yo, hey, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's absolutely nuts because, look, the Lord going to have to be with us this day. If we get a better seating because of it, the Lord going to have to understand. I think he understands. You know what I'm saying, BK? I think he would get it.
Yeah.
We work too hard to be screwed over just because we don't play on Sundays, which I get it. It's their religion, it's their faith, it's their belief. Everybody has every right to their own. But, man, this is the NCAA tournament. You know what I'm saying? I go to church on Wednesday. You know, nobody plays on Wednesday. You go Wednesday. I know people do that. Like, you can wait. You can wait, early morning, after. I don't know. But to mess up our seating because of it, that is wild, man. And BYU, they're a team I had to really look at and be like, man, this looks like an upset. But I want to trust them. I do. And, I actually got Duquesne winning that game.
You can't trust BYU. BYU can make a Final Four.
Yeah.
They are the ultimate live and die by the 3. And I almost hate saying that because all of basketball now is live and die by the 3. Like, the team that wins 90% of basketball games nowadays at any level is the team that like shoots better from downtown. That's just the way the game is. But BYU, they shoot more threes than anybody in the country. Like, that is who they are. So if they're making it, I mean, they went into Kansas and beat KU. They damn near beat Iowa State at Hilton Coliseum. Like, they can play in the toughest environments and they can hang with the toughest teams in all of college basketball. But if the threes aren't falling, Duquesne can get to them. I mean, a 14 seed could get to them. Forget an 11 seed like Duquesne. Like, they are capable of making an Elite 8 run. I don't know if I'd go Final Four. I might backtrack on that. But BYU, if they just get hot and they're hot 3 out of the first, 3 or 4 games in this tournament, then they could go on a little run here. But it is scary to put your eggs in a basket of a team that relies that much on the long ball.
Yeah, and, they got good size, too. You talk about Khalifa and Waterman. Both of those guys are 6'10 plus, and, they got solid guard play. But you're right, BK, when you rely that much on the 3 and you're missing those things, like, where are you going to find your points? Like, the 3 will always keep you in the game and give you that upper hand, but are you going to be able to go to the post or hit those mid-range shots? Like, teams know what you like to do, especially at this point. Everybody's a solid team that makes it to the tournament. You know what I'm saying? So I got Duquesne because they got a lot of seniors and grad student guys, and just not all these Big 12 teams are going to be successful. You know, like, it's – you could say that, Big 12, toughest conference in basketball. Everybody's going to go to the round of 32. Nah, that's just not realistic. Texas could easily get got also tomorrow. But, BYU, that's a 6-11 game that I like the Dukes.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
BYU, they should have been a top 5 seed. They got screwed there. There are games in Salt Lake City. They're not playing there. And they're playing a team that hasn't been to the tournament since 1975. So, Duquesne, like, they got that little team of destiny feel. I always get scared playing a team that has either never been to the dance or hasn't been in forever. Like, experience matters, right? But sometimes when you're that team and it's been that long, it feels like crazy things tend to happen. All right, back to your McNeese State thing. Very roundabout way to get here. So I was with you. I was about to put, and I haven't filled out my bracket yet, but I was like, McNeese is going to beat Gonzaga. The Zags usually underachieve in the tournament, and this is the worst team Mark Few's had in a decade plus. Like, this is primed to be a 12-5 upset here. Then I went and looked at some of the teams that McNeese State has played this year. Do a little screen share. See if you can help me out with these. Back on December 5th, McNeese State beat Mississippi University for women 92-23. What the fuck is that? Is that a women's team? Do they have a men's team at Mississippi University for women? What is that, Zay?
I've never heard of this school before in my life. It has to be a men's team. Ain't no way. Because I got time. I will change my pick right now because of what you're showing me if they were playing women out there.
Well, hold on. I mean, that's probably the worst, but we've got the College of Biblical Studies. These are real games. These are not like preseason scrimmages. These are games that count towards McNeese State's incredible record this year. They beat the College of Biblical Studies. I don't know what their mascot is. The Bibles, the New Testament. I don't know. 96-55, the final back on November 10th. We've got Champion Christian.
Yo, that sounds like Bishop Sycamore. Oh my gosh, no way.
Champion Christian. That game was on November 13th, and McNeese State won 110-46. And then I think there's one more here. Le Tourneau.
For the French team?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
November 14th, they played Le Tourneau. And look, McNeese is in Louisiana, so maybe this is some random-ass Louisiana college. JUCO, I don't know, but they beat them 81-49. Like, this shit is made up. This is 4 wins that are on McNeese State's schedule right now. And McNeese State was 30-3 on this incredible record, regardless of conference. 30-3, that's damn near impossible to do. But when you're playing teams like Biblical Studies U and Mississippi School for the Women, Gonzaga, it's a down Gonzaga team, but shit, can I pick you to beat them?
Yo, think about how, if they do have a men's team at Mississippi School for the Women, which I'm sure they do, think about the play that you would get as an athlete there, because you would have to think the ratio is for your favor as an athlete, as a men's basketball athlete. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's obviously doesn't have the same population as a Texas or an Ohio State or something, but still, hey, all inclusive or change. It's 2024. Why not?
Dude, that's a great idea, man. I should have gone to like Texas Women's University or something like that.
And didn't?
Yeah. Although I feel like this is a generalization here and a hasty one at that. I feel like the women there are not very fond of men. If you're going to a school like that, like I'm all about the feminist movement and I support women and that's all cool. But some of them might be taking it over the top. People can be too far into their beliefs to where it could cause some problems. I feel like a dude at a place like that, you might not be as revered as you're thinking.
That's a good point. But
I don't know. I'd be willing to take my chances. Like the ratio, like you said.
Some temptation. Come on now.
Yeah. It's not just a Motown group.
Anti-men all you want, but still love men.
100%. And all you need is a couple. I mean, there could be tens of thousands women on the campus, and most of them might not want to be with you. But if you get a few, that's you're taken care of right there.
Yo, if they would have offered me a scholarship out of Bowie High School, come on, to play basketball and hoop, I'm taking that.
Would you?
Oh, hell yeah. To hoop? Nothing, walking around campus seeing nothing but women?
Oh, yeah, scholarship.
Where it's hot and humid? Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, scholarships. Scholarships are scholarships, right? Like, if that's what you're getting, you take it. That's the only one you're getting, you absolutely take it.
You gotta take it.
What about walking on? Would you walk on? I mean, you played JUCO. Like, would you have gone to, Mississippi?
Walk on?
Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough. That's a weird diploma hanging over in the office. That's a weird diploma hanging in the office, But
you're transitioning. You're not Isaiah anymore. You've got a new name now. You're Isabel instead of Isaiah. You've switched after your Mississippi University of Women degree.
Oh shit, man! Yo, you got to pull up the men's basketball page on there because I'm looking at it now, and you got the wits to do all that stuff.
Which one for McNeese? What do we need?
The women, the Mississippi University.
Oh, the roster.
Women. Yes, the roster. Cause I gotta see where these guys came from and stuff. I gotta see. It could be an NAIA or usually these schools aren't D1. That's a stretch.
This is looks like D3.
Oh man.
Yeah, D3 team.
No scholarship opportunities. Athletic at least.
They are the Owls, and I will pull up via our screen share feature the roster for the Mississippi Women's University men's basketball team. At 6'5" forward, 6'4" guard, 5'11" white boy guard. You got a ginger on the team. That guy doesn't play. I don't care that it's D3.
Yo, Chris Evans is nice, man.
No way.
Chris Evans gets buckets.
He ain't playing.
Matt Bonner.
You got anybody? I don't see anybody over 6'6" on this team, which, D3 basketball at its finest right there.
Yeah.
And they're coached by a dude, Dean Burrows.
So
that's your squad right there for the Owls of. That's the weirdest thing I've ever Googled, and my search history is not the cleanest. Mississippi Women's College men's basketball was the Google search that I just had, and it got me where I needed to get, I think.
Hey, man. Title IX goes both ways, I guess.
Goes both ways. Goes both ways. They still don't let the Jews into TCU, but that's all right. I don't think that's true. Shit.
Oh, shit, man. You saw that Colorado State, Virginia game yesterday. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think Colorado State deserves more credit than people are giving them. I mean, Virginia should not have been in the field. They were the weakest team in the field. They were Ken Palm's lowest rated at-large team in the dance. I mean, how about this? Like, Ken Palm is only one metric, and there are all sorts of metrics you could use to make an argument in favor of or against a bubble team. St. John's was number 25 on Ken Palm. They did not get in. Virginia was number 69. Very nice. But they like St. John's, every St. John's fan, every Seton Hall fan, every Providence fan, every OU fan, they have every right to be pissed. And it's not often where the people are right, Zay, when it comes to stuff like this. The people were right. Like, I think more people were bitching about Virginia than any other team that got into the field. And Virginia clearly had no business being in the field. But, hey, you give Colorado State credit. I mean, a 25-point win over anyone in the dance is good. A 25-point win over a national championship winning head coach is very good. And let's not get it twisted. Virginia did finish third in the ACC this year. Like, it was one of the most down years the ACC has had in the last, 4 decades. But still, to finish that high in a major conference, that Virginia had a solid season this year. So to just dismantle them the way that they did at both ends of the floor, too. I was so impressed with CSU's offense, shooting over 50%, going for near 70 against that defense is no small feat. And obviously defensively to hold Virginia to what they held them to. I think more people need to be putting some respect on Colorado State's name instead of just shitting on Virginia. Both things can be true, but CSU impressed me, and I was already nervous about a potential matchup with them, and now I think I'm even more nervous after last night.
Yeah, I agree. One of the worst things that could have happened was now CSU is playing with this big time underdog mentality. And if you're Nico Medved, their head coach, I'm letting those guys know, you hear what guys like Stephen A. Smith are talking about? They're not saying how good you were. They're saying how bad Tony Bennett in Virginia is.
Yeah.
That's the narrative now. How bad Virginia is opposed to how good you were making a team that was third in the ACC look that bad in a 25-point win. And you think about this matchup with the Longhorns tomorrow, there's mismatches that favor Texas, and then there's mismatches that don't. And the ones that don't, talked about it a lot with Trey, have a lot to do with just Coach Terry's roster and his rotation and his starting five. I mean, you look at the stats on the players yesterday for Colorado State. And as you said, these guys shot 55% from the field, 35% from three. They went 71% from the free throw line. But their best player, Isaiah Stevens, first team All Mountain West, this guy's a 16, 17 point per game scorer. He had 5 points last night. They won by 25, BK.
Yeah.
Like, that make it make sense. That doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying? If you would have told me before the game, Isaiah Stevens has 5 points, I say, they got drove. Colorado State got blown out then.
Yeah.
They win by 25 with their best player only having 5 points. That's scary. That's scary if you're a Texas Longhorn fan, because that shows Nico Medved's team is versatile and can get points in different ways, which is why that Colorado State team was a top 15 team at one point of the year this season. So if you look at guys like Joel Scott and Patrick Cartier, those dudes, old school, back to the basket, physical bigs. And you think about Dylan Dessou and Dylan Mitchell, like, you can't have Dylan Dessou get into foul trouble. That cannot happen. He has to be smart. And thank goodness you won't get Big 12 officials in this game, but you got to be smart. And if you're Nico Medved, I'm telling Cartier, I'm telling Scott, go at Dylan Dessou. Go at him. See what he's made of. Be physical with him, because these refs during the tournament, they don't want to call stuff anyway. You'll get those groups every once in a while that they have to tighten stuff up due to a game becoming a little bit too physical, but they're going to let you play. So Scott, he takes like 8 or 9 dribbles and will back you all the way to the basket until you're completely under the rim. And then he just has an easy layup. He did that like 3 times yesterday. And, there are a lot of things that Tony Bennett's squad were just really bad at when it comes to fundamentals on defense. Like, they were setting really basic back screens that would lead Scott to the rim and stuff like that. That should be easy to stop. Like, that's unacceptable on any level. Like, I see that in middle school and I'm getting pissed off. Like, that can't happen. Have some communication. But still, you're worried about Stevens coming out to the perimeter and knocking down shots. And you're worried about Clifford coming out to the perimeter, which he's super underrated. I don't know if there's a matchup for him that the Longhorns have. Like, you put Kendall Weaver on him. He has Kendall Weaver by 4 inches, maybe 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a post up. He was shooting that fadeaway over the top real easy yesterday against those Virginia Cavaliers. So as good as Kendall Weaver is defensively, he's given up height there. So they got a few guys that can really mix it up. And, as bad as Virginia was yesterday, I thought Colorado State was good enough to show that they're a scary team moving on in the tournament.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with everything you said right there. And it's not only that Isaiah Stevens had 5 points. He only took 5 shots. It wasn't like he was 2 for 14 and had a bad night and his teammates carried him. He's like, these guys suck. You guys are good enough to beat them. I don't even need to do anything today. Which tells me that, he's due. Like, he's due
he's
for
due,
a big-time game. He's not going 2 of 5 from the floor tomorrow night. He's going to be taking way more shots than that. So,
and he knows Max Asmus too. Him being the Allen kid and Max Asmus being from the Dallas area, and they're both being the same age. Like, these guys were probably playing AAU against one another, or maybe even together at some point, like their whole lives. So that's a very personal. You're a Dallas guy. Like, that's a very personal matchup. Like, Isaiah Stevens probably like, I wish I was at Texas. I wish I was at my home state school. Max is living out my dream. I'm going to expose him now. I'm going to go at him now, which, just like teams attack Max Asmus, you got to attack Isaiah Stevens. He's not the biggest guy. I'm sure he's going to get that matchup of an IT Horton or a Kendall Weaver whenever they get into the game, because that's the person you have to worry about the least amount when it comes to this Texas team. But yeah, Rodney Terry, they better be on one when it comes to game planning for this team. And Dylan Mitchell, he has to be good. Like, if I'm RT, I'm not putting Dessou on Scott.
No,
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. Even though he might be the better defender for Scott, you need Dylan Dessou to stay in the game and be, as much energy as possible offense to do what he does to help the Horns win. Brock Cunningham, Dylan Mitchell, that's your matchup. And I would even double him at times because he's so burly. Like, he's strong. He don't look the biggest. He's only 6'7", but that's a physical dude, man. He was moving Ryan like he was nothing. And Ryan was first team all ACC defense for Virginia. Like, that was really impressive yesterday, what Nico Medved's team did to those Virginia Cavaliers. So, somebody mentioned on here putting Kaden Shedrick in. I completely agree with that. Like, that might be one of those times, as I've mentioned throughout the season, you put Dylan Dessou and Kaden Shedrick in at the same time to negate the bigs that they have with Cartier and Scott, because now you got guys 6'9", 6'10", and Shedrick and Dessou. They match up better. And plus, now you're going to make Scott or Cartier have to guard Dylan Dessou on the perimeter, which they don't want those problems. I take my chances with that any day. Pick and pop should be everything in this game. You should stick to that until they stop it. If Dylan Dessou knocks down that three, which if you're Nico Medved, you might have to give it to him. You might have to live with it and hope that, man, maybe this guy isn't on today. But if he is, it could be a long night for the Rams, and Texas should be able to advance. But if Dylan Dessou's not knocking down that outside shot where you could bring those bigs out and make them dead and make them dance to clear up, the drivers and slashers and Kendall Weaver and Tyrese Hunter that get in the paint, and who knows what it'll be tomorrow. They're going to need Dylan Dessou to knock down that outside shot.
Bingo. Yeah, I had my scouting cap on last night, and there wasn't a lot I enjoyed because there's a lot that CSU does that instills a little bit of fear in my mind as a Texas fan. But just watching that team play and looking at those guys on that team, I'm like, they have nobody who can hang with Dylan Dessou. Like, if Dylan Dessou does what he's capable of doing, then he's going to go for 20 to 25, and he's going to lead Texas to a win. He's going to get those guys in foul trouble, and Texas is going to find a way to get it done. But, yeah, Dylan Dessou, he has to stay out of foul trouble. Obviously, you assume he's very close to 100%, considering he didn't miss a game with that knee injury. So if he's 100% and he stays out of foul trouble, and like you said, he can knock down those threes, he's a matchup nightmare for a lot of teams, but definitely for a Mountain West team that just doesn't recruit the type of bodies that Texas does. I think he's going to pose some serious problems for them. But, hey, Ken Palm has this as a 1-point game, Zay.
Oh, shit!
I mean, Texas is number 27 in Ken Palm, and CSU is number 30 in Ken Palm. So this is about as evenly matched as you get. I mean, get the Tums ready. Like, it's going to be nerve-wracking on Friday. I'm so grateful that we don't have to do shows during it, right? It's 5:50. So after we're done, I'm grateful we don't have to worry about being on air trying to watch and talk about that shit at the same time. I'm going to be bellied up at some bar needing some strong alcohol with me in Vegas watching that one, because it is going to be 40 minutes, but really 2 hours of just grit and grind and down to the wire. It's going to be every tournament game is high stress, high intensity, but this ain't a 215 like you had in the first round last year. This is damn near an 8-9 matchup, right? We all thought Texas was going to be an 8. I thought Colorado State should have been a 9, maybe an 8 even. So to me, these are like two even seeded teams.
Yeah.
And I think you were going to get, the Vegas line is 2.5. Like, they're telling you everything you need to know. This one should be tough and tight for all 40.
Yeah, the committee, they're so petty. They went out of their way to make sure they could try to get that Tennessee-Texas matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Barnes' plan is old school. Like, they went out of their way because Texas doesn't deserve a 7th seed, in my opinion, like, at all. Like, you lose to UCF, teams like that, you're barely beating Louisville, you're barely beating, Cincinnati, all these teams that didn't make it. Like, you didn't deserve to be 7 when you got teams like BYU who are at the 6th spot. So, yeah, they better take advantage of what they have now. And, the big reason why you're nervous, just like me, BK, is because you look at the roster and you think about the rotations that Rodney Terry puts out there, there's too many question marks with it. Like there's a roster point blank there, and I'll continue to go over this. I feel like a broken freaking record, but there's literally a roster that shows you, or a lineup, that shows you what you need to play and move with here on out. And it's not with Dillon Mitchell, and it's not with IT Horton. Like the whole narrative on we're trying to get more offense going, that's such bullshit, man. That's bullshit. That's not a thing. That's really not a thing at all. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have enough skill to say that. Those guys don't provide enough offense to say that. Because Brock Cunningham, again, you could easily say that he's a better offensive player than Dillon Mitchell. Just because he spaces the floor, you got to worry about his three-point shot. While Dillon Mitchell, when he's out on the three, he's one of those guys where you say, we'll live. Shoots. We'll take it.
Yep. Please take those shots. Yeah.
4-1 for us. Somebody on our code text line was asking, why isn't Dillon Mitchell shooting threes? Because he can't. That whole thing that you saw in the pre-draft combine before he came back to Texas this year, he wasn't shooting with nobody on the court. It was just him and guys passing him the ball. Ghost out there. That's practice, man. A lot of people can shoot when there's nothing on the line. But when you got 9 other guys on the court and you have somebody contesting your shot and getting in your way and you know what's at stake, those guys that are good shooters aren't good shooters at the moments. Dillon Mitchell's one of those guys. We haven't seen it at all. I don't think I could recall a three-point shot that Dillon Mitchell's made this year. I watched every single point scored for this team. I don't remember one. So, again, Brock Cunningham, he's hit a few threes. He'll space the floor a little bit, and you know what you're going to get defensively. Now, Brock, we talk about Dylan Dessou not getting in the foul trouble. Brock can't get in the foul trouble either. You know, and we all know Brock's reputation. He's going to be more prone to fouls than the normal athlete playing in this tournament. But Brock has to be smart because there's going to be times where you're going to really need him in winning time the last 4 minutes. And if Brock's out here hip checking folks or elbowing people or getting those flagrant situations, like you got to dial it back just a little bit, Brock Cunningham, not much. We don't want you to be, you know, a completely different person. That's not what I'm saying, but you're too valuable at this point with the inconsistency that Dillon Mitchell gives you. Brock Cunningham's too valuable to have foul trouble get in the way of his playing time. So I'd rather play Brock Cunningham, and obviously I'd rather play Kendall Weaver over IT Horton. Ain't no way Kendall Weaver should be getting 10 minutes like he did in that Kansas State game. What are we doing? You know, like even though IT Horton was doing well in that game, Tyrese Hunter wasn't. Sit Tyrese.
Yeah.
Sit Tyrese Hunter. Like the game isn't this difficult. And like you don't have anything to worry about with IT Horton coming back because he's done. He's not eligible to come back anymore. He's not eligible to play any more college basketball after this year. So it don't matter if you have a good relationship with him or not. He should understand the greater good for the team. Screw that attitude shit. Screw the attitude stuff with Dillon Mitchell. And BK, before I wrap this part up, you saw in the Oklahoma game, starting Brock Cunningham, what that brings you. And that Dillon Mitchell, you could trust him coming off the bench. I think he's mature enough to where he's not going to look at not starting as a problem. He's going to think, okay, if this is what it means for us to be successful and move on in the tournament, me coming off the bench because Brock's feeling good right now and he helps the team a little bit more than me, then so be it. But Rodney Terry, I think, is so focused on keeping guys, you know, involved and keeping guys upbeat and positive that it might be hurting the team. And this starting five versus Colorado State starting five, I like Colorado State starting five. I don't like the team as a whole, but they're starting five with Scott and Cartier and Clifford and Stevens and stuff against a starting five with Dillon Mitchell and IT Horton. With what we've seen of those two guys all year long, that's what could get you bounced the first round. And that would be very unfortunate if something like that would be the reason why.
Nothing more for me to add except for this. Dillon Mitchell 0 for 8 from downtown this year. He shot two threes in conference play. So it was 0 for 6 in the non-con before Big 12 play began. And then, just 2 attempts in league play, including the conference tournament loss to K-State, and he was over. So your memory served you well, my friend. He did not make one all year.
You know how hard that is to do in this day and era of basketball with what analytics shows? Like that's hard to do, not to make any threes. Not one.
And he's not. Zach Edey made a 3 this year. Zach Edey's like 7'6", and he made a 3 this year. Dylan Mitchell's 6'8". Like, you want to play in the NBA at that size and you can't make a 3 in college?
Yeah.
Not one? In 2 years? He didn't make one last year. 2 years. No 3s. Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah. They gotta have good play from IT Horton, Dylan Mitchell, and Tyrese Hunter. All 3 of those guys. They're gonna need those guys to play at least decent. They don't have to play great. They can't play bad. That's the thing. They can't play bad. Like IT Horton, you gotta hit a couple of shots because your defense isn't good enough to keep you on the floor when you're putting up donuts.
Yeah.
So that's, again, RT, you got to see it. You can't – there's not a time to trust guys. You got to go with those guys that are reliable. Kendall Weaver, reliable. Brock Cunningham, reliable. Max Aspis, reliable. Dylan Dessou. After that, it gets a little murky.
Yep.
It gets a little foggy on, Tyrese Hunter is probably that next person, but even with him, Caden Shedrick, now that he's healthy, he's probably that next person. But after that, it gets a little foggy, and that's why a lot of Texas fans should be a little fearful for the game tomorrow.
Amen. Are you going to save your big hat player of the game prediction for tomorrow's show? Okay.
Yeah, I'll save it for tomorrow's show.
Very good. Quick sponsor shout outs, AV Consultations. Give them a call, 512-255-8678 for the home TV setup of your dreams. If you want multiple screens in one room like I've got, they can make it happen. If you want that home theater media room, they can do that for you as well. Or how about a nice patio setup? Yeah, they can do that too. AV Consultations, they've been in business since 1988, and they are the very best in the business as well. Just give them a call. Tell them what you want, and they're going to do it for you. 512-255-8678. Check them out online, avconsultations.com. Shout out to Olipop. I'm sure Chip Brown is giving out some Olipops to the Colorado State players last night. None of the UVA players are earning Olipops with that disastrous performance. Olipop, great tasting soda. Chip's a big fan. I'm a big fan. The Buck's on it. Trey's on it. We got a bunch of guys. Rodney's on it. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you are missing out. Of course, Apple Leasing, another one of our great sponsors as well. If you were looking to lease a car, Apple Leasing, Scott Cross, they're the place to go. Check them out online at appleleasing.com. Zay, I'm sure you have a right call queued up today. Do you have a right call queued up today?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, real quick, I want to show you this. The 2025 SEC schedule has been released for Texas.
Damn, okay.
And it feels weird, right? We haven't even started the 2024.
Yeah, 2025. They're on it.
It's very easy. Here it is. It's on the screen share right now. It's literally the exact opposite of the 2024 schedule. Like, it's the same 8 SEC opponents. So the SEC is going to do an 8-game slate again in 2025, just like they are in 2024. And it's literally the same 8 teams in the SEC that Texas will play this year. They're going to play them next year. You just flip-flop the location. So in 2024, you're playing at Arkansas, you're playing at A&M, you're playing at Vanderbilt. Next season, you get those 3 teams at home. In 2024, you are hosting Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, and Mississippi State. Next year in 2025, you will be playing those 4 teams on the road. So that's what it is. So no Alabama yet, no LSU yet, no Ole Miss yet. It's literally the exact same opponents, but it's just like a home and home, where this year the teams you're playing at home, you will play on the road next year, and vice versa. So I think this is great news. I mean, we've spent some time, or at least I've spent some time, talking about how it's a pretty manageable schedule the Longhorns have in 2024, all things considered. Now, the SEC is tougher than the Big 12, but the fact that, you don't have Bama, LSU, Ole Miss, Mizzou, Tennessee, some of the other like top 15 college football teams on your schedule this year, that makes it easier than what most years could look like in the SEC. Now Texas they got Vanderbilt 2 years in a row. Vanderbilt sucks. They got Florida 2 years in a row. Florida's in a tailspin right now. Arkansas might have a new coach. Like this is great news if you're a Texas fan, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. And, we're looking forward to 2025. So you would expect Arch Manning to take the reins as a starting quarterback. Hopeful that Quinn Ewers has the breakout season that we think he's going to have going off to the NFL in 2025. So, yeah, I think this is a great schedule for Arch Manning in his first year. And, yeah, you mentioned Florida, like Billy Napier. I don't expect him to be there in 2025. I don't expect the Arkansas coach to be there in 2025 either. So, yeah, I'll take it. You avoid Alabama. You avoid LSU. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're avoiding Missouri, who's on the up and up. Like, you're avoiding a lot of good ball clubs in this conference. And, yes, that Georgia game, that's going to be a tough one. It's always tough with Kirby Smart. But, yeah, Texas, they got to be happy with what they've gotten in the SEC. And even though it's the best conference in football with where Texas is, the momentum that they have, the culture that Steve Sarkeesian has built, you got to like your chances with the schedule being put out today.
100%. I mean, the SEC laziness is benefiting Texas. That's what this is. The SEC is being lazy as hell. They're like, the TV contract expires after 2025. We'll figure all that shit out after that season. We'll just do the exact same thing we have in 2024 in 2025. And that benefits Texas. It really does. So you're right. I mean, look, we're all focused on 2024 and we're expecting big things in year one for the Longhorns in the SEC, but man, with this schedule in 2025, it feels like, yeah, if Arch Manning is the real deal and the Longhorns, the program is as healthy as we think it is, then it could be a very solid first 2 years in the SEC for the Horns. All right, Zay, let's get to your right call today. What you got for the people?
All right, man. The right call today goes to Kaden Proctor. Man, you're a cold-blooded son of a bee, dog. You are a cold-blooded son of a bee. If nobody knows the Kaden Proctor situation, he is the former, now current Alabama Crimson Tide player who was once committed to Iowa, his home state school, then ended up flipping to Alabama, played that freshman year under Nick Saban. We know what happened with Nick Saban, retiring, went back to Iowa via transfer portal, took NIL money, Brad Kellner, then leaves, keeps the money, then leaves, hits the transfer portal again to go back to Alabama, where he will be playing under first-year coach Kalen DeBoer. This is and he doesn't have to pay the Iowa money back.
What?
He doesn't have to pay it back. Yeah.
That's bullshit.
Pay it back.
That is bullshit. He cannot. He didn't play a single game. He didn't even do practice. What's he getting that money for?
If I'm his family, I'm moving from Iowa. That's the type of stuff where people will burn your house down.
Yeah.
Type of shit. Like Iowa, they care about their football up there. You know what I'm saying? They're obviously that team that's not the Ohio States or the Michigans or even the Penn States and now Oregons. They got to compete with them. But this was a huge get for them. Like getting Kaden Proctor or thinking that they got him back from Alabama, like that dude, we remember preparing for him during the Texas-Alabama game. Like he's supposed to be a big-time player, big-time five-star, a guy that's you could see leaving in the next 2 years along the lines of a Kelvin Banks. And he came a long way from struggling early in the season for Nick Saban to ending the season pretty well. But, yeah, I could definitely see just a lot of hate that he's going to get because this is cold-blooded. I mean, look, dude, you knew what you were getting yourself into going back to Iowa. You were there for 2 months. To say that it was that bad and keep the money that you were giving out, which they fundraised over $100K for this guy too. I don't know if he took it all, but just kind of their NIL program, that's what they were doing to just get something started. And Kaden Proctor was the focal point with that. But, man, I never heard nothing like this. Like, I didn't even know it was allowed.
Dude.
Like, I'd try to sue, do something if I was Iowa because this is Bush League, man. Like, this dude, Kaden Proctor, which I'm all for NIL. Make your money, young boy. Like, make it. Hopefully invest, save it, do whatever you can. Get as much as you can. But this is what people like Nick Saban and people who are so anti-NIL, which Nick Saban's not completely anti-NIL, but he talks his pros and cons with it, and a lot of other people do. This is the con about it. This is okay, you could really get got and get really taken advantage of depending on who you are. You just don't think that guys would do that. And the fact that he's going back to Alabama, like if you're Kalen DeBoer, I'm looking at his character, which you don't know this guy. Like, yes, you have to bring him on because he's that good of a prospect. But as far as a locker room guy, that leaves a sour taste in my mouth of thinking, man, if he did this to Iowa, like, who is this guy's character really?
He just got paid $100K for a vacay right there, Zay. Now, most people don't vacation to Iowa. I question that decision for Kaden Proctor, but maybe he just saw how bad that offense was. He saw the playbook, and he's like, shit, I do not want to be a part of this. Get me out of here ASAP. The kid's a piece of shit. And I'll go ahead and answer the question because there's somebody out there, well, would you say that to his face? No, he's 3 times my size, and he beat the shit out of me. Of course I wouldn't say that to his face. But the kid's a piece of shit for doing this. That's ridiculous, man. Like, he knows how much he means to the state of Iowa. He knows how big of a deal it was for the Iowa football program and that fan base that he left Alabama to go back home to play in front of his family in his home state at that program that doesn't get the type of 5-star talents like him very often. He knew he was getting that money. And then for him to leave, I mean, before spring practice even starts, well, maybe their spring practice already started, but like before he even plays a single snap of football for them, like it's one thing if you go there for a year and it doesn't work out and okay, you want to go back. That's fine. That's fine. But this is awful right here. And you're right. It is a huge problem. And I'm in favor of NIL and the kids getting their money. You shouldn't get money to not play. Like, I don't like what Quinn Ewers did to Ohio State.
Yeah.
He at least was at Ohio State for a year. He didn't play much, but he at least toughed it out for a year. But I felt bad about that. Like, of course, I'm glad he's at Texas, but I felt wrong that he took $1 million at Ohio State and didn't start a game for them. Like, that irked me the wrong way. But this kid was there for a couple of weeks and he left and he took $100K and he's going back to the same place he was before. Like, dude, that is scum. I get he's a 19-year-old kid, but obviously family's involved. He's got adults helping him make these types of decisions. Like, that is some bad shit right there, man.
Yeah.
He's going to play because he's a beast, whatever. But holy shit. I don't care that this kid's in college. He's old enough to know, like, how much of a jerk he is for doing something like this. I have no problem with anyone taking their shots at Kaden Proctor for this. This is Bush League stuff right here.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I mean, again, your family's from Iowa. Like, Iowa's not the biggest place. I'm sure you know a lot of people that were former Hawkeyes or work with people that were former Hawkeyes and stuff. So just, you got to move the family at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, nuts people, these folks out here, you can't trust them. There's somebody that's going to go the route to where, we got to burn this dude's place down. We got to do something that extreme because you screw us over all that money. If you're Kaden Proctor, the classy thing to do, which you have little of it right now, but the classy thing would do, put it into some type of fundraiser.
Yeah.
That's very positive. That, something Iowa related. Like, give that money back.
Yep.
Just go make your NIL money in Tuscaloosa. Like, go make it there. But this... And hopefully he does the right thing. He has time, but he doesn't have to give the money back. So
that changes my stand. Like, it's still bad to transfer and then transfer. Like Brew McCoy, that's dumb. That's dumb. You make a decision like that, you got to stay for a little bit longer than just a few weeks. But yeah, if he gives the money back or donates it to a charity, then okay, that's fine. Still not a great look for you. But a huge difference than literally just making it look like you took $100,000 to vacation for a couple of weeks. And then I'm sure he got a bag from Alabama again, too.
Oh, yeah. He definitely doubled up. He definitely doubled up.
With his first bag from Alabama, then Iowa, then Alabama. Yeah. Smart man, but bad person. Bad bit. All right. It is 3:00. I see the ladies in the waiting room. We're ready to roll. It's Wednesday, which means it's Fire the Cannon Day. We've got Megan. We've got Rocky. Ladies, How we doing? How we doing?
Oh, just lit up. How y'all doing?
Oh, busy.
BK, you're like worked right now. Like I don't have seen you this fired up about a singular dude in a recent memory.
Oh, yeah. It's a 19-year-old boy who has me this fired up, which at my core feels very weird.
Probably need to like put some clarities on there because you don't want anybody just take that little snippet, soundbite out. Right?
BK, you do you, man.
Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. Zay, are you hearing an echo from them?
I am. I think if we get off, it'll be fine. But.
Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens if we leave. And then if that doesn't work, I might have y'all leave and come back.
All right.
Y'all have a great show.
Thank you. Here we
Let's
go.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Megan. Happy Wednesday. Last week we were a day early because covered the Tuesday, and happy Wednesday.
Yeah,
so much happening.
Crazy. So much to talk about all this sports going on. I was saying this earlier.
Beach volleyball.
Volleyball back. Listen, it's just started up. I love it. Yeah. My poor phone is. It's crying. The battery is crying. All these notifications. I'm with baseball and fall, and we got beach volleyball going. We got friggin' pro days going. We got spring training, March Madness, nuts. So do lots of cover. Listen,
I mean, the biggest news of the week.
Clearly, your little baby Bart is happy with that, right?
Well, we'll talk it. Hey, BK, is there a feedback sound?
Yeah. Do y'all mind popping out and then popping back in here in a second? Very good. Okay. Yeah, just check the TSU app, and I don't know what's going on. It normally works perfectly fine. I'm sure it's just a random error, but we'll get Fire the Cannon back in a moment. And yeah, once they close out and reopen up the browser, I think everything will be okay. We will get them on, and they've got a lot to get into. They're right. It's a jam-packed time on the Texas Longhorn sports calendar with the tournaments for the men's and the women, with baseball and softball, with spring football, with beach volleyball, with tennis, with swimming and diving and track and field. And I feel like I'm probably forgetting a few things too. But yeah, they've got a ton to get into. And let's see. All right. How's this, y'all? Let's see. Oh, wait. Now you're muted. Peculiar. Doesn't look like the mute logo is there. Mic plugged in. This is professional. We're very professional here on TSU, if y'all didn't know. This is what we do. Okay, the good news is there's no echo. The bad news is there's no anything. I don't know if that's a good trade-off. Computer settings, perhaps. Or potentially one more close out and come back in. I see the mute logo.
How about this?
There we go.
Yay!
Yeah. Perfect. No echo. Y'all sound great. Okay, now y'all have a great show.
Oh, what a mess.
It wouldn't be Fire the Cannon if we didn't have technical
and all we do is literally turn on exactly what we had last week, and it doesn't work. But the good news is we were able to log in today without having to buy BK, which was really nice. Usually we have to be like, let's log in. Since today, Megan got it all up now. It logs in, but then we lose.
Yeah, you know.
Right. We're here.
We'll figure it out.
We're here. So we have lots to talk about, and we have a special day.
We do. We're super excited to have Henry from CTBS and 247 joining. Yeah, it's going to be. We're going to be talking football. We're going to be talking basketball. We've got a lot of Texas talk coming up. So he will be joining 4:00 hour. So y'all please stay tuned. Got a lot of juicy insights from him as he is traveling now up for March Madness, but his spring practice too. So lots on. So I do want to. We got a little baseball doll to chat about. Yep. The all play into. It's a crazy time on the 40 acres right now. I will say this is one of my favorite. Texas is in the middle of one of my favorite midweek.
This audio is still not good.
Games.
Yeah, I lied to y'all. Like it literally worked for 5 seconds, and then it's the echo thing is happening again.
All right.
I don't know.
I'm going to email y'all a new link.
All right.
We'll see if that works. I'll filibuster for a little bit longer.
All right.
We want to make sure the people can hear you.
Is this helping at all? Is like if we do this and she and I go back and forth, is that helping at all or nah?
No.
Nah, it's just it sounds amazing. Like you guys are literally saying everything twice within like a half second. It's insane.
This is what we're saying is really, really important. I'll log out.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that good. All right, here comes email going y'all's way again, and we'll see if this link is less corrupt. Yeah, as DJ says, if I was tripping, my mind would be blown. Yeah, if you're on any sort of drugs for the last 5 minutes of sound here on TSU, then you're probably having a horrible time, honestly. Like it might have been like kind of cool at first, and then it's just terrifying that that was repeatedly happening. So we'll see if we get them back on. Usually takes a moment or so to X out of the browser and open up a new link. But the Texas football schedule, Zay and I talked about that. Big fan of that. I mean, the SEC going extreme couch potato. That is unreal laziness by them to literally just have the same opponents in back-to-back seasons. But that laziness works so well in Texas's favor. And it also screws Oklahoma, too. Like, I don't know how many of y'all have taken a look at OU's SEC schedule for 2024. I'm sure a lot of you have. They've got a gauntlet, man. They've got a bunch of really, really good teams on the schedule this coming season, which means they also have a bunch of really, really good teams on the schedule the following season in 2025 as well. I mean, they've got Texas, of course. They've got Ole Miss. They've got Mizzou. They've got LSU. They've got Alabama. They've got Tennessee. And the good news for Oklahoma, they don't have to play Georgia, right? Texas will have to play Georgia in both years. OU doesn't, but God, they've got a much tougher slate than Texas does. Okay.
Let's turn these off.
Let's see.
All right. Do you hear us?
Keep going. Keep
tapping. Do you hear us? Do you hear us? Do you hear us?
We can hear you, but still.
It's the double up, right?
Can you tell that it's happening? Can you all hear?
We can't hear.
No, it sounds normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Echo cancellation is off. We've got all that. Like, not sure.
We haven't changed settings since last week.
Huh. Can y'all have, maybe you've already tried to unplug the mic and plug up the We go with this will take a little longer, but a computer restart. Are y'all okay for that?
We can try that too.
Completely restart the whole computer. That'll take like 10 minutes.
That's all right. We've had that before. We've like some of us have had that before too, and somehow, some way, a restart usually solves the problem. So if nothing else y'all have tried is working, then
yeah.
All right.
We'll relaunch. We'll be nice. One more time.
All right. Very good. Thank y'all. As I continue to filibuster, what do you guys want to talk about? Y'all can ask questions. The code to text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube chat line is open as well. Any thoughts on Texas or the NFL or the NCAA tournament, whatever. Make sure y'all register for our Texas Sports Unfiltered Bracket Challenge. The link is in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube. If you're not watching on YouTube, you can just go to Twitter, and the pinned tweet on the TS Unfiltered Twitter account contains a link to our Bracket Madness. Free to enter. I think we've got almost 70 people in there already. The winner will get a 55-inch Samsung 4K LED TV from our man Tom McKay and the team at Audio Visual Consultations. We're going to give out other prizes as well. Got some restaurant gift cards and a few other things for some of the other top finishers. But the grand prize, 55-inch brand new inbox TV. It will be brought to your door if you live in the Central Texas area by AV Consultations, a brand new television. It's not bad. You know, people do giveaways, but I don't know how many people are doing giveaways like that. And plus, we've got more than just one prize we are going to be giving away. So make sure y'all sign up for that. Completely free to enter. You get to compete against all of us and a bunch of other TSU listeners as well. I have not filled out my bracket yet. I'm the type of guy that waits until like 10:45 the day of the first round of the NCAA tournament before I actually click submit. I mean, I've done less brackets this year than most, and I only submit one bracket. But in terms of like rough drafts, there are years where I'll literally do like 50 of them before I actually come up with one that I feel like is good enough. And of course, it ends up getting ruined after like the first 2 games. But this year, not as many trials, but still, it's going to take me until like right up until tip off tomorrow before I actually submit this thing. And the worst part, I hate that the NCAA does this. I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I'm 90% sure the first game in the round of 64 is an 8-9 game. Like, I think it's Michigan State and Mississippi State. And that's one of those, like, it's 50-50, right? Games like that. So, yeah, half the country will lose its perfect bracket after literally the first game of the NCAA tournament. That feels cruel. But yeah, 11-15, number 9, Michigan State, number 8, Mississippi State. That's your tip-off tomorrow. So good luck. Hopefully you get that one right, and you can claim at least having a perfect bracket through one March Madness game. Text from the Coda text line, are you going to hit up White Castle when you're in Vegas? The burgers? I do love me some White Castle. There's a chance with the crew I'm going with that, it absolutely does happen. I mean, I don't think I've ever been to a bachelor party or even a vacation that has as little planning as this one does. And that's not a bad thing. Like, I want to watch the tournament. I want to go post up at a bar or sports book and just watch basketball for 3 straight days. So I'm not upset at all that there aren't a lot of things on the itinerary, but I don't know what we're doing. We can get into all sorts of stuff. I think we have like one dinner planned. There's talks about maybe going to a Vegas Golden Knights hockey game, which y'all know how much of a hockey guy I am. That could be a good time. But outside of that, it's pretty much just do whatever the hell you want and try to win some money gambling. Don't know if I'll be going to the Bunny Ranch out there. I'm sure a script club could be in the works over the weekend there. All right. Sal asks, he asked this for the ladies, but would you rather attend a perfect game or a 4 home run game? The answer should be the 4 home run game, right? Because those are rarer than a perfect game. There have been more perfect games in baseball than there have been 4 homer games. So the answer should be 4 home run game. But for me, I think I'd go with the perfect game. Like, I've always wanted to see even a no-hitter in person. And I've been lucky. I've gone to hundreds of baseball games in the course of my life, and I've never seen a no-hitter. I get that they're pretty rare, but that's like bucket list for me. I'd rather see a perfect game just because that's always been something I've wanted to attend in person. All right. I think I see Megan and Rocky again. We hope, we pray, we knock on wood as we bring them on.
Let's see. Did knocking on wood help?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Oh, what? Okay. I don't know.
Have you tried turning it on and turning it back off again?
Have you tried banging on it really hard? Have you tried just punching it?
You blow into the cartridge a little bit.
We didn't to talk about the first 14 minutes.
No worries.
Nobody cares what we've been up to. Let's just get to the good stuff.
The people are tired of seeing me, so thankfully they don't have
BK,
to.
always for helping so much.
Of course, y'all excited to listen. Y'all have a great show.
All right, thanks. What?
All right. Well,
for real this time.
Yeah. Listen, Michael, we are glad we can give some of those shining vibes. We hope that like brought a little excitement to your
somebody
day.
was licking toes.
Yeah. You know, it's a party here on a Wednesday afternoon.
You know, I don't know your life. So, okay, here we are for real this time. But thank you for your patience. And that was a mess, but thank you for your patience. Okay, we're back. So we have a guest today.
We
tell them again.
Eric Henry's going to be joining us at 4:00.
Eric Henry, CBS Sports.
Yep.
That's amazing. He's in the know, in with basketball, football. He follows all the big sports.
Yes.
So we'll talk baseball today. We have the top sports news. Of course, we're going to get into March Madness. Longhorns men and number 1 seed women are in the dance. They're dancing. So we're going to talk about all that, but we'll catch up real quick. We've kind of cut into our time, but we'll talk about it really quickly. Austin was a madhouse. The airport was a madhouse. Everybody was in and out of Austin for South by, for spring break, for Austin rodeo, and the Spurs are in town, right? So everybody was in Austin. It's been a crazy week. And you moved.
I did move. I'm in a new location. Yeah, down in Del Valley now, down south in the very south. So yeah, I'm liking it out there. It's real pretty, surrounded by a bunch of trees. So don't hit
it with a bigger hammer.
Yes,
we'll try that next time. Thanks, Michael. See, that's what we should have did first,
right? Bang on it.
Yeah. So Are you liking your new spot?
Yeah.
Are the dogs liking your
dogs are figuring their lives out. Like, again, I'm in the camper, so it's the same home. It's just figuring out a new routine and, delicate little 165-pound dogs that they are.
Yep.
They're a little sensitive. So yeah, we're just adjusting, but it's good. It's a nice area. It's quiet. And yeah, the only thing that sucks is like, there's not many gas stations around, and the gas prices just like skyrocketed this weekend.
Did they?
Yeah.
Probably because it's spring break.
Because everything going on.
Like flights prices went ridiculous
Right.
just because it's spring break.
So yeah, no, it's good. But yeah, you were traveling again.
I went home to Mexico, and it was fun. It's beautiful. It's always really, really nice.
Yeah.
I'm still sticking with 75 hard. I'm on day 24 of no alcohol, working out twice a day, reading
third of the way through.
Reading tomorrow is
Yeah.
1/3 of the way through. My sister is 1 day behind me, and my cousin's 1 day behind that. So all of us are doing it together, which it's such a big difference when you have like people really that you're accountable to, and that you message and encourage and keep motivated, and we all just help each other with ideas and recipes and photos and encouragement. How's it going? So the three of us are 24, 23, 22 day, which is pretty amazing. And then I'm writing, which it's crazy that when you add more things to your day, sometimes you get more productive
because you're more efficient, right?
Yeah, you're more efficient, and you're moving and you're going. But for me, like once I sit, I'm done. I can sit and watch a show I didn't even care about watching, but now that I'm like doing these things, I'm writing more. I'm spending more time like reading and researching and trying to. The deadline for my full dissertation being done got moved up a lot if I want to graduate soon. So anyway, I'm working a lot, writing a lot.
So you don't have much going on.
Reading a lot. I have a lot going on. Busy times.
No, I love
anyway,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it was crazy week with helping out here with your pups.
Yes, thank you.
And moving and back and forth with baseball and everything. But we were saying this right before we had to leave and figure our whole sound situation out. But this is truly right now with Texas. My very favorite. Texas has been playing Air Force midweek games for the past, I think it's been 3 years now. We saw them in the regionals a few years back as well. And this has just turned into such a cool series where there's so much respect between these two programs.
Right.
Air Force gets excited about being here. Texas gets excited about them being here. Lots of Air Force vets, and folks that active duty that came out. There was a B-52 flyover last night.
Oh, that's cool.
I nerded out over.
I thought that you showed us that they honored the Coast Guard, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a salute to service from Texas. So they had, they honored each, if you were served in any branch of the military, they honored each one. And it was really cool. And I always love seeing the Air Force guys. Because again, these are active duty kids that are, playing, but they, obviously during the national anthem and then during the Eyes of Texas, they stand at attention and they're I mean, it's just a lot of respect, man.
Yeah.
So it's very cool.
It's always a special when the Air Force comes because there's that really special relationship now with Texas and Air Force is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. And of course, if you guys get a chance, like Coach Kaz,
they're there again today at 4:00.
Yeah. So I'll miss the first part of that game, because we'll be here with y'all with Eric. But if you have a chance, listen to some of the sound clips from the Air Force head coach, Coach Kaz. Like he is just full of awesome nuggets and it's just a really good time. And the game was kind of a barn burner last night. Went a little late, was a little crazy.
Yeah. Let's talk about the game.
Yeah.
You were there and you messaged me, are you watching baseball? And I'm like, I thought it was over already so I was already watching basketball, the Virginia and Colorado State, because I wanted to see I wanted to see who Texas was going to play, right? So I thought, oh, baseball's probably over already. I don't know why I didn't even check. And then you're like, are you watching it? I'm like, I thought it was over. So I turned it on, bottom of the 10th, and we're down. It was crazy. Like 5-5, and like, okay, so how did it go?
Yeah,
and
so
apparently Joe Flo, my man, was one of the heroes.
Well,
one of the mini heroes.
Yeah, Jay Flo definitely had a great game. Now I will say, the beginning part of this game was a little frustrating. There were a few, Texas had a few errors with fielding, as we've been seeing as part of a pattern now with Texas baseball. But we had some base running issues where the game might not have gone into extended innings had we run our bases a little smarter. Won't dive into that too much, but let's just say the crowd was displeased with some of the choices that the third base coach was holding our guy when he clearly could have come in and scored. But it did turn into a really entertaining game. And I have to say, freshman D Kennedy really showed out. So this was one of those games. I mean, Texas wanted it. Air Force wanted it. Air Force had their Friday starter in.
Oh,
so,
dang.
Yeah. So they were,
they wanted to win.
Yeah. And they had their ace reliever. So, I mean, this was a great.
And Texas was still able to put the bats on it late.
Yeah. At late. Again, it took Texas a little bit to warm up. But I will say this was one of those games where Coach Pierce is definitely tweaking that lineup. We've seen, this past weekend, we actually saw Peyton Powell catching, which we haven't seen, which I will say Peyton Powell is an athlete. Like, this dude is just incredible. Like, he's typically at third, but he is capable of playing pretty much anywhere. But
catcher's not something you just jump in and do.
No.
Has he played catcher?
Yeah, he's played catcher before. Not for Texas, but he
like
has.
In high school.
Yeah, in his career he has. And I got to say, while both Rylan Galvan and Kibble Schuessler have been switching back and forth as our catcher, kind of feeling him out. Both have been hitting well. Neither has really stood out as the guy at catcher, right?
Okay.
So, Rylan hurt his thumb this past weekend. So Powell had stepped in and did a really good job. I've got to say, he stepped up. He was making smart decisions. He was leading. He was blocking the ball well. But there was a lot of switching around. Porter Brown got pulled from left field. He's struggled a little bit as of recently. He started off slow with his bats this season, found his stride, was hitting well, and has kind of fallen back into his. I mean, he's swinging it.
Maybe he was overthinking one at the expense of the other.
Yeah,
and it's time to get that balance.
I think that's
being great at everything. That's tough.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But
but at this level, they got to be.
But yeah, so we got to see Tommy Farmer, who has played in a few games, but he got the start this game. We got to see D Kennedy, true freshman D Kennedy, come in. Which again, he's played in some of these games, but I believe this was his first actual start.
Oh wow! And what a moment he had.
Exactly.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. So Texas, back and forth. Air Force jumps up to a pretty big lead. Texas fights back, no question. We go into extra innings, and sure enough, J Flo hits and he gets on base, and then they walk a couple guys. They switch out pitchers, and let me tell you, this was a tough position for Air Force to be in.
Did they have to get 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth just to take it to extra innings, or were they down just 1
Texas
run by then?
Yeah, Texas was down 1. We chipping away, and got another run in, and then bases loaded, right?
With no outs. Still with no outs.
Yeah. I think it was 1 out when D stepped up. But
I thought there was still no outs.
But D comes up, bases loaded, and just cracks a beautiful RBI. And I mean, the crowd went nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel for Air Force. Definitely took the wind out of their sails. It was a hard fought game on both sides. But just watching this team, and I've got to say, there's been some unexpected struggles with Texas baseball this year. There been some foundational issues. We've talked about this. I think Texas is struggling a little bit with some of the fundamentals that maybe shouldn't come as difficult as they are coming this year. But
do you think that's unexpected, or
has
it been
to this extent
to slow decline?
Yeah, look, I think there have been signs of problems. But it's kind of coming to fruition. But I gotta say, this team really rallied together, and D getting his first RBI as a Longhorn and getting it for a walk-off win, in
the bottom of the 10th.
I mean, it was great, and cleared out our dugout.
I love the video you posted.
Celebrating. I mean, it was, I don't know, man. I just had this feeling. I normally don't video our guys at bat, but I was like, oh man, bases loaded. It's D Kennedy.
It's exciting.
I love D. He's part of what I call the Texas trio, with Nick Sanders and with Oliver Service, my guys, my freshmen. I decided to start videoing it, and sure enough, he cracked it off, and the team just celebrating. I mean, it was a big deal. So
that was fun.
I think we've seen online that this was a feel-good moment for Texas, and I think for where this team is at. Again, we're still very early in the season. To me, this could be a season-defining win for Texas. This could be a turning point for Texas to go, okay, we did a lot of things wrong, and we still found a way to win. Now let's push forward and fix this shit. You know what I mean?
So also, I could see that. It depends what mentality they take and what work they put in now. But could it also be that they survived another ugly game, and that gives them a false sense of security that there's a lot of things to fix.
There is. I would say
I love watching them. They're fun to watch. But,
it shouldn't have been that entertaining, right?
Listening to you, the fielding, catching issues.
There's some rotations. There's still some guys in rotation that and I'm not Coach Fields.
Finding a way to win is always
finding a way to win
and builds confidence.
Survive in advance, right?
Yes.
I would say, honestly, like I see what you're saying. Like, it depends how they take it, but could this be taken in a way, well, shit, we were in another close game? I think this is the way that I've seen the team react, the way that we've seen the coaches interact after that win. I feel like this is more of a, we know we have a lot of problems. We know that, but Texas found a way to win despite it all. And I've got to say, like, I know that DP's seat is getting a little hot. It is a little toasty for him, right?
But you're about Coach Pierce.
Yes, I am. But he always finds a way for his teams to come on strong at the end of the season. And sometimes he makes what you could consider miraculous runs towards the end of the season, given where they start out. So again, there's still plenty of baseball to be played. And if this team, if previous teams are any indicator, and the mentality of previous teams are any indicator, I do think this is a team that's going to take this and go, okay, we can either look at this and go, well, we're just no good. But that's not how Texas, that's not how Texas has reacted to things.
People don't come to play baseball at Texas
with
the mentality like, oh, if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. No, they come knowing, and we talked to Trey Faltini about this a few weeks ago. They come knowing there is an expectation, there is a standard.
Right.
It's Omaha. It's they don't come here not expecting to be great and do great things.
Right.
So I wouldn't put any group of baseball players at Texas and say, oh, if they win, they win. No, they put themselves at a high standard. That's why they come play baseball here.
Absolutely. Now, there are some questions, with the coaching positions. Of course, we know that Coach Pierce took over pitching this year after Coach Woody decided to move on from the program.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, and I could sit here and talk about, are there signs that Texas is in trouble? Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some concerns, right? The consistency that we have. I would offer too, we saw the exit of Philip Miller, who's on indefinite administrative leave. I mean, this was his choice, chose to leave, but he's on indefinite leave. There are some rumors that he is actually no longer with the team, and that was a midweek decision for him. So, so there's, and he didn't travel to Texas Tech, right? We've got a real young coach. We've got Coach Rodriguez, who's been with Coach Pierce for quite some time.
Right.
But we've got Tulo there, but he's in an unofficial capacity still, right? We know that he's the hitting coach. And I mean, I think there are a lot of questions. And for me as a Texas baseball fan, I say, God, I really don't like having these kind of questions at this point in our season. But that being said, there's still plenty of ball left, and there's still ways to sort this out. It's all fixable stuff.
Right.
Right. So, I mean, I think this is going to be, again, Texas takes on Air Force once more tonight. This afternoon, starting here in just a little bit, in about 30 minutes at 4:00. So how Texas responds to this next game. And I'm telling you, Air Force wants this, right? So Air Force is going to come out swinging. It's going to be a tough game. So if Texas can come out, and find their bats early, clean up some of those fielding errors and take a win today in a strong fashion, I think that's a good indicator of how this team is going to respond. So I mean, again, is this going to define the season? No, but it's got a lot of
they can
implications.
Use it for momentum.
Absolutely.
The fact they got down, they didn't quit, they were able to work the bats. I think late from when I turned it on, right? It was pretty exciting. Very late because I was watching the worst basketball game ever.
Sure.
But that was we'll see how it goes today. They play at 4:00 again, Air Force.
Right. And again, this is Texas coming off a pretty rough weekend against Washington.
Oh, that was
pretty rough weekend against Washington. So Washington, beat Texas. They took 2 of 3. And the first game was pretty hefty, if I recall correctly. I think, it was 3-9. Washington just had their bats. Texas couldn't find them. And then the next game, Washington won 3-5. And then Texas in a shortened game because of rain and lightning delays. So it was only an 8-inning game. Texas won that one 4-3, but Washington was kind of making a comeback there, right? So
stop the clock.
Stop the clock. Game's over. We're good. You guys got a plane to catch.
Stop the count.
So again, I think now there were some rumors, and this is something that
I like rumors.
Texas is addressing. Apparently, there is video evidence of Washington violating the rules, cheating on Friday. So there is somewhat of an explanation on why their bats were so hot early on. And it seemed like our pitchers just couldn't get anything past them. And there's there's a reason for that. So I can't get into too many details on that, but definitely look for some of that coming out soon. So that's frustrating. But then, the next day, Texas still was struggling. So yeah, there's a lot of questions around this program. Again, Texas goes in and takes the series against Tech, comes in and doesn't look great against Washington, and then fights a hard-fought game against Air Force for a win. I don't know. Again, this is a word I'm going to say a lot, and people get tired of me saying it, but that consistency's got to be there, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll definitely look to see how Texas bounces back today, if they can continue that momentum from last night's late win. But, yeah, lots going on. One other thing that I found really fun this weekend.
Okay.
Did you know they allow dogs in the Yeti yard?
They do?
Yeah, this was like news to me. I was really excited about that. So the Danes might have to make their way.
I guess I could see that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work to take your dog all the way down there unless you're going to plan to stay in that
the whole time.
yard.
Yeah. But
it's a cool spot.
It is a cool spot.
It's a cool spot.
So, but
I'm
yeah,
sure
I
your
thought,
dog would appreciate that great view of the game.
Yeah. So there's a little Springer Spaniel in there. I was like, or maybe it was a King Charles. But I was like, okay, well, dogs are allowed. That changes everything.
Yeah, but your dog could take up too much space.
I know, right? My
People
dogs take
can't
up
get in.
17. It allows, I think, what was it, 148 seating capacity. Unless my dogs are there, then it's like 100.
Yeah,
So-
it's going to take up too much space.
right? No, but yeah, lots of baseball still to be played. We'll keep an eye out, and we'll chat a little bit more about that later.
So you mentioned you think Coach Pierce his seat is warming up,
Yeah.
starting to get a little hot.
Yeah.
What does he need to do this year to keep his job, secure his job, have people saying bring him back?
Super simple.
Omaha or bust.
Make a deep Omaha run.
Oh, seriously?
This to me
not
isn't-
just getting to Omaha is
No.
enough this year.
I don't think it's enough this year. I think
Ooh.
at this point, this is year 7, I think, for Coach Pierce. You'll give him the COVID year. You'll give him, we had a year that Texas just wasn't a great team, but he's made regionals, he's made supers, he's made Omaha half the time that he's been here, that there was a season.
And most coaches never make Omaha. So it's
Yeah. But again,
Yeah.
this is University of Texas. There's
you
a
have
standard.
to win championships.
There's a
in
standard
baseball.
that's set. Yeah.
Mhm.
And, I don't want to get too negative. I don't want to but there are a lot of rumors swirling around. There's a lot of whispers right now, not ready to share too much of it, but I can say without question that his seat is definitely warming up. And it's something that he's very aware of. And again, you've got to cut him a little bit of slack with some of those transfers. We lost Mercer early. We lost Luke Storm, who decided to step away from baseball. So it certainly put Coach Pierce in a position to be down some players that he thought he was going to have with some experience. But I got to say, there's still no excuse for the lack of fielding that we've had, the lack of fundamentals. So, we'll see if he pulls out another miracle and makes a deep run late. But I think just look out for those rumors, and the whispers might be growing a little bit louder if Texas doesn't right this ship.
Well, I hope
pretty
they
quick.
get it. I hope they get it together.
Sure, for sure.
All right.
So, all right. Well, we definitely on to, again, lots going on in the 40. Have you made it by? We talked about beach volleyball, this being the first
Today
day.
was the first day, right?
Day of the official season. They played a few games last season, kind of halfway through when the courts got ready, but it was more just like testing things out. So first official game of this season for Texas. Have you been by there yet?
No.
Yeah. So it's over in the intramural fields.
Yeah, it's over in the iron fields, but I haven't even been to the iron fields in a while.
Yeah.
I have to go in the next couple weeks for a rugby thing. So I'll be out there and I'll see it, but it should be fun.
Love it. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely, lots going on. Like women's basketball was at baseball last night. So that was cool. Coach Vic and Booker threw out the first pitch, which was pretty neat.
Cool.
And then the team was there throwing out some
She could probably
swag.
throw a baseball too.
Yeah, she did.
She can do anything.
She did better than Coach Vic did. So
I bet. She's just a baller athlete. So I'm sure
Absolutely.
she just was able to throw that ball too.
It was good. It was good. So yeah, definitely a ton going on here, but we got to jump into football, right? We got a lot going on.
So much going on.
Yeah.
And today, Pro Day, which was happening from around noonish today for a few hours, there's going to be all the NFL plus a few, the ones who went to the combine plus a few players are going to be performing for all the NFL scouts. The big news, of course, Quinn Ewers throwing. at this event, which will be fun. So we talked a little bit earlier about after the combine, there were a couple players that still needed to show things.
Sure.
Let's talk about like JT Sanders, who ran a 4.7. Do you think, even though a lot of boards have him still the second tight end off the board, behind the Georgia tight end, do you think he needs to run it again to show that he's if he can do any better than that time, or it doesn't matter? Why risk getting a not as favorable time?
So this is a conversation that we had when Rod Babers joined us, when talking about Xavier Worthy, right? He said, listen, X could have gone in and said, I've already shown you on tape that I'm fast, right? He already had a really fast time. You don't go into the combine and run the 40 unless you've got some confidence.
Yeah.
And
you're
where you're going to be, right? You know that you're going to beat your time. I think this is a very similar situation for JT, right? Like you run the 40, if he's been looking at his times, he's been practicing behind the scenes before pro day. If he thinks that he can improve that, yeah, absolutely run it. But you don't do that unless you're absolutely confident and know that you can post a better time.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't see the point if he's going to be the second off the board on most predictions. And I don't see the point of even, I don't know.
Why risk?
Okay. But there are people that do need to show more today that maybe didn't get to show enough at the combine, like Jalen Ford. Trying to think who else could show a little more. Jordan Whittington, he was limited with injury then. So it'll be fun and they're going to air it tonight on ESPN or Longhorn Network, one or the other.
They are. Now,
at 8 p.m.
How do you feel about that? So this was a topic of conversation, with programs like USC airing their pro day live, right? While it's happening, where versus Texas is putting it on LHN and airing it after the fact and airing clips. Do you think that hurts Texas? Do you think there's a difference of having it live versus just the clips afterwards exclusively on LHN?
They're going to show they're going to show a lot of it tonight. Maybe they want it to be prime time because not as many people can watch it during the day. I think show them both, show it live and prime time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see it. I'll be watching tonight. I'll record it.
Yeah.
So that's the big news. The seniors are the draft eligible players who've declared they'll get to show what they got.
Yeah.
I really want to see, even though Quinn's not in this year's draft, it would be exciting to see like what does his body look like. And we saw some video coming out of practice.
Put on 10 pounds from
we saw some good video of him at practice yesterday. A lot of people were there and posted video. But I want to see him, in this space with NFL talent. Like that'll be fun.
Sure. Yeah. Well, and again, by all accounts, and we'll dive into this quite a bit with Eric Henry as well. But by all accounts, Quinn is looking good. He's put on another 10 pounds, but it's a healthy 10 and he's looking stronger. He's looking, from everything we've seen, he's accurate and he's throwing the ball really, really well.
Deep balls. Yeah. I heard his deep balls are looking so good.
Right.
Arch as well. Like the two of them are really hitting the deep balls.
Definitely.
It helps when you have another round of NFL level receivers.
It sure don't hurt, does it?
NFL level.
So,
receivers.
well, and you were pointing out, so with Pro Day, we've got this is another opportunity for Texas players to either best what they've already put out or to get some more time in front of scouts. We've heard from CJ Vogel that he said this is far and away the most NFL scouts, coaches, and executives he's ever seen at Texas Pro Day. And Matt Miller, NFL draft scout, reported that the number was up to 96 NFL personnel in attendance today.
Wow.
So we're talking, this is a true opportunity. And you got to
go from just a couple years ago with 0 players drafted
right
to 96 NFL personnel.
Yeah. And I think that really does speak to, again, the program that Coach Sark is building, the development that's coming along with the players. And again, we're seeing some of these numbers come out with the bench press. You were mentioning Jatavian Sanders earlier. He had 8. Ryan Watts at 9. Jalen Ford, 18.
Wow.
Keelan Robinson, 20. So
Keelan Robinson, 20.
Yeah. So this is definitely, this is an opportunity for these guys.
Strong.
Yeah. And again, I was seeing, I need to look at the exact numbers. I think it was 11-1, but Jalen Ford in the broad jump really improved. Again, it was 11 feet 1 inch. So
that's one family, Yolanda, our friend, that's one family that I really want them to do well and succeed, because what a wonderful family. And if you haven't had a chance to see Jalen Ford, I've talked about this before, his interview on Third and Longhorn, the show Third and Longhorn with the Longhorn alumni, football alumni. fantastic. And you just wish nothing but the best for him as a leader and as a person and athlete. Oh, that's exciting. I hope he really improves his stock and shows more of what he can do.
Yeah, I definitely, looking at this, it does seem, I think for sure Jalen Ford has 100% improved his draft stock. He's helped himself immensely. I would argue that Ryan Watts has too. Again, he's putting up some good numbers.
His versatility and speed have really helped him in this process.
Absolutely. So again, that pro day, and to your point, Texas was in a pretty bad lull, in a pretty bad place not that long ago when it comes to
just a couple years
to prospects and getting guys to the NFL. So to see this turnaround again in such a short time, 96 NFL personnel, like that number is just made my eyes pop out of my head when I saw that.
That probably goes to, I think, not just, I mean, there's 13, 14, 15 guys probably. They didn't release the actual list yet this morning, but it's probably out by now. They've seen everybody there. But they're not just a couple of O-linemen or a couple of receivers. Texas, it has players all over the field. They have DBs, they have linebackers, they have DL, they have not quarterback this year, but they have receivers. They have all these different positions for people to come see.
Right.
So that I think also will attract all 32 teams, right? Because everyone needs something different in the first few rounds. So to send personnel, I would be excited to see, was every team represented? Because with 96 people, chances are every team was there, and every team might have an eye on a Longhorn. And so, that's exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and listen, there were some of the guys that are showing up. Again, we've mentioned this before. I want to shout out Torrey Becton again.
Oh,
because just the physical shape that these guys are coming back, like these kids aren't slacking off. They're showing up stronger, bigger, better, faster. And I wanted to point this out. In his sophomore year, Sadir Mitchell, the defensive lineman, it's his second year with Texas, played 4 games in 23. He checked in at 372. But this is a lean, tough 372. This is him coming from, keep in mind, I don't have his numbers from his freshman year at Texas, but his last year, senior year at high school, he was 330, right? So in his year and a half at Texas, kids put on 42 pounds. And again, it's leaning up. This isn't, I mean, he's looking strong. He's looking fast. It's just impressive, the transformation a lot of these guys are going under. Did you see Michael Huff's new sweatshirt? You gotta love the Huffy sweatshirt
with the sweat, making fun of sweat. Well, like
you wouldn't make fun of him.
Making fun of like that's fast, or what do you call it? Speed,
real speed.
Yeah, he had the picture of Tavondre Sweat
just booking it in his 40. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
And Sweat was there, and of course loved it.
Yeah,
but again, I mean, that kind of thing isn't possible. We talked about this a couple weeks ago. Some of these numbers these big guys are putting up, it's just phenomenal. It really is eye popping. And again, looking at how these guys are checking in. They're taking this serious. They're strengthening up, they're bulking up, but not obnoxiously so, right?
Yeah.
In the past, that's kind of been Texas's problem, right? We've had guys that have gotten big, put on a ton of weight, but they don't necessarily have the flexibility. It doesn't translate to in-game strength or in-game agility. And we saw a lot of soft tissue injuries, in previous years. And I think that, and I'm knocking on all the wood I can find as I say this, but that trend seems to be changing at Texas. So that's definitely encouraging. What were you seeing that you were excited about?
Well, are you still talking about the pro day?
Yeah, pro day.
I haven't had a chance to look at all the stuff yet. Okay. So I'm excited. I will watch it all tonight. I will fly through Twitter and get caught up. Okay. But what we did see, let's talk about this. What we did see was everything coming out from spring practice yesterday. So let's talk about that.
Jump into spring practice. Heck yeah.
Okay. So
before we get going.
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm going to do my best not to drink the Kool-Aid after day 1 of practice.
Even Sark's not drinking it.
I'm going to fail miserably at not drinking the Kool-Aid.
All the Ryan Wingo talk. Oh my goodness. And the Colin Simmons, like the young kids that are just on Christian Clark, the kids that are coming on campus looking like NFL players.
Right. They're ready.
Yes, that's exciting. Okay, here's one that I think you'll have fun with.
Yeah.
We talked about Quinn and Arch, everyone loving their throwing, especially the deep ball. Like they're precise and on time and working with the receivers. But Okay, Xavier Worthy last year had the best season in the country at punt return. This year, it looks like Jonte Cook is lining up first for punt returns. Thoughts?
Well, listen, they proved me wrong last year. There were some questions at the beginning of the season.
Yeah,
started a little
then
rough.
It got amazing.
But then once he got comfortable and had some time back there, it got pretty amazing. So listen, who am I to question it? Jonte Cook is fast as hell. And I think this is this is his year to really step up and show out. Like, this is his opportunity to really take that leadership role. And I love it. We've talked about how punt return and, kick returns, this is an opportunity for guys to go that extra bit. I would argue that, X being back there catching for punts this year helped his draft stock immensely. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Shows his
Anytime you can
versatility.
contribute more. Yeah.
Right. And so, in that sense, yeah, hell yeah. I'm excited to see Cook back there. I'm excited to see him be fast and make smart choices. Right.
Yeah. Especially like he had this extra year in the system that the transfers didn't get, right? He's learning this really complex system.
Right.
And when you have Bolden, Golden, and Bond, he's, even though, Jonte Cook 5-star, like he's a top talent, but he's also now competing with more experienced players, older players, more experienced players. So he's still gonna have to find his way to get in that, earn Sark's trust and get lots of reps. Because as we've talked about before, Sark doesn't rotate a lot. He builds his trust with the guys he loves, and they go. So for Jonte Cook to get this opportunity to get his hands on the ball more and really make an impact in the game, hopefully many times a game, because they're making people punt, this would be a good opportunity for him to keep building that trust and showing he deserves the ball in his hand. And we know that they can scheme some good return game. So this will be great I'm excited to see Jonte Cook was in there getting some return time.
Yeah, for sure. So, this is the first time that I recall seeing Sarkeesian this excited. Like, he almost was giddy.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that. His presser.
Yeah.
Post practice presser.
Yeah.
All right. So he said they had a pretty good first day.
Yeah. I know. Listen, that's some Nick Saban shit, right?
Yeah,
like,
it was pretty good.
As exciting as he gets, it
was pretty good.
Pretty good as he tries to stifle a giggle, right?
Well, here's right away. He talked. Well, first he opened his press conference by giving props to the basketball men and women.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So then he talked about the energy that they came with energy that Ryan Roth, this is the best depth they've had in spring season because of a few transfer players, but also because so many early enrollees, they were able to go 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s.
That's crazy.
Can you remember just a couple seasons ago, they couldn't even put an O-line against an O-line? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough O-line at practice to put, 1s against 2s.
Yeah, that depth, again, this is speaking to players are excited to come to Texas now. Players see what's happening here. And we are getting, again, you got to give props to Sark and his staff, what he's doing. Not only is he recruiting his ass off, he's bringing the transfers in. This is NIL era. You can't overlook that. You got to bring these guys in. And having this kind of depth. Listen, I think that's one of the things that we've seen coming out. A lot of the young guys getting their chance. It's that next man up opportunity. But we're spoiled for choice, right? I think, especially with O-line, you mentioned them. They were saying, like, look, we've got guys that can rotate around. We're going to be trying different guys out at different positions and to see where everybody fits best. But that's also going to strengthen us in the sense that if we do have an injury, if we do need to shift things up, everybody's comfortable with where they're at. So yeah, I really like the depth that we're seeing. I almost, my little burnt orange brain almost doesn't know how to compute that much depth that we've got. So
it's exciting.
What are you excited? Was there anything that, that Coach Sark has said so far that has stuck out to you?
Yeah. So I made a few notes from from his press conference. So he talked about one of the first things he said, we're trying to figure out, are we being coachable? He said, in order to develop trust and get that communication going, he says you've got to be coachable. And it reminded me, because just this morning I sent this picture to Nadia, and this showed up in my memories, and it says, message to parents: your child's success or lack of success in sports does not indicate what kind of parent you are, but having a child that is coachable respectful, a great teammate, mentally tough, resilient, and tries their best, that reflects on you as a parent. And she replied, yes, I'm coachable. Because we talk about her whole life since she was 3, playing little kids soccer. Be coachable. You don't know it all. Everyone's learning from everyone, and everyone helps their teammate be better. Always be coachable. That is the most important thing you can be. So when I hear Sark, one of the first things he says is, are we being coachable? Yes. Like, I'm going to cut this clip and send it to Nadia. Are we being coachable? Are we being coachable?
Just send it to her every day, every morning.
Because, you know,
are you wake up? Are you coachable today?
I've coached a lot of rugby, and I tell you what, the kids that are coachable, that want to learn, that listen, that try, that I'd have 20 coachable kids before one superstar that thinks they know it all.
Right.
So for that really stuck out to me. Are we being coachable? Okay. What do you think about this? He says versatility. He talked about versatility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not just in one phase, but all 3 phases.
Yeah.
How do you think they can build on the versatility of last year? Because last year they proved that they could be run the ball when they needed to, throw it when they needed to. Where they lacked versatility was how a little bit on defense. How could you see them being versatile in all 3 phases this year?
Let me say this, and I'm saying with a little bit of snark, but not really. A lot of that's on coach, right? I think where we stopped being versatile is when he either got comfortable or again, the play calling that we saw sometimes. Now, we saw it early, and then we saw some development, and he got in his bag and changing things up a little bit, but there were still flashes of, we're getting predictable. We're not being versatile. We're running the same 3 plays. Of course they are going to stop us. They know the OU game, I think, was a really good example of that. Right. So yeah, I love that. I love hearing him say that. I hope that he's talking about him and his coaching as well. Right. And his coaches. So yeah, but again, Texas absolutely has this opportunity. I hope that Sark is opening up the playbook a little bit. Yes, we have a lot of transfers in, but these are his guys now.
With a 3rd-year quarterback,
right?
Absolutely,
right.
They can open up the playbook.
So, Quinn's getting more comfortable. He's looking more accurate by all accounts. We know that Manning is here developing still. So seeing that versatility, yeah, I think there's a ton of opportunity for Texas to really open that up and surprise with his play calling, surprise with what Texas is capable of consistently. Texas doesn't need to look like the exact same team, in the play calling every single game. I would like to see that for sure. You brought up defense. I'm talking offense all here. Do you have some ideas? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I like the way he talks about being versatile. Isn't just run half the plays, throw half the plays, or run half the yards, throw half the yards.
Adapt
He's
to the
talking
situation.
about, and he talks about if our advantage in a certain game is to run it, we will run it. If our advantage is to throw it, but of course they always balance. And I feel confident that, especially with, like we said, a 3rd-year quarterback and, experienced running backs and the offensive line, which is going to be the best offensive line we've had since the national championship runs.
Yeah.
Right. And this is a line of NFL level talent, and we haven't had that in a long time. So the pieces are all there. And so I feel like they can be versatile within offense. We've seen special teams. We've seen they can be aggressive. They can return the ball. They can block punts. They can block kicks. Like, they have all of that in their bag. We'll see who steps up to do that Keelan Robinson role this year. Maybe it's Trey Wisner. Maybe we see a little more Trey Wisner. He had some amazing work on special teams last year.
Yeah.
And we know he's happy to contribute wherever he can help the team, right? So that will be good. And defense, we went from D-line being the strength to now, because of depth, not because of the talent. They have talent, maybe not the depth that they had last year. So we'll see if the D-line, maybe now the strength, it goes from being D-line to being linebackers, or the weakness was DBs. Maybe this season the strength will be our DB.
Well, that'd be,
who knows?
Now, I do want to say, D-line is incredibly important, and we were killing it last year. There are a lot of questions. I think that's something that I'm going to be interested to see. I want to see what's coming out. Again, by all reports, like, how is Baker doing taking over for Bo Davis? Right. That's, again, those are big shoes to fill.
Well, apparently Baker was getting after him. Made one of the guys, I forgot which one. Was it Sadir Mitchell? I want to say, made one of them go run a lap.
All right.
We're not having that. And that they were passionate and fired up. Baker and Nansen are 2 new coaches, and apparently they were getting after it and setting the standard on day one.
Earn that damn money. Texas paying y'all a lot. I like it. But and again, I mean, this is something that is going to give me anxiety until the season starts playing out. Is how is that D line going to step up? Again, big shoes to fill with Bo Davis, but big shoes to fill too with our 2 top guys that are leaving, right? I mean, this is an opportunity for the next man up mentality.
Right.
And again, for these young guys to really show out. But that is a lot of transition, a lot of change, new players, new coaches. I think if there's a question to me, that's going to be the biggest one. How does Texas respond and adapt with these new coaches and with these newer players stepping in?
Okay, you mentioned that. He talked about the transfer portal and getting maybe he's like talking about, like you said, about the culture and bringing them in. They have to adjust to this new culture. And Sark had an interesting quote. He said, maybe we can even get a better version of him here. So he's talking about players that wherever they came from, that they selected the ones that would help them win championships, right? He's been talking about that for forever. Like, we're not just bringing anybody to Texas. We're bringing in players that will help us win a championship. But then when he makes that comment, maybe we can get an even better version of him here. Like, he's trusting his development. Like, these are talented athletes, and he's trusting the development of their staff to make them even better players. But
I like the comment, but to me, that's coach speak. Because to me, that's like, no shit, Sark. That's what you're supposed to be doing, right? Like,
well, no, he could have said, we want them to play just as well here like they did there. I mean, there's some amazing players that came in.
I'd be pissed if somebody said that.
No, but I'm saying for him to say, we're going to get, the goal is to get an even better version of them.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool. And then Golden, did you see what Golden tweeted about? He's the top 2 of 2 coaches and he ain't number 2.
Yeah. No.
So that tells you like he wanted to come be coached by who he thinks is the best coach in college football.
But that's the point, right? Again, we talk time again how Sarkeesian does well in the portal, but people are buying in. That started years and years ago. Coach Sarkeesian's about culture. It's looking for the guys that fit the culture and want to put the work in and be better, right? Like, I don't think any of these comments are any kind of surprise. Like, that's the point. He's really good at the portal. And again, we're talking about seeing this with all the NFL, professionals showing up at Pro Day.
Yep.
We're talking about with just a few years ago, we didn't have anybody taken in the draft. And now we're going to have a record number going, right? To me, this is all part of the plan. This is all part of exactly how he envisioned things. He didn't want you to come here and just do as good as you've been. That's not what Texas is about. Texas is about excellence. Playing for this program is about excelling, being better, bettering yourself and furthering your career, right? So hell yeah, I want to see that. I want to hear that. I want to hear that. We want the best guys, and then we're going to make them even better. I love that swag. I love that cockiness. Like, say it with your chest, coach.
Okay.
Give me that.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
The word obsessed.
Yeah.
Okay. So if people don't know, I'm writing my dissertation on TikTok. And whenever I scroll through, I get videos of people and like, I'm obsessed. As soon as they say the word obsessed in like my own scrolling, not my research, but as soon as they say the word obsessed, I scroll away. I think it's the most overused, insincere word. Like, oh, this new sweater, I'm obsessed. Oh, these earrings, I'm obsessed. Everyone has to use that word to say that they like something or that it's become overused in that space, right? In the social media space, it's so overused.
Yeah.
Okay. So when Sark brought out obsessed, my first thought was, ugh.
You got a little cringy about it?
I got cringe because I am so burnt out on the word obsessed. If you scroll through Facebook or even Twitter, like, oh, buy this new whatever, I'm obsessed. Click away.
What about a Calvin Klein cologne at one point?
Yes, it was like a douchey 80s cologne or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I was like, okay, how is he using the word obsessed? And they all have it on their shirts with the 5 stars, obsessed. And then he says, you got to love what you do. You have to have confidence. In the absence of fear, be committed. And be careful that you're not going overboard. So I guess like find some balance, but you got to go all in and be just obsessed with what you do. And now they're all using the word. How do you feel about
it? Doesn't.
I love it. Okay, first it was all gas, no brakes. Then it was
you hated that.
I hated that because they weren't all gas, no brakes. Year one, you can't go 5 and 7 and say you're all gas.
Okay.
Sorry, you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can't go up 21 points in OU and then blow the lead and say you're all gas.
That's fair. Yeah.
Year one was not all gas, no brakes.
I get it. All right.
year 2, embrace the hate, loved it because Texas was leaving the Big 12, all the hate coming to Texas. Everybody was mad. Even the Big 12 commissioner was mad. Like everybody embrace it. And they went on the road and won and on the road and won. And they sucked up that hate. And it was fueling them. I loved it. Loved Embrace the Hate.
All right.
Obsessed.
I think it's great. Listen, if you're using it appropriately, and it seems like he is. It seems like he is. Are they obsessed with winning and being better and excelling who they are as players, playing for Texas? Yeah, give it to me. I'm good. I'm obsessed. I have a shirt that says
I want
Texas
them to be obsessed.
I'm in.
I want them to be obsessed.
Yeah.
I think
you want them to
I'm
be
so obsessed.
Be about it. Don't talk about it.
That's what it sounds like to me. And I just
well, I think the proof is in the pudding. I think the proof is in the pudding.
I want them to be obsessed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like. All right,
special guest Megan.
Well, we're very excited. Waiting in the wings. You wait no longer. Mr. Henry, we are so excited to have you, man. Thank you for being with us.
Not a problem. Listen, it's my honor to be on with y'all. When I first joined the Texas Beat, there were a handful, I'd say, of Twitter accounts that stood out as like the preeminent, Texas Longhorn fan accounts. And obviously, you guys are a part of that. So I'm honored to be on with y'all. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Oh, well, very, very kind words, man. We really appreciate that.
How do you feel about going from all gas, no brakes to Embrace the Hate? How do you think they fit to this year? Obsessed.
I couldn't help but laugh when I was, backstage and I heard you guys' conversation a little bit, because I'll admit, when I, saw Sark's tweet in the offseason and you saw the word obsessed, it just knew, it clicked in my head like, okay, that's going to be the new all gas, no brakes. That's going to be the new Embrace the Hate. You know what? It's interesting, y'all. Sark was asked about it, but the days all run together here with travel. What's today? Wednesday. So yesterday, with Texas, it feels like a week ago that I was just for fall practice, and that it was just 24 hours ago. But Sark was asked about it, and I kind of liked his answer. His answer really sold me on obsessed, because initially I was like, all right, I can go a myriad of ways, but his answer and how he kind of rationalized it. And listen, Steve's a smart guy, right? He knows how to go about that and keep things within reason. So his answer sold me on obsessed.
Okay. I'll give him a pass because the way he defined it. I just have an ick now about the word obsessed because I spend too much time on social media.
You've got like the Valley Girl version of it stuck in your head. Yeah, got it.
Anyway,
well, again, man, we want to thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
For those that don't know, again, Eric is with 24/7 and CBS Sports, man. You're covering football, you're covering basketball. Like, they've got you running all over the place. Do you ever sleep? I think is the first question.
Well, to that, short answer, no. But you get used to it, though. I've been doing this for 8 years, so you get used to the travel back and forth. But I'll tell y'all, it's funny that I have this job, yet I'm someone who is not a fan of flying. It's not my favorite thing in the world.
Those don't mesh so well together.
Which part of it? Is it having all the luggage security, the lines, the parking, the walking?
No, it's actually not that. It is actually a fear of heights. I do not do roller coasters. I'm not a big fan of heights. But with that being said, I always get this anxiety whenever, I've got like the early flight, right? And it's not necessarily about the flying, it's about missing the flight. Right. And it was a 7 a.m. flight here. So to your question about sleep, yeah, I tried to get to bed around 9 once we finished taping the flagship podcast, but I was up all night last night. So, we got a nap on the flight. We got a quick nap before we're taping this, and we'll be back at it ready to go.
I love it. Are you one of those people? I'm very much like, if I know I have something super important, like a flight in the morning, it doesn't matter what time my alarm's set for. Like, I wake up every hour or every 30 minutes, like panicking that I've already missed it. And like, if I have to get up at 6 o'clock, it's 4 a.m. and I'm freaking out. Like, is that
I am one of those people. Here's a funny story, and I think it kind of ties into, me taping with y'all here, right? I'm back on the East Coast, of course, a Florida native. So, for the most part, I've been an Eastern time person, right? And, of course, the Alabama game last year, the triumph, win in Tuscaloosa. I flew out of Atlanta to kind of help save the company some money. I flew to Atlanta and then drove over to Alabama, right? So, I'm leaving where I was staying in Birmingham. I'm like, all right, I got plenty of time. I woke up early. I'm good. Because like you, I'm like, every hour in the hour, I don't want to be late, right? Yeah. My heart sank as I plugged in the GPS, right? Like, all right, to Hartsfield.
Yeah.
And I saw that accounting for Eastern time.
You lost an hour.
I lost an hour, and I was doing probably 95 on I-10 to get to Hartsfield. And to quickly cap off the story, the funniest part about it, right? So, doing this enough, I've got pre-check and clear and the whole deal, right? And I hadn't flown out of Hartsfield, so it's a massive airport. You got all these lines, and I asked the dude working there, I'm like, "Hey, is this the pre-check line or regular line?" He's like, "Oh, it's regular." I'm like, "Crap, all right, where's the pre-check line?" He's like, "Don't worry about that. For $50, I'll put you in a wheelchair. I'll take you to the front of the line." Amazing. I'm like, "My man, like, there's no way able-bodied me could just take."
You have your ankle sore. It could be any reason you can't walk that long line.
But to respect the hustle, I was like, "Nah, I don't have any cash." He's like, "Cash? I'll take cash." Venmo, cash out. I was like, "Nah, I'm all right." But yeah, it's a grind. It's a great.
That's how he makes $50 an hour.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing. So you said we have a note here. You're from Tampa?
Correct.
Yes. I will be in Tampa next week. Where do I need good breakfast, like biscuits?
Biscuits and gravy.
I'm a biscuits person. I need real biscuits, like biscuits.
All right. So
get a good biscuit in Tampa.
What you're going to quickly learn is Tampa is not the South. All right.
I know, but everywhere has a biscuit. Austin has good biscuits.
I think he may be telling you Tampa doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, a spot I would recommend. It's called Dats, which is DATS, TZ, is my favorite breakfast spot in Tampa. With that being said, I'm just warning you ahead of time, Rocky, that Tampa is not. If you were a little northern Florida, I might have something for you. But if you want a little cafe con leche, a little, that I got you for in Tampa. So I don't want to get your hopes up.
That's right.
Okay.
Realistic expectations.
Outside of breakfast, then what should I eat?
I can shoot you the same list I shot Chip when he went for the Bucks Lions game. I mean, I got plenty of spots in Tampa. Tampa's a great food city, but it just depends on what your vibes are there. So
okay, everything.
I like it. Well, as long as we're talking about setting expectations, let's definitely overanalyze some Texas football after day one. Are you ready to jump into that? Let's listen. Texas winning the Natty. We're winning everything. I'm convinced. I've drunk the Kool-Aid. It's been one day, and I've already failed at being reasonable about anything. So we'll jump right into it, man.
She does this every year.
I do every year.
We're going undefeated.
Whatever. It's fine.
I love it.
It's fine. But I gotta say, we've talked about culture. We've talked about some of the language that's coming out from the players and the excitedness and Coach Sark being excited. What was your impression of the team's mentality coming into spring training, having everybody come back? What did you get that vibe? Where were you thinking?
What's interesting is maybe not necessarily from a mentality perspective was I impressed, because I think we saw so much of that last year with the embrace the hate and just, week in, week out. I mean, I think that's what surprised me so much about the Oklahoma loss last year is from a mental perspective, the guys never seemed out of place, right? But what did impress me yesterday, again, I got to remember, it was just yesterday. I was at spring camp. The sheer numbers of players, and Sark said it. He said, this is the first time in my 4 springs that we've been able to go 3 and 4 deep at every position. And this thing is running like an NFL camp. I mean, that truly impressed me. I mean, even the newcomers, right? You take a look at the receiver position, you say, all right, we're losing X, we're losing Jordan Whittington, you're losing Adonai Mitchell, right? Is that going to be a weak spot? No. I mean, Isaiah Bond comes in, Matthew Golden coming in, they're hitting the ground running immediately. At the defensive tackle spot, Tia Savea, of course, returns Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Dre Bledsoe, those guys look they're hitting the ground running. So really for me, it just was the sheer numbers of the players out there, and just from a perspective of being able to watch it. And listen, Sark gave us 30 minutes, which is 15 more than he normally gives us. So we had a chance to watch a lot, but I was just impressed with the athleticism out there. So there's no reason in my mind that, this is, and we've talked about it, this shouldn't be considered a rebuild, considered a reload in my mind.
Right. Yeah. No.
Do they look SEC ready?
Well, listen, Kendrick Blackshire, the big, Alabama middle linebacker transfer, listed at 261. And, that's like Aaron Donald being listed at 305, right? It's just chiseled with 6-pack. And I mean, that in my mind, if that doesn't scream SEC ready, I don't know what does.
Yeah, I like it. Well, again, you mentioned the transfers coming in. Texas did lose a lot of production on offense, but rapidly reloaded. So how from so far, again, very early in, but how are those transfers fitting in? How are they? I mean, does it look like the communication is there? What are you seeing? Do you see any gaps?
No. Let me give you, in terms of, I'll give you offensive. We go offense, defense. So offense first. Kind of my biggest storyline that I'm focusing on throughout the spring is if you take a look last year, right, or even if you go back to Sark's first year, they didn't play a ton of receivers in terms of that rotation, right? You know, in 2021, 2022, that receiver rotation was pretty much dead set with, you know, Casey Kane and Xavier Worthy, right? And Jordan Winton as well. But, you know, it really was two guys and then maybe to get a third. Last year, of course, you saw the progression. You get three receivers, and then Jonte Cook was kept knocking on that door, being that fourth guy. What Sark chose to do instead was do a lot of two tight end personnel, right, with JT Sanders, Gunnar Helm. This year, I mean, you talk about the fact that you got Jonte Cook returning, but you bring in Bond, Golden, and Bolden. I've got a mental block, guys. I got to get Bolden and Golden worked out before the season. I've been struggling with that one. But you bring in.
It's the law office.
It's
Golden,
you think
Cook,
of them
and
as
Bond.
Exactly.
And say it in order, it kind of helps.
Exactly. So you bring in those three guys, plus like a DeAndre Moore and Ryan Niblett coming in as well from return from last year. And it's like, all right, what are we going to do? Are you going to see more 10 personnel, or are you going to see what Sark's kind of been his bread and butter, which is I got three receivers and a two tight end set with Amari Nyblack and Gunnar Helm. So to your question about the transfers, Nyblack looks like the real deal. I mean, he looks very athletic. He's a kid from my neck of the woods in Clearwater. I had a chance to see him in high school. So a really talented athlete. And as I've mentioned, with Golden and Isaiah Bond hitting the ground running, it's really going to be when Silas Bolden gets here in the summer. We'll see where, you know, he kind of picks things up. But the big storyline again is this the year that you see more four receiver sets just because of the sheer amount of talent they have on the receiver side? I mean, that's huge. And quickly on defense, again, you know, guys like, you know, returns like Malik Muhammad and Terrence Brooks kind of command things in the secondary. But from the safety spot, Andrew Makuba looks like the real deal. I mean, we know, you know, sometimes in the secondary last year, in those the later stages of games, we saw the secondary kind of give up some yards. I don't think that's going to be an issue with Andrew Makuba coming back, Jade Barron coming back, Derek Williams progressing. So definitely a lot of those transfers look to hitting the ground running. For sure.
No, that's
all right. So we saw, you mentioned Sarkeesian and the four receivers. We saw that he did that at Alabama, right? When you have a lineup of NFL talent, he can find a way to get them on the field. What do you think about like DeAndre Moore? They said he was the first one onto the field.
First one.
He's fighting for a spot, right? Where do you see him? How did he look at practice yesterday?
No, Rocky, he stood out to me. I mentioned to the guys when we're kind of, you know, tossing around our observations. He's first off, from a physical perspective, I know he's listed at like 6 foot, maybe $185, $190, but he is a chiseled, rocked up, you know, 6 foot, 190. I mean, just shoulders, arms. That stood out to me first off. But I think he's a guy who, again, you know, you have to think in my mind, just right now, if you look at the receiver rotation, I think you got Bond and Golden as your 1-2. Where does Jonte fit, right? You know, can Jonte take advantage of the fact that Silas Bolden isn't here yet and maybe really push his way up the depth chart? But DeAndre Moore is kind of fighting for that 4-5. And again, it's going to be interesting because, you know, like I said, if Sark's going to use four receivers and maybe you have some room to interchangeably get him or Ryan Niblett on the field, but, and I mean, it's early, you know, I don't want to speak anything to existence just yet, but someone's going to be left out of that rotation, and maybe, you know, the transfer portal is their best bet. I don't know at this point just yet, but right now I think he's kind of knocking on that 4-5 spot for receiver.
All right. That's good to know. Yeah. And again, that work ethic, you know, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. You got to love it. The guy that shows up first, he's ready. He's there. He's waiting for coach to show up. Like, you got to love that mentality.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking for. So, you know, let's stick with offense for a little bit. We know that we have some young guys competing on the line. But this looks to be, Rocky mentioned this earlier, this looks to be one of the best offensive lines that we've had on the 40 acres since competing for national championships. How are you seeing a lot of rotation? What are you seeing going on with the offensive line?
You know, I hesitate because everything I heard coming into last year, being my first year on the beat, was all right, you know, offensive line continuity, returning, you know, 4 starters, this, that, and the other, right? But then we saw slow starts against Rice, and, you know, they came out and handled business against Alabama, but same thing against Wyoming, those slow starts. And I remember talking with Kelvin Banks or, Jake Majors, and they would say, we came out kind of white knuckled, or even the thing that, and I don't want to come down too hard, but when you start saying like, all right, they threw a joker front out at us, and I guess to kind of, bring the listeners in, right? So joker front, you have the defensive ends. It's all a 3 or 4 man rush, right? You take the defensive ends, you move them around, you take the stand-up linebackers, you move them in different spots. But we even saw against Houston, right? Like Houston did that and ended up having some success. So I really kind of want to see, moving it forward to this offseason, that continuity really show itself on the field, right? So to your question, it does look like it's going to be the same group. And I think in my mind, you got to take a look at guys like, DJ Campbell and Cam Williams and others and see how do they progress. Of course, that right tackle spot up for grabs with Christian Jones graduating. But all in all, I think there's a measure of continuity and confidence. And listen, it's not a shortage of talent. It's just a matter of putting together on the field. And towards the end of last year, they did that. So that gives me enough reason to believe that there should be some carryover into spring and then fall.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up, but also it hurts my heart bringing up that Houston game. I think that was one that was, truly far enough in the season. And that was another one where
another big lead loss.
Right. What the heck is going on here? And I think that was a combination of, you mentioned the white knuckled mentality, where that far in the season, we don't like seeing that. Right. And Coach Sarkeesian perhaps getting a little comfortable with his play calling, a little predictable, and then maybe trying to get a little too crazy at the wrong time, the fake punt, things like that. So, the O-line obviously going to be very important. Do you see, good to hear that the continuity could be there. Do you feel that that's going to be a key to success for Texas? Again, looking at our running backs that are coming in to step up, working perhaps with a 4-out receiver. How is that going to work together? Are these guys communicating well, again, early on, but are they communicating well as a unit?
Listen, it's going to have to be, them communicating well. Here's the reason I mentioned that, right? In terms of, let's just start with the running backs. It's easy to forget that Jonathan Brooks didn't win the starting running back job out of camp last year, right? It was CJ Baxter. And then you take a look at CJ, you see him in person, like he looks like the second coming of Bijan Robinson from just a size perspective and athletic perspective. It's easy to see why he won the job. But the reason I mentioned the running back spot in relation to the offensive line is, and I'm sure you guys, being the astute fans you are, saw this. CJ Baxter, for a true freshman, he's still learning the game. He didn't break a ton of tackles. He didn't make the first or second guy miss the way Jonathan Brooks did. The numbers bear that out. I don't have the Pro Football Focus numbers on me, but, JB, from the time he assumed the starting role, was always somewhere between first, second, and third in the nation in forced missed tackles, right? So in relation to the offensive line, that helps those guys out, right? That, hey, if you got a running back there who's going to make the first guy miss, get to the second level of the defense, it makes it a little bit easier on you. Now, the hope is that CJ will have learned, and I think we saw a measure of that in the Iowa State game. I think that was his strongest performance of the year, 20-something carries, 118 yards, tough yards up there in Iowa State, that he'll learn and have progressed in his ability to kind of shed tackles, make that first man miss. But if for whatever reason, let's just say he hasn't, and you're looking at Jaden Blue, who's still growing as well, certainly a home run hitter in his own right, but let's just say that they don't have that ability to make guys miss the same rate that JB did. Well, then the offensive line is going to have to knock some guys back 3, 4, 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. So you need that continuity and that communication heading into the season.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. Something we had Hayden Connor on about a month ago, maybe a couple months ago now.
It's been a little,
and he was talking about one of the things that they experienced, early on was having those new guys behind them. Some of that community, just the simple, they expect to push one way and the RBs going the other way, right? This was, and he talked about that. It took a little bit for them to really understand and to get in each other's minds and just be in sync. I think we'll see, I hope that we see with, like you're saying, the continuity. These guys have been playing together for a little bit. We won't see those mistakes. We won't see that need to get to know each other quite as much because they've already been playing together for a year, right?
That will help.
Yeah, that's something certainly to look for. Any insights with that? Do you feel that the running backs at least have that connection with their O-line now, or is it still feeling as the O-line is trying different guys out in different positions, trying to figure out that right tackle, what's going on? Love your insights on that.
No, y'all are all good. No, I love the fact that we're working here in the elements, right? So No, in terms of the running backs, it's actually a really astute point, right? Because each running back has their own style, and granted, I wasn't here to watch Bijan, but I can imagine that when you have such a talented runner of his, capability, you kind of defer to him more so, right? And it's like, hey, you tell us what you're looking at and how we need to play off of you, as opposed to dictating the other way around. Then when you take, again, a true freshman running back, and CJ is from Orlando, so I had a chance to see him a lot in high school as well. And he's a guy who, for the most part in his career, I guess the best way to sum it up is he's an athletic guy, and you just kind of get the ball and go, right? And even I think CJ would be open and admitting that there's a measure of learning at this level how to play off of your blocks, how to set up your blocks, right? To get into that second level of the defense that maybe initially early on he didn't have, right? Because I mean, how many times last year, especially in the early going, did you see CJ Baxter, hit the hole hard, but get tripped up by an ankle tackle, maybe as he's making his way through the line. So certain things like that, I think should ideally progress. And you got a great running back coach like Tashard Choice as well. It's only going to get him coached up in the offseason, no doubt.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think, looking at that, talking about just raising his football IQ, I think that certainly is something that we can see. But as we've seen over the years with Coach Sark, again, this being year 4, I would argue that, Texas used to not develop players, and now we're developing them like crazy. And a huge part of that is having that mentality. Coach Sark has said this before, not just doing what we're supposed to do, but understanding why we're doing it. I think that really plays very much into C4, like you're talking about. So good to hear. Definitely some good points. All right. So we're talking offense. Got to bring this up. Quinn Ewers. We've heard a lot of good things. Came into camp looking a little bit bigger, put on about 10 pounds. How's he looking? Is there a quarterback controversy? Got to bring the question up.
No, listen, it's fine. It's fair. I understand. We got the archive out here, no doubt. No, listen, there's no quarterback controversy. And I think this is where maybe, last year being my first year covering the team, I was able to bring in a bit of a fresh perspective because I wasn't here for the first year that Quinn was here. And I could just kind of eyeball the player that I was seeing from the time I got here. And quite frankly, and I said this on, again, our flagship podcast yesterday, it's easy to forget that for everything that Arch Manning is, and I'm just going to use the 24/7, of course, the company I work for, the rankings, Quinn Ewers was right there with him coming out of high school. This is a kid who forewent his final year of high school so he could enroll early at Ohio State, right? It's not like he's, Quinn is some 3-star kid who's got big bad Arch behind him. He's a talented quarterback in his own right. So to your question, excuse me, Quinn, you see a broader, bigger, sturdier Quinn Ewers listed at 205. And that was a question for me heading into last year was could a 195-pound quarterback hold up the entire season? Not necessarily Quinn's fault, but we saw the hit that he took against Houston and then ended up knocking out for a pair of games, right? So maybe him kind of reshaping and reframing his body, because if you take a look at his redshirt freshman year, he was listed at 207. But I think Quinn and Steve Sarkeesian be pretty open and honest that it wasn't the same 207 that you're looking at right now at 205, right? It's a much more, this
might
is
have been a little bit of a fluffy 207.
There you go. Exactly. Right. So, no, I mean, in my mind, Quinn looked great. I think the thing that really stood out to me is, and I see Chris mentions this as far as pro day as well, the ball was jumping off his arm. I mean, maybe for people who are Malik Murphy, of the Malik Murphy hive, of the media contingency, the thing they'd point to is just how, Malik is a cannon for an arm. And maybe Quinn, his ball kind of paled in comparison to Malik as far as arm strength. I think Quinn's arm strength is right there with all of the quarterbacks in camp, and he would have been right there with Malik Murphy where he's still with the program. So Quinn looked great to me in year one, in day one of spring camp.
That's great. So has the accuracy, I think that, you see that question come up a lot. Oh, Quinn can't throw the long ball accurate. Oh, he's missing his guys left and right. There's decision-making, but how did you feel the accuracy was there? Again, we saw a little bit with him connecting. You took some really great video too. So yeah, what were your thoughts on his accuracy? Is he pinpointing things? Do we have anything to worry about?
I was just going to point to the fact that, listen, from my vantage point, he had about a 40-yard deep out to Isaiah Bond that dropped it right in the bucket, right? And you can't beat that. Here's the thing in my mind, and I'm going to take up for Quinn a little bit on the deep ball. I think it's a combination of a couple things. So for all the things that Xavier Worthy is as a player, and we point to the fact that he, set the combine record for 40, I don't think X is a great deep ball receiver, right? I mean, if he's wide open, right, sure, you'd hope that he can be hit. But those 50-50 balls, which is what tend to be deep passes, I don't think that's his strong suit, right? I think the guy like A.D. Mitchell, and if you take a look in 2022, J.T. Sanders was the team's most reliable deep ball target, right? So I think it takes more of a bigger bodied receiver, in addition to someone who's fast. And I don't think Quinn necessarily had that. Now, and I guess to give you guys the numbers, let's see if I can recall off the top of my head. I know last year, Jaden Daniels led all of FBS in passes that traveled more than 20 yards in the air. Jaden Daniels completing around 67% of his passes. I wrote it. Don't hold me to this. I want to say Quinn was somewhere around 32-33%, right? So lower third of FBS quarterbacks, not great. But I think when you fast forward this year and you take an Amari Nyblack, you take an Isaiah Bond, a Matthew Golden, I think you have some guys who are a little bit bigger, maybe a bit better at contesting for those 50-50 passes downfield. And I think as a result, you should see an improvement in my mind in Quinn Ewers' deep ball passing.
That's good to hear. I feel a lot of Longhorn Nation breathe a sigh of relief hearing that.
Yeah, I think it also helped too. Sometimes we did see Quinn try to put it in a space when we saw another receiver wide open, and that's going to take time to get to the second and third reads. And that's one of the things that Sark said that Quinn's working on, right? But there were times, and of course we can't, being in that position when you have people coming in your face and you can only do what you can do. It's going to be different, maybe with more experience. You'll have time to get it to the wide open person instead of trying to force it in a space, but if hopefully he's going to be improving, right? He's going to be getting better. He's got Sark as his QB coach. Well, Milwee too, but that's he's going to be getting better in that. So I'm glad that you saw that. I'm glad a lot of people are seeing the same thing. And I'm excited to see that film tonight from Pro Day that they'll be airing at 8 p.m.
So I did have a question. I know this is the first time that we're seeing our quarterbacks use the helmet communications.
Yeah.
Do you notice that coming into play? Is there any hiccups with it? I'm really curious about how that's going to play out.
Advocated for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Steve, he came out and said, listen, I want all you guys. It was actually prior to the Iowa State game to write an article about helmet communication. He got it, right? I mean, I think the thing that's probably noticeable is just, so anyone who knows in the old days, right? You look to the old days like last year, you're looking to the sideline for the signs, right? And now, and Sark talked about it in his presser, there's going to be the adjustment of what information do you want to give the quarterback, right? And how much is too much information? And God forbid, because this has happened at times where the communication goes out and you don't want to have those guys too reliant on the communication. They don't know how to read the signal. So what I noticed was a combination of, hey, Sark kind of using that, you kind of see Quinn, holding his helmet like this to kind of hear the information, but also him also looking to the side and getting the signals as well, right? So let's see if it's a combination of both of those things next season. But again, I think it's going to be interesting for a lot of these younger quarterbacks who haven't used it before, right? It's not like the NFL where everyone is familiar with it and it's no big deal, right? We're talking about college kids who haven't used it. And I'm sure the majority of the high school kids, unless you're coming from an elite, prep program, haven't used it as well. So I think that adjustment is going to be interesting. And like Steve said, for example, right, if the clock if the play clock's going down, at 20 seconds, right? What do I want to tell the quarterback? And at what point does Quinn want to say, hey, respectfully, shut up. I got to get the play call.
I got it. Yeah.
Get to the line of scrimmage, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. I would love to see the moment that Quinn Ewers says, respectfully, shut up, coach. Right? No, I love that. No. All right, man. Well, hey, again, we thank you for being here. I do want to jump and give a quick shout out to one of our big sponsors. We got to give some love to Longhorn Laundry. Yes. We're talking about Pro Day. We're talking about spring training. We got all these stinky clothes. You got to get them washed somehow, right? Well, Longhorn Laundry is awesome. If you hate doing laundry, they will show up at your place, pick up your laundry, wash it for you, press it, keep it nice, seal it up, and bring it back to you, all for an incredible price. And if you mention Fire the Cannon, that's FTC20, you get $20 off your first order. So again, check them out. You might have seen them out at baseball. You might have seen them out at football. A boss is one of our good friends. He runs the company, will treat you right, make sure to take care of you. Again, that's longhornlaundry.com. Give them a shout out. Tell them that Fire the Cannon sent you. Give them that FTC20 code and they will hook you up. So, all right. Now that we're all smelling pretty and feeling good,
Clean
and
clothes.
clean clothes, I like it. Let's jump into defense a little bit. Again, we got the quarterback controversy out of the way. Glad that that's
There's
done and
no
over with.
Oh, did you hear Arch is transferring?
Yeah, right. Of course. Let me ask you.
Through so well that Arch is transferring. Did you hear that?
As somebody who covers the team, do you ever get tired of that narrative or that question?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
as much as
just really quickly, the reason I get tired of it is because for the most part, it's not the people local in Austin who are using that narrative, right? It's
right. There's never been a controversy.
Right. It's the national people or these aggregate sites are just like Arch because for clicks. And it's like, and we're the ones on the ground who have to deal with those things and Sark's, frustration. But someone, 5,000 miles away can write, oh, Arch is transferring. It's like, all right, come on, whatever. So
right.
Yeah.
It's true. It's for the clicks. Arch told somebody he's transferring. Click. That's what they want. What is since you mentioned it, what are the questions that you get most when you cover Texas that people where are you getting this from aside the Arch transferring forever?
Oh my gosh. I would say you get a lot of weird Sark questions. You get a lot of, it depends on who's asking, right? Because I mean, sometimes you do a radio hit, and the radio hits are mostly Arch, mostly Tavondre Sweat, how's his weight, something like that. But then you do some podcasts and you get Sark questions, you get Jeff Banks questions, and it's like, all right, yeah. I mean, I wasn't even here for the Banks situation, so I can't give anything on that.
Monkey game.
How long have you been covering Texas now?
What is it? What month is it? It's March, right?
March.
So not even a year. I arrived in Austin the third week of July 2023. So
okay, so we thank you you brought all this good juju with you. Thank you.
Brought it with you. I love it.
Whatever I can do. What
a time to jump on the train, to jump on the Texas coverage. Right.
Yeah. All right. So we were talking a little bit earlier about Kenny Baker coming in and having those big Bo Davis shoes to fill. Did anything stand out with the D line? We've got T Sweat's gone. We got, a few guys that definitely have to be replaced. How's the D line looking? How are you feeling about them working with Baker?
Sure. If I may give a cheap plug, go to horns247.com. I wrote a very extended profile piece on Kenny Baker because prior to covering Texas, I was covering Conference USA, and that's where Kenny Baker coached at Western Kentucky. So I had a chance to talk with his old boss, Tyson Helton, who gave me 30 minutes, and he raved about Kenny Baker. I had a chance to talk with current Atlanta Falcon D'Angelo Malone, who played for Kenny Baker at Western Kentucky, raved about this guy. And the thing that they all said, I'm going to bring it around to Texas here in a second, but the thing that they all said is this is someone who is a rising star in the coaching profession and is a technician. He identifies players, whether they're incoming freshmen, guys who are already on the roster, or maybe transfer portal guys, identifies their strengths and their weaknesses, and then gives them something to add to their game. And the first thing that I noticed for the first about 7-8 minutes of our media viewing window, I went down and watched a D-line. And I saw Kenny Baker working extensively with Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins, Dre Bledsoe on just hand placement, hand movement, using your hands at the point of attack, right? I mean, a lot of times, I think, especially in the trenches, you think about brute strength, right? But technique matters. And he was showing him, just to kind of punch and use those swim moves and be able to kind of shed blocks in a way that it's not to say I haven't seen Bo Davis do those things. I mean, Bo Davis is certainly a well-respected, excellent coach, but it just was really unique and interesting to see it on day one, the things that his former boss and guys we put in the NFL talk about, saying, hey, he gives his players these tools. To see him working with them extensively, I thought that was really unique to watch.
Nice. That was very good to hear. Very good to hear. So I have to say, is there anybody that is standing out on the D line right now that you think we should pay attention to? Might have a breakout season?
I mean, I'm big on Colton Vasek. Last year, I know he got banged up a little bit, but just from a sheer athleticism perspective, and that's someone, if we're talking about someone who didn't get a turn of time last year, I'm big on Colton Vasek. Also, Dre Bledsoe earned a lot of praise from Steve Sarkeesian. But from the returners, listen, I think Ethan Burke is primed for a breakout year. Again, his body is reshaping. Someone who was, spent his high school years playing lacrosse, right? So it's not like you're spending a ton of time in the weight room prepping for football. You see someone who's now 6'6", 265, starting to look like a chiseled 265. So I think he's ready for a breakout year. And I'm a big Alfred Collins guy as well. I think AC is due for a really breakout year in addition to what he did last year.
That's awesome to hear.
We talked about Alfred Collins a little bit, I think last week, about how he had that massive breakout game a few seasons ago in the Alamo Bowl, and just did some really athletic things, including that one like interception right in the front of the line. But then we were talking about just the inconsistency. Like we see it there, and it's going to break out, and hopefully this is his year to get lots of opportunity, and hopefully he's healthy, and that'll be good.
Yeah,
we're excited about Alfred Collins. He's on our list too.
Absolutely.
And of course Vasek, Westlake is the best lake.
She always got to give the shout out here.
Always got to give the shout out to my Westlake kiddos.
I love it. So, we touched a little bit earlier, secondary. There might have been some questions last year. Texas didn't always perform to where perhaps their talent level could have let them perform, to put it delicately. How are you feeling about the secondary? You mentioned a few players that are stepping up. Is this an area for concern for Texas next year? Is there some development there? What are you seeing early on?
I'm really interested to see how PK plays this thing. Something that I think, and I'd be curious, your guys from a fan perspective, what y'all thought was the safety rotation last year. You come off of a 2022 in which Jaron Thompson, I believe it was Anthony Cook, if memory serves me correct, were the two safeties who played the bulk of snaps. I know Jaron played almost 800 snaps in 2022. Then last year, it's a 5-player rotation, right? You get Jalen Catalon, Jaron Thompson, Michael Taft, Keaton Crawford, Derek Williams Jr., right? How's it going to look this year? Because you got a lot of talent in that safety room. Xavier Filsaime, for a true freshman, looked like a player day one. Did not look out of place at all. So that's something to keep an eye on. I mentioned Makuba as well. Derek Williams returning. You got Michael Taft, of course, the veteran leader, another Westlake guy as well. So definitely interested to see in terms of that safety room, how that plays out. So I think that's going to be interesting. And then also in terms of the cornerback room, I'm really high on those guys. I think Manny Muhammad is a star who had an excellent freshman year. I think Terrence Brooks has another level to his game that he can reach. So we'll see what happens there. I think Gavin Holmes is someone who quietly, doesn't necessarily get the most recognition because he's that third corner, but he plays really well. And I'm not shy about this. Jahdae Barron was my favorite player on the Texas Longhorns last year from a perspective of someone who the film study, the work, the effort he puts into, being 1 or 2 steps ahead of the offense. Again, now I can say all these things, and is it going to actualize itself on the field, right? That's the question. But I'm high on just the secondary as a whole, but I'm really looking at that safety room. How's PK going to play it? Is it going to be, 2 safeties? Or is we going to get another safety rotation? Because that it's one thing if the guys are so talented that you can't keep them off the field. But Jahdae Barron mentioned something. I don't know if y'all remember this. We asked him, is it a challenge to communicate the same message that you communicate? Because Jahdae is the main star, right? He's the main slot cornerback. And if you communicated it one drive ago to Jaron Thompson, Jalen Catalon, are you remembering to communicate that same thing to Michael Taft and Derek Williams? And he paused for a second, was like, that's interesting. Sometimes it is a challenge. So I'll be interested to see how that plays itself out in that rotation.
You mentioned Jahdae Barron. Of course, he had some injuries throughout the season, but man, he stepped up and played big, especially like in the Houston game. He had that game-saving play right at the end. When you saw the video, when they released it, he's coming back and Michael Huff hands him the 7 jersey. And we know now this season he's wearing that 7. What was that like DBU greatness, who's of course very involved and part of the program, but for him to, especially someone who's hands-on day in, day out with the program and gives Jahdae that number 7, with his blessing to wear 7 DBU. What was that like? What were your thoughts when you saw that?
I mean, even being someone who's not a native Texan and, it doesn't have, the years of history and background in terms of Texas football, how can you not love such a cool moment, right? I mean, you got an Austin native in Jahdae Barron, someone's a hometown kid getting that recognition. And if you ever talk with Jahdae, you can tell how much he just really appreciates the greats of the program prior and wanted to kind of, etch his name alongside those greats. I just thought it was a dope video. I mean, it's amazing. And of course, Michael have passing the number down as well. So, how could you not like that?
Get all the feel.
Listen. Yeah, Thorpe Award winner blessing you with their jersey number. Yeah, that's huge. It was special, for a lot of reasons, but also the announcing that he's coming back to help be the leader on the team. Still, like you said, it's not rebuilding, it's reloading, but there is still some transition, especially in the DBs that were got a lot of slack last year for, not, slipping some leads away and different things so for him to come back and want to take ownership of that and make sure he's leaving this unit in great hands and stepping up as a leader and then getting to wear number 7.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
That is very cool. And Texas social media stays winning. Like,
yeah,
they got a great team.
We'll make a mini movie about it.
I know. No big deal.
A 20-second movie about it.
All right. Well, we definitely want to talk basketball with you. We know that you're traveling. But before we transition into that, do you have any key, let me ask you this. Do you feel offense or defense is farther along? If you had to pick one, gun to the head.
I would say, right? No, I was asked this question yesterday, and I'm still going with offense because you have Quinn Ewers. And I think he had a third-year starting quarterback coming back that automatically has the ability and also the continuity on the offensive line to put things in really where they should be and kind of get everyone else up to speed. So I'm going offense.
I like it.
I agree.
I like it. All right.
I'm going Bert Auburn special teams.
That's it. It's your dude. The hair really sells it all. The hair really sells it all. All right, man. Well, that is absolutely awesome. Let's see. You got a little bit of time to chat some basketball with us?
I'm here.
Yeah, right. You're right.
How about them women? Number 1 seed.
Listen, why don't we should absolutely start with the women.
Let's start with the women. I already got my tickets to be there Friday and Sunday.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. So, Booker, absolutely. I mean, she's contending for.
She got All-American honors.
Yeah.
She was awarded All-American.
Yeah. Again, going up against Caitlin Clark, hard to get player of the year, right? But Booker, just seeing what this team has done with the absence of Rory Harmon, who really stepped up into a coaching role too, which was great to see. We've talked about this before, Coach Vic. How do you not love the guy and what he's done with his team and how he's retooled? We talked about this with football a little bit, being able to rotate out, having those players that have that next man up mentality and getting a lot of rotation in, but seeing Shea Holly step up, seeing Gonzalez step up, seeing Booker really step into a role as a true freshman and just absolutely dominate. I mean, you got to say, are the men paying attention? Are they?
What do you see? What strikes you about this women's team, and where are you projecting for this tournament?
Well, okay. First, in terms of projection, I think they're going to make the Final Four. I genuinely do. Wow. I think the bracket sets up in a way that, quite frankly, they should be considered favorites to do so. What's my biggest impression about this team? I'm going to tell this story. You guys may or may not have seen this tweet. I think Danny Davis tweeted it out. Shout out to Danny, awesome American statesman. But we were covering the women's selection show right after the men's, and Craig Way was doing trivia in between commercial breaks, right? Because of course, the waiting on, right? So during the commercial break, he asks, "How many career games has Shaylee Gonzalez played in?" And Deonna Gaston, bursts out and yells, 5,000. But the reason I mentioned that story, of course, everyone got a laugh, is you can tell how close knit that team is, how much they enjoy and love being around each other. And, giving, Shaylee some crap, of course, being a 6th-year player from BYU, right. Not quite 5,000 games she's played in, but she's played in a lot.
Right. Yeah. She's the Brock Cunningham of the women's
4 million games.
But she got 2 kids and a mortgage at this point, right?
Right. But that kind of thing just stands out to me when you see how much this team, there's never been a moment, even prior to the Rory Harmon injury and after, that they haven't looked together and connected, right? Whether or not they played their best game on the court, sometimes it happens, but they've always looked connected and together. And that's one of the things, as being full-time on the men's beat, you haven't always seen that from the men. So that stands out to me with this group of women, is just how much clear they are connected and love playing with each other. And just in terms of a talent perspective, again, you talk about Madison Booker, Shaylee Gonzalez, Shea Holly. How about that Big 12 championship game against Iowa State? She forces their point guard Emily Ryan into 9 turnovers. I mean, that's a hell of a defensive performance, right?
Absolutely.
So just up and down the roster, a lot of talent. So I'm really excited to see how far they go. But I do think this is a team that breaks through, makes it to the Final Four.
I love that.
Oh, that would be great.
I love that. Yeah,
I'm excited.
I mean, Schaefer, definitely, you see the progression, right? In 2021, they made it to the Elite 8, but it was a pretty. We were there.
We went to that game. It was against South Carolina.
Yeah.
And
wasn't a great showing by Texas.
We cheered. We had a good time.
What a great showing. But
for like 3 minutes in,
yeah,
we're like, this is going to go one way.
It's a bit of a bloodbath. But
Yeah.
and then in 22, they lost to number 1 seed Stanford and in the Elite Eight again. And then last year they were out in the second round as a 4 seed. So it was to Louisville, and that was a pretty brutal game too. So I love hearing Final Four in the future here. I mean, Vic has definitely gotten his teams to that Elite Eight position before, but this team could be special, could take it pretty far. I really appreciate you bringing up just the love they have for each other and how comfortable they are with each other. As we transition into talking about the guys, that's something that we've seen. I think last year was undervalued, right? In that crazy circumstance that they were going under with, Coach Beard being out, Rodney Terry coming in under not a wonderful situation. The team seemed to bond together in a way, and they loved each other. They were playing for Coach Terry, and we see that deep run into the Elite Eight. Men's basketball going farther than they have in quite some time. Of course, that heartbreaking loss to Miami.
No to Sue.
Do you feel that connection is still there? Do you feel what has shifted between the two teams? And does this year's team have the potential to make that deeper Elite Eight, possibly farther run? What are your thoughts about this team?
I don't want to go on too much of an old man rant, but I'm 32, so I'm not too far removed.
You're a baby.
Yeah, we're much older. I yell at the clouds all the time. Go for it, man. Get it off your chest.
Stick with me here, right? So I guess I'm part of a generation that grew up with social media and all of the things that can distract you, but also remembers a time in which you kind of just were immersed in what was going on around you. And I only mention that is because for this reason, when you bring in 8 new players, 5 transfers who are going to be part of the rotation, I think what is missing, and it's not necessarily that guys don't like each other. You never get that feeling at all. And I was just in the open locker room, a couple hours ago. But there's a camaraderie that I think is bonded and built over trial and tribulation. And you talked about the Chris Beard situation. And obviously that's something that's going to force everyone to be closer together, right? But this group, and RT's talked about it incessantly, not only are they learning to play with each other on the court, but just learning each other off the court, right? And I just am curious, again, I don't want to ever sound as if these guys don't like each other, but, being an open locker room and, you got one guy with, his headphones in, and then, one guy over here in a corner with his group, and everyone's kind of doing their own thing. They're getting prepped for practice and whatnot. I'm not trying to, again, I want to make it seem like, they're hating each other, but I just wonder, when you have so many newcomers, and in today's day and age with the portal and all these things that can kind of distract you, right? And I would love to ask RT this following the season, how challenging it is to bond a group of 12 or 15 together, because it's not like, the Fab Five era where it's like, all right, we're just going to do everything together. We'll get to know each other. They all came in and 4 of those 5 or 3 of the 5 transfers are guys on their last year, have their own NBA or pro, dreams and hopes and aspirations. And I think those things make it hard to really get a team to be playing their best basketball in just 1 year.
No, I think that's a great point. And, basketball always has had the challenge with the potential of the one and done, right? But now in this NIL era with the transfer portal, it certainly changes the dynamic even more. I think that would be a phenomenal. Please ask the question, because that does have to be a very, very challenging situation for any coach to be in, to try to get these guys to play as a unit when you're shuffling pieces in and out constantly. I can't imagine. That's got to be a tough thing to do. So looking at that and with this in mind, Texas come in at a number 7 seed. You feel that's about right? Too high, too low?
Generous.
How do you feel about Texas at 7?
I won't lie. I was a little surprised at 7. I do wonder in my mind, and a lot of the projections had Texas as an 8-9 as the 9 matchup going against Florida Atlantic at 8. I wonder if Florida Atlantic, had they won, of course, last year's Cinderella team making it to the Final Four, I wonder, had they won their tournament, if that would have changed Texas's outlook. They lost against Temple in the American Athletic Conference tournament, and now it's kind of shifted some things around, right? So I do wonder if that played a factor, but 7 seemed a little high. With that being said, they get, in my mind, what is a favorable matchup against Colorado State, a team that doesn't have a ton of size, but they're led by a Texas native. Of course, I'm forgetting the kid's name right now. I just talked about, but he and Max Asmus have a relationship going back to both of them grow up in Dallas-Fort Worth area. So definitely in terms of guard play, should be an interesting matchup. But in terms of size, again, they're all 5 senior starting lineup for Colorado State, but their tallest player is 6'7", right? So you got to imagine if you got Caden Shedrick, Dylan Dessou, those guys out there, the bigs really doing their thing, they should be able to take an advantage size-wise.
I love that. Well, do you think that the Big 12, the strength of the Big 12 is playing into that 7 seed at all? Big 12 was.
I think they want to make sure they line them up with Tennessee.
Fair enough. Barnes matchup.
Because the NCAA, there's all those little storylines, right? In these March Madness brackets, like Nebraska playing A&M.
Yeah.
Like there's all these little storylines. Okay, we got to make sure if anything, these two are going to play. You want some Rick Barnes coaching against Texas.
Hey, we welcome him back with open arms when he played.
But do you think? Asking, do you think the Big 12 reputation of the best conference in basketball that helped Texas?
No. I just want to say, I think both of you hit the nail on the head. Yes, I do think the Big 12, the strength of the league this year, played a factor. But Rick Barnes said it. He said it earlier this week on a podcast that the NCAA likes to do those things for storylines. And of course, getting him matched up against Texas and his old pupil and Rodney Terry. Yeah, I think it's both of those things, to be honest with you. I certainly played a factor. If you can do it here in Charlotte, why not?
Pulling the strings, right? Pulling the puppet strings.
Exactly.
All right. So you mentioned you're in Charlotte. You're following the program, the men's basketball this week. What you were in with them? What's the vibe? What's the mood? Do they feel focused, preparing? Does it feel like a good vibe? Disconnected, everybody with their headphones on.
I take a deep sigh only because they say all the right things, right? Which is one game at a time. We're focused. We got to come out and play for 40 minutes. But we've been asking this question really since the start of Big 12 play, right? When they started 1-3, capped off by the horns down situation against UCF, we asked those same questions we're asking now, right? Which is, what's it going to take to really come together? And we heard a lot of the same things. So I only sigh and given the answer in that. And I asked Rodney Terry this in terms of, cohesion, and he would always say, and he has said this year, right, that he feels that the team's best basketball is ahead of them. And kind of my response back would be like, well, you're kind of running out of time, right? As the season kind of wore on. So in terms of, to answer your question, the attitude, the feeling amongst the guys, they all are saying the right things. They're focused. The open practice was super intense. A lot of guys, being vocal and communicating, and you can tell the guys are loose. But again, this is not the first time we've seen and or heard this from this Texas team this year. So it's going to come down to when they get punched in the mouth, inevitably, as teams have done this year, will make second half pushes, right? We saw against Kansas State. Can Texas respond and not have an 18-6 run where, they let Kansas State back in the game and all of a sudden, it ends up being a lost cause when they were up double digits in the first half.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 25-point swings are not fun as a fan to watch for sure. So let's ask you this. If you had to pick just a few keys, what are the keys for Texas to advance farther? We've seen some questions through the season when Dessou is out, the team doesn't necessarily perform as well as they could. There's some questions there. What are the keys for Texas to making a tournament run this year?
Dylan Dessou staying out of foul trouble. That's for one. I think that killed him against the Kansas State game. And that was a very weird game. And the referees called that one really tight. We saw the flagrant foul on Kendall Weaver that happened right in front of me. It didn't look like a flagrant in my eyes, but Dylan Dessou got to stay out of foul trouble. March Madness Max Asmus. You take a look at his career at Oral Roberts. He's a guy who's led a mid-major to a Sweet 16 and over his career, averaging over 23 points per game in the month of March. So I think that's got to be a thing. And last but not least, the defensive effort. Rodney Terry talks about it. I think it starts with Tyrese Hunter. I mean, Tyrese is such a wonderful dude to talk to. I mean, a great kid to cover. He almost hurt to kind of have to critique him. But the fact of the matter is he had 6 games in Big 12 play in which he scored 6 points or less. And then there you go, right? And then you see he breaks out for 30 against Oklahoma, and you want to believe like, all right, he's heating up at the right time.
Yeah.
And then we see what happens against Kansas State. So I think he has to be someone has to be a consistent third scorer, and I think for Texas it'd be best if it were Tyrese Hunter.
That would be great. I have a question. How many minutes does Kendall Weaver need to get for us to win these games? Because he needs to be playing a lot. He wants to be out there. He's aggressive on defense. He's physical. He sets a tone. How many minutes does he need for Texas to win?
Okay, Rocky. So I can hear in your voice you're part of the Kendall Weaver hive. I can.
Yes, I am. Number 2, baby.
I think Kendall, if I were to put a minute number on it, I would say between 20 and 25. I probably am the last person on earth who has defended IT Horton. I think he got put in a tough situation in terms of, he's been a scorer his entire career, and he gets to Texas and they tell him, like, all right, you're going to get 6 shots a game. We need you to knock down 3, right? It's hard to get in a rhythm. But with that being said, what Kendall brings is defense. But where I hesitated is, I think it's when those minutes come, right? Is he getting 10 to 12 minutes in the second half when defense is needed? Is he giving you those, spurts in the first half in which teams look like they're going on a run? I think if I put the number at 25, I'd want to see, the bulk of those come in the second half when your team probably needs a defensive burst, right? Or even if Texas establishes a lead like they did against Kansas State, then bring him in, because then he doesn't have to worry about scoring. All of his energy and effort can be into harassing opposing guards.
I like it.
Help them not blow big leads.
Yeah. So what's your favorite lineup? Where do you think Texas, who do you have? Who's your 5 on the court for Texas to have the best chance of going deep here?
No, I mean, I think inevitably, like I said, I defended IT, and I think in order to get something out of him, you got to put him in the starting lineup. I think coming off the bench doesn't work for him. But the 5 players who probably need to be closing the game are Max Asmus, Kendall Weaver, Dylan Dessou, Dylan Mitchell. And I guess if a 5th, maybe you're looking at, it depends. You can go Brock Cunningham, Kaden Shedrick. I mean, we saw how good Kaden Shedrick was before he got injured, right? And that's the thing. And he looks healthy. Mm-hmm. So, it's a toss-up there. But I'd say some combination of those 5 or 6 guys.
I think Brock Cunningham needs to be out there until he's fouled out with 8 technicals.
Which he'll do in the first half, right? So, no, I love
Embrace
that.
the hate, Brock.
Yeah, listen, yeah.
Another Westlake kiddo.
Has any player gotten under the skin of any fan base as much as Brock Cunningham has absolutely destroyed Texas Tech? That's as fans, that has been fun for us to watch. I can only imagine seeing the coverage there. All right, let me ask you this. Does Brock Cunningham get fair calls against him in the tournament? Or does he carry that reputation over that the Big 12 seems to have called against him from time to time?
That's a good one. And listen, I was there at Texas Tech, right? But I soda, because the people trying to aim from the top deck to throw down with stuff that was landing on us.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I think Brock does pick up some reputation fouls. Now, does it happen in the tournament? I guess we'll see, right? But it's a 50-50 shot that, if Brock is playing like we know Brock Cunningham to be, and he can't expect anything less, the kid's going out all out in what could be his final game, you expect him to be a little chippy.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to put you on the spot real quick.
Let's do it.
I got to ask you, call it right now. Say it with your chest. Where does Texas end up in this tournament?
I think Texas beats Colorado State. I think I don't see enough of this team to be able to beat a Tennessee. Now, I've been told everything that March Rick Barnes is a thing, and that could slip up. And we saw just in the SEC tournament, right? They lost to Mississippi State. So we'll see what happens. But I think this team makes it to the round of 32. So they advance tomorrow night, and then they fall against Tennessee.
Okay. Good to know. All right.
Because Rodney Terry knows how to get to the Elite 8, and Rick Barnes has a history of not doing well in March.
All right. Well, we're going to hold you to it. And let me ask you this. Who do you have as your national champion for the men's side in this March Madness?
I felt, talk about saying with my chest, Megan, I felt much more confident in this answer prior to the Big 12 tournament, but I chose Houston, and I'm sticking with them because I don't like to waffle on my picks.
Wow.
But they didn't give me much reason to believe getting shellacked by Iowa State.
They definitely got some wobbly knees there, didn't they?
And do you have anybody taking South Carolina down on the women's side?
Oh, I am a huge Dawn Staley fan. I think she's a hell of a coach. I love the way she motivates her team. I wish I could say Texas. I don't have Texas winning the whole thing. I think the only team that's really equipped to challenge them, and depends on how you feel on Kim Mulkey, but Angel Reese and LSU, I think they're, just from a sheer talent perspective, I think they're equipped to do it. I don't think Caitlin Clark can do it all by herself. So at the end of the day, I think South Carolina wins, but those will be some teams I think that could challenge.
I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, Mulkey, she's a talented coach, and that's about the limit of of what I can say nice for my opinion.
Awful woman.
But listen,
Awful
man,
woman.
truly appreciate you joining us.
You said it, you did.
Can you give a shout out to folks? Again, remind them how they can find you, where you're at. We gotta get you back on, man. This has been a lot of fun.
Oh, you're
Right.
amazing.
Yeah. Anytime. I appreciate y'all having me on. Like I said, when I first hopped on the beat, there were certain Twitter accounts I saw, and you guys were definitely one of them. So
these are either going to be really fun or a huge pain in the ass, right?
Yeah.
One or the other.
Right. You gotta love that, right? You gotta love that. At least I do. I can appreciate that. You can find me on Twitter at Eric C. Henry _ follow. All right. Horns247.com, CBSsports.com. Come for the Texas coverage, stay for hip hop takes, me being a Florida man in Texas, being a fish out of water at times. Stay for all of that, but yeah, that's where you can find me.
We love it, man.
Amazing.
Well, thank you again. We will have to do this again. And thank you for your coverage and taking the time out of your busy day. We know that the flights are not your favorite thing. You're running around all over the place, man. We appreciate you. Hope you get a little nap in, and we'll talk to you soon.
Anytime. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Thanks, David.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Thanks, man.
All right, man. We're gonna play you out. We got
Yes, sir. We'll be back.
Well, despite
He's
the
so awesome.